Chapter 1 Survive, sending chills down your spine. Push harder. A bit more. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Stop making noise. Behind the door of dormitory 308, a girl resembling Liu Yifei cried out in excitement. Zhao Yibai felt flustered, unable to restrain himself from reprimanding her. At that moment, he and the girl were pressed against the door with their bodies, while outside, a horde of female zombies, clad in scant attire and clawing at the air, desperately pushed against the door. The wooden door trembled precariously, its hinges creaking under the strain. Please just hold on. I don't want to die. I've never even had a boyfriend. The girl, stunningly beautiful in her light camisole, leaned against the door, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Yibai. Ugh, this is unbearable. Sister, this is a matter of fate. Zhao Yibai gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure from at least a dozen zombies outside. He was already straining against the door, if not for his height of 6 feet 1 inch and weight of 160 pounds. The door would have been breached long ago. As the gap widened, with hands reaching through, the girl gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Brother, we must endure. As long as we survive, I'll make sure you feel a chill." A chill reminiscent of a Chinese odyssey? Zhao Yibai glanced down, feeling warmth at the tip of his nose. She was even fairer than his neighbor's grandma after 3 days in the river. Yes, that kind of chill. The girl noticed a change in Zhao Yibai's expression and quickly nodded. Zhao Yibai felt helpless. He was not the type to take advantage of others' misfortunes. He had already exhausted all his strength, yet he was slowly being pushed back by the force outside. Down. Zhao Yibai was about to say that in the next life he would definitely. At that moment, a woman's piercing scream echoed through the corridor. Roar. The scream was so shrill that the zombies outside dormitory 308 were instantly attracted, rushing towards the sound. Bang! With the pressure gone, the door to dormitory 308 slammed shut. The girl, Yu Yurong, hurriedly locked the door, leaning against it, gasping for breath. Zhao Yibai let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. If the zombies had entered, he would have been done for. He had already prepared himself psychologically for the worst. Unexpectedly, he had survived. The screams outside morphed into wails, accompanied by the horrifying sounds of gnawing flesh. At the sound, Yu Yurong's face turned pale. It was as if the apocalypse had suddenly descended. This was terrifying. Zhao Yibai swallowed hard, glancing at the takeout on the floor, which he had managed to hold onto even while being chased by zombies. He noticed that the 2 soup containers were intact, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Wait a minute. He chuckled bitterly. What time was it? He had nearly lost his life and was still concerned about the takeout. Zhao Yibai was a delivery rider for a company called Cho Tuan. 10 minutes ago, clad in his delivery uniform, Zhao Yibai arrived at the A City Women's University. Upholding the principle that the customer is king and complaints could cost him dearly, he navigated through the security guards, entered the university, and braved the disapproving glances of female students, all while bearing the pressure from the dormitory manager, making his way up to the 3rd floor in one breath. Takeout for female students was usually left at the door. However, there were always a few special cases where delivery was required inside. Zhao Yibai was a newcomer. Today, he was the brave soldier who had been given a cigarette by the station manager, entrusted to deliver the food into the hands of the customers. Little did he expect that upon reaching the 3rd floor, the world would swiftly plunge into darkness. The celestial event of a lunar eclipse, as foretold on Douyin, was happening, and horror-struck as he saw the female students in the corridor suddenly contorting their necks, arms and legs emitting terrifying growls. Zhao Yibai nearly wet himself. Almost everyone around him had undergone a horrific transformation. When the eclipse concluded and light returned, those scantily clad female zombies turned to face him. Zhao Yibai bolted into the nearby open dormitory 308. Just as he was about to close the door, the beautiful girl rushed over. His heart softened, and he let her in. In that fleeting moment, the zombies were upon them. The door barely closed in time. They had narrowly escaped death. Thank you. Yu Yurong gently patted her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. That was terrifying. If the delivery guy hadn't let her in, she could only imagine her fate. Zhao Yibai waved his hand dismissively. Aren't you the one who promised to give me chills? We're even now. Hearing this, Yu Yurong pursed her lips, a hint of color returning to her pale face. My name is Yu Yurong. Don't worry, I keep my promises. You've saved me twice. In ancient times, I would have been obliged to offer myself in gratitude. She was a person of her word. Mainly, it was the apocalypse now. The outside world was too terrifying. Yu Yurong was uncertain how long she could survive. She didn't want to leave this world with regrets. After all, she had finally grown beautiful in this life. And to die without ever having been with a man would be tragic. Experiencing what it was like to be with a man would be wonderful. Moreover, she felt that Zhao Yibai, who had saved her, seemed quite strong and capable. Oh, roar. A city women's university had descended into chaos. Inside the room, Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong could clearly hear the terrifying sounds emanating from the surrounding dormitories. Zombie growls, screams, and wails. The world had transformed into a hellish nightmare. The sounds of zombies shuffling in the corridor echoed incessantly. Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong held their breaths. Only when the zombies had moved on did they dare to take deep, quiet breaths. You have an order about to expire. Suddenly, Zhao Yibai's phone chimed. He hurriedly turned the volume down to its lowest. Fortunately, the zombies had moved far enough away. With a swift motion, Zhao Yibai uninstalled the app. In the apocalypse, who would still be delivering food? Glug, glug. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged. Zhao Yibai turned to look towards the source of the noise. Yu Yurong said, "Sorry, I didn't eat last night. I just got up and was about to take a shower." The dormitory at a city women's university was quite rudimentary, with 6 beds and desks, barely accommodating a small balcony for drying clothes. But lacking even a toilet. Showers had to be taken in a communal bathroom. Since it was an all-girls school, aside from the principal, who was male, all the teachers and security personnel were women. Using the communal showers was actually quite convenient. "It's fine, let me treat you." Zhao Yibai brought the takeout closer to Yu Yurong. It wasn't out of generosity. Having read countless novels, he understood that in such a level of apocalypse, if he didn't perish, being trapped in this dormitory with a girl while zombies roamed outside was only a matter of time. He would likely meet his end alongside this girl. Yu Yurong took a deep breath and picked up a box of takeout. "Thank you. After I'm full, I'll make sure to give you chills." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yibai quickly snatched the takeout bag from Yu Yurong's hands. Yu Yurong looked at him with a mix of confusion and grievance. Zhao Yibai explained, "This one is super spicy. After eating, well, we're almost dead anyway. I just want to make the most of it." "Ah, okay." Yu Yurong closed her eyes, feeling embarrassed, realizing that as someone who had never been in a relationship, she understood what he meant. She nodded and began to eat the small steam buns. Ding! The host is too kind, feeding a hungry girl in the apocalypse. The feeding system is successfully bound. System's main ability extraction in progress. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully acquiring the SSS level ability to halt time. Each time the host bestows upon a 5-star target, they shall receive a charge. The duration of each charge is contingent upon the host's mental fortitude, which will strengthen with each use, ultimately allowing for an infinite cessation of time. System reward. By nourishing the 5-star beauty. Yueying, you have gained the ability to halt time 10 times. System reward. Storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. Ding! A new system task has been discovered. Within 24 hours, locate a second 5-star girl to bestow upon. Task reward. An infinite durability golden UZI submachine gun with unlimited ammunition. Will you accept this task? Chapter 2. Time stops. Search for supplies. Accept. Zhao Yibai responded with excitement. The system is truly remarkable. The ability to halt time, accompanied by spatial manipulation, establishes a solid foundation. Remarkable. The last instance of time stopping was encountered in overseas study materials. Exhilarating. Completing this task grants unlimited durability and an infinite supply of ammunition for the submachine gun. What does this imply? It renders one invincible. As the old adage states, all fears stem from insufficient firepower, unlimited durability, and ammunition. This is no longer just a submachine gun, but rather equivalent to a portable heavy machine gun. Ding! Task acceptance successful. You can summon the system panel at any time. Zhao Yibai thought. Panel. Apocalyptic feeding system panel host. Zhao Yibai primary ability. Time stop SSS level charging times. 10 secondary ability. Feeding for each 5-star girl fed. Gain 10 times stop charges task. Find a second 5-star girl to feed within 24 hours. Space. Occupation 0. A virtual panel appeared before Zhao Yibai's eyes, and he nodded inwardly. It resembled the system panel he had envisioned, virtual and only visible to him. Yu Yurong, clutching a steamed bun, took small bites. It was not that she was not hungry, but rather, she possessed a petite cherry-like mouth. Even when starved, she could not consume much, making her eating appear quite enticing. Zhao Yibai retracted the panel, gazing at her delicate lips, suddenly captivated. Yu Yurong raised her head, and, upon noticing Zhao Yibai's gaze, her fair cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to lower her head repeatedly. Zhao Yibai's eyes seemed to convey that she was akin to a bun, and he was ravenous. I am nearly full. Outside, the zombies roared, and classmates screamed. Yet, the atmosphere inside was peculiar, akin to spring's arrival. It was not that the two were unperturbed. Rather, after narrowly escaping death, the adrenaline coursing through Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong still lingered. Eat slowly. Zhao Yibai sensed the air had become somewhat thick. Yu Yurong quickly stuffed the remaining buns into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up like an adorable little hamster. While chewing, she mumbled, "Shall we begin?" She had only consumed 3 small buns, so diminutive that Zhao Yibai could easily devour 3 at once. Yu Yurong understood the gravity of their situation. The apocalypse had rendered the outside world perilous, and every morsel of food was invaluable. The question lingered, how long could they survive? Whether they could escape alive rested on this tall man before her. In any case, repaying kindness could also lead to her own advancement, becoming a woman. What a gain! If Zhao Yibai's affection for her increased, and he was willing to take her along in the future, it would be even more advantageous for her survival. Zhao Yibai's hands trembled. Looking at the flower-like girl before him, he felt as if he were in a dream. He, Zhao Yibai, was merely an ordinary individual, while the girl before him was a 5-star campus beauty. Yu Yurong bit her red lips lightly. Good fortune was near. She sensed a hint of madness within herself. After all, she had only just met Zhao Yibai. Yet this world has descended into chaos. Countless lives have been lost, and if one does not embrace madness, death is inevitable. 3 minutes later, Zhao Yibai rummaged through his dormitory and unearthed a box of Wanhaman cigarettes, half full. He retrieved a lighter, ignited a cigarette, and inhaled deeply while reclining in a pink armchair. Nearby, a rustling sound caught his attention. Yu Yurong, biting her lip, had a delicate face that was as crimson as if it would bleed. System reward. Feeding the 5-star Yu Yurong grants 10 instances of time-stopping ability. Zhao Yibai straightened up. Is that possible? It was midday, with the sun shining brightly outside, yet the air was pervaded by an eerie chill. After sitting for a moment, he surveyed the various garments in the dormitory that once captivated him. They now seemed utterly mundane. What is paramount in an apocalypse? As a seasoned bibliophile, Zhao Yibai understood that it is resources, food, drink, clothing, and essentials. He swiftly began to scour the dormitory. In this dire time, moral standards must be set aside. It was time to lower the bar. Noticing his urgency, Yu Yurong, despite her discomfort, promptly joined him in the search. Unfortunately, they were not particularly fortunate. The cupboard contained only some tissues, wet wipes, and sanitary napkins, while food and drink were nearly non-existent. They found a bag of snacks, approximately 500 grams of spicy strips, along with a half-empty bottle of cola. Yu Yurong thought for a moment and said, "I have food in my dorm, room 310, but we can't go outside." 310? Zhao Yibai pondered, stroking his chin. Are there others in your dorm? Yu Yurong shook her head. The door was open. I'm not sure if anyone else has entered. All right. I understand. Zhao Yibai pressed his ear against the door, faintly hearing the shuffling of zombies in the corridor. Without a specific target, these undead wandered aimlessly. The outside world was perilously dangerous. Room 308 was merely adjacent to 310. The distance was short. This was a golden opportunity to test how long the time-stopping ability could last. Without hesitation, he declared, "Time stop." Ding. Time stop successfully activated. Remaining instances, 19. Tip. Once the host's mental strength reaches its limit, time will resume its normal flow. Mental strength can be replenished by sleep. Using the time stop ability will further enhance mental fortitude. Gulp. It has stopped. Zhao Yibai swallowed hard. The world before him had become eerily silent. All commotion had ceased. He could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Not daring to waste a moment, Zhao Yibai counted the seconds in his mind, pinched the frozen Yu Yurong's cheek, unlocked the door, and dashed outside. In the corridor, a dozen zombies loitered, clad in sheer garments. If one were to overlook their blood-red eyes, gaping mouths, and the bloodstains that marred their bodies, they might possess an unsettling allure. Ugh, what am I thinking? Zhao Yibai shook his head and forcefully pushed open the ajar door of dormitory 309. Inside, he encountered 6 zombies. Every inhabitant of that dorm had been infected, all lined up in unison. The interior was in utter disarray. The floor was littered with sunflower seed shells, cigarette butts, ash, beverage bottles, and fruit peels, while towering stacks of takeaway boxes filled the corners. A multitude of blackened and yellowed shoes lay tangled amidst the refuse, rendering any attempt to step through impossible. The upper bunk's railing was draped with a chaotic array of heavy garments, some nearly touching the ground. A horrifying stench of decay mixed with the foul scent of rot assaulted his nostrils. Ugh! Zhao Bai hastily shut the door, even if there were supplies inside. He dared not take them for fear of poisoning. He hurried to the front of dormitory 310. A gentle push opened the door. Ding! 4-star rated girl, Chen Shiuru detected. Chapter 3. Punishment of Chen Shiuru. Zhao Bai's eyes widened. She is truly fair. It was evident that this girl, Chen Shiuru, was in a rather precarious situation. In this antiquated dormitory devoid of a restroom, she was positioned with her back to the door, using a basin that belonged to an unknown occupant. Just in time, he froze the moment in place. Ahem. I am a gentleman and not intentionally spying. Zhao Bai need not rummage through the room, for it appeared she had already done so. Every cabinet door stood ajar, with supplies piled on the table beneath the window by the balcony. There were bags of instant noodles, snail rice noodles, sausages, marinated eggs, and spicy strips, forming a small mountain. Additionally, a 5-liter bottle of mineral water remained, with less than 1/8 consumed. Water is indeed heavy. The dormitory of the campus belle was truly distinct. The room exuded a pleasant aroma and was remarkably clean and tidy. Zhao Bai recalled the figure of Yu Yurong and quickly identified her bed. Her reputation was well-deserved. The cover hanging by the bedside spoke volumes. Yu Yurong's bed was immaculate, with a pristine white sheet. The table underneath was adorned with an array of cosmetics. Zhao Bai hesitated. Should he act selfishly or uphold his humanity? The supplies here could sustain him for 3 to 4 days, enough to satisfy his hunger. But if he took them all, this girl, Chen Shiuru, would undoubtedly suffer. Perhaps he could take half? Zhao Bai muttered to himself. The apocalypse had just begun, and he was still a person. Traditionally, scavenging for supplies was acceptable, but cutting off someone's means of survival was too immoral. Just then, Zhao Bai felt a darkness creeping in before his eyes, his mind growing heavy and muddled. His mental stamina was nearing its limit. Realizing he had no time to retreat, he dashed to the balcony and concealed himself. Ding! Your mental energy has been depleted. Time stop has ended. Crash! Roar! Ha ha! As time resumed its relentless flow, the world returned to its former clamor. Chen Shiuru, having resolved her issues, exhaled a breath laden with frustration and suddenly cast her gaze upon Yu Yurong's bed. Yu Yurong, in ordinary times, always overshadowed me, outshining me in beauty, possessing a more enviable figure and hailing from a wealthier family. Why should this be so? Now, in this apocalyptic era, let me offer you something warm. A wicked smile spread across Chen Shiuru's face as she, in a fit of release, splashed the contents of her basin across Yu Yurong's bed. Ha! Ha ha! Watching the once pristine bedding turn a sickly yellow, Chen Shiuru reveled in her triumph. Suddenly, an ear-piercing zombie roar echoed from outside. Chen Shiuru's smile faltered, and she quickly lowered her voice. What use is your beauty, Yu Yurong? In this apocalypse, we all face death. I shall become the most beautiful woman in the future. I'm the campus belle. Fool. Zhao Bai felt the urge to curse. If he hadn't arrived, this woman would only be repulsing herself with her antics. It was a mess everywhere, and yet she remained in this room. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the time stop ability for the first time. You are rewarded with 10 mental recovery pills. Note, consuming 1 mental recovery pill will restore your mental energy to its peak state. System rewards have been allocated to your system space. Leave this place. Although Zhao Bai had only recently met the women in this dormitory, he recognized Yu Yurong's character. She would truly reciprocate if saved. When it came to delivering a shock, she would indeed deliver. A promise made is a promise kept. Such qualities are rare in today's society. Having shared a bond, Zhao Bai could not bear to witness Chen Shiuru's arrogance. He retrieved a recovery pill and swallowed it whole. It bore no flavor, yet he felt it working. Zhao Bai sensed his brain, once burdened, now rejuvenated as if it were infused with new oil, his thoughts racing as swiftly as a high-performance engine. All fatigue vanished in an instant. If you are disrespectful to Yu Yurong, then I shall be equally ungracious towards you. Zhao Bai stood up. Who's there? Chen Shiuru, hearing the commotion, swiftly turned towards the balcony. But at that moment, Zhao Bai had already silently invoked the time stop ability, and before she could look, she was frozen in place. Ding! Time stop successfully activated. Time is now halted. Zhao Bai approached without hesitation, unceremoniously gathering the items from the table into his system space. Is that it? Zhao Bai felt somewhat unsatisfied. Instinctively, he glanced around. He quickly searched several dormitories and discovered a bounty of food, bottled water, and some basic fever-reducing medicine. Seizing the opportunity while time remained frozen, he hurried back to dormitory 308 and locked the door behind him. 3 minutes. This time, Zhao Bai chose to end the time stop before his mental energy was fully depleted. Last time, his limit had been 5 minutes. However, the backlash from completely exhausting my mental energy was far too severe, akin to having ingested a vial of blue pills. followed by 20 manual exertions, leaving my brain feeling utterly scrambled. Time stop successfully concluded. Remaining attempts, 18. Yu Yorong anxiously turned her head, searching for Zhao Yibai's figure, only to suddenly find him standing before her. Instinctively, she was about to scream. Zhao Yibai hurriedly covered her mouth. Shoo. MMM. Realizing it was Zhao Yibai, Yu Yorong nodded slightly. Zhao Yibai gradually released his hand. The moment he let go, Yu Yorong abruptly flung herself into Zhao Yibai's embrace, burying her head in his chest and weeping softly. You have no idea how terrified I was when I couldn't find you. Zhao Yibai felt stiff as a board from the sudden embrace, with the softness of her form before him and the fragrant scent of her hair enveloping his senses. The sight of such a beautiful girl crying in his arms filled him with a sense of being needed, a feeling of possession that made him feel light as a feather. He found himself unexpectedly enjoying this post-apocalyptic world. You were too anxious. I have always been here. Zhao Yibai wrapped his arm around the girl's waist, holding her tightly to offer her more reassurance. As long as you are here, that's enough. Yu Yorong was puzzled as to why Zhao Yibai had suddenly reappeared after being absent, but being an intelligent girl, she chose not to dwell on it. As long as she could rely on Zhao Yibai, that was sufficient. By the way, my phone just rang. The school group is currently tallying the living, uniting them to find a way to eradicate the zombies and ensure our survival. Yu Yorong took out her phone and handed it to Zhao Yibai. Survival? That sounds splendid. Zhao Yibai's words felt somewhat insincere. To be honest, he was reluctant to leave this place. Life in the girls' dormitory was nothing short of idyllic. With the ability to stop time, those few minutes felt divine, allowing him to do as he pleased. Zhao Yibai suddenly recalled his mission. By the way, are there any other girls as beautiful as you here? He began to search room by room. It was better to inquire. The golden Yuzi was something he absolutely needed to acquire. Yes, Yu Yorong replied, albeit not understanding Zhao Yibai's inquiry. Wang Weiwei on the 4th floor. She is the campus belle of my year, but I don't know if she is still alive. Buzz. Just then, her phone vibrated. Academy Group, level 25 Wang Weiwei, help. Is there anyone who can come and assist me? My best friend has been scratched, and she has a high fever. Does anyone have medicine? Chapter 4. Test encourage who has medicine? I do. However, it seems that antipyretics may not be effective for someone scratched by a zombie. Zhao Yibai contemplated. Buzz. With the news from the new campus belle, Wang Weiwei, the once tranquil Academy Group erupted in chaos, causing Yu Yorong's phone to vibrate uncontrollably. Level 23 Liu. Wang Weiwei, are you foolish? If you've been scratched by a zombie, you're going to turn into one. Why not just throw your friend out? Level 24 Chen Yangyang. It's the apocalypse. Wang Weiwei, you need to wake up. There's no saving a zombie. Level 25 Sun Manhwa. Weiwei, you are truly kind-hearted. Level 25 Kong Xia. Wang Weiwei, who was apprehended from your dormitory. Level 25 Wang Weiwei, my best friend, Chen Shi, has been captured. She means the world to me. Is there anyone who could deliver some antipyretics? I would reward you with 1 million, and you may set one additional condition. Level 24 Chen Shuiru, there are ghosts. Ghosts abound. Level 23 Liu. Chen Shuiru, cease your foolishness. The apocalypse is already dire enough. Level 24 Chen Shuiru, I assure you, there are indeed ghosts. Administrator Liu has muted Chen Shuiru for 5 minutes. Level 23 Liu, if anyone possesses medicine, please message Wang Weiwei privately. I will not concern myself with this matter. All living individuals should message me. Let us form a new group. If we stand united, we shall undoubtedly eradicate the zombies and strive for our own survival. Administrator Liu has activated group mute. Zhao Yibai, holding Yu Rong's phone, privately messaged Wang Weiwei. Yu Rong, I have antipyretics. Wang Weiwei, is that true? Rongjia, could you bring them up? If you can arrive within 10 minutes, I will add another 1 million to the reward. Zhao Yibai squinted. He was no naive youth. It seemed implausible that a girl would go to such lengths for her friend. Even in this apocalypse, money could easily become worthless. Yet, who could predict how long this calamity would persist, or what the outside world truly entailed? Would this apocalypse ever conclude? The truth was singular. The one who had been captured was likely someone else entirely. Zhao Yibai replied. Yu Rong, which dormitory are you in? Wang Weiwei, room 401. The first room at the top of the stairs on the 4th floor. If you truly can come, I would be immensely grateful. 2 million. And you may propose one condition, which I will fulfill if possible. I implore you, hurry. Yu Rong, understood. After sending the message, Zhao Yibai inhaled deeply. He needed to ascend. If it were indeed Wang Weiwei who had been captured, he must continue to provide for her before she turned into a zombie. This concerned his precious golden Yuzi. Finding another such exquisite 5-star girl would be no easy feat, Yu Rong. Oh, I will send a runner to deliver the medicine for you. Someone from the ugly group. Wang Weiwei, are you really going? Yu Rong, observing the chat, clutched Zhao Yibai's arm. Wang Weiwei comes from a well-off family. She is wealthy, but in this apocalypse, It is truly unnecessary to risk one's life for money. Zhao Yibai gently removed Yu Rong's hand. I must go, but rest assured, I shall return safely. Yu Rong stood on her tiptoes and placed a kiss on Zhao Yibai's cheek. You must return safely. When you do, I will still be here to tease you. With that, Yu Rong lowered her flushed face. Zhao Yibai inhaled deeply, kissing the stunning girl before him. The blush on her face was a sight of unparalleled beauty in this world. He was a normal young man. Wang Weiwei. Yu Rong, are you mocking me? Wang Weiwei. Yu Rong, speak to me. Wang Weiwei. Yu Rong, you scoundrel. How dare you deceive me? Wang Weiwei. The phone buzzed incessantly, but had already fallen to the side. In dorm room 310, Chun Shiuru stared blankly at her phone. Liu, you tomboy. Are you out of your mind? This is truly eerie. Damn it, you've muted me. Chun Shiuru cast another glance at the balcony, a chill coursing through her. Earlier, she sensed a disturbance emanating from that direction. Yet when she looked over, there was nothing to be seen. Then, a horrifying event unfolded. The food placed on the desk beneath the bed by the balcony suddenly vanished before her eyes, as if swallowed by the air. Gone. Instantaneously erased. Chun Shiuru was rendered speechless. That was her supply meant to last until rescue arrived. Just like that, it disappeared. At that moment, she also noticed a bitter, astringent taste in her mouth. Her hair, her face, her entire being felt damp and clammy. Chun Shiuru quickly realized what was happening. A glance at Yu Irong's bed sent terror coursing through her, fearing that the ghost of Yu Irong had returned for vengeance, retaliating in kind. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Chun Shiuru saw messages in the college group chat, genuinely pleading for help. Yet, to her dismay, she had been muted. Yu Irong, I was wrong. Please do not punish me further. The dead deserve respect. I will bow to you. Is that not sufficient? You are gone, and I am still here. I cannot be without that food. Chun Shiuru clenched her fists and knelt, offering 3 deep bows to Yu Irong's bed. Regret flooded her. Why had she allowed her ire to flare against the resting place of the deceased? Yet the bed remained damp, only the sound of water dripping faintly resonating. Devoid of any other movement. I must survive. Leaning against the bedpost, Yu Irong's gaze was hazy, clouded with a hint of mist. In that moment, she comprehended the allure of romance. The desire for close contact felt undeniably pleasant. This time, Zhao Yibai had wrapped her hands and feet in the women's dormitory clothing, donned the unsightly mask provided by the team, fully armed. Upon opening the door, she grasped the steel pipe that had been dismantled from the bed and charged forth. Zhao Yibai was testing herself against the perils of a post-apocalyptic world. To endure in such a reality, one must cultivate courage. In critical moments, one must wield their abilities. It was unacceptable to rely on powers only when convenient. The moment they falter, one becomes utterly useless. Upon exiting, Zhao Yibai slammed the door of room 308. Bang, 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 bang. Zhao Yibai could distinctly hear her heartbeat quicken. The zombies wandering the corridor halted momentarily, then turned to face her. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yibai thought, I possess the power to halt time. If that fails, I'll unleash my abilities. In the next instant, they all lunged toward Zhao Yibai. A terrifying chorus of roars erupted. The first zombie to charge towards Zhao Yibai stood at approximately 1.56 meters tall, with long hair cascading down. Clad in a blue tank top and black ice silk shorts, emitting a fierce, high-pitched roar. With a resounding thud, Zhao Yibai struck her head with a steel pipe. A gory burst of blood erupted from the top of the female zombie's skull as she fell lifelessly to the ground. The mutation seemed to have rendered her bones exceedingly fragile. A single blow shattered her skull, revealing a glimpse of white brain matter through the gaping hole. Gasping, the female zombie lay on the ground, her throat issuing heavy, rasping sounds as her legs thrashed about. Her eyes, filled with blood, resembled pools of crimson, and tears welled up within them, lending her a semblance of pitiable vulnerability. However, Zhao Yibai could not afford to feel sympathy. More zombies were surging towards him. Chapter 5. Ugly Takeout. The atmosphere was markedly different from the onset of the apocalypse. Having gained experience in dispatching zombies, Zhao Yibai had a clearer understanding of his own combat prowess. Faced with these gaunt, emaciated female zombies, he no longer felt the same terror as before. Towering and robust, Zhao Yibai delivered a swift kick that sent a zombie clad in a red shirt sprawling, toppling over 2 others behind her. Fully clad in protective gear, he had no exposed skin, rendering him unafraid of the zombies' claws and bites. In the blink of an eye, the speed of these zombies was indeed remarkable. As he dispatched the one on his left, another lunged towards him from the right. A claw scraped against his helmet, startling Zhao Yibai into clarity as he pushed the female zombie, still warm, to the ground. With a series of swift motions, Zhao Yibai utilized his left hand to shove away the zombies while his right wielded the steel pipe to strike them down, the weapon securely wrapped within his clothing. After a flurry of blows, the dozen or so female zombies in the corridor lay motionless on the floor. A moment of gratitude escaped his lips as he began a simple prayer. Thankfully, he was trapped within this girls' school. The delicate and charming young women, transformed into zombies, retained their feeble and ineffectual forms. Each one, a sight to behold, made it difficult for Zhao Yibai to strike them with full force. Rest assured, I shall take my leave, he softly remarked as he gently tapped on a door before hastily exiting into the corridor. Upon reaching the stairwell, 3 female zombies turned their gaze towards him. With a collective roar, they lunged at Zhao Yibai. I have never felt so popular, he mused, albeit lamenting that the affection directed towards him came from zombies. Steeling himself, he sank into a horse stance, raising the steel pipe high, gathering strength for a powerful swing. Boom. The first female zombie, donned in a white dress adorned with red flowers, charged at Zhao Yibai. He unleashed the steel pipe with a forceful swing. The impact was catastrophic. The zombie's head exploded, akin to a watermelon dropped from a truck on the road, splattering gruesomely. The dark ichor of the undead stained the white dress, and droplets of blood splattered across Zhao Yibai's helmet. Such brutality, he exclaimed in astonishment. As Zhao Yibai gazed at the darkened veins of the neck and the twitching remnants of a chin, a wave of nausea surged within her. The remaining 2 zombies, seemingly devoid of fear, lunged towards her. With a swift punch, she toppled one, followed by a powerful kick that sent the other sprawling. The commotion drew attention, and as she peered down the stairwell, a chill crept over her. Below lay a throng of female zombies, a chaotic array of attire. Many had transformed unexpectedly within their dorm rooms, some even bitten by unsuspecting roommates. Hence, their clothing varied from casual to revealingly scant. The zombies, alerted by the noise and the scent of the living, clambered eagerly up the stairs, becoming wedged at the corner between the 2nd and 3rd floors. Without a moment to lose, Zhao Yibai ascended to the 4th floor, where fortunately, no zombies awaited on the stairs. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she was immediately confronted by more than 20 female zombies rushing towards her down the corridor. This horde was even larger than that on the 3rd floor. Oh no! She gasped, swallowing hard as her eyes fell upon a particularly striking zombie. This girl had undoubtedly once been a public idol, now reduced to a mere shell of her former self. A mixture of admiration and urgency coursed through Zhao Yibai as she dispatched several grotesque zombies that lunged at her. Finally arriving at the door of room 401. To her astonishment, it bore an electronic lock, a sign of the higher-end accommodations that wealth could afford. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Yibai pounded on the door with vigor. Delivery from the ugly group. Upon uttering those words, she froze momentarily. Realizing her slip, her instinctive response as a delivery worker had surfaced. In the brief moment it took to knock, a throng of zombies had surged forward, closing in on her. With each hideous face that appeared, she raised her steel pipe and struck fiercely, while for the more appealing figures, she regrettably allowed her left hand to falter. Unable to maintain respect for these undead women, Zhao Yibai fought valiantly against the zombies. Unaware that her proclamation of delivery from the ugly group had left the surviving female students on the 4th floor in stunned disbelief. This was the end of the world. Outside, zombies roamed, ravenous for flesh, and amidst such chaos, this young man was still delivering food? Just minutes earlier in room 401, Wang Weiwei had been in tears. After sending a message in her group chat, she was inundated with private messages, yet they were filled with ridicule and scorn. What good is wealth in the apocalypse? If you're so affluent, why are you trapped here? Why not have your father send someone to rescue you or deliver medicine? They mocked. Miss Rich Girl, the times have changed. In this apocalypse, who still fawns over your money? Who believes you would spend lavishly for your friends when you yourself are injured? The only person who initially seemed earnest, Yu Yorong, had turned on her as well, suggesting that the ugly group handle her delivery. At this juncture, who would dare accept such a task? It was a matter of life and death. Wang Weiwei, in a state of utter despair, knelt beside an expensive designer quilt where a pale-faced girl lay. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed at the girl. Oh, Chi-Chi, what should I do? I cannot find the medicine. How can I save you? The girl, Chen-Chi, was drenched in sweat, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Her neck was bandaged, having undergone first aid to staunch the bleeding. Wang Weiwei had a medical kit and had already cleaned Chen-Chi's wounds, but the common antipyretics were all borrowed by classmates earlier. Run, Weiwei. Chen-Chi's lips moved slowly. Upon hearing her words, Wang Weiwei's tears flowed even more freely. Oh, Chi-Chi, it's all my fault. You were injured while trying to save me. If you die, I shall not live either. I will accompany you. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside. With the frantic roars of zombies and sounds of struggle, Wang Weiwei wiped her tears with her sleeve and swiftly grabbed a sharp fruit knife from the floor. Positioning herself behind the door, bang, bang, bang. The door was pounded upon, and Wang Weiwei's pupils constricted. Ugly group delivery. A man's voice followed, accompanied by the dull thuds of metal striking flesh. Wang Weiwei stood frozen in disbelief. Was Yu Yorong not deceiving her? Were there really delivery personnel from the ugly group? Resolute, she peered through the peephole, gauging the situation. Gritting her teeth, she seized the moment and flung the door open halfway, shouting, "Come in." Chapter 6, Wang Weiwei Ding. 5-star target detected, girl Wang Weiwei. Come in. The system's notification chimed in unison with the girl's urgent shout behind her. Zhao Bai, with his back to Wang Weiwei, did not see her but quickly chose to trust her. In this apocalyptic scenario, with zombies lurking in the corridors, her decisive action to open the door made her deserving of trust. This was a solid electronic lock, and even with abilities to halt time. If the other party refused to open the door, he would be unable to enter. This door was of high quality, fundamentally different from the flimsy wooden doors of the dormitory that could be easily kicked in by intruders. Zhao Bai successfully retreated into the room. Oh, Wang Weiwei, witnessing the oncoming female zombies, chose not to close the door immediately. Instead, she screamed in fury, brandishing the knife she held and slashing at the outstretched hands of the zombies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. She managed to cut a few of the zombies' hands, but her strength was insufficient. She could not sever them completely. Zhao Bai, witnessing Wang Weiwei's audacity with the fruit knife, was startled. It was sizable, measuring about 30 centimeters in length, and a moment's carelessness could result in her being grabbed by a zombie. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Bai quickly pulled Wang Weiwei back. Oh, woohoo. As she cried out, Wang Weiwei broke down in tears. I am a fool. I have brought harm to my dear friend. Bang. As Zhao Bai pulled Wang Weiwei back, he forcefully kicked the door shut. Thud, thud, thud. The zombies outside relentlessly battered the door, producing a cacophony of distressing sounds. Some zombies clawed at the door with their brittle fingers, creating a high-pitched scratching noise. Their mutated digits too frail to withstand much friction, leaving trails of blood and flesh behind. Zhao Bai gazed at the door. It was remarkably sturdy. Once closed, it could withstand the onslaught of zombies for a considerable time without yielding. They maintained a brief period of silence. The zombies, devoid of memory, continued to wander aimlessly. Foolish one, here is the medicine you sought. The outside is secure. Zhao Bai lifted the visor of his helmet, his vision instantly clearing. He surveyed the interior of the room. Truly, it was a chamber befitting a young lady accustomed to luxury, despite being situated in this old dormitory building. Within lay a hidden paradise. The door was not only reinforced with a steel electronic lock, but the room itself was a spacious double, adorned in shades of pink and white, featuring 2 European-style beds, a grand vanity, a double-door refrigerator, 3 air conditioning units, a coffee machine, a charming sofa, and an exquisite coffee table, accompanied by a massive flat-screen television occupying half a wall. This was a fusion of 2 dormitories, renovated to be both expansive and modern, resembling a model unit from a real estate advertisement. On the floor lay a frail girl, her neck bandaged, her complexion pale, trembling incessantly. Zhao Bai handed the medicine to Wang Weiwei. The medicine is here, Chi-Chi. Wang Weiwei's spirit lifted. The sudden apocalypse had taken a toll on her psyche, rendering her visibly unsettled. She quickly knelt beside Chen-Chi, administering the medicine with urgency. Once you take this, everything will be all right. Suddenly, Chen-Chi, who had been lying on the ground, her face ashen and frail, abruptly opened her eyes. They were a blood-red hue, filled with crimson veins. A guttural sound erupted from her throat, and from her wound gushed a copious amount of black blood, staining the once pale bandage a dark crimson. No. Wang Weiwei shook her head, understanding the impending calamity. I have the special pills. She hastily lunged towards the nearby table, retrieving an ornate wooden box from the drawer, revealing several pills wrapped in moisture-proof paper from the last century. She took one out, preparing to feed it to Chen-Chi. At that moment, Chen-Chi's body arched violently, contorting into a bridge-like shape, her upper body rising with a series of cracking sounds. Roar! Chen-Chi emitted a zombie-like howl, charging towards Wang Weiwei. Zhao Bai quickly lowered the visor of his helmet. Facing zombies was no trivial matter. One could not afford to falter. Chi-Chi. Tears brimmed in Wang Weiwei's eyes as she witnessed Chen-Chi rushing towards her, paralyzed with fear, ultimately shutting her eyes. Damn it! Zhao Bai felt a surge of frustration. If Wang Weiwei were to deliver a fatal blow, would not her effort be in vain? This matter directly influences her acquisition of the coveted golden Uzi, which she must secure. Zhao Bai hastened towards Chen-Chi. Just as Zhao Bai felt time slipping away and prepared to employ a time-stopping technique, Wang Weiwei, eyes closed, abruptly opened them, her gaze fixated on Chen-Chi's face, her expression wrought with anguish and guilt. Yet, her hand tightened around the sharp fruit knife that had been placed on the table moments before, still stained with the blood of the undead. With a swift and steady motion, Wang Weiwei struck. Blood splattered as Chen-Chi's hand, reaching for her, froze in midair. A deep gash appeared on the neck of the zombie Chen-Chi. Under the pressure of blood, it gushed violently from the arterial wound, splattering across Wang Weiwei's face. Staining her features, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Juling of vivid crimson. I'm sorry, Wang Weiwei wept in apology. With a thud, the zombie Chen Qi collapsed to the ground. Having recently undergone mutation and now gravely injured, it was sufficient to end her life. The fully transformed undead possessed an extraordinarily resilient vitality. To eliminate them entirely, one would likely need to shatter their skull. Zhao Yibai exhaled in relief, simultaneously feeling a newfound respect for Wang Weiwei. Truly, as a daughter of a wealthy family, she exhibited a ruthless side when the moment called for it. Wang Weiwei knelt before Chen Qi's lifeless body, overcome with sorrow. After a considerable period of mourning, she lifted her gaze to Zhao Yibai. Return to Yu Yurong and express my gratitude for her medicine. I shall provide her with 2 million. She can demand any condition she desires. Zhao Yibai interjected. The medicine belongs to me. I contacted you through her phone. I am her friend. Wang Weiwei's striking eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder a delivery person would come to assist with the medicine. What is it that you wish? I desire you. Impossible. Wang Weiwei interrupted, tightening her grip on the knife, her demeanor shifting to one of palpable danger. I have a fiancé whose status far exceeds that of an ordinary person like you. Do not invite trouble. Zhao Yibai had intended to say he merely wished for her to eat something, thus fulfilling his task. However, her candid words left him feeling quite displeased. He shrugged nonchalantly. You proposed the conditions. Do your words not hold weight? Wang Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, yet her icy gaze remained fixed on Zhao Yibai. My fiancé's surname is Zhou. He is from a city. You should grasp the significance of this. Even if I were to agree, would you dare? Her eyes brimmed with provocation. Chapter 7. Obtaining the golden Uzi, the Zhou family of a city? That must be the esteemed Zhou family of the city lord's residence. In the days before the apocalypse, Zhao Yibai would have never dared to even contemplate such a notion. At that time, he was merely a member of the lower echelons of society. The Zhou family of the city lord's residence was a colossal entity, a mountain of power, towering above him across several strata of society. It can be said that with a mere word, the Zhou family could easily crush someone as insignificant as him without lifting a finger. However, the past is the past, and the present is a different matter. We now dwell in apocalyptic times, and he possesses the advantage of a formidable system. In a world that once adhered to normality, being trampled by those lofty beings was tolerable, but the present is indeed a new era. To hesitate now is to deserve to be trampled upon. Zhao Yibai stepped forward, lifting Wang Weiwei's chin with a single finger. Her expression fluctuated, and ultimately, she cast aside her weapon. I, Wang Weiwei, am a woman of my word. But you, merely a deliverer man, dare to challenge me? Please contemplate the consequences and costs of your actions. She took 2 steps back, slightly raised her foot, and then seated herself upon the table, reclining back. Her provocative gaze and haughty demeanor ignited Zhao Yibai's fragile pride. Yet, Wang Weiwei would inevitably pay for her defiance. Wang Weiwei's thoughts were straightforward. She valued promises and did not believe that the man before her would genuinely dare to lay a hand on her. If he did, so be it. She was a woman of her word. She clenched her delicate fist, not anticipating that this man would indeed have the audacity to act. The pain was intense. Wang Weiwei gritted her teeth. 20 minutes later, the storm subsided. Zhao Yibai, fueled by a mix of anger, showed no mercy. The outcome was undeniably evident. I am a man of integrity, he declared. With her eyes closed, Wang Weiwei dared not meet his gaze. Indeed, you are, Zhao Yibai replied, wrapping himself up once more. Fully armed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task within the stipulated time, successfully feeding the second 5-star target. Task reward, an infinite durability. Infinite ammunition golden Uzi submachine gun. Task reward. Feeding a 5-star target grants 10 instances of time freeze. Remaining instances, 28. The golden Uzi reward has been deposited into your system space. At that moment, 3 system notifications echoed in succession. The task was complete, and it was time to depart. As he glanced at the plum blossoms, Zhao Yibai felt a tinge of regret. Perhaps he had been too harsh with Wang Weiwei. But there is no remedy for regret. Are you leaving? Wang Weiwei propped herself up on the table, her brows furrowed. Zhao Yibai replied, if I don't leave, will you provide a meal? I merely proposed conditions, and you agreed. With that, he opened the door and rushed out of room 401. Wang Weiwei was taken aback. The situation indeed unfolded as Zhao Yibai had described. Yet, he was her first man. A mix of annoyance and regret washed over her. In a moment of confusion, she had acquiesced. The very man who had caused her such distress now departed, leaving her feeling abandoned and heartless. Take care, she whispered. Wang Weiwei harbored a multitude of vile curses, yet when the moment came to utter them, they transformed into a 4-character blessing audible only to her. Blast it! Zhao Yibai burst forth from the room, taking the door along with him, thus liberating himself from the haughty Wang Weiwei. He leaned against his weary back. How sore it was. Thankfully, he had previously engaged in a swift skirmish with Yu Yurong. This made his recent performance seem rather impressive. Roar. The zombies lingering in the corridor lunged at Zhao Yibai. On the ground lay numerous lifeless corpses of the undead, remnants of Zhao Yibai's earlier onslaught upon room 401. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Zhao Yibai struck each one with unreserved ferocity, regardless of their appearance. With a woman like Wang Weiwei as a comparison, even the most aesthetically pleasing zombies would receive a brutal blow from his steel pipe. As for the golden Uzi, Zhao Yibai intended to keep it as a trump card, opting not to reveal it just yet. Human nature is inherently selfish, and he was no exception. Zhao Yibai felt that if he cleared the area of zombies using his weapon, he would become superfluous to this female dormitory. Despite the eventual outcome potentially resulting in the eradication of the undead, he still wished to linger in this female dormitory for a few more days. Zhao Yibai, tall and robust, navigated with ease to the third floor. The zombies below took notice of him, erupting into a frenzy. However, Zhao Yibai pushed aside a few blocking zombies and swiftly arrived at the door of room 308. Knock, knock. I'm back, he announced, rapping twice on the door before leaning against it, felling any approaching zombies with decisive blows. Zhao Yibai had evolved. From his initial trepidation in facing the zombies, he had now adapted seamlessly to the chaos. Gazing upon these languid female zombies, he felt an unfamiliar sense of courage. I'm opening the door, came Yu Yurong's voice from within. The door swung open swiftly, allowing Zhao Yibai to step inside. Bang, bang. He dispatched a few pursuing zombies with his steel pipe before swiftly closing the door behind him. At that moment, the entrance to room 308 was littered with the fallen forms of 7 or 8 zombies. As the remaining undead surged forward, the door was securely shut. Thud, thud. The zombies vented their frustrations against the door, which effectively sealed them off. After a time, they would revert to their aimless wandering, ceasing their assault. Why is there so much blood on you? Yu Yurong asked, her expression laced with concern as she helped Zhao Yibai remove the bloodstained garments clinging to him. It's not mine, he replied, removing his helmet, which was smeared with gore, alongside the blood that adorned his own body. Indeed, it was somewhat unsettling. Feeling Yu Yurong's caring gaze warmed his heart. After inspecting him thoroughly and finding no injuries, she finally felt at ease. By the way, Li Yu mentioned she plans to organize an escape to the nearest supermarket. Shall we join? You did not return, so I remained silent. An escape? Zhao Yibai approached the windowsill. At this moment, the sun blazed fiercely outside. It was 3 in the afternoon, and at least 70 to 80 zombies roamed outside the female dormitory. The apocalypse had descended at noon. Most people had gone to the cafeteria to fetch or consume their meals. Indeed, there were ample supplies at the supermarket, but the risks were far too great. It was perilous. Zhao Yibai gazed at Yu Yurong's face. Are you listening to me? Without hesitation, Yu Yurong nodded. I am, without you. I would have turned into a zombie long ago. Zhao Yibai contemplated the densely packed zombies on the second floor and the stairs below, stating, we shall not participate. All right. Yu Yurong picked up her phone, preparing to reply to a message. Buzz. At that moment, her phone buzzed, revealing a private message from Wang Weiwei. Upon reading the content, Yu Yurong was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 8. Survival Group A of the Female Dormitory, Wang Weiwei. A helicopter will come to take me away tonight. And I have 2 spots for you both. Don't listen to Li Yu. Keep me alive until nightfall. Truly, it was Wang Weiwei. Yu Yurong rubbed her face. Exhilarated. Zhao Yibai's expression was peculiar. What did this woman mean? Was it a confession? Were we to follow her? Yu Yurong glanced back at Zhao Yibai. He stroked his chin. If you wish to go, you may. He felt a twinge of unease. If things had come to this with Wang Weiwei, following her and the Wang family's rescue helicopter might not guarantee a better life. I understand. Yu Yurong nodded and quickly replied. Yu Yurong, thank you for your kindness. Wang Weiwei, but we won't trouble you. This was an opportunity to leave, and you are simply letting it slip away? Zhao Yibai was taken aback by Yu Yurong's choice. If it were someone else, they would surely scramble to seize such a chance. In this chaotic apocalypse, one could not rely on official rescue. Relinquishing such an opportunity meant one would be left to perish here. Yu Yurong's cheeks flushed. If you do not leave, I shall not either. I feel secure only by your side. Zhao Yibai was touched by her words. He embraced Yu Yurong, who responded as if a dutiful spouse. Harmonizing with him. Outside, the terrifying zombies wandered, yet within, a battle ignited. In dormitory 401, upon seeing the word we in the message, Wang Weiwei's bloodstained hand tightened around her knife, a pang of sorrow coursing through her. If you choose not to leave, then so be it. Better to be devoured by zombies. She thought bitterly. Just moments after Zhao Yibai had departed, Wang Weiwei received a call from her family, who had utilized their connections. Tonight, mercenaries hired by her family and a helicopter would land on the rooftop of the female dormitory to rescue her. Wang Weiwei had specifically requested 2 additional spots. Thinking of Zhao Yibai and the compassionate Yu Yurong, who was willing to provide her with medicine. Yet, she never anticipated. She generously offered an additional position to Yu Rong, yet Zhao Yibai, oblivious to her goodwill, refused to leave. Wang Weiwei, filled with indignation, declared, before 9 o'clock tonight. You still have a chance to reconsider. After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside onto the bed. Taking up a needle and thread, she began to stitch up Chen Qi's head, lying on the floor. Qi, I've come to a realization. I must live well, or else your sacrifice would be in vain. I will live for both of us. The needle and thread were those that Chen Qi usually used for sewing. Wang Weiwei, inexperienced in needlework, fumbled as she stitched. Any ordinary girl, confronted with such a gruesome wound, would likely have been terrified. Yet, Wang Weiwei worked diligently, displaying a resilience that set her apart from others. Half an hour later, in dormitory 308, Zhao Yibai stared blankly at the ceiling. Yu Rong, her cheeks flushed, nestled comfortably in his embrace, her face radiant with joy. I want to smoke, Zhao Yibai said, his teeth trembling slightly as he spoke. This woman was truly like a gentle, yet piercing blade. He felt as if his bones had turned to air. Oh, all right. Yu Rong climbed up, retrieving a cigarette and lighter from Zhao Yibai's coat. She took a white cigarette, placed it between her lips, lit it, inhaled, and then offered it to Zhao Yibai. Cough. Cough, cough. It was Yu Rong's first time smoking, and she struggled with the unfamiliar sensation, choking slightly. Zhao Yibai took his first drag of a foreign cigarette. He inhaled deeply, the tip glowing red, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Feeling as if he were floating, his spirit elevated. In stark contrast to the preceding 3 minutes. It was clear that Yu Rong was thoroughly pleased. Once Zhao Yibai had finished the cigarette, Yu Rong snuggled back into his arms. He savored the moment, embracing the beautiful campus belle, feeling content. Time stretched on in this serene manner, and there was nothing unpleasant about it. Zhao Yibai was simply a man of modest ambition. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target Yu Rong. Reward, 10 times stop charges. Remaining, 38 times. Zhao Yibai chuckled at the system notification. Feeding was indeed a form of nourishment, whether it was food or sweet words. Just then, Yu Rong's phone vibrated again. It was a message from the college group. College group, class of 2023. Li Yu, there are matters that must be clarified. The entire city A is already on the brink of collapse. It has fallen. Do not cling to the illusion of official rescue. We must save ourselves. The self-rescue I have organized is a singular opportunity. No one should expect that once we break through, we will return to save those left behind. If we do not leave together, prepare for the possibility of being trapped in the dormitory. In the final hour, those wishing to escape together should privately message me to sign up and join the small group. All participants are female, if you wish to survive. We must all strive together with unwavering determination. Those who possess the temperament of a spoiled heiress, intending to reap the benefits without effort, should have some self-respect. Li Yu, the senior, is indeed a good person. Yu Yurong reflected on the message, expressing her thoughts. In her view, during such perilous times, it is essential for someone to step forward and lead. Uncertain, she decided to observe further. Zhao Yibai stroked his chin, contemplating. An escape seems overly radical. The number of zombies outside is overwhelming, especially in the cafeteria and supermarket, where there are undoubtedly even more. It is impossible to pass through unscathed. Buzz. As soon as the message was sent in the group, Yu Yurong's phone chimed immediately. Li Yu, Yurong, are you really not coming with us? Please think this through. Staying behind is a certain death. Yu Yurong turned to Zhao Yibai, seeking his opinion. Zhao Yibai replied, let us take a passive approach. We will understand her intentions in an hour. I have a feeling something is amiss with Li Yu. Typically, when someone like Li Yu organizes an escape, others would be pleading with her to take them along, rather than her gathering people one by one. It seemed that Li Yu was particularly eager to assemble the survivors. Yu Yurong, obediently, chose not to respond. In dormitory 310, Li Yu, Shueru, are you really not coming with us? Please think this through. Staying behind is a certain death. Chun Shueru stared at the message, momentarily stunned. She quickly typed a response. Chun Shueru, sister Yu, it's me, Chun Shueru. I've always intended to follow you. It's just that I can't leave. The corridor is filled with zombies. Li Yu, very well, stay in the dormitory, and I will come to rescue you. Chun Shueru, really? That is wonderful. Shortly thereafter, Chun Shueru received an invitation to a group chat. After accepting, she quickly entered a chat named Survival Group for Female Dormitory A. In a dimly oppressive dormitory, the bald woman let out a heavy sigh upon reading the messages on her phone. Li Yu knelt on the floor, clutching her phone, her face a mask of terror. I have gathered everyone. Surely you can spare me now. Chapter 9. Now is the time to break out. The bald zombie, upon hearing this, suddenly lowered her head to gaze at Li Yu, her eyes bloodshot, not exhibiting the usual vacant stare of a zombie, but rather filled with a fierce light of hatred. It is not enough, still not enough. Those who have harmed me must die. Those who chose to remain indifferent while I suffered must perish. Tears streamed down Liyu's face. A chilling howl erupted from the bald zombie, spraying Liu with spittle. You do not deserve to utter my name, dorm leader. Liu's complexion paled, too afraid to retort. The bald girl bore not only a lack of hair, but also a multitude of burn scars across her face and body. The interplay of fresh and old wounds rendered her a terrifying sight. Liu bit her lip. Beauty is cherished and adored by all. In this all-girls school, for those hailing from impoverished backgrounds, exceptional beauty becomes a curse. The protagonist, Su Yu, is a 23rd grade commoner and the school beauty. Her father passed away early, leaving her mother, who is ill, to work as a dishwasher in a small restaurant in City A. Due to her striking beauty and lack of protection, she becomes the target of bullying from a group of malicious students who escalate their torment relentlessly. Once a celebrated figure, she transforms into a pariah, too fearful to return home during breaks. The relentless bullying persists, and her classmates, seemingly envious of her former allure, offer no assistance. When she musters the courage to report her plight to the authorities, the investigation yields no witnesses to her suffering. In fact, some even slander her, suggesting she harbors self-harming tendencies and is mentally unstable. Following the authorities' departure, her tormentors exact a brutal revenge, shaving her head, assaulting her physically, and subjecting her to vile acts. As the apocalypse dawns, Su Yu survives. She reaches out to her only remaining connection, her mother, only to learn from the restaurant owner that her mother has succumbed to zombification. Grief-stricken and despondent, she resolves to seize her endurance. Her reluctance to act had always stemmed from a desire to protect her mother from harm. Determined, Su Yu opens her room to confront the undead and succumbs to becoming a zombie herself. However, fueled by a fierce desire for vengeance, she evolves into a rare, mutated zombie, one that retains her intellect and experiences a fortifying enhancement from the viral infection. Su Yu exacts her wrath upon all her enemies, leaving behind the sole survivor of her dormitory, Liu, who had once been her friend but had succumbed to peer pressure and joined in the bullying. With a bloodlust ignited, Su Yu seeks to annihilate every living soul within the dormitory. Unlike ordinary zombies, she possesses cunning. Utilizing Liu, she gathers the survivors for a more efficient slaughter. Breaking down doors proves a challenge for zombies, thus she deceives the survivors into stepping out to meet their fate. Reveling in the thrill of revenge, each act of violence strengthens her power, allowing her to control a growing number of zombies, from initially commanding only 2 or 3. The humiliation and torment she endured instill in her an insatiable desire for strength. Leaning close to Liu's face, she declares, for every 100 survivors, if one is missing, you shall serve as a substitute. Liu, sensing the nauseating scent of blood emanating from Su Yu, notices her teeth grotesquely transformed into fearsome fangs, dripping with flesh. I will gather them, Liu hastily replies, eyes shut in dread, as Su Yu resumes her secret communications with the survivors who had previously sought her out. Liu possesses a remarkably high intelligence. The messages shared within the group serve to instill a sense of urgency among the survivors, compelling them to register promptly. Liu once again located Yu Yurong's WeChat. Liu, Yurong, some individuals have already signed up to divert the zombies. You should join us and follow behind. Strength lies in numbers. Remaining in the dormitory leads to a dead end. Liu, therefore, I will reserve a spot for you and add you to the group. Take your time to consider it thoroughly. Liu invites you to join the female dormitory, a building survival group. Previously, Zhao Yibai harbored doubts about the situation, but now he is entirely certain that something is amiss. Holding his phone, he clicked to agree. Better to enter the group and assess the situation firsthand. Chen Shueru, Yurong. You're alive? Chen Shueru was evidently taken aback. Yu Yurong, upon reading the message, felt a surge of excitement. Yibai, this is my roommate Chen Shueru. She is alive too. How wonderful. She resides in room 310, just a room away. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. The emotional complexities among girls are indeed intricate. It is clear that Yu Yurong regards Chen Shueru as a close confidant, while Shueru has long harbored jealousy towards her. Group leader Liu of class 23, enough of the idle chatter. Let us see if any other sisters have joined us. We must strive to leave no sister behind. Group leader Liu of class 23. New members should change their names, including their dormitory numbers and names in the remarks. It is imperative to monitor the group closely. When tasked with distracting the zombies, everyone must act swiftly. Delaying could jeopardize both your life and the lives of those sisters who are diverting the zombies. A wave of admiration erupted within the group. Diverting zombies? That task is perilously dangerous. Who would willingly take it on? Yet, since Liu indicated that someone is already fulfilling this role, the remaining members felt a sense of relief and were more inclined to cooperate. After some contemplation, Zhao Yibai altered Yu Yurong's group nickname to 310 Yu Yurong. This way, should any danger arise, it would be easier to identify her. After all, she is indeed from room 310. As time passed, afternoon arrived. Zhao Yibai delivered takeout to the hungry Yu Yurong. Aside from a few steamed buns she had eaten earlier, she had hardly touched the rest of the food. He had spent a considerable amount of time on the 4th floor. Yu Yurong, it seems, is not one to sneak snacks. She is undoubtedly reliable. Under Zhao Yibai's insistence, Yu Yurong began to consume the food. Zhao Yibai felt a headache coming on. Under normal circumstances, he would never touch such takeout. The kitchen's hygiene was enough to turn his stomach. Yet now he had no choice but to eat. He had collected some snacks and instant noodles in his system space. But those had a long shelf life. It was prudent to consume the perishable takeout first. Suddenly, a loud whistle pierced the air from outside. The sound was alarmingly sharp. Roar! The horde of zombies outside erupted into chaos. A figure, enveloped in layers of clothing, burst forth from the female dormitory. Behind her surged a dense horde of zombies. The thick garments obscured her features, rendering her appearance indistinguishable from the upper floors of the dormitory. Nevertheless, her movements were remarkably agile as she deftly evaded the lunging undead. After a few meters, she found herself alone at the forefront, pursued by the relentless swarm. The zombies lurking outside, alerted by the commotion, began to race towards her, rousing every creature below. From the vantage point of the A building in the female dormitory, Zhao Yibai felt a chill run down her spine. Below, the mass of zombies appeared to number in the hundreds, stretching as far as the eye could see. The fully equipped woman seemed to swim through a veritable ocean of the undead. Zombies poured out of the dormitory, while those wandering in the distance flocked towards the chaos. Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong, who were enjoying their meal, instantly sprinted to the balcony, which served only as a clothes-drying space, to observe the brave soul drawing the zombies away. Buzzing. Yu Yurong silenced her phone, only for it to erupt into frantic notifications. Level 23 Leaderly. Hurry. Now. Everyone. Charge together. Level 23 Leaderly. Even if there are zombies in the corridor, they are slow to react and easily dealt with. Run, or it will be too late. Level 23 Leaderly. Do not let our dormitory's hero sacrifice herself in vain. Level 23 Leaderly. There are countless supplies at the supermarket. If we reach it, we can survive. The hero is leading the zombies away, risking her life to save ours. Lee sent 4 urgent messages. While the content of these messages was unremarkable, when paired with the heroic scene of one person diverting the zombies, they stirred a fervor in the hearts of the readers. Charge! A familiar voice rang out. The door to room 310 was flung open with force as Chun Shiweru emerged, clad in several layers of cotton and down jackets, her limbs wrapped for protection. Following Lee's guidance, she wielded a mop handle as she rushed out. Roar! In the corridor on the 3rd floor, 2 zombies stood amidst a pile of corpses, grievously injured by Zhao Yibai. At that moment, a dozen women burst forth from the 3rd floor. Upon sighting the 2 zombies, they hesitated for but a moment before charging forward, heads down, skirting past the undead. Chun Shiweru, shouting fiercely, felt a wave of desperation as her pale face sought help from the other survivors, but none responded. Each was consumed by their own flight. In this apocalyptic world, who could afford to assist another? Dear Lord, let us fight. Chun Shiweru shouted at the zombies. I have a stick. Bite me, and I shall strike you. With renewed determination, she sprinted ahead. Roar. As Chun Shiweru watched the zombies approach, moving slower than a frail, elderly woman, terror overtook her. She screamed and fled, every ounce of courage evaporating. Weeping, she dashed back to room 310, slammed the door shut, and barricaded it with a table. The lock on this dormitory is broken, rendering it impossible to secure oneself inside. Many timid girls, like Chun Shiweru, exist in abundance. Among those who lack courage, Chun Shiweru is considered rather brave. Those individuals who dare to open the door, upon glimpsing the zombies in the corridor, quickly retract their heads and firmly shut the door. The sight of the bloodied zombies is utterly terrifying. More dreadful is the thought of being touched by one. That would spell certain death. Little do they realize, it is precisely their fear that has saved their lives. In dormitory 308, Zhao Yibai was consuming cold food, which was rather unpalatable. Yet, abstaining from it was not an option, as hunger gnawed at him. He shared a meal on the balcony with Yu Yurong, both peering through the glass to observe the unfolding situation outside. Zhao Yibai retrieved a sausage from his pocket, splitting it in half to share with Yu Yurong. Following this were peanuts and sunflower seeds, as well as 2 cans of beer, items he had scavenged and hidden in the system space, with nothing else to occupy their time. This felt somewhat morally questionable. After all, they were in a life-or-death situation. Yu Yurong took a bite of the sausage, finding its flavor far superior to takeout, her eyes lighting up with delight. Delicious. Chapter 10. The Call of Roasted Chicken Charge. A group of female students, clad in heavy garments, burst forth from the girls' dormitory. They shouted slogans, liberating the fears that dwelled within. From the 3rd floor, the scene was quite spectacular, an assemblage of the living charging out of the dormitory building. A dark mass of determination. These girls are indeed brave. Having conquered the terror of the lingering zombies in the corridor, they boldly followed Li Yu's command and surged forward. In the group chat, chaos erupted. Yu Rong's phone buzzed incessantly. Survival group of girls dorm A, 310 Shui. Wait for me. There are zombies in the corridor. I can't keep up. 423 Che Shaoli. Crying emojis. There are so many corpses in the corridor, it's terrifying. I can't bring myself to cross over. 203 Wang Yun. How many sisters are still inside? For survival, we must help each other. We timid ones need to rely on one another. 318 Shinlan. I am so frustrated. I couldn't keep up. It's over for me. I feel hopeless. Destined to perish in this dormitory. 107 Jiang Yi. Look ahead. 310 Shin Shuiru. My heavens, what is happening? The zombies are coming back. 423 Che Shaoli. Goodness, those zombies seem to possess intelligence. Are they using strategy to lure people out to kill? 318 Shinlan. It's over for them. Thank goodness I didn't keep up. Zhao Yibai glanced at the messages. At that moment, the cry of charge had ceased. Outside on the main thoroughfare, the zombies that had been lured away suddenly returned. The survivors from the girls' dormitory found themselves in the middle of the road, with an endless expanse of zombies ahead, and more emerging from every corner behind them. It was a perilous trap, with no feasible path forward and no retreat possible. Even retreating to the dormitory building has become a mere aspiration. A piercing scream shattered the silence, echoing through the air. The courageous young women of a city university found themselves ensnared in a sea of relentless zombies. Trapped like fish in a barrel, the scene transformed into a brutal spectacle. At least 70 to 80 girls were present. In the group, Li Yu had rallied 100 individuals, and despite their fears, even the timid pressed on, gritting their teeth against their terror. Yet, they could never have anticipated that their rush out would lead them directly into the ambush of the undead. Those at the outermost fringes faced the zombies head-on. Though the ultimate outcome was already sealed, death, fear spurred dissent among the girls, who desperately sought to push their peers out of the circle, clamoring for safety. Fights broke out, and insults flew. Those thrust into the embrace of the zombies were ruthlessly torn apart, with no chance of becoming one of the undead themselves. The fortunate ones who managed to delve deeper into the throng ultimately found themselves overwhelmed, as the zombies closed in, layer upon layer, like peeling an onion, suffocating beneath the weight of the horde. When the screams subsided, all that remained was the chilling sound of gnawing and the crunch of flesh. The timid souls still nestled in their dorms were left in a state of shock. Some knelt in prayer, thanking the deities for sparing them the courage to venture out. In dormitory 308, Yuyo's delicate face turned ghostly pale as she witnessed the carnage unfold outside. The leader who had once united her classmates had, ironically, led them to their demise. Ibai, without you, I would have perished several times over. Yuyo turned to Zhao Ibai, her eyes brimming with tenderness. A pang of fear struck Zhao Ibai's heart. No more feeding the flames. Lives are at stake. Yuyo had been shaken. This world had become terrifyingly chaotic. Mere moments ago, dozens had rushed out from the dormitory, only to be surrounded by zombies, all perishing within 3 minutes. She sought to confirm her own existence. After a while, Zhao Yibai and Yuyo each clutched their phones, engrossed in the group chat messages. Yuyo found herself bewildered. Just a short while ago, the chat had buzzed with activity. 423 Che Xiaoli. Did any of you hear something strange? 310 Shinshuru. Yes, it sounded like a roasted chicken calling. 423 Che Xiaoli. Roasted chicken? Speaking of which, I'm hungry. There's nothing to eat in the dorm. 318 Shinlan. You upstairs are naive. It's not a clucking chicken, but a scream of despair. 310 Shinshueru. 423 Che Xiaoli. 318 Shinlan. Is someone trying to mimic a chicken's call? 310 Shinshuru. No, I'm lamenting my food. I found so much. But it was snatched away in the blink of an eye. 203 Wang Yun. Damn it. What a loss. I haven't even enjoyed life yet. And now I'm facing death. In the entire A City Women's University, aside from the elderly principal, are there any men? A friend of mine has a toy. If you wish to use it, I can lend it to you, although I usually do not lend it out. Damn it. This roast chicken is excessively burnt. It feels never-ending. It's as if there are men around, not even fearing the attraction of zombies. Let us understand it. After all, we are all destined to perish. So why not let loose? I will privately message you. No free lending. I'll give you a pack of snail noodles. How generous. Finally, it has ceased. The world is tranquil once more. Your world will soon be anything but tranquil. I have pulled the items over with a rope, so prepare to listen. You all have truly lost your minds. Senior, I heard it. That's impressive. Yuyo's face turned crimson. Have other men entered? Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Ibai felt somewhat bewildered, but soon, it seemed as if the entire female dormitory building was ablaze. What on earth? Is it the after effect of the system? Or has Yuyo simply misheard? Chapter 11. There are men. Ibai, you did not mishear. Seeing Zhao Ibai's puzzled expression, Yuyo shyly nudged his arm, saying, I let loose a bit earlier, and it may have led to an unfortunate start. As she spoke, Yuyo showed Zhao Ibai the chat history. After reading the messages and hearing the terrifying sounds from all directions, Zhao Ibai shivered. Initially, he thought being trapped in this female dormitory was a rather thrilling affair. But now, with the cacophony surrounding him, he felt an ominous sense of danger. With Yuyo's gaze fixed upon him, Zhao Ibai felt akin to a monk entering the spider spirit cave. Let us find something to do. It's truly over. Zhao Ibai hesitated to meet Yuyo's eyes, stating, It is indeed thrilling, but we must contemplate our survival. We cannot simply perish here. All right. Yuyo nodded eagerly. Zhao Ibai continued, To thrive in this apocalyptic world, one must possess courage. I will take you outside to test your bravery and simultaneously gather supplies from the surrounding dormitories. The horde of zombies that had been drawn away did not return. This was excellent news. In the corridor, those remaining were either poor in hearing or had injuries. Moreover, the other survivors had also vacated the dormitory. This was an opportune moment for ordinary individuals to muster courage and collect supplies. All right, Yuyo nodded in agreement. However, she soon faltered, looking timidly at Zhao Ibai. Ibai, it's getting dark outside. Won't it be particularly dangerous? Also, my legs feel weak, and I might struggle to walk. If we go out, will I be a burden to you? No one is perfect. Zhao Ibai understood that Yuyo belonged to that category of timid girls who also tended to procrastinate. He replied, Facing fears can be brutal, as it entails confronting bloodshed. But if you do not practice while I'm here, what will you do if I perish? Yu Yurong lifted her gaze to meet Zhao Ibai's eyes and implored, Will you allow me to be your little woman? If you perish, I shall not survive either. Zhao Ibai regarded Yu Yurong and eventually nodded, Very well. I shall endeavor to take good care of you. He mused that a forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet. Even if he compelled Yu Yurong to cultivate her courage, she would not find joy or gratitude in it. It was essential to respect her choices. Yu Yurong embraced Zhao Ibai and planted a kiss on his lips. Ibai, you are the best. Lock the door securely. I will venture out to gather some food. Zhao Ibai had no choice but to brave the world alone. He contemplated Yu Yurong's words, realizing that if she did not accompany him outside, she would not hinder him in moments of peril. For a fleeting moment, he thought that Yu Yurong possessed the temperament suited for a life of domesticity, nurturing a family. In a way, that was quite agreeable. Standing at the threshold, Yu Yurong bid Zhao Ibai farewell. The corridor, already unkempt, now bore the grim sight of several undead sprawled upon the ground, alongside two staggering zombies struggling to walk. Numerous shoes, belonging to unknown individuals, lay abandoned. Bloodstains, both fresh and dark, marred the floor, walls, and nearby dormitory doors. The air was thick with an overpowering stench of decay, mingled with the foul scents of cheap shampoo, body wash, and mosquito repellent. Zhao Ibai, fully equipped, stepped outside. The two limping zombies, catching the scent of a living being, erupted into furious roars, their pale eyes flaring crimson. With grotesque expressions, they lurched toward Zhao Ibai. Though they charged, their pace was lethargic, slower than an elderly woman crossing the street. With the majority of the zombies absent from the corridor, the search for supplies became considerably easier. Zhao Ibai commenced his search methodically, room by room. He opened doors to find emptiness, and when met with zombies, promptly closed the door. For those that were locked, he knocked gently, noting their presence in his mind. After a thorough search, Zhao Ibai's stockpile of water and food had significantly increased. Most items he stored in his system space. Outside, he utilized a clean and fragrant bedsheet, the origin of which was unknown, as a makeshift bundle to carry the food he collected. The girls' dormitory was indeed a feast for the eyes, predominantly filled with unexpected garments. However, some sections were less appealing. Zhao Ibai pinched his nose as he entered, but within mere seconds, he was forced to retreat. The odor was overwhelming, akin to a gas attack, stinging his eyes. Upon completing his task in dormitory 340, Zhao Ibai glanced into the system space, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The gluttonous little girl would certainly not be disappointed. After this extensive search, he had amassed an impressive haul. Instant noodles, vermicelli, snail rice noodles, bread, 8 treasure porridge, milk, beverages, water, yogurt, chips, spicy strips, chicken feet, marinated eggs, quail eggs, packaged duck neck, pickled vegetables, and fruits. With such an abundance, he and Yu Yurong could feast for an entire month. As he rummaged through the cabinets, Zhao Ibai inadvertently unearthed some deeply hidden matters, the details of which cannot be elaborated upon. The quantity was rather significant, leading Zhao Ibai to reassess his perception of the girls. It turned out that the complexity of human nature is not exclusive to boys. While the girls appeared aloof, some harbored their own intricacies within. Indeed, humans are the most intricate of advanced beings. However, This was understandable, considering it was an all-girls school, still semi-closed off, devoid of boys. On the third floor, there were a total of 40 dormitories. Zhao Bai had searched 20 unoccupied rooms. 5 remained locked, leaving him uncertain of the occupants within. One was his own dormitory, room 308. Another was room 310, where he knew Qin Shiuru was present, and from the group chat, he saw someone in room 318. The rest, to varying degrees. Housed zombies. Suddenly, 2 sharp sounds reverberated from outside. Zhao Bai hastily shouldered his pack and exited room 340. There, in the corridor, stood Yu Yorong, drenched in blood. On the ground lay 2 wretched, living zombies, now lifeless. Yu Yorong was panting heavily, wielding a metal pipe used for dismantling beds. Upon spotting Zhao Bai from a distance, her pale face broke into a smile. I did it, Bai. I didn't hold you back and managed to contribute a little. Zhao Bai shuddered. It dawned on him that he had misjudged Yu Yorong. Her earlier words were not mere excuses, but a genuine concern about being a burden. She was cultivating her courage and fighting for her life. Well done. Zhao Bai gave her a thumbs up, generously offering praise. Though she had only dispatched 2 feeble zombies, it surpassed the efforts of many girls, including Qin Shiuru in room 310. With a sense of accomplishment, Zhao Bai returned to dormitory 308 with Yu Yorong. As the door closed behind them, the group chat buzzed with excitement. 310 Qin Shiuru. I heard a man's voice. There's really a man. 203 Wang Yun. Are you dreaming? Do you want to borrow something later? 107 Jiang Yi. Let her use it for free. It's a pity for the poor child. 310 Qin Shiuru. It's true. Trust me. Back in the dormitory, Yu Yorong, who rarely spoke in the group chat, glanced at the messages and quickly typed a response. 310 Yu Yorong. Is there really a man? Where? Where? If the apocalypse were to persist, a man in this female dormitory or rather, throughout the entirety of a city's women's university, would be the most precious of resources, for there were none to be found. The old, bald, and unattractive principal could hardly be counted as male. Yu Yorong harbored her own thoughts. Unless Zhao Bai chose to reveal his identity, she intended to keep him well hidden. Engaging in such matters was indeed delightful. Yu Yorong had enough on her plate. How could she possibly sell Zhao Bai's information? Once those women became aware of Zhao Bai's existence, the danger they posed would rival that of a horde of zombies. Qin Shiuru remarked, Yu Yorong, you little firecracker, are you no longer pretending? Aren't you the campus belle? Aren't you supposed to be aloof? Aren't you pure? What is this? In the apocalypse, you're yearning for a man? How scandalous. Yu Yorong was taken aback, her smile vanishing. Generally, she shared a good rapport with Qin Shiuru, who affectionately called her sister Yorong. She had intended to privately message Qin Shiuru to unveil the truth about men. But to her surprise, Qin Shiuru spoke to her in such a manner. The message she sent was meant to clarify that the man was not with her. Yet, Qin Shiuru's demeanor seemed off. Zhao Bai sat beside Yu Yorong, with a blanket spread on the ground, filled with their bountiful harvest, which was merely a fraction of what resided in Zhao Bai's system space. There was an overwhelming amount of items. Carrying them all at once was quite impractical. Noticing Yu Yorong's sudden shift from exuberance to tranquility, Zhao Bai tilted his head and glanced at her phone, observing the content on the screen. He gently patted her shoulder. Understanding a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. However, it was beneficial to discern her true nature. Qin Shiuru even went so far as to pour dirty water onto Yu Yorong's bed. Initially, Zhao Bai had not decided how to caution Yu Yorong about her roommate. But now it was unnecessary. Qin Shiuru had revealed her true colors. Buzz. Yu Yorong's phone vibrated, snapping her back to reality. Che Xiaoli. Aren't you in the same dormitory? Why are you two arguing? Qin Shiuru, we're not together now. I've disliked her for ages. You don't know? She flaunts her good family background, excellent grades, tall stature, and stunning appearance. She prances around, thinking she's a campus belle, just because I call her sister and compliment her. Qin Shiuru's words were steeped in jealousy and resentment. These feelings, once concealed within her heart, were now unleashed in this apocalyptic world. The bitterness was palpable. The group chat fell silent. Qin Shiuru's tone was formidable, and despite sensing her hostility, no one dared to speak out. At this moment, no one wanted to provoke trouble. Yu Yorong's head buzzed. She reflected for a long while, but could not recall a time when she had acted haughtily. She only remembered how she had cared for Qin Shiuru, sharing delicious snacks and allowing her to wear beautiful clothes. Whenever she brought food back from the cafeteria, she never asked Qin Shiuru for money. There was no animosity between them. Yu Yorong was furious. She set her phone down. Zhao Bai asked, what do you wish to do? Taking a deep breath, Yu Yorong picked up her phone again. Yu Yorong, remember to close the door tightly. Though we are separated by the internet, we are merely 2 walls apart. 310 dormitory. Ha. How delightful. Qin Shiuru broke into a joyous laughter, accompanied by the sounds of her stomach growling. However, when a message from Yu Yorong flashed on her phone, the smile on her face froze. in the cramped dormitory. The only sound that remained was the rumbling of her belly. How could she forget? This was the apocalypse, and yet she was not dead. Chun Shiweru's expression darkened. She glanced towards room 308 and quickly sent a private message to Yu Yurong. Private message, Chun Shiweru, Yurong. If I were to say that I was joking earlier in the group chat, would you believe me? Read, but the reply was a red exclamation mark. Chun Shiweru immediately broke into a cold sweat. Behind the screen, she dared to voice her grievances and unleash her anger, but in reality, she felt utterly helpless. A sense of panic welled up within her, yet she was reluctant to show weakness in the group chat. Thus, she bore the weight of her anxiety. Sitting rigidly in her chair, her gaze fixed on the door as if anticipating a knock at any moment. As night fell quietly, a city women's university was far quieter than usual. The streetlights flickered on at 7 o'clock, illuminating countless silhouettes, zombies. The night obscured visibility, and the gruesome sight made the undead appear even more terrifying. The main road was littered with corpses and debris, trampled into mush by a horde of zombies. Su Yu had returned. She avoided the light, hiding within the shadows of the night. Her gaze locked onto the girls' dormitory building A. Liu followed closely behind her. Su Yu grinned. Remember every room with the lights on. Her mouth stretched wide, revealing layers of sharp teeth within. Her voice had become even more distorted, and her body appeared to swell, her stomach resembling that of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, jarringly disproportionate to her slender frame. Liu's expression was numb as she nodded in agreement. She had watched the survivors she lured to their demise perish one by one. Their agonizing screams and desperate struggles echoing in her ears, their curses directed at her before they were consumed by the horde. She had caused the deaths of many. Roar! Su Yu howled at Liu, her mouth opening wide enough to swallow a soccer ball, expelling a foul wind. Simultaneously, her swollen belly, akin to a 10-month pregnancy, erupted from her navel, revealing a gaping maw lined with layers of teeth and bloodied entrails, stretching wider than Su Yu's entire form. Don't be angry. I will obey you. And I will do as you say. Liu stumbled back, kneeling in fear. She toiled for Su Yu, her conscience weighed down by guilt. Yet, the malevolent acts she had committed must continue. She did not wish to meet her own demise. Su Yu retracted her two mouths, her once human expression fading from her bald head. In the girls' dormitory building A, darkness enveloped the night. Many instinctively flicked on their lights. In the darkness of the room, their fear intensified. Dormitory 308. After Yu Yorong had merely startled Chun Shiweru with a word, she ceased further actions. She could have rushed forward and delivered a beating to Chun Shiweru, but what meaning would that hold? Instead, she opted to instill fear, allowing it to linger in Chun Shiweru's heart. As night fell, Yu Yorong instinctively reached for the light switch. She and Zhao Bai had been lying in bed, engrossed in their phones for some time. Zhao Bai halted her. What's wrong? Something feels off, he remarked, glancing outside. The night had settled in, and the zombies seemed to have calmed, enveloping the outside world in silence. Logically, one would expect the zombies' senses to dull in the dark, rendering them docile. Yet, Zhao Bai felt a nagging premonition. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Chapter 13. Death. Is it possible that everyone went out and fell into a zombie ambush? This might not be an accident. What? Yu Yurong hesitated. Surely, Liu wouldn't intentionally deceive everyone into going out. What would she gain from it? Unless, Zhao Bai narrowed his eyes, continuing her thought. Unless Liu is collaborating with the zombies. That notion seemed far-fetched. Yu Yurong ran her fingers through her tousled hair. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, such absurdities have come to pass, so it isn't entirely impossible. However, if a zombie were to possess intelligence and collaborate with humans, we might be in grave danger. Yu Yurong swallowed hard, contemplating the terrifying implications. Zhao Bai interjected, let's not turn on the lights. We'll take shifts keeping watch. You should sleep. I'll guard the first half of the night. All right, Yu Yurong nodded. The curtains leading to the balcony had long been drawn. At that moment, Zhao Bai adjusted his phone's brightness to the lowest setting. Both of their phones were plugged in, charging to full capacity. As neither could predict when the power system might fail, the more charge they had, the longer they could endure. Yu Yurong closed her eyes, lying beside Zhao Bai. The blanket spread on the floor to minimize noise while cooking. Zhao Bai was prepared to draw his gun at a moment's notice. This was his trump card, best kept hidden until absolutely necessary. When the time came, he would not hesitate to use it. Survival was paramount. If it came to that, he would unleash chaos and find a safer haven. With Yu Yurong by his side, Zhao Bai found himself no longer interested in the ordinary beautiful girls. This girl's dormitory seemed devoid of excitement, far from the alluring image he had imagined. Women, in general, lacked depth. Clearing his throat, Zhao Bai felt somewhat euphoric after a hearty meal. Meanwhile, Yu Yurong struggled to find sleep. After enduring so many events in a single day, slumber eluded her. After failing to force herself to sleep with her eyes closed, she opened them again. Bai, I can't sleep. Zhao Yibai replied, then just rest your eyes. Lying down is still beneficial. Yibai, Yu Yurong sat up, gazing at Zhao Yibai. Listening to the sound of weeping, Zhao Yibai, seated at the edge of the quilt, glanced over. The dim backlight of his phone illuminated the tears on the girl's face. What's the matter? Should I go teach Qin Shiweru a lesson? Zhao Yibai was a man of tenderness. He could not bear to see a woman he had caused to cry lamenting over other matters. Woo-woo. Yu Yurong burrowed into Zhao Yibai's embrace. I can't reach my parents. Their calls are all unanswered. They have passed away, woo-woo. In the gloom of the night, sadness often finds fertile ground. My condolences. Zhao Yibai paused, gently patting Yu Yurong's back. In such a catastrophic end of days, fate alone dictated survival. Those whom the heavens wished to claim would inevitably perish, beyond human control. Yu Yurong's tears flowed freely. In moments of comfort, one is often more prone to weep. Her sobs grew louder. We had promised to visit them as soon as the holidays began, woo-woo, but I never got the chance. Zhao Yibai was moved by Yu Yurong's sorrow, his eyes stinging with emotion, and he held her a little tighter. He understood her plight. He too had lost his parents early, leaving him as the sole survivor of his family, wandering like a lost soul in this world. The apocalypse was not markedly different for him. It was merely a matter of one person being well-fed while the family starved. Yet, hearing Yu Yurong's cries stirred memories of his own parents, thoughts he usually dared not entertain, for they brought him great pain. Perhaps the nobility of humanity lay in the capacity for emotions, in the ability to grieve. Soon, after her tears subsided, Yu Yurong fell asleep in Zhao Yibai's arms. Embracing the soft, fragrant girl, he gradually dispelled his own sorrow. His current life was relatively stable. Most online applications had crashed, cutting him off from the outside world. If chaos truly reigned, to the extent that order would not be restored in the foreseeable future, then Zhao Yibai had no need to conceal himself any longer. He was a man in possession of truth. Yet, he feared the reckless use of such truth. Should the apocalypse end and normalcy return, the reckoning would be arduous. Having lost his parents early and having navigated society's challenges from a young age, he possessed a composure and cunning far beyond his peers. Buzz. Yu Yurong's phone vibrated. Wang Weiwei. I admit, you are a remarkable person, yet you choose a path of hardship. Wang Weiwei. The electronic lock code for dormitory 401 is 200,412. The dorm and its contents are left to you. Wang Weiwei. I hope that when this apocalypse concludes, you are still alive. Zhao Yibai read the messages and understood they were from Wang Weiwei. Glancing at the time, it was not yet 9 o'clock. Suddenly, Yu Yurong's phone buzzed incessantly. A flurry of messages pouring in from a group chat. Girls Dorm, a survival group. Level 23 Liu. Group leader. 107 Jiang E 111 Tian Xiaohua 119 Xun Yuanyuan 128 Miao Qi 139 Sun Shishir. After a prolonged silence, Liu had once again sent a message. The rest of the group erupted. 107 Jiang E. What the hell are you doing? Liu, you stinker. Xun Yuanyuan. Liu, you need not say anything. We shall no longer place our trust in you. I truly cannot discern whether you are foolish or malicious for causing harm to so many classmates. Tian Xiaohua. Liu, please vanish. Is it too much to ask that you cease organizing activities that bring harm? I implore you. Jiang Yi. Liu, you are despicable. Miao Qi. Perhaps sister, you did not mean it. She might be feeling guilty. Her original intention was for the good of us all. Sun Shishir. Indeed. Let us first ascertain sister Yu's true intentions. Group leader Liu of class 23. To those mentioned, prepare yourselves for tonight. Death awaits. Consume ample food, so you may become a gluttonous ghost. Upon this message, chaos erupted among the members. Miao Qi. I shall strike you, Liu. It is indeed you. Sun Shishir. Are you unwell, Liu? You are deranged. In the power distribution room, the glow of her phone illuminated Liu's face as she perused the vitriolic messages. A twisted smile gracing her lips. Let them perish. All shall perish. Suddenly, she noticed a private message. 99 new messages. Upon opening it, she found Qin Shiweru unleashing a torrent of curses upon her. It appeared that after being intimidated by Yu Yurong, Qin Shiweru was gripped by fear, anxiously awaiting Yu Yurong's retribution. In her anguish and dread, she redirected her fury towards the presumed deceased Liu, unleashing over 100 distinct insults, each more vulgar than the last. Unbeknownst to her, Liu was still alive. In dormitory 310, when Qin Shiweru encountered Liu's message, her face turned a ghastly shade of green. Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate. Group leader Liu of class 23. It seems Qin Shiweru of room 310 has a penchant for cursing, does she? Very well, I shall assist you in advancing. Upon reading this message, Qin Shiweru felt as though she might faint. It was over, having just provoked Yu Yurong. She had now entangled herself with an even more formidable foe. Group leader Liu of class 23. To those I have mentioned, prepare yourselves for the imminent arrival of death. After sending the message, Liu decisively pulled the main switch in the power distribution room of a city women's university. Chapter 14, Helicopter. Hope. Rise. As if manifesting a tangible sound, the lights of a city women's university, which had been set to illuminate at intervals, extinguished abruptly. The lights of various dormitories and classrooms flickered out in an instant. The previously bright campus of a city women's university was suddenly plunged into darkness, save for the ominous green glow of the emergency exit signs, casting a chilling ambience. The entire world seemed to have succumbed to darkness. Countless survivors, who had been gazing at their phones under the illumination, were startled into a sitting position as the lights vanished, their bodies prickling with fear. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, a knock resounded at the door of room 107. Who is it? Jiang Yi was animatedly cursing in the group chat. Yet, in reality, she mirrored the timidity of the majority, bold in the virtual realm, but cowardly in the flesh. Silence. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. No response emerged from the outside. Jiang Yi swallowed hard, grasping her phone as she sent a message in the group chat. Who is knocking on my door? It's the apocalypse now. It's dangerous. Don't make such jokes. No sooner had she sent the message than a deafening crash echoed through the air. The small wooden door of her dormitory creaked under pressure, splintering with several cracks that revealed the waste wood and garbage foam inside. Ah! Jiang Yi screamed, hastily running to the balcony, ready to leap out and escape. However, upon reaching the balcony, she was met with a scene that sent chills down her spine. Zombies. The area outside was teeming with them. Unbeknownst to her, a horde of zombies had returned, surrounding the dormitory. As she opened the window on the first floor and climbed onto the ledge, she was relieved to have reacted in time. Otherwise, she would have jumped right into the arms of the undead. Oh dear! Jiang Yi cried as she retreated back into her dormitory. Boom. Once again, a resounding crash reverberated at the door. The force was tremendous, akin to a siege machine battering a city gate. The latch behind the door twisted and contorted from the impact, and the cracks in the door widened. It was evident that disaster loomed. Help! Help! The zombies are smashing my door, and there are zombies everywhere outside. Please, I beg you. She typed frantically. Just as she sent the message, the zombies outside formed a grotesque ladder, climbing onto the window ledge. In a panic, Jiang Yi seized the stick from her dormitory, typically used for lifting water, and began to furiously jab at the approaching zombies. Their skin was frail, tearing easily with each thrust, resulting in a spray of black blood. Boom. Another thunderous crash resounded at the door, this time shattering the center completely, sending wood chips and foam flying. Through the gaping hole, she could see a massive, green-skinned female zombie outside. It was over. It was truly over. Jiang Yi continued to jab at the zombies crawling into her room, despair flooding her heart. The commotion she caused was substantial. How could the other dormitories not hear it? Yet, unfortunately, those remaining were timid souls, paralyzed by fear from the scattered zombies that had previously blocked their escape in the corridor. Who among them would dare confront the undead attacking them? Who would come to her rescue? Even in her plight, their fate would also be sealed. Yet they clung to the hope of survival, believing that prolonging their lives for just a moment longer was worth it. Her cries for help in the group chat fell like stones into a vast ocean, met with silence. Suddenly, the power went out. The zombies seized the darkness to assault the remaining survivors in the dormitory. This plunged the survivors in the chat into profound terror. These zombies possessed intelligence, or perhaps there was a higher-level zombie among them. It was terrifying. Recalling the death of Liu only heightened their fear. Those untouched remained indifferent, while those who had encountered the undead were already in prayer. Among the fearful was Chun Shiru from the third floor, her stomach growling as she peered down from the balcony, her heart sinking. Regret gnawed at her insides. Oh, Chun Shiru, you foolish girl, what compels you to speak recklessly when there was no need? Originally, it was not yet time for the third floor. At least not for another 2 days. In dormitory 308, Zhao Yibai glanced at the clock. It was 9 o'clock. He possessed the ability to save lives. Yet Zhao Yibai was no saint. He would never risk his own life for someone unrelated to him. His parents had passed away, and during his struggles alone, he had never encountered any benevolent souls willing to assist him. He understood that one must rely on oneself to navigate through life's challenges. Zhao Yibai had never lamented society. No one was obligated to help him. However, he would not jeopardize his life to assist those with whom he had no connection. In the entirety of Building A, there were only 2 individuals worth his intervention. One was the girl currently sleeping beside him, Yu Yorong, and the other was Wang Weiwei from upstairs. It was not merely their beauty that endeared them to him. It was the rapport they shared, knowing that helping them would yield reciprocity. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the first floor as a massive, green-skinned zombie, towering over 2 meters, smashed through the door. Among a sea of petite girls, this creature was undeniably colossal. Its skin, an eerie shade of green, was unlike that of ordinary zombies, It was remarkably tough and resilient. As it broke through the door, not a scratch marred its grotesque exterior. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Yi was on the balcony, poking at the zombies. Some were pushed back, yet countless hands reached out towards her, grasping at the air. As the giant zombie loomed closer, despair enveloped Jiang Yi. It was over. Just then, a bright light appeared in the sky, followed by the increasingly clear roar of a helicopter engine, drowning out the zombies' growls. A helicopter. Was rescue finally at hand? Someone gasped in astonishment. The heavens had not forsaken them. Originally on the brink of surrender, Jiang Yi felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. Her adrenaline surging as she lashed out at the zombies by the window. Almost all the survivors rushed to the balcony, their faces alight with joy as they beheld the helicopter. The available communication tools were scarce, leaving WeChat as the sole option, and their friend lists were nearly barren, making it difficult to ascertain the situation outside. Some naive girls had always believed that help would arrive. This was wonderful. They could survive. Fortunately, they had not heededly used advice to rush out. They had waited. They hurried to gather their belongings, preparing to pack food. They had always known that a city would not abandon them. The survivors, once enveloped in despair and silence, erupted into cheers, some even beginning to pack their possessions. That helicopter was not merely a vehicle. It symbolized hope for life. Yet, they were perhaps overly optimistic, focusing solely on survival without considering that only one helicopter had arrived. How many could it possibly carry? The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Chapter 15. Even the great have their wits. Dormitory 401. Wang Weiwei had donned a complete mountaineering outfit, her long hair gathered into a tight bun beneath a baseball cap. Clad in a black windbreaker and waterproof trousers, she wore leather mountaineering boots and black leather gloves. Her face was shielded by goggles and a mask, and she bore the weight of Qin wrapped in a black sheet, securing them together with a rope. Upon hearing the sound of the helicopter, Wang Weiwei flung open the door. The fourth floor loomed high above. Previously, they had been unable to escape due to the presence of zombies, and now they turned to Wang Weiwei in unison. Her gaze was icy. This once proud swan had fully recovered, her beautiful eyes brimming with fury. Come on, she bellowed at the approaching zombies, her burden of a corpse slung across her back. Several zombies shrieked and surged toward her. Wang Weiwei gripped her sharp fruit knife tightly, an exquisite piece imported from overseas, handcrafted by a renowned artisan, and remarkably sharp. Worth a considerable sum. Typically, she used it to slice fruit, yet it proved equally effective for dispatching zombies. With swift precision, she struck each zombie down, though a few managed to claw at her, failing to penetrate the high-end custom windbreaker she wore. Each zombie that met her blade was rendered nearly lifeless, her aim steadfastly fixed upon their necks. The black blood of the zombies splattered across her, and as she surveyed the fallen, her voice trembled. Chi. Do not be afraid. Weiwei will take you home. She cursed herself for not having summoned this courage sooner. Straining under the weight of Qin, she made her way to the stairwell. Building A of the female dormitory was an old structure, 4 stories high, with stairs leading directly to the rooftop. Typically, the girls would dry their bedding and wash clothes up there. Ascending to the rooftop with Qin on her back, she was drenched in sweat. On the rooftop, several zombies, drawn by the scent of human presence, turned their gazes toward Wang Weiwei. Without uttering a word, they lunged at her from a sea of discarded clothing. Her windbreaker, now splattered with an indeterminate amount of blood, had transformed from black to a deep crimson. As the zombies approached, she tightened her grip on her knife. Come, she challenged, embodying the same spirit as her fellow girls, yet choosing a path entirely different. Wang Weiwei was well aware that she could have waited in her dormitory, knowing full well that the helicopter was there to rescue her, yet she chose not to wait. Instead, she opted to confront her fears head-on and triumph over them. The zombies on the rooftop were not particularly formidable. Leaning against the wall, Wang Weiwei fought fiercely, dispatching the 10 or so zombies that charged at her. The dark crimson blood flowed across the ground. One last half-dead zombie struggled to rise, its flesh quivering. Wang Weiwei pressed her foot firmly upon its head, bending down. With a swift motion, her knife severed the decaying neck. The zombie's head tumbled away, its carotid artery erupting in a spurt of black blood. Gasping for air, Wang Weiwei breathed heavily, utterly exhausted. Slaying zombies was a physically demanding endeavor, especially while carrying the weight of Qin's lifeless form, which exceeded 90 pounds. Observing the distant helicopter, she retrieved a flashlight from her pocket and waved it to signal. Outside the girls' dormitory, as she gazed at the object emerging in the sky amidst a throng of zombies, Su Yuyu's expression slightly altered, savoring Jiang Yi's despair. It was deliberate on her part. If she genuinely wished to unleash carnage, there would be no need for such convoluted tactics. She could simply charge in, room by room, to eliminate every last one within half a day. Yet, to extinguish human life so effortlessly, it was tedious, far too tedious. Su Yuyu relished in torturing the survivors. savoring their despair one by one. Otherwise, with Jiang Yi, a mere combat novice wielding a flimsy stick, how could she possibly withstand the overwhelming horde of zombies? She would have been overwhelmed and reduced to mere remnants long ago. After contemplating for a brief moment, Su Yu decided to retreat from the zombie mass, seeking refuge in a nearby corner. Almost as soon as she concealed herself, the helicopter arrived. Two beams of intense light illuminated the ground where the zombies congregated. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The thunderous roar of a heavy machine gun erupted. Wherever the light shone, the machine gun fired relentlessly. In the darkness, the bullets, ignited by fire, rained down upon the zombies with a ferocity akin to a torrential downpour. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, the ground erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. The already decaying bodies of the zombies, confronted by the devastating power of the airborne machine gun's ammunition, were pierced through or shattered entirely. Looking down from the girls' dormitory, one could see bullets raining down, obliterating the zombies in waves. Indeed, such was the reality. What were zombies? Did they comprehend the concept of modern firepower? Oh my, splendid. The crushing and merciless slaughter was undeniable. This spectacle ignited the passion of the survivors watching from the dormitory. Under the onslaught of heavy weaponry, the grotesque and terrifying zombies seemed to transform into fragile tofu, shattering upon the slightest contact. Whoosh, whoosh. Two rockets were launched. Boom. Amidst the terrifying explosions, a towering fireball erupted from the densely packed horde of zombies, obliterating countless of them into mere fragments. After this brutal massacre, the helicopter pilot spotted the signal from the rooftop of girls' dormitory A. The young lady had emerged. It was time to retrieve her. The co-pilot, Chun-Li, clad in camouflage, affirmed this. Acknowledged. The white pilot responded, as the aircraft hovered over the rooftop, lowering a soft ladder. Chun-Li and four-armed bodyguards descended the ropes. Young lady. Chun-Li, relieved to see Wang Weiwei relatively unscathed, exhaled. Let us return home. Wang Weiwei took one last glance at the stairway leading to the rooftop, carrying Chun-Chi on her back as she climbed the soft ladder and boarded the helicopter. The bodyguards awaited her ascent before they too returned to the aircraft. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The roar of the helicopter's engine was deafening, its propellers whipping up a fierce wind that sent clothes and bedding flying from the rooftop. A flurry of colorful garments dancing in the air. As the helicopter ascended, carrying Wang Weiwei away, the surviving girls of the dormitory stood frozen, their hearts racing. In room 310, Chun Shuru stared blankly, exclaiming, "Why did it leave just like that? I haven't boarded yet." Meanwhile, in room 308, Zhao Yibai gazed at the receding aircraft, feeling a twinge of regret. If only Wang Weiwei had known her family would come for her, perhaps she wouldn't have left him behind. Moreover, how wonderful it is to possess wealth. Zhao Yibai glanced at the startled Yu Yorong, who had been jolted awake by the explosion, and asked, "Do you regret it? You could have come with me." Yu Yorong tilted her head, adjusting her position for comfort, and replied, "Wang Weiwei took me along because she wanted to take you too. Since you chose not to go, I shamelessly followed. Life will not be easy from here on." Zhao Yibai was taken aback. "How clever of you. Is it possible that growing up has dulled your wits?" Yu Yorong puffed out her chest. Zhao Yibai complimented her. "Yorong, you have truly impressed me." In the girls' dormitory, despairing curses erupted as they witnessed their hopes of survival depart, plunging them into further hopelessness. At that moment, Zhao Yibai received a friend request on WeChat. Wang Weiwei has requested to add you as a friend. Chapter 16, News from the Outside World, accepted. Zhao Yibai confirmed the request, pleased to have a direct line of communication rather than relying on Yu Yorong's phone. After their friendship was established, 3 messages arrived in quick succession. Wang Weiwei. Rough estimates suggest that 99% of the population has been infected by the virus and transformed into zombies. Wang Weiwei. The situation outside is dire. Worse than at a city women's university, with numerous mutated zombies that are exceptionally troublesome. Wang Weiwei. The existing order has collapsed. The A City Merchant Association has taken control and is establishing a safe zone, with an entry fee of 500 G gold. Zhao Yibai's eyes widened in astonishment. Had Wang Weiwei not already departed in the helicopter, he would have bowed in gratitude. This information was precisely what he had yearned for, especially the third message. Knowing that the existing order had crumbled allowed him to abandon his fears of retribution. Zhao Yibai, thank you. Zhao Yibai replied, his gratitude sincere. He turned to Yu Yorong, suggesting, let's change rooms. Yu Yorong inquired, where to? Zhao Yibai smiled, room 401. As a prestigious institution, a city women's university might have dormitory buildings older than the students residing within, yet gaining admission had once been a formidable challenge. The standard dormitories were notoriously inadequate, lacking even private restrooms. However, room 401 was exceptional. A product of monetary influence, it combined 2 dorms into one, boasting a well-appointed interior, complete with a private bathroom, running water, and a dedicated power supply sourced from the photovoltaic panels on the rooftop. How splendid. The fish nodded with a sense of urgency. The two swiftly gathered their belongings and, fully armed, departed from dormitory 308. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the air. After the helicopter assault on the horde of zombies, the outside world fell into a profound quiet once more. As they opened the door, the pungent stench of blood and decay infiltrated Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong's nostrils. The sweltering heat had caused the corpses of the zombies Zhao Yibai had dispatched earlier that noon to begin rotting. The odor was overwhelming. Inside the corridor, tranquility reigned, illuminated by the greenish glow of the emergency exit lights. 7 or 8 zombie corpses lay scattered haphazardly, their dark crimson blood having dried and crusted upon the floor. While the scene might sound ordinary, in reality, it was quite harrowing. Yu Yurong gripped the steel pipe tightly in her hand, feeling significantly reassured by the tall figure before her. "Do not be afraid," Zhao Yibai said, glancing back at Yu Yurong while carrying a makeshift bundle wrapped in a sheet. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream escaped from Yu Yurong as she stumbled upon a half-dead zombie, grasping her ankle. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Yibai was taken aback. Yu Yurong, in a frenzy of panic, swung her steel pipe vigorously, striking the lifeless creature repeatedly while continuing to scream. This was a sound that should have emanated from the zombie instead. The female zombie's skull was brutally smashed to pieces by Yu Yurong's relentless blows. However, considering the darkness that enveloped them, being suddenly seized by a zombie was indeed terrifying. Thankfully, prior to stepping out, Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong had thoroughly checked each other's gear. They were fully equipped and secured. Otherwise, had the zombie managed to scratch her ankle, it could have proved fatal. Traversing the apocalypse requires utmost vigilance. Even the slightest oversight can lead to one's demise. All right, Zhao Yibai soothed Yu Yurong, crouching down to inspect her ankle. Her clothing was intact, and she still wore her padded trousers beneath. Let us continue. Okay. Yu Yurong nodded like a chick pecking at grains, her eyes glistening with tears of fright, and she resumed following Zhao Yibai up to the 4th floor. The surroundings were unnervingly silent, allowing Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong to distinctly hear their own footsteps echoing in the stillness. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Yurong's earlier scream had nearly terrified the survivors in the nearby dormitories into submission. They were holding their breaths, straining to listen for any signs of commotion outside. Fortunately, no zombies were encountered on their way. As they ascended to the 4th floor, Zhao Yibai noticed an increased number of zombie corpses in the corridor, and the method of dispatching them seemed eerily familiar. Throat slitting. This was the most visually horrifying method to eliminate a zombie. The heads and bodies were no longer in alignment, and the dark crimson blood of the zombies splattered everywhere. Some heads had rolled a considerable distance away. The sight of blood was utterly shocking. A small hand belonging to Yu Yurong grasped Zhao Yibai's clothing, her gaze scanning the surrounding environment with palpable anxiety. Despite having achieved a commendable record of 3 zombie kills, the gruesome and terrifying scene, reminiscent of the infernal depths of Avicii, naturally instilled fear in the girl. Even Zhao Yibai, a formidable man, found the atmosphere rather unsettling. Reflecting briefly on the password, Zhao Yibai swiftly entered it. With a beep, the electronic lock's handle illuminated a vibrant green, accompanied by the sound of the door unlocking. They stepped inside. As Zhao Yibai pushed the door open, he glanced at Yu Yurong, who remained vigilant. "Come in," he urged, allowing her to enter before he followed and securely closed the door behind them. The entire A City Women's University was plunged into darkness, yet room 401 still retained power, with the indicators of each outlet glowing brightly. With a click, Zhao Yibai activated the light switch, instantly illuminating the room. "There's still electricity," Yu Yurong exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yibai grinned and gestured towards the bathroom with his chin. "Not only electricity, but also water." Yu Yurong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that really possible?" Earlier that day, she had planned to descend to the communal bathroom for a shower, but the apocalypse had interfered. After spending considerable time in close quarters with Zhao Yibai, she was acutely aware of her own scent. She longed for a refreshing wash. "Of course, feel free to wash up," Zhao Yibai replied, leaning in to give her a quick kiss. Yu Yurong chuckled as she entered the bathroom. As for the bloodstains on the floor, having become desensitized to the sanguine chaos outside, she was nearly immune to such sights. "Turn on the lights? Make some noise." Aware of the circumstances outside, Zhao Yibai resolved to abandon any pretense of subtlety. With order disintegrated, what was there to fear? From this day forth, he would reign as the emperor of a City Women's University dormitory building A. Listening to the soothing sound of water cascading from the bathroom, Zhao Yibai smiled as he retrieved the golden Uzi from his system space. The weapon gleamed brilliantly under the light. With a click, he disengaged the safety, chambered around, and took aim, reveling in the sensation of wielding truth. What a magnificent firearm. After stowing the gun, Zhao Yibai took a mop from the balcony and began to clean the blood from the floor, This was the blood of Qinchi. The residence of the young lady was fully equipped, boasting independent water supply and electricity, rendering it a veritable paradise compared to the other rooms in the old dormitory. Liu emerged from the distribution room, her heart racing at the sounds of gunfire and explosions outside, momentarily believing that rescue had arrived. However, as she stepped out, she was confronted by the panicked figure of Su Yu. The two women stood face to face, frozen in surprise. She is still alive. Liu felt a twinge of disappointment. Su Yu regarded Liu, her expression shifting to one of horror after a prolonged silence. People are terrifying. Help me find more individuals. We must grow stronger. Liu agreed. All right, we can wait for survivors to unwittingly walk into the supermarket trap. Chapter 17. Who are you? What do you want with my stockings? The following morning dawned as the sun rose, marking the official arrival of the second day of the apocalypse. Zhao Yibai felt the warmth of the sunlight outside and slowly opened his eyes. Awake? Yu Yurong, donned in Wang Weiwei's nightgown, was busily arranging the breakfast she had just prepared on the table. This opulent dormitory was equipped with electrical cooking appliances, and the spacious refrigerator was stocked with an abundance of ingredients. Having kept watch through the night, Yu Yurong took it upon herself to make breakfast. Not only was the refrigerator filled, but the dormitory also boasted an impressive collection of snacks and convenient foods, all from renowned brands. Enough to last half a month if rationed wisely. Zhao Yibai stretched his aching back. The nightgown, slightly snug in certain areas on Yu Yurong, accentuated her figure, and as he beheld her exquisite form, he was finally reassured that everything from the previous day was not merely a dream. The apocalypse was indeed real. System? Apocalypse Feeding System Panel Host. Zhao Yibai Primary Ability. Time Stop SSS Level Recharge Count. 38 times Secondary Ability. Feeding Mission. To be refreshed space. Occupied 2. 9 Mental Recovery Pills. Golden UZI. Various food and water. Refreshing Mission. Beep. The system has refreshed your mission. Survival in the apocalypse is never a solitary endeavor. Establish a team to harness greater strength. Form a squad of more than 10 members and become the captain. Current number, 210. Time limit, within 3 days. Mission reward, 18L of potable water in 1,000 barrels. A 10-member squad? Zhao Yibai nodded, finding it intriguing. Thoughts aside, it was time to eat. While he contemplated the task, Yu Yurong had already moved a small table to the foot of his bed. First, let us have something else. Gazing at the spicy stir-fried sausages, fried eggs, and white congee on the table, Zhao Yibai's eyes lifted to the creamy, snowy rice porridge. Each morning, he felt an invigorating surge of energy. As Yu Yurong caught his gaze, her cheeks flushed with warmth. It's broad daylight. How indecent. Beep. Successfully fed 5-star target Yu Yurong, gaining 10 times stop recharges. Remaining count, 48 times. Zhao Yibai began to enjoy his breakfast. The food was somewhat cool, yet having already savored some warm delights, the chilled items still tasted delightful. Yu Yurong, freshly washed the night before, carried a tantalizing fragrance that was simply ineffable. Rival. Zhao Yibai thought, watching her eat as if unfazed by the world. Yu Yurong, unable to rise from her position, playfully pouted, "This is how we live in the apocalypse?" She felt quite content, finding life better than before, soaring through each day, indulging in little delights. Zhao Yibai retrieved some yogurt and small cakes. Knowing that girls often preferred sweet treats, Yu Yurong accepted the yogurt, inserted a straw, and took a sip, her face suddenly flushing with recognition. What a chaotic journey. Zhao Yibai mused, ruffling Yu Yurong's hair, noting that they had only known each other for a day or two. However, influenced by the apocalyptic environment and the frequent deep exchanges, the relationship between Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong advanced rapidly, evolving beyond mere acquaintanceship into something akin to the sentiments shared by lovers. Ding. Successfully fed Yu Yurong food. Earned 10 instances of time stop recharge. Remaining instances, 58. Zhao Yibai had gleaned some experience. Food feeding could only be counted once a day. Other offerings could be made, but the instances of time stop recharge were unlimited, contingent upon one's physical endurance. This system was rather unconventional. In just over a day, the campus beauty Yu Yurong exhibited a more radiant complexion and a vibrant glow, proving that the feeding had not been in vain. Correspondingly, Zhao Yibai sported 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. Observing Yu Yurong finish her meal, Zhao Yibai declared, "I intend to form a small team and recruit several classmates." Yu Yurong nodded in agreement. When Zhao Yibai had previously inquired about other exceptionally beautiful girls, Yu Yurong had already felt a sense of urgency and had contemplated her position. In the girls' dormitory, beautiful girls were abundant. She was the campus beauty, attractive and well-proportioned. Yet, she had to admit that there were many stunning girls among them. For men, each girl undoubtedly possessed a distinct allure. This was the apocalypse. Zhao Yibai was her man. Yet he was not her boyfriend or husband. Zhao Yibai would certainly find other women. Her refusal and jealousy would be of no consequence. Thus, She resolved not to be an unlikable woman, as her survival would ultimately depend on Zhao Yibai. With this reflection, Yu Yurong's agreement came smoothly. Even after Zhao Yibai had just stood up and kicked her. Obediently, Zhao Yibai playfully pinched Yu Yurong's cheek. Subsequently, a message was sent to the group. Survival Group of Girls Dormitory A, Yu Yurong, recruiting 8 teammates for survival. Those who are sensible and obedient, please private message me to sign up. P.S. There is food, and the man is the captain. The first criterion for assessment was simply to have people come over. The 3rd and 4th floors were already cleared of zombies. Zhao Yibai had not seen what the 1st and 2nd floors were like, nor did he care. To become a member of his team and survive together, at the very least, one must possess some courage to venture out and traverse the hallways filled with zombie corpses to reach him. Without courage, how could they hope to survive together? Would they merely be treated like helpless dependents? Such teammates were not what Zhao Yibai desired. Establishing a survival team was not only for the sake of completing system tasks, but also to facilitate future living conditions. Sooner or later, they would have to leave this place. He could not remain trapped in the girls' dormitory indefinitely. Leaving would necessitate companions. Future living conditions would also require teammates. In a different environment, it would likely be challenging to find girls willing to be teammates. Yu Yurong, limited slots available. Recruitment will cease once filled. Fish Yurong has removed the prefix 310. She is responsible for recruiting individuals in the group. Zhao Yibai has already exited dormitory 401 and commenced cleaning. He drags the corpse, which is beginning to emit an odor, to an unoccupied dormitory to deal with the bloodstains. Before leaving, he surely intends to reside there for a while, treating his temporary abode with a modicum of care. Zhao Yibai secures the room containing the zombie corpses by locking the door. Thus, even when they begin to decay, they shall not crawl out. Let them ferment in there. After clearing the refuse, Zhao Yibai proceeds to search the vacant room, tossing supplies into the system space. In a particularly fragrant room, he discovers a bag of unopened stockings. Judging by the decor, the belongings likely belong to a female streamer, with an assortment of black, white, and pink stockings, ultra-thin, knee-high, and fishnet varieties. How delightful! Zhao Yibai's mind conjures an image of Fish Yurong donning these items. Just as he is pondering this, a startled exclamation reaches his ears. Who are you? What are you doing with my stockings? You pervert! How did you get in here? This is a girls' dormitory. Chapter 18. Che Shaoli huh? Zhao Yibai stands dumbfounded for a full 3 seconds. It is only when the girl, with disheveled hair and a striking appearance, angrily hurls a pillow at him that he snaps back to reality, catching the pillow mid-flight. You drank last night, didn't you? And what's wrong with that? Were you the one who brought me back? No, wait, I was drinking in the dorm. The girl, raking her fingers through her tousled hair, regards Zhao Yibai with suspicion. Zhao Yibai shakes his head. The apocalypse has arrived, and I am scavenging for supplies. I assumed there were no living souls in this room. Observing the woman's reaction, Zhao Yibai muses about her remarkable composure. In response to Zhao Yibai's words, the girl scoffs coldly. You truly are a master of nonsense. Save your absurd excuses for the security personnel. Her face is a canvas of sarcasm. An apocalypse? How abstract. Yesterday, during a live stream, Wu Ming had a wealthy viewer express a desire to meet, and the guild messaged her privately, implying she ought to comply. Wu Ming flatly refused. However, the guild produced a contract, threatening to invoke hidden clauses should she disobey, demanding substantial compensation. Wu Ming, having just entered the streaming industry, understood that a meeting was unlikely to be merely a meeting. Faced with exorbitant compensation or potential exploitation, she became despondent, purchasing a copious amount of alcohol and drinking from morning until night. The external clamor faded into the background as she indulged, ultimately climbing into her small bed and drifting into a deep slumber. It was the rustling sound of Zhao Yibai rummaging through her belongings that roused her from her slumber. As she surveyed the room, her gaze fell upon a tall, robust man, his arms and hands draped with numerous articles of women's clothing. Holding a large bag of stockings meant for her live stream, a lecherous grin plastered across his face. Was this not the very definition of a pervert? Sneaking into a girls' school to steal stockings? The audacity was astounding, and he claimed it was the apocalypse? Wu Ming couldn't help but feel a mix of disbelief and anger. Indeed, there are no virtuous men in this world. Wu Ming, clutching her phone, was ready to report to security. Zhao Yibai shrugged casually, observing her in silence. Forget it, she thought, unnerved by his indifferent gaze. You can leave. Just put my stockings down, and I will pretend nothing has happened. Yours? Zhao Yibai lifted the bag. No, it belongs to me now. Fury surged through Wu Ming. This pervert truly lacked appreciation. Is this outright theft? Those are brand new, and I intend to wear them. You must return the new ones. The ones in the laundry are already tainted by my use. Zhao Yibai felt a twinge of embarrassment. Did she really think of him as a naive freshman? Second-hand items. Not fit for even a dog. I owe you a meal, consider it a trade. Don't be too hasty in your refusal. Come and look outside before making your decision. He had a strong desire for those accelerators. It felt somewhat inappropriate to forcibly take from such a charming girl. After witnessing the outside world, she would surely grasp the value of a meal in this apocalyptic era. Wu Ming muttered to herself, recalling that this was a female dormitory. If he dared to act inappropriately, a call would summon numerous sisters to her aid, ensuring her safety. Thus, she stepped down from her bed, opened the curtains, and gasped. The view outside left her head spinning. The fourth floor felt perilously high. From her vantage point, she beheld two deep craters, approximately 5 to 6 meters wide and over a meter deep, on the concrete ground in front of Dormitory A. Countless dismembered zombie remains littered the area, dark red blood coating the ground, with organs and entrails strewn everywhere. The sight was grotesquely gory. Without opening the window, the scent of perfume had shielded her from the horrific stench of blood, yet she felt nauseated. The alcohol that had been churning in her stomach all night, combined with the remnants of her partially digested food, erupted violently. She doubled over, retching a substantial puddle onto the floor. Goodness! Zhao Bai recoiled, covering his nose and swiftly stepping back. I reside in room 401. I owe you a meal. With his spoils in tow, he promptly exited the scene. It was unfathomable that such a sweet and beautiful girl could produce such an odorous substance, reminiscent of a decaying rat left to rot for 3 days. Wu Ming hastily drew the curtains, unable to bear the sight any longer. She felt as if her insides were about to expel themselves. Heavens, is this truly the apocalypse? Wait, if that's the case, do I not have to meet my brother? Am I spared from being scolded? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a smile broke forth. After reaching the depths of despair, a glimmer of hope emerged. Wu Ming chuckled. Yet, as quickly as the laughter came, it faded. What am I rejoicing about in this apocalypse? While I may be free from meeting my brother, will I even have a life to live? Under Zhao Bai's diligent efforts, the corridor on the 4th floor had been rendered clean, leaving only a few stubborn bloodstains behind. The corpses had vanished. Despite the lingering traces of blood, the scene was now remarkably refreshing compared to the previous horror. The zombies trapped within the dormitory could not open the doors. The zombies on the rooftop have perished, rendering the 4th floor temporarily safe. The only point of danger lies within the stairwell. Zhao Bai has made preparations. Once his team ascends, he will arrange beds, tables, and chairs to barricade the staircase, leaving only a single point of entry. Thus, the upper levels will become relatively secure. The door to room 401 stands ajar. Upon Zhao Bai's return, carrying a large bag of stockings, he finds an additional occupant in the room, a girl. Upon noticing the towering figure of Zhao Bai, the girl promptly rises to her feet. Why you? Hello, she stammers nervously in greeting. I am Che Xiaoli from room 423. Hello, Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai nods in acknowledgement. Che Xiaoli appears to stand at a modest height of around 1.55 meters, her round face no larger than a fist. It seems she is rather shy. After uttering a few words, her cheeks flush crimson. She is adorned in a pink button-up shirt and a skirt, with a cartoon water bottle featuring a large capacity and a straw hanging around her neck, and she wears black shoes resembling pig's trotters. Should we shake hands? Che Xiaoli extends her small hand, her words slightly disjointed. Zhao Bai reaches out with his larger hand, gently shaking hers. No need to be so nervous. We will survive together from now on. The girl's palm is clammy with sweat. Che Xiaoli's excitement surges. Have I been accepted? In our dormitory. She is the leader. Her word is final. Congratulations, classmate Che Xiaoli. You have successfully joined our team. We are now family. Yu Yurong smiles and stands, embracing Che Xiaoli from behind. Thank you. This is wonderful. Che Xiaoli's eyes brim with tears of joy. Summoning her courage, she approaches, yet she is prepared for possible rejection. After all, she is not tall, timid, and lacks physical strength. To her astonishment, she is welcomed without hesitation. Zhao Bai sets down the stockings and inquires, so what now? Yu Yurong replies, for the time being, yes. Wang Yun from the group is also recruiting. She has connected with someone from Building D and is planning to take advantage of the diminished zombie presence outside to raid the supermarket. There are more who prefer to fortify the 4th floor than to storm the supermarket. Chapter 19. Count me in another raid on the supermarket? Zhao Bai sighs, rubbing his forehead. These people truly have wild imaginations. Who wouldn't want to go to the supermarket? So many delicious items await. However, the zombies inside are sure to be plentiful. Furthermore, among the horde, there is a cunning one, and the human scoundrel, Liu. No one knows if they survived last night. If they did, they might have abandoned their assault on the girls' dormitory, likely seeking a place to lie in ambush. The supermarket is an ideal location. Once survivors enter, they could easily be trapped. Zhao Bai contemplates visiting the supermarket, but not at this moment. When he delivered food and passed by the supermarket during the lunchtime rush, at least half the students were there, which indicates that there are at least 10,000 zombies present. The fated fortunate one did not succumb to becoming a zombie, Instead, they took refuge nearby, missing the chance to utilize the resources from that direction. The female dormitory is separated by several hundred meters, requiring one to exit the dormitory area, traverse the main road, and then make a turn. Perhaps the girls, being overly sentimental, have simplified the situation. Previously, when Liu deceived them into rushing to the supermarket, many lives were lost on the main road. It hasn't been long since then, yet they are already contemplating another rush. Zhao Yibai remarked, "It matters not. Those who wish to join us are welcome, as we respect their opinions. There are still 2.5 days left for the mission. Currently, their small team comprises 3 members, 1/3 of the required number." Zhao Yibai felt little pressure in recruiting 7 more. "All right," Yu Yurong replied, taking a sausage and placing it in Che Xiaoli's hands. "Have a bite to sustain yourself. We will cook later." The room 401 is presently the only dormitory in building capable of cooking, equipped not only with tools, but also electricity. The other dormitories have lost power. Even if they had small electric cookers, they would be unusable. Zhao Yibai had gathered a considerable amount of supplies, thus instructing Yu Yurong to enjoy life and not to be overly frugal. Most people have turned into zombies. Even if they had limited food, they would still dare to indulge. There are abundant resources outside. With fewer people, they could gather enough to last quite a while. Thank you, Che Xiaoli exclaimed, her eyes wide with gratitude. "You're providing food right upon my arrival." Starving, she felt a rush of excitement. Yu Yurong leaned closer to Che Xiaoli and whispered in her ear, causing the young girl's hairs to stand on end. "Sister, Yurong, what are you doing?" Che Xiaoli stammered. With a mischievous smile, Yu Yurong replied softly, "The food isn't free. You must be obedient." "Okay, I will listen." Che Xiaoli nodded eagerly. "Whatever you ask me to do, I will comply." "Ha ha ha," Yu Yurong laughed, seeing the girl's compliance. "All right, I was just teasing you. There's no need to be afraid. Just be obedient, and the most painful consequence will be temporary." What a predatory remark. Zhao Yibai, who was organizing the spoils from the 4th floor, rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Yu Yurong responded playfully, "Come on, I'm being serious. Aren't we all yours?" In truth, no other men were present in this area. The campus of a city women's university is quite extensive, with no men within several miles. Che Xiaoli stole a glance at Zhao Yibai, her face flushing as she lowered her head. Her heart raced, beating faster than ever. After stuttering out a couple of words, she hastily grabbed her cartoon water bottle hanging around her neck, opened the lid, and gulped down some water. "Ha ha ha ha." Yu Yurong burst into laughter. This little sister is quite adorable. She sensed no threat from her, thus harboring no animosity. Zhao Yibai felt a sense of relief. Their lives would indeed become easier. Yu Yurong understood these dynamics clearly. Zhao Yibai rubbed his forehead, realizing that life was genuinely improving. Wu Ming arrived at the door of room 401. Having lingered for some time, eavesdropping on the conversation within. "Count me in for the survival team. As for the rest, let it be," she declared. Inside, 3 individuals turned their attention toward her. Her hair was disheveled and wild. The scent of alcohol clung to her, and her bare face made her appear somewhat unhinged. "What special talents do you possess?" Yu Yurong inquired, her demeanor becoming serious as she straightened her posture and scrutinized Wu Ming. Despite her current disheveled appearance, Wu Ming had undeniable attributes. Standing at an impressive height of over 1.7 meters in her flip-flops, she sported a fashionable red tank top, one strap slipping down her upper arm, while a black bodycon skirt hugged her figure, accentuating her long legs clad in black stockings. The stockings, particularly on the side, had a slight allure. Rather than diminishing her beauty, they added an intriguing touch of sensuality to Wu Ming. Facing Wu Ming, Yu Yurong felt a sense of pressure. She had heard of Wu Ming, a female streamer with over 200,000 followers, deemed a goddess of allure by male students from other schools. "Are your legs particularly long?" Wu Ming tossed her head and pointed to her legs. Beyond the stockings and the remnants of alcohol, she had little else to show. She had expelled everything her stomach could muster. Hunger enveloped her body. In a world fraught with terror and despair, the resolute Wu Ming, who had previously refused 100,000, now chose to humble herself for the sake of a meal. "Isn't it just cooking? Who doesn't cook? It is the women who have never cooked who ought to be pitied," she reassured herself. She understood that the man present in the female dormitory was the true authority of room 401, so she spoke directly to Zhao Yibai. "Indeed, they are quite long," Zhao Yibai replied, his expression serious while internally acknowledging her attributes. However, Wu Ming's overly extroverted personality made Zhao Yibai feel somewhat out of his depth. "To join my team, you must adhere to our rules." Yu Yurong stepped forward. "Yes, following the rules." Wu Ming scratched her head. Flakes of dandruff cascading like snow. "You needn't be so hostile. I have no intention of competing for a man. I simply wish to have a decent meal." Yu Yurong was taken aback by Wu Ming's bluntness, her cheeks flushing. "Well then, you are permitted to join." "Thank you. Could you possibly spare me a sausage? I'm famished." Wu Ming's gaze fixated on the sausage in Che Xiaoli's hand, addressing Yu Yurong. Che Xiaoli's face paled as she quickly concealed the sausage behind her and took a step back. You can have the sausage, but nothing else. I can't be certain of your cleanliness. I wouldn't want you to put my man at risk. Yu Yurong tossed the sausage to Wu Ming, who caught it, tore open the packaging, and began to eat while chewing and saying, "Rest assured, I'm clean. I'm actually an introvert. My extroversion is merely a facade." The others exclaimed, "You? An introvert? You must be delirious." After finishing her sausage, Yu Yurong pushed Wu Ming into the bathroom. "Clean yourself up before coming out." "A shower? How wonderful," Wu Ming exclaimed. "This truly is the dormitory of a young lady." Half an hour later, when Wu Ming emerged from the bathroom, everyone was left astounded. She was wrapped in a simple, pristine white towel, transforming her entirely. A notification chimed. 4-star target Wu Ming detected. Those who had not previously recognized her beauty were now alerted by the system's announcement. Chapter 20. White Stockings. Wu Ming had completely shed her image of an ordinary girl, blossoming into a stunning beauty. With a touch of makeup and a filter, she would undoubtedly become the goddess of dreams for many young men on social media platforms. Wu Ming possessed long legs. However, the creator had been fair. While her legs were long, certain areas were less pronounced. Her oval face signified beauty, and though she was already striking, she remained a noticeable distance from the likes of Yu Yurong or Wang Weiwei, who were quintessential 5-star goddesses, even in their natural state. Wu Ming's beauty had already reached a level that Zhao Yibai, in the past, would have hesitated to pursue. Such allure seemed unattainable, akin to a dream. Was I that unremarkable before? Why are they all staring at me? Wu Ming questioned, feeling overwhelmed by the astonished gazes. Zhao Yibai remarked, "You look like a person now. Before, you did not." He refrained from showering her with praise, fearing it might lead to her becoming conceited. Besides, times had changed. In this post-apocalyptic world, he was prepared to pursue even a 5-star beauty, perhaps even 2. Wu Ming pouted slightly but chose not to retort, recognizing that she relied on his goodwill. "Go change into clean clothes. After dinner, we will start working," Zhao Yibai instructed. "Understood," Wu Ming replied and swiftly exited dorm room 401. As she passed by Zhao Yibai, the ends of her permed, golden hair flicked across his face. Zhao Yibai was speechless. Wu Ming turned back, sticking out her tongue and making a silly face before laughing and walking away triumphantly. Yu Yurong, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed, "What a leg." Her frustration was palpable, yet there was a playful undertone to her words. Zhao Yibai caught a lingering scent of her hair, finding the moment unexpectedly amusing. Yu Yurong observed his expression change, then glanced at her own hair tips. "Do you enjoy being teased by hair?" "Humph, just wait." In dorm room 433, after leaving 401, Wu Ming's steps quickened, eventually turning into a run. She wasn't quite sure why, but beside Zhao Yibai, she felt fearless. The atmosphere was warm. However, as she distanced herself from him, the previously familiar hallway felt ominously cold, sending shivers down her spine and tightening her heart with fear. Once she hurried back to her dorm, she let out a sigh of relief. Yet, the room was filled with the unpleasant odor of her earlier drunken escapades. And there was neither electricity nor water. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gathered her belongings, donned a shirt, secured a short skirt, and wrapped herself in the used towel, hastily making her way back to dorm room 401. That guy was scavenging for supplies, despite all the alcohol I had. He opted to take the stockings I used during my live stream. He must be insatiable. Moving back there seems like delivering myself into the lion's den. The house, vast and immaculate, equipped with electricity, water, and sustenance, felt nothing short of paradise. However, with only one man residing nearby, the inevitability of cohabitation loomed. Better to embrace the discomfort sooner rather than later. Thus, she resolved to move, prioritizing the filling of her belly. Wu Ming's body was quite earnest, already in motion while her mind still chattered in self-encouragement. Yet, upon reaching the doorway of room 401, she was halted. Zhao Yibai inquired, "What are you doing?" Wu Ming paused momentarily. "I'm moving in to live together." Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "Who said you could move in?" Wu Ming shrugged. "Since we're joining forces, isn't it only natural to live together? You could come over, too." Zhao Yibai nodded initially. Yet he did not step aside from the threshold. Wu Ming narrowed her eyes, sizing him up. "So, are you really that anxious? Do I need to poke you first before I can move in?" "Please don't say poke," Zhao Yibai replied, exasperated. "You should first adjust your living habits before moving in." Wu Ming retorted, "What is wrong with me? You tell me what's wrong. If 401 can allow an ordinary girl from 423 to move in, then it certainly doesn't mean Wu Ming can just waltz in." Seeing Wu Ming's defiance, Zhao Yibai decided to be blunt. "Look at your dormitory. You're the sole occupant, yet it resembles a pigsty. Don't bring that mess here." "What about the clothes and socks in my dorm?" Wu Ming countered, confused. "I have classes during the day and live broadcasts at night. When would I have time to wash them? I typically gather them to wash together. And besides, isn't my room pleasant?" The odor of dirty clothes and socks is not determined by appearance, is it? I've even refused to sell those items that the weirdo 1000Q wanted to buy. You can move in once you've cleaned them. It wasn't he that Zhao Yibai was overly fastidious. He simply needed to establish some ground rules beforehand. Otherwise, once Wu Ming settled in, she might unleash her wild side, making it difficult to rein her in later. Wu Ming clenched her delicate fists, locking eyes with Zhao Yibai, who met her gaze without yielding. He was the type who responded better to gentleness than force. In truth, Room 401 was equipped with a washing machine, and he had no intention of making her wash by hand. Defeated, Wu Ming conceded, "Can I just wash my clothes? I'll discard the stockings and such." Noticing Zhao Yibai's stern demeanor, she quickly softened her approach, tugging at his arm with a playful plea. "Oh, please, I beg you. I promise to keep things tidy." Seeing her relent, Zhao Yibai softened his stance as well. "Fine, I'll heed your wishes." Wu Ming promptly affirmed her decision. After stowing her belongings in room 401, she dashed back to room 433, with Zhao Yibai trailing behind. The scent of alcohol from a beautiful girl was just as unpleasant, diminishing Zhao Yibai's idealized view of attractive women considerably. With Zhao Yibai by her side, Wu Ming felt considerably more at ease, allowing her to organize her things without worry. She had an abundance of clothing, and due to her late-night broadcasts, she had become somewhat of a pariah, as her roommates had all moved out, leaving her alone. Living solo had only encouraged her carefree nature, with clothes strewn about haphazardly. As a streamer, it was customary for her to change outfits for each broadcast. Zhao Yibai opened the window to let in some fresh air and surveyed the dormitory. Aside from the pristine area designated for live streaming, the rest of the room was in disarray, a sight difficult to articulate. However, with Wu Ming's diligent tidying, it appeared that the room was not as dreadful as it seemed. The scattered clothes merely contributed to the chaos. "All right, let us go," Zhao Yibai declared, straightening his posture, infused once again with a sense of justice and positivity. "Strange indeed," Wu Ming murmured softly, trailing behind him with 2 large bags of clothing. In the 401 restroom, as she watched the washing machine whirl, Wu Ming's face lit up with a smile. "I thought he was deliberately toying with me. Turns out, he wants me to use the washing machine. He is quite a decent person." She reflected on her past mistakes and resolved to be more conscientious about hygiene. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting her to inhale deeply. How delightful. Is that hot pot? Can one truly indulge in hot pot in this apocalyptic world? Such extravagance. Chapter 21. The female realm. What is that smell? Chun Shiwaru crouched on the balcony, incredulously gazing at the basin behind her. Am I hallucinating from hunger? I haven't had hot pot in ages. How could this aroma exist? Her nose twitched as she caught another whiff. She peered into the basin, then furtively scanned her surroundings, swallowing hard. Ever since the food in the dormitory had been pilfered by unknown entities, she had not eaten anything. Hunger gnawed at her. No, even if no one sees me, I must not succumb. Chun Shiwaru managed to uphold her principles. At this moment, she found herself somewhat empathetic towards dogs, pondering why they might consume excrement. It truly did smell rather appealing. Alas, Chun Shiwaru's current predicament was rather pitiable, yet entirely of her own making. Initially, Zhao Yibai felt hesitant to take the wild food from the dormitory, but after she had sullied his bed with unseemly remarks, he no longer held back. Not only did he remove everything salvageable from the dormitory, but he also retaliated in kind. Buzz. Female dormitory building, a survival group. 203 Wang Yun. One must not be overly selfish. In this apocalypse, we should assist one another. Many sisters are without food. Who is indulging in hot pot? Can you even eat it alone? 318 Shen Lin. Exactly. In difficult times, we should understand the importance of sharing. 107 Jiangyi. Who is eating hot pot? Message me privately. I want to take it for free. We're about to raid the supermarket and we'll bring back some food. 203 Wang Yun. Right, taking this opportunity. Is anyone else interested? We're setting out tomorrow morning. If you don't sign up now, it will be too late. Those leading this mission are skilled, armed, and capable of dispatching zombies. 310 Shinshiru. The aroma seems to be wafting down from the 4th floor. 203 Wang Yun. Who is on the 4th floor? Don't be too selfish. If you don't extend an invitation, don't blame us for seeking you out. 107 Jiangyi. It's truly better when everyone is well. In this apocalypse, some are aware of their circumstances. Be cautious to avoid unpleasant incidents. At this time, even a single death would go unnoticed. Chen Lin, the one upstairs is right. Understanding is essential to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Given the limited space in Building A, is it truly feasible to monopolize such delectable food? Think it through. Room 401. A sense of urgency enveloped Che Xiaoli as she glanced at the messages in the group chat, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. What has happened? In the open kitchen, Yurong, who was washing vegetables, turned her head. In the bathroom, Wu Ming, watching the washing machine, also stepped out. Che Xiaoli. Her face flushed with anxiety, exclaimed, "Look at the group chat. We made hot pot, and it smells so good that they want to come and eat." Indeed, the aroma was enticing. Wu Ming inhaled the delightful scent wafting through the room, her hunger intensifying her sensitivity to the fragrance. Yurong picked up her phone to check the group chat messages as Wu Ming hurriedly joined her and Che Xiaoli. At that moment, Zhao Yibai was laboriously moving some bedboards and tables to block the stairway, ensuring no space was left unguarded. He needed to reassess the zombies on the 4th floor and eliminate any threats, thereby asserting complete control over that level. With 4 members now in the team, they could effectively take turns standing guard. As long as no major incidents occurred, their lives would stabilize. After reading the messages, Yurong furrowed her brow. It seemed their hot pot had attracted too much attention. This was Zhao Yibai's arrangement. The refrigerator housed numerous vegetables nearing spoilage, along with plenty of beef and lamb rolls and hot pot balls in the freezer. Yurong had decided to prepare a hot pot as a celebratory feast for their team's expansion. Wu Ming inquired, "What do you think, big sister?" "Big sister?" Yurong replied, puzzled. "In our household, you are the eldest, I am the second, and she is the third," Wu Ming explained, counting on her fingers and ultimately pointing at Che Xiaoli. Che Xiaoli's anxious, pale face suddenly flushed red as she looked down. "You are quite perceptive." Hearing Wu Ming's explanation eased Yurong's heart. Although she found Wu Ming alluring, she felt a twinge of apprehension about competing for status. After all, girls tend to care about such matters. Wu Ming continued, "The women below have a saying. We must support one another and unite if we wish to endure and thrive in this apocalypse. Big sister, you take the lead." "All right." Yurong nodded. "They may be numerous, but if they come to flaunt and snatch our food, I will not hesitate to act. We must establish our presence. Otherwise, they will truly think us easy to bully." Wu Ming immediately patted her chest reassuringly. "Rest assured, big sister, I am no pushover. I previously clashed with 3 roommates and emerged victorious. My record is impeccable. I will safeguard our team's interests without hesitation." Che Xiaoli, though nervous, clenched her fists. "I will join as well. If they try to take our things, I will scratch their faces and tug at their hair." "Well said." Yurong nodded emphatically, praising the 2 girls. Where there are people, there exists a hierarchy. A girls' school is no different. Yurong possesses a striking visage and an enviable figure, which inevitably draws a torrent of jealousy and disdain from others. Were she not so resolute, she might very well meet the same fate as Su Yuyu. When Chun Shuru was in close proximity to Yurong, she consistently referred to her as sister, not without reason. The commanding presence of Yurong effectively subdued Chun Shuru. "Prepare yourselves. The zombies in the corridor are few, but they could approach at any moment," Yurong instructed. "Understood," Wu Ming replied, promptly seizing the chef's knife from the cutting board. Yurong exited with a metal rolling pin in hand, shattering the glass of the fire cabinet with a resounding crash. She retrieved a fire axe from within and handed the rolling pin to Che Xiaoli. "What are you all up to? Isn't dinner about to be served?" "I can already smell the delicious aroma," Zhao Yibai inquired, peering from a room while balancing a table. "We caught the scent of our hot pot from below, and if we do not invite them, they might just come up on their own. I say we confront them," Yurong declared. "A bunch of old hags. How dare they not share their food? Who do they think they're intimidating? We're going to tear them apart." Wu Ming spat, her words laced with an audacity honed from her experience as a streamer on Douyin. The timid Che Xiaoli brandished the metal rolling pin, exclaiming, "Let us fight." Zhao Yibai, unable to contain her laughter, placed a hand to her forehead. "What are you laughing at? We are quite serious," Yurong retorted, pouting. At that moment, a voice echoed from the staircase. "The scent is indeed wafting up from above," Chun Shuru commented, followed by a more robust female voice. "Let us go up and indulge in the hot pot. Consider it a rehearsal for our assault on the supermarket tomorrow. You all know what to do, right?" "Of course. We understand," they replied in unison. Zhao Yibai's smile faded, her expression turning icy. Were these women truly intending to ascend and seize their food? Chapter 22. High maternal content. "Let us handle our affairs as women," Yurong asserted, wielding the fire axe as she approached Zhao Yibai and bestowed a soft kiss upon her. Then, with the imposing axe juxtaposed against her graceful form, she made her way toward the staircase. In that moment, Zhao Yibai was left speechless, realizing Yurong was not only beautiful but also possessed a fierce spirit. "Wow." As Wu Ming passed by Zhao Yibai, she tossed her hair back, the long strands brushing against Zhao Yibai's face. Che Xiaoli, clutching the metal rolling pin tightly, trotted to catch up, offering a shy smile and nod as she went by, too timid to emulate her 2 sisters. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Zhao Yibai asked. "Just keep an eye on the pot in the kitchen. Don't let it burn," Yurong instructed without turning back. "Call for support if needed." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yibai chose to place her trust in them. Based on his experiences gleaned from apocalyptic novels, he knew that the zombies were indeed terrifying. Yet the human threat could be even more formidable. He could not remain within the confines of the group indefinitely. Trusting that Yu Yurong would allow them to gain experience was acceptable. After all, the remaining girls in the dormitory were those who had previously hesitated to follow Li Yu's command to storm the supermarket. The situation should not be too problematic. As Yu Yurong led Wu Ming and Che Xiaoli to the stairway, the individuals below had already ascended the steps. Wang Yun walked at the forefront, brandishing a fire axe identical to Yu Yurong's. Towering at 175 meters, she donned an ill-fitting, tight haute couture dress, seemingly scavenged from some dormitory. She was robust, yet equally vain and beauty-conscious. Following her were the stunning Chun Shuuru, who had attained a 4-star beauty rating, the slender Chen Lin, weighing under 80 Jin, and Jiang Yi, wrapped in a down jacket despite the summer heat. Behind them trailed a dozen or so girls, all of ordinary appearance, each wielding makeshift weapons. These individuals constituted Wang Yun's cadre, prepared to join forces with the female dormitory DS residents to combat zombies and raid the supermarket the following day. At the bend in the staircase, some furniture had been placed, allowing only one person to squeeze through. Both parties locked eyes through the gap in the furniture. A veneer of indifference adorned Yu Yurong's exquisite visage. Oh, are they here to welcome us for a meal? Wang Yun mused, surveying the three opponents, particularly noting the timid Che Xiaoli, which elicited a mocking smile and a derisive tone. Upon spotting Yu Yurong, Chun Shueru's expression stiffened, and she quickly retreated, feeling guilty about her previous online taunts. Though she had the audacity to insult from a distance, facing Yu Yurong in reality rendered her unable to hold her head high. After all, Yu Yurong had been quite decent to her. The disparity between 3 and over a dozen was stark. Wu Ming, a fierce warrior, pierced through the pretense. Look at you, with that cute face. Why is your face so large? Is vanity all you have? While your mother indulges in hot pot, you come begging here. Why don't you bring something to repay me for your insults? Wang Yun's face turned pale with anger, and she immediately retaliated. I'll knock your mother. You foul creature. Who the hell hasn't had their pants tightened? Are you seeking death? Can't you see the situation? Wu Ming raised her kitchen knife defiantly. What good is your numbers? Come on, all of you. I'll take down one for each that approaches. Damn it. Let us go. Why is Wu Ming considered a warrior? This woman was formidable. Her fierce demeanor and her high frequency of expletives were indeed intimidating. There was no doubt that if she advanced, she would wield that knife with intent. Wang Yun felt a twinge of uncertainty. She had anticipated that upon seeing their numbers, the opposition would falter and become frightened. Yet, they appeared undeterred, ready for a fight. However, leading the charge left her apprehensive of being harmed. Conversely, remaining back was a matter of pride. Chun Shueru whispered, "Shall we just let it go?" Her voice was not loud, yet in the profound silence, it resonated through the space, catching the attention of those nearby. This served to fortify Wang Yun's resolve. She clenched her teeth, determined to maintain her dignity as the leader. Securing control over the supermarket was essential for her to retain her influence and ensure her sustenance. Wang Yun raised the fire axe in her hand. I swear. Today I shall see who perishes. Despite her bravado, she found herself doubting whether her opponents would truly dare to strike her. Follow me, sisters. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me will face my axe, and they'll be rendered unrecognizable even to their own mothers. Charge. Chun Lin tightened her grip on a steel pipe, salvaged from a dismantled bed. Though hollow, it was thick, heavy, and long, boasting considerable striking power. Jiang Yi declared, if you refuse a toast, you shall face a forced drink. I'll tear you apart. The other girls followed behind, brimming with ferocity. Wu Ming's lips twitched, and unease began to creep into her heart. In truth, she was adept at verbal sparring and had a sharp tongue, but when it came to physical altercations, she was more likely to be the one on the receiving end of the blows, lacking any real combat prowess. Against so many adversaries, her chances were slim. With a sudden crack, Yu Yurong stood silently at the forefront, as she observed the fiercely determined Wang Yun navigate over the obstacles of tables and bed frames. Her eyes widened, and she swung the fire axe with intent. This was no mere bluff. A saying within their survival group echoed in her mind. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, who knows how one might meet their end? This sentiment, originally intended as a threat, resonated deeply with Yu Yurong. Having faced zombies alone, her courage had been forged in the fires of adversity. Those who dared to steal from them were far more detestable than any undead foe. Wang Yun was terrified. This was not mere hyperbole, but a genuine reaction. She had wagered on whether the fierce-looking Wu Ming would dare to act, only to be met head-on by an unyielding adversary. Without any further ado, a sharp axe was swung directly at her. As the blade approached, Wang Yun's mind blanked, and a wave of terror washed over her, rendering her paralyzed. The axe struck her shoulder with a sickening thud, penetrating 3 centimeters deep. The sound of flesh being severed and bone cracking was excruciatingly loud. Oh! Wang Yun screamed in agony upon realizing she had been struck. Yu Yurong swallowed hard. She had dispatched the weak and infirm zombies before, but this was her first time inflicting harm on a person. After the swing, she attempted to retract the axe, but found it lodged in Wang Yun's bone. The force of her pull caused Wang Yun to writhe in pain, her eyes rolling back, revealing only the whites. The other girls fell silent, some even trembling in fear. Yu Yurong stepped on Wang Yun's shoulder, using all her strength to yank the axe free, the sound echoing sharply. As the blade was removed, Wang Yun tumbled backward down the stairs, her wound gushing blood. With her eyes rolling back and her body shaking, her instinct for survival compelled her to weakly plead, "Help me, save me." Chapter 23. Good sister. In that moment, who would dare step forward? Everyone began to retreat. Yuyo gazed at the vibrant crimson blood splattered on the ground, her eyes coldly sweeping over the people below. This is the apocalypse, not a mere ordinary day. Do you still wish to bully others at this time? My refusal to provoke you or seize your possessions does not signify my fear. You seek to rob us and trample us beneath your feet. She is the consequence. Whoever dares to approach again, come forth. I, Yuyo, await your arrival. Below, no one dared to meet Yuyo's gaze. Wu Ming and Che Xiaoli exchanged glances, sensing a newfound reverence in Yuyo's demeanor. Such is humanity. The timid fear the bold, and the bold fear those who are reckless. Initially, they could not suppress their adversaries. Once the opponents advanced in unison, the injuries and potential fatalities would befall them. After all, they were merely ordinary girls, devoid of superhuman abilities or superior weaponry. In a confrontation between the many and the few, the fewer would inevitably succumb. Those who had ascended the staircase to the 4th floor silently retreated. Chun Shueju. Yuyo called out. You come up. Yuyo, please don't. Chun Shueju sobbed, shaking her head. Yuyo's expression turned icy. Do you wish for me to descend because you refuse to heed my words? Chun Shueju's tears streamed down. No, Yuyo. I'll come up, but please don't harm me. The most temperamental Wang Yun lay there, utterly devoid of spirit. Chen Lin, Zhang Yi, and others, witnessing those who had fled returning to their dormitories, also lost their fighting spirit upon seeing Wang Yun sprawled on the ground. Zhang Yi and Chen Lin exchanged a glance, both deciding to withdraw. Yuyo pointed at Zhang Yi. Chun Shueju, seize that girl and bring her up. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Shueju apprehended Zhang Yi. What are you doing? Let me go. Zhang Yi's expression changed dramatically. Everyone else leave. Chen Lin hesitated, wanting to assist Zhang Yi, but Yuyo stood above, raising the bloodied fire axe like a frigid sovereign. Chen Lin hurriedly departed. Yuyo, please, spare me. Zhang Yi pleaded, her voice quivering. Chun Shueju, though intimidated by Zhang Yi, was far more afraid of Yuyo. Despite Zhang Yi's attempts to break free, Chun Shueju held her tightly. Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cursed. I am a wretched person. My mouth should be silenced. Zhang Yi wept, slapping her own face in despair. Please, don't kill me. Yuyo replied, do not be anxious. I intend for you to take your leader down. Zhang Yi paused in confusion. All right. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Yi hurried forward, lifting Wang Yun and dragging her down. Wang Yun was too tall, too robust, and too heavy, making the task laborious for Zhang Yi. Chun Shueju cried out. Then I'm not involved, right, Yuyo? You? Yuyo scrutinized Chun Shueju. I offer you a chance to join us. Will you accept? Yes, Chun Shueju, fixated on the axe in Yuyo's hand, nodded eagerly. Very well, come up. From now on, we shall be one family. Chun Shueju, somewhat incredulous, asked, really? Indeed, Yuyo beckoned. Come forth. Chun Shueru hesitated for a moment before hastily approaching Yu Yurong. Yu Yurong, with one hand wielding an axe and the other carelessly pinching Chun Shueru's cheek, remarked, Shueru, you should truly be grateful for your captivating appearance. Otherwise, I would have struck you down with a single blow. A shiver coursed through Chun Shueru's body. Yu Yurong withdrew her hand, assuring her, do not be afraid. As long as you obey, there will be meat for me to eat and soup for you to drink. You must listen, without fail. Chun Shueru managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Yu Yurong handed the axe to Wu Ming, proclaiming, let us go. It is time for hot pot. As Wu Ming gripped the axe, she suddenly noticed that the handle was damp with sweat. A realization dawned upon her. They were all alike. The elder sister, for the sake of her dignity, feigned strength to intimidate others, yet harbored her own fears within. In the past, Yu Yurong would never have accepted Chun Shueru, especially after she had betrayed her in the group. However, witnessing the numerous individuals on the opposing side and recognizing that her own group consisted of only 3 girls, it became clear that survival necessitated a greater number of reliable companions. Although Chun Shueru was timid and envious, her beauty and familiarity rendered her easier to manage than a complete stranger. Zhaoi Bai, she said, observing the newly brought Chun Shueru with a puzzled expression directed at Yu Yurong. This is Chun Shueru, my dear sister. Let her join us, shall we? All right, sister. Zhao Bai tilted his head, sensing that this woman was no saint. With a sharp clap, Yu Yorong playfully struck Chen Qiueru, producing a resonant sound. Rest assured, I know her well. Then, it is settled, Zhao Yibai replied, having recognized that Yu Yorong's decision to accept Chen Qiueru was a deliberate consideration. Chen Qiueru curiously scrutinized Zhao Yibai. Unbeknownst to her, despite this being their first encounter, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. The meat is ready. Come and eat. Zhao Yibai beckoned. He felt somewhat awkward as he glanced at Chen Qiueru, recalling the time he had poured drink for her. Had he known they would become teammates, he would have acted with less severity. A group quickly gathered around the table, the aroma of hot pot wafting through the air. Chen Qiueru's eyes fixated hungrily on the steaming meat in the electric pot, her senses intoxicated by the scent. She was nearly starving but dared not take a seat. There are no seats left. Moreover, she was the newcomer. Yu Yorong looked at Chen Qiueru and asked, Not hungry? I am. Chen Qiueru instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. If you are hungry, why not go next door and bring back a chair? Yu Yorong was quite irritated by Chen Qiueru's earlier remarks in the group, a sentiment fueled by her protective instinct, as she had always regarded Chen Qiueru as her younger sister. Yet, upon seeing her pitiable demeanor behind Wang Yun, Yu Yorong's anger dissipated, for after all, she had cared for her for over 2 years. Yu Yorong understood that this was not right. It was an act of feminine compassion. Yet she permitted herself this indulgence one last time. She granted Chen Qiueru a final opportunity. Should Chen Qiueru betray her again, even in the slightest manner, she would personally deal with her, ensuring her own graduation and providing closure to such a lengthy emotional investment. Was this acceptable? Chen Qiueru was perceptive. She sensed that the male host here harbored a slight aversion towards her, so she inquired of Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai nodded in affirmation. Go ahead. Not long after, the table was cleared, everyone having satisfied their appetites to the point of fullness. Chen Qiueru slumped into her chair, having starved for an extended period. This sudden feast overwhelmed her senses with comfort. Yu Yorong remarked, Once we've finished eating, let us take a brief respite before attending to our tasks. Upon hearing this, the other 3 girls in the room straightened in their seats. Their expressions varied. Chapter 24. Wang Yun, the Avenger work? Work? Wu Ming pursed her glossy red lips and nodded. Shall we all go together? Che Xiaoli was in a flurry, her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Utterly adorable and inciting an urge to take a bite. She felt a twinge of fear, yet also a willingness to proceed. This was the apocalypse. A departure from the past. Nothing was beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps tomorrow, life would simply cease. Che Xiaoli, though frightened by the details she had overheard from her roommates, felt a flicker of anticipation. This girls' school and city, felt akin to a prison. One returned home only once a month, and within its confines, one encountered no boys. This very fact rendered the inhabitants more exhilarated upon seeing males than their peers, making certain matters more readily acceptable. Let us proceed. At this moment, Chen Qiueru embodied the spirit of a warrior. The hot pot was intoxicatingly fragrant. The aroma brought tears to the eyes of Chen Qiueru, who had been famished for so long. This grand feast left her belly swollen. She was acutely aware that the true authority of this small team resided in the man, Zhao Yibai. When Yu Yorong had accepted her, she had remarked, Thanks to your appearance. And in that moment, Chen Qiueru understood her worth. Yu Yorong had chosen her for Zhao Yibai's sake. Bring it on. All in, or one-on-one. I'm ready. What was she thinking? Yu Yorong scoffed, her cheeks reddening. I meant serious work. Ahem. Zhao Yibai cleared his throat twice. Other matters can wait. For now, we must focus on our tasks, placing beds and furniture in the hallway as barricades to prevent the ordinary zombies from approaching. Additionally, we must unlock all the locked rooms, eradicate the zombies within, and gather all usable supplies, along with the information on survivors on the 4th floor. Though most of the ordinary zombies had been lured away previously, Zhao Yibai had an instinctive feeling that if any intelligent zombies still survived, having evaded the helicopter's assault, they would inevitably return. Since they would not be leaving this place anytime soon, they must fortify their surroundings and prepare for the worst. Understood. Seeing Zhao Yibai's earnest demeanor, everyone nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, they commenced their labor. Zhao Yibai granted them a moment of respite. Supplies were crucial, yet Zhao Yibai remained unhurried. He possesses the capital of time. We're waiting halts. Let everyone hoard supplies to their heart's content. When the moment comes, he will take what he desires from whomever he chooses. In Dormitory 203, a group of survivors gathers around Wang Yun. Jiang Yi's hands are stained with blood. They have hurriedly bandaged Wang Yun's wounds. But the gash from the fire axe runs too deep. Just as they manage to staunch the bleeding, Wang Yun's complexion has turned pale, her lips ashen from the considerable loss of blood. I will not rest until I avenge this grievance, Wang Yun declares, her gaze filled with fury, her voice soft yet imbued with anger and hatred. Jiang Yi remarks, perhaps we were wrong from the beginning. We should not have been so aggressive. Chen Lin retorts, what good does it do to say this now? We missed the chance for hot pot and made enemies in the process. Jiang Yi snaps back. What tone is that with me? Where was your bravado when facing Yu Yurong? Chen Lin, incensed, exclaims, how dare you, Jiang Yi? Are you looking for a fight? Jiang Yi responds defiantly, do I look afraid of you? Enough. Wang Yun interjects coldly. No more infighting. Not only does it harm our sisterhood, but it is utterly fruitless. Silence descends upon the dormitory. Wang Yun continues, tonight, we shall stealthily proceed. I am injured, and the trip to the supermarket may prove perilous. Thus, we will target them first to hone our skills. Wang Weiwei is no ordinary individual. Her dormitory is stocked with water, electricity, and medicine. Doubtless, there are treasures aplenty. We need medicine. Wang Yun requires supplies, prompting her, as the leader, to revise her strategy. Healing her wounds takes precedence, and the focus shifts to seizing resources within the building, alongside seeking vengeance. In confronting Yu Yurong and her cohorts, she has discerned the true nature of those around her. Their essence is one of sweet words, yet when it comes to action, they are impotent against even the most fearsome of adversaries, let alone a mere Yu Yurong. If this group does not summon greater courage and sharpen their resolve, they risk becoming mere fodder for the zombies, akin to those who came before them. A voice among the girls murmurs, aren't we all classmates? Must we truly be so ruthless? Wang Yun's eyes widen in fury. Do you dare call me a classmate? Look at the wound on my shoulder. That little fiend, Yu Yurong, nearly struck me down. And now you speak of camaraderie? Has your mind been clouded? In her rage, Wang Yun's injury, which had only just begun to heal, splits open anew, blood seeping through the makeshift bandage. Calm down. Calm down. Jiang Yi urges, realizing the severity of the situation. The wound has reopened. Seeing the blood flow profusely, Wang Yun's anger dissipates, replaced by fear. Quick, help me stop the bleeding. I cannot afford to lose any more blood. Tonight's plan is set. We will strike at midnight while they slumber, eliminating them all to bolster our courage. If we cannot even slay our enemies, how shall we ever confront the zombies? Those willing to accompany me, Wang Yun, to indulge in delightful feasts, are welcomed. However, should you choose not to join, I shall not impose my will upon you. From this day forth, you shall no longer be my sisters, but adversaries in the days to come. The young women crammed into dormitory 203 bowed their heads in silence. Chenlin spoke, sisters. In this apocalyptic world, it is the survival of the fittest. Previously, we were restrained by that treacherous fish, but in truth, how many of us are there? Are you not hungry? Do you not yearn for me? Do you not desire to charge your phones? Do you not wish to bathe? Upon hearing Chenlin's words, the lowered heads began to rise. In the dilapidated dormitory building, only the esteemed Miss Wang Weiwei's room 401 had been upgraded with independent power and plumbing. After Li Yu pulled the main switch, they were left in darkness, deprived of their phones, the last remnants of their entertainment and solace. Jiang Yi declared, you need not be the first to act, but each must take up arms. We are already enemies. In Building A, only one faction can prevail. Very well. I shall go. I will join as well. Count me in. The girls' spirits were kindled, each eagerly signing up. A look of satisfaction graced Wang Yun's face. Return to your rest. Gather again at dusk. Await us, for we shall strike at midnight. The crowd nodded in agreement and dispersed. By then, they had grown accustomed to the zombies and bloodshed in the corridors, daring to traverse the hallways, even in daylight. Meanwhile, the stairwell had been barricaded by Zhao Yibai and several girls, with beds, tables, and chairs haphazardly arranged, leaving only a narrow passage for ascent. As night fell, the fragrance of hot pot wafted from the girls' dormitory 401, the savory aroma of beef rolls and hot pot ingredients mingling in the air, carried by the wind, enticing half the campus. In Building D, Han Wan, enticed by the aroma, felt her hunger intensify. Tomorrow morning, we shall disregard Wang Yun and her group in Building A. We will go? Agreed. The gathered individuals nodded in unison. Chapter 25. Night raid. After the meal, Zhao Yibai felt a sense of bliss. Room 401 could keep the lights on for an extended period, but they turned them off early, a moment Zhao Yibai eagerly anticipated, akin to reigning as an emperor. Several hours later, Zhao Yibai lit a cigarette, and the lights of dormitory 401 flickered back on. Inhale. Exhale. Zhao Yibai released a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon. Let me have a puff. Wu Ming climbed beside Zhao Yibai, taking the cigarette and inhaling deeply. Exhaling. She exclaimed, wow, this feels invigorating. It's not as harsh as I imagined. Taking advantage and playing coy, Yu Yurong quipped, then added earnestly, from now on, you cannot indulge just because you wish to. We must work together for survival. Unity and cohesion are essential to our strength, and your indulgence will be rewarded based on your performance. Understood. Wu Ming nodded vigorously. She recognized that in the past, she was a goddess of the internet, but now, confined within this dormitory, Zhao Yibai was the sole man, a rarity to be cherished. Che Xiaoli's hair flowed freely, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a glistening allure. I will do my utmost to perform well. Chen Shuiru remained silent, merely focusing on tidying the bed sheets. Fortunately, during the afternoon search for supplies, they managed to gather a considerable amount of various resources. Otherwise, they would have been left without fresh linens. This was a consequence imposed by Yu Rong, emphasizing that one must take responsibility for their own misdeeds. Observing the harmonious atmosphere within the room, Zhao Yibai's face also broke into a subtle smile. A dream he had never dared to envision had suddenly materialized. Although it was somewhat exhausting. Tonight, we will split into groups for the night watch. I will take the first shift, accompanied by Che Xiaoli. In the latter half of the night, Yu Rong, you will supervise Qin Shuiru and Wu Meng. Zhao Yibai had assessed the battleground, noting the considerable amount of bloodshed. He had also listened intently to Yu Rong's detailed account of the situation. The manner in which girls and boys approach tasks tends to differ. If Zhao Yibai were present at that location, having already severely injured someone named Wang Yun, he certainly could not allow her to leave. That would be akin to planting a time bomb that could explode at any moment. Yu Rong had already been ruthless, but in this post-apocalyptic world, that was still insufficiently so. He could only hope that Wang Yun would appreciate Yu Rong's kindness. Should she seek revenge, he would show no mercy, merely wishing to conclude this enmity on his own terms. Understood, the girls replied in unison. Zhao Yibai donned his delivery uniform, assisted Che Xiaoli, and took a thermos of hot water as they exited the dormitory. The metallic door of room 401 could withstand a zombie attack, but it offered no protection from humans. They also carried 2 chairs, positioning themselves at the entrance of 401 to ensure they could hear any disturbances below. The night air was slightly chilly. Che Xiaoli wore a pink cartoon-themed pajama set, draped with a white knitted cardigan. Zhao Yibai leaned against the wall, a steel pipe stained with zombie blood resting nearby. Che Xiaoli sat beside him, a fire axe at her side. She stole a glance at Zhao Yibai's profile. Illuminated by the moonlight, the tall boy's features strikingly handsome. A soft smile crept across her face as she gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Careful to balance her weight, concerned that she might be too heavy for him, Zhao Yibai noticed her cautious movements and extended his large hand, affectionately resting her petite head against his arm. Lean on me. I will keep watch for you. If they were to be in a romantic relationship, Che Xiaoli would undoubtedly be a wonderful partner. She was not breathtakingly beautiful, nor particularly striking, but her entire demeanor was soft and gentle, her voice tender and sweet, endearing her to those around her. Oh, Che Xiaoli murmured softly, her heart racing as she nestled against Zhao Yibai, the warmth of his presence quickening her pulse and evoking memories of their earlier encounter. Che Xiaoli, how shameless, she admonished herself internally, resolutely closing her eyes to banish the thoughts. Yet, she found herself unable to resist, relishing the recollection. She could sense that Zhao Yibai had been exercising restraint, treating her with utmost gentleness. Zhao Yibai, feeling at peace, found comfort in the presence of this soft girl beside him, enveloped in a warm sense of tranquility. In a terrifying post-apocalyptic world, he finds himself in possession of things he once dared not hope for. Task Panel. Team Mission. Zhao Yibai, Yu Rong, Wu Meng, Che Xiaoli, Qin Shuiru, 510 individuals. This night is far from tranquil. In the distance, and even further beyond, the chilling roars of zombies and the anguished cries of humans intermittently pierce the silence. Most individuals in this bleak world are leading lives of profound dissatisfaction. Zhao Yibai sips tea intermittently, aware that the outside remains perilously dangerous. He intends to wait until he is certain of his safety before making his departure. Although this female dormitory serves adequately as a temporary base, it lacks the height necessary for long-term survival, and the surrounding resources are alarmingly scarce. The density of the zombies is overwhelming. As night deepens, perhaps due to prolonged sleeplessness, Che Xiaoli, lulled by the comforting scent of safety emanating from Zhao Yibai, drifts off to sleep against him, her breath steady and serene. Gradually, Zhao Yibai begins to feel drowsy as well. However, a sudden clanging sound jolts him awake, the sound of a head colliding with the iron bedpost. Ouch! In the staircase, Chun-Lin clutches her head in pain as she crawls up the stairs. The obstacles created by piled-up debris would make noise if shifted and require time to move, leaving her no choice but to crawl. The darkness envelopes her. Taking the initiative to reclaim the situation, Chun-Lin leads the way. Yet the dim light of her flashlight combined with her uncomfortable position causes her to inadvertently bump her head. Keep it down. Can you manage? You'll wake Yu Rong, and this battle will turn into a nightmare, Wang Yun admonishes in a hushed tone. I'll be careful, Chun-Lin replies, suppressing her headache. Her decision to lead stems from her own ambitions. With Wang Yun injured, if she falters, they would need a new leader. The new leader would inevitably emerge between her and Jiang Yi, and it would depend on who proves to be more formidable. She yearns to become the future matriarch. intent on showcasing her mettle to earn the respect of her peers. Zhao Yibai grips a steel pipe stained with zombie blood. Chen-Lin climbs up safely, and upon reaching the top, she shines the light downward to guide the others. Zhao Yibai gently places the deeply slumbering Che Xiaoli down, then approaches Chen-Lin, prodding her back with the pipe. Hey, what are you doing? Chen-Lin, startled, nearly loses control of her senses, letting out a loud scream. The peaceful night shatters with her cry, echoing ominously. Roar! Nearby zombies, drawn by the commotion, rush towards the female dormitory A. Jiang Yi, in the midst of her ascent, is startled by the scream and instinctively looks up, colliding painfully against the iron frame of the bed, nearly causing her to faint from the pain. The female survivors on the third floor become alert, their faces etched with fear. Wang Yun, despite her own trepidation, grits her teeth and urges, keep climbing. We must fight. For the future. For survival. Chapter 26. The plastic sisters Zhao Yibai, with the piercing gaze of a hawk, swiftly located the source of the voice, undeterred by the night and the clutter. I'll fight you. After a sharp scream, Chen-Lin gritted her teeth and swung an axe at Zhao Yibai. With a resounding slap, Zhao Yibai, without even glancing at Chen-Lin, effortlessly struck her across the face. The impact sent Chen-Lin crashing to the ground, her fire axe slipping from her grasp and clattering to the floor. Half of her face turned pale, quickly swelling with visible bruising. This was a real fight. In terms of size, strength, and experience, how could Chen-Lin, a mere girl, stand against Zhao Yibai, a towering man over 6 feet tall? With just 70% of his strength, Zhao Yibai delivered a blow that left Chen-Lin's head ringing, her mind blank, and her face numb as if it were not her own. Struggling on the ground, she could not rise. Blood trickled from her mouth, where her teeth had pierced her skin, giving her a pitiful appearance. Why not use full strength? Zhao Yibai understood that force is reciprocal. Using full power would only hurt his hand. Oh my god! Jiang Yi was instantly stunned by the scene. She felt as if she had received that slap herself, fearing it might disfigure her nose. She had no desire to confront him. That single blow seemed lethal. Gulping, Wang Yun, illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the window, observed Zhao Yibai's formidable combat prowess. Don't retreat, push forward. We must press on. He is alone. Though she could not clearly see Zhao Yibai's features, in the darkness, she sensed his eyes fixed upon her, filled with a murderous intent. If they failed to eliminate him, she would be in peril. We can't go up. We can't win. He is a man with immense strength, Jiang Yi exclaimed anxiously. As she attempted to retreat, Wang Yun, unwilling to let her back down, struck her foot with a steel pipe, demanding, go, move forward. Ouch, ouch, Jiang Yi cried in pain. If you're so brave, you go first. Don't hit me. Wang Yun's eyes were filled with fury. Whoever retreats will be struck. She feared retribution. Failing to ambush would surely result in retaliation. Already injured, she could not afford to face consequences. Their only path led into darkness, towards victory. At that moment, the occupants of the building were unaware that a multitude of zombies had been drawn to Chen-Lin's earlier scream, converging towards Dormitory A, including some formidable mutated zombies. Zhao Yibai chuckled. He recognized the woman's desperation. She had even turned against her own. Yet, her urgency was futile. Finally catching her breath, Chen-Lin gazed at Zhao Yibai, slowly extending her hand. Be careful. At that moment, Che Xiaoli exclaimed in alarm, shining her flashlight on Chen-Lin's hand. The distance between Chen-Lin's hand and the axe handle was now merely a slap apart. Zhao Yibai stepped forward, forcefully placing his large foot upon Chen-Lin's hand as she reached for the fire axe, even grinding it into the ground slightly. Ouch! Be gentle, I was wrong. I won't reach for it anymore. Chen-Lin quickly begged for mercy. The pressure from Zhao Yibai was so immense that she nearly rolled her eyes back in pain. Looking down, Zhao Yibai fanned the flames of discord, saying, I am quite formidable. Wang Yun sent you here to meet your doom. Why heed her commands? I am gathering supporters. Whoever acts against her with vigor can join my side. Whatever I have to eat, my ally shall share. Our grievances stem solely from that foolish woman. If she were to perish, all our conflicts would dissipate, and we could strive for survival together. Wouldn't that be splendid? What nonsense are you spouting? You lack any sense of honor. Do you think my sisters would believe you? Upon hearing this incitement, Wang Yun was taken aback. She knew full well that the strongest among her companions were merely Jiang Yi and Chen-Lin. The rest were fickle followers, swayed easily by the tide. Especially when faced with a show of strength, Wang Yun relied on sheer numbers. But if her companions turned against her, her fate would be sealed. Sisters, do not believe him, Wang Yun declared, but as she spoke, a steel pipe struck her back. Such cylindrical weapons were the most common in the dormitory. What the hell? Who hit me? Wang Yun snarled, turning around fiercely. I'll knock you down. Jiang Yi, stuck beneath some clutter and unable to ascend, took this opportunity to swiftly retreat and kick Wang Yun. You filthy idiot. I saved you, and now you let me down. making me a scapegoat. Damn it. Wang Yun was toppled by the kick. With her fall, it was as if her downfall was sealed. Those who had once feared Wang Yun now lost their trepidation and joined the fray. Wang Yun had never anticipated that her actions would lead to her demise. I have struck. I have too. And me. The girls chimed in unison. With Wang Yun already gravely injured, this fresh assault left her barely clinging to life. Many of the girls harbored resentment towards her. They were all survivors, so why should she be their leader? They hadn't dared to voice their discontent previously, but now, they relished in striking a fallen adversary. Zhao Yibai himself was taken aback by the girls' utter lack of scruples and betrayal of sisterhood, with just a bit of incitement. They had turned against one another. Truly, they were made of plastic. How did it come to this? What has happened? Chun Lin wept as she witnessed Wang Yun's dire state. Her own face was pained, and her hand was injured. This endeavor had ended in utter failure, differing entirely from her expectations. One woman spoke up, Sir above, we have all struck Wang Yun. Can we now join your ranks? Jiang Yi, rubbing the bump on her head, added, I want to join as well. Zhao Yibai's demonstrated prowess was indeed of a different caliber, and furthermore, he was a man, the rarest commodity within a radius of several miles. Very well, Zhao Yibai nodded, stating, however, to join my ranks, one must pass an assessment. Each individual must present 3 zombie heads as proof. What? You didn't mention these conditions earlier. Had we known, we wouldn't have engaged with Wang Yun, the girls protested. Honestly, if we possessed the capability to slay 3 zombies, why would we need to rely on you for survival? The girls expressed their displeasure, voicing their discontent over Zhao Yibai's newly introduced criteria. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air. Ah, look below, the zombies are approaching. Chapter 27. The zombie tide assaults the building. What? The alarmed cry had a significant effect. The dozen or so female students crowded on the 3rd floor staircase simultaneously turned their gazes downward, illuminated by several phone flashlights. In the minds of these survivors, zombies were creatures that announced their arrival with ominous sounds before they appeared. They had always associated the sighting of humans with terrifying roars. However, this time was different. Most had initially thought it to be a poorly timed joke. Yet, as they all looked down, they were left utterly stunned, their hair standing on end. They had arrived. The zombies swarmed the staircase, but this time, they displayed an unusual caution, more so than during their previous stealthy attempts to reach the 4th floor, making almost no noise. The eyes of the humans and zombies locked in a tense stare. Aya! This time, the survivors screamed first, a collective wail of terror. On the 4th floor, Zhao Yibai squinted, observing that these zombies had grown stronger. Roar! The zombies remained still, their eyes bloodshot and crimson, until a sharp howl pierced the air. Roar! The horde of zombies surged forward towards the survivors, their expressions wild with madness. The girls were stricken with fear. Faced with the advancing horde, they found themselves trapped, with no escape except forward into the oncoming zombies. Many were paralyzed by terror. After a day or two, the zombies had deteriorated further. Their skin was a sickly gray, covered in severe decay, oozing a grotesque mixture of pus and blood. Their clothes were soaked in crimson, and some bore remnants of human flesh and blood. Some zombies had lost limbs, while others had crushed skulls, their brains visibly sloshing about within their hollowed heads. Remarkably, they were still animated. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay as the deranged creatures lunged toward the cluster of trapped girls. Help! Help us! Some girls cried out, reluctantly brandishing makeshift weapons against the zombies. However, many others dropped their weapons, closed their eyes, and screamed in sheer panic. At such a dire moment, failure to fight back was tantamount to accepting death. Jiang Yi, having previously encountered zombies, reacted the quickest. Amidst the chaos of resistance and screams, she swiftly ducked beneath the debris and began to scramble towards the 4th floor. She climbed with an alarming haste, colliding her head once more, yet she scarcely paused, grimacing in determination as she continued her ascent. In one breath, she reached the 4th floor. The scene on the 3rd floor resembled a hellish nightmare, as an overwhelming horde of zombies surged upward, blocking the girl's path. They clawed viciously, leaving deep gashes on the faces and bodies of the survivors. However, 2 astute girls, emulating Jiang Yi, squeezed beneath the debris and ascended to the 4th floor. Zhao Yibai's makeshift barrier of clutter had proven effective. In the blink of an eye, all the girls who had failed to ascend perished. Yet, the 2 girls survived. The zombies, lacking in agility, were unable to stoop down. After dispatching the survivors on the 3rd floor, they turned their gaze toward the 4th, only to be thwarted by the debris. The sounds of crashing echoed as the clutter was pushed and jostled. Heaving for breath, Jiang Yi and the 2 girls gasped deeply. Chun Lin remarked, Brother, in the face of life and death, we must truly unite. Once we overcome this hurdle, you may act as you wish. Survival is all that matters. Zhao Yibai released his foot from Chun Lin's hand. As the horde advanced, he observed coldly, keeping a watchful eye on a peculiar figure hidden among the mass of zombies. He possessed a firearm, yet he refrained from using it. In this apocalypse, it was survival of the fittest. He would not squander ammunition, even if it were boundless, on those too foolish to resist the undead. Behind, Che Xiaoli suddenly exclaimed, her voice piercing. Zhao Bai turned, startled to see a zombie scaling the back wall of the girls' dormitory, its head already peeking through the window. As Che Xiaoli shouted, she dashed forward, swinging an axe toward the zombie attempting to climb in. With a dull thud, it fell back down. Then, a resounding crash echoed as a chorus of zombie roars erupted from behind the dormitory. A line of windows along the northern corridor was now filled with the heads of numerous zombies. Damn, Zhao Bai cursed under his breath, astonished by the unexpected surge of the undead. The numbers were overwhelming. Hearing the commotion, Yu Yurong and others burst forth from room 401, armed and ready. Attack! Yu Yurong shouted, charging toward the corridor windows with a steel pipe. Zhao Bai joined her, thrusting vigorously at the protruding zombies, whose grip was feeble, causing them to tumble down with each jab. However, in that moment, Zhao Bai, illuminated by the moonlight, discerned the situation below. An unfathomable number of zombies, akin to climbing vines, had formed a veritable mountain of the undead, steadily accumulating toward the corridor above. The sheer quantity of zombies was utterly despairing. Yu Yurong, Wu Meng, Chun Xiuru, and even the timid Che Xiaoli all played their part, relentlessly pushing the zombies back down. Yet, with so many windows, it was impossible to hold the line. In the distance, zombies were already climbing through the windows, rushing toward them upon landing. On the third floor, a horde of zombies relentlessly slammed their bodies against the debris, while others attempted to climb over it. It was only a matter of time before they would surmount the obstacles. My goodness, how did this turn into a hellish challenge? Wu Ming poked at the zombies, watching two of them tumble to the ground and charge towards her, feeling utterly frustrated. Damn it, Jiang Yi shouted, You're wrong. You handle the north side, and we will take care of the south. Only through collaboration can we hope to survive. With that, she picked up a fire axe from the ground, climbed atop the pile of debris, and spotted zombies ascending to the fourth floor. She swung the axe down fiercely. Chun Lin and two other girls, gritting their teeth, also searched for weapons and followed Jiang Yi. Cooperation had become imperative. All right, Yi Yurong replied, glancing at Zhao Bai. There are too many zombies coming. Wu Ming retracted her steel pipe, her face splattered with droplets of blood. Hold on, I have heavy weaponry, Zhao Bai declared, revealing himself. There was no more time for concealment. To hide now would mean certain doom. He dispatched a zombie attempting to climb onto the windowsill and retrieved a golden UZI from his system space, leaning the steel pipe against the wall while gripping the UZI with both hands. The gun erupted with a series of rapid-fire blasts, golden flames licking the air. Wu Meng, poised to turn and confront two approaching zombies, trembled as they fell lifelessly to the ground, riddled with holes. The group paused in astonishment. Regroup. Defend these three windows, Zhao Bai commanded. The rest, I will handle with my gun. Chapter 28. The golden UZI displays its might understood. Upon hearing Zhao Bai's orders, Wu Ming dashed back to reinforce the window he was guarding. Yu Yurong, Chun Xiuru, Wu Ming, and Che Xiaoli positioned themselves at the three windows near the staircase, thrusting their weapons at the zombies attempting to climb in. One person stood to the side, fighting alongside Zhao Bai against zombies that had jumped in from other windows and were lunging down the corridor. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and Chen Lin led two other girls to the top of the pile of furniture, pushing down the zombies that tried to scale over. Although the zombies were numerous, the obstacles impeded their advance, and the girls, typically timid, found courage in their will to survive, successfully halting the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of noise echoed incessantly. You guard the window, Yu Yurong instructed, pulling Chun Xiuru to the window, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Bai. Her fire axe stained black and red at the blade. Roar, thud. The northern window of the corridor was overwhelmed with zombies. After Zhao Bai shot the two zombies, within moments, 7 or 8 more leapt in. An unending stream of zombies emerged from that window, clambering over one another. Zhao Bai took a deep breath. His hands tingled slightly. This was nothing like playing a video game. It was surprising that even this weapon, not of large caliber, could cause such recoil. Yet, the thrill of battle was exhilarating. Ha 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 ha. After a brief moment of hesitation, the 7 or 8 zombies turned in unison. Among them, a particularly corpulent zombie appeared grotesquely swollen, resembling a balloon with its greenish skin. They gaped wide, growling menacingly, and lunged toward Zhao Bai and his companions. Clutching his golden UZI, Zhao Bai did not wait for them to close the distance before pulling the trigger. Initially, he had been somewhat cautious, but now he had come to a realization. Infinite ammunition. What was the point of being conservative? Infinite durability. The barrel would not overheat. It was like wielding a heavy machine gun. So he unleashed his fury, The sound of gunfire erupted, relentless and thunderous. Zhao Yibai's golden UZI surpassed the standard UZI submachine guns, boasting a firing rate of 1,000 rounds per minute. The sharp reports echoed, pop, pop, pop. As he unleashed a torrent of bullets, the oncoming zombies barely made it a few steps before their bodies convulsed on the ground, visibly riddled with countless bullet holes. Their hands, forearms, and heads were obliterated. It was not just the zombies that suffered. The concrete floor and walls became pockmarked with innumerable bullet impacts. Bullets ricocheted with fiery sparks, creating a dazzling spectacle, accompanied by the shattering of glass. In a matter of moments, the 7 or 8 zombies were rendered utterly unrecognizable, especially the grotesquely swollen green zombie, which, after sustaining numerous hits, exploded with a resounding bang, splattering green ichor and blood everywhere. Zhao Yibai continued to fire, targeting the zombies peering from the window. With each shot, the unfortunate creatures fell from their perches. Trembling from the recoil of the UZI, he held the weapon firmly. His finger nearly welded to the trigger. Indeed, zombies were fearsome, decomposing, bleeding, and carrying lethal viruses. Yet, these ordinary zombies were merely flesh and blood. Before the might of his gun, they were little different from regular humans, the only distinction being that these zombies lacked intelligence. In less than a minute, Zhao Yibai conservatively estimated that he had dispatched over 30 zombies, and soon, no heads appeared at the window. Releasing the trigger, he took a few steps back and aimed at the zombies lurking under the debris on the 3rd floor. Open fire, he commanded. The gunfire resumed with vigor. The zombies, relentlessly climbing over the clutter, were met with a torrential downpour of bullets. The sounds of bullets striking flesh and ricocheting off the surrounding debris echoed incessantly as the zombies collapsed in droves, their bodies shattering and flesh flying amidst the deluge. Hold the line. We'll feast later, Zhao Yibai declared as he returned to the corridor, continuing his assault. Jiang Yi and Chen Lin exchanged bewildered glances. Both astonished, it was their first encounter with firearms. However, this situation diverges significantly from what one might envision. Isn't it customary for firearms to require magazine changes? Yet, this resembles the firearms showcased in those popular anti-zombie dramas from over a decade ago, where one could fire endlessly without the need for reloading. Zhao Yibai unleashed a barrage, thereby alleviating the pressure on Jiang Yi and Chen Lin. The corridor was littered with the corpses of numerous zombies, creating a blockade with their severed limbs, making it increasingly arduous for the approaching undead to ascend, as they had to painstakingly navigate over the heaps of bodies. With a swift thrust, the zombies clinging to the staircase corners were dispatched. After clearing the onslaught of zombies, Zhao Yibai nimbly leaped onto the windowsill, crouching there with his firearm aimed at the mass of zombies below, resembling a climbing vine. The sound of gunfire erupted in a rapid succession, a delightful sensation from this elevated vantage point. Armed with lightweight heavy weaponry, Zhao Yibai had completely liberated himself from the terror of the undead. He reveled in the act of extermination. What man does not possess a fervent spirit? It felt akin to engaging in an exhilarating zombie-slaying game, the sensory experience remarkably vivid. The thrill was overwhelming. The mountain of zombies collapsed under the relentless barrage, countless undead being struck down, tumbling from above. Ultimately, those at the bottom, serving as a cushion for the fallen, were pierced by bullets, resulting in a thunderous cascade as the heap of corpses collapsed. Meanwhile, Yu Yorong stood protectively before Zhao Yibai, dispatching the approaching zombies with her axe. Unbeknownst to them, under the intense threat of death, these young women underwent a transformation. Engaging in battle against the zombies ignited their adrenaline, and none appeared weak anymore. The once timid Che Xiaoli, with her adorable visage and doll-like attire, now wielded an axe that struck a zombie squarely on the head. The axe became lodged in the creature's skull, unable to be freed, prompting her to seize a steel pipe with her other hand and viciously stab the zombie's neck, severing its decayed head. The body crumpled, and with a deft maneuver, she extracted her axe along with the ensnared head by stepping on it with her petite shoes. The zombie was not yet lifeless, and she sent its head flying as if kicking a ball. A fierce howl echoed through the air. The advancing zombies, which had been converging into a mountain of corpses against the wall, halted and retreated like a receding tide. Those still climbing the 3rd floor likewise ceased their ascent and turned away. Zhao Yibai holstered his weapon, unable to tally the number of shots fired, yet observing the countless zombies that had perished. Chapter 29. Aftermath. With a sigh of relief, the girls watched as the zombies retreated from the back wall, and those on the staircase vacated as well. They collectively exhaled, incredulous that they had survived what seemed like certain death. Chen Lin collapsed onto a pile of debris, her dress soaked with perspiration. Yu Shimi, with her short hair, patted her chest. Indeed, we are fortunate to be alive. Jiang Rao, the slender dancer, felt her eyes welling with tears. The zombies are truly despicable. We have survived, while they have met their demise. Wang Yun led the ambush, and all but her companions perished. Zhang Yi had endured a zombie attack once before. This was her second encounter. Her mind was clear. It was not merely that they were fortunate, but that he possessed a firearm. Without that gun, they would have succumbed to the horde of zombies. Just like those below. She had more to say. That was a weapon capable of sustained fire. Without such a provision, even a submachine gun would falter against this tide of the undead. It defied logic. Yet, Zhang Yi understood the futility of dwelling on science. What mattered was that the man had kept them alive. Indeed, Zhang Rua nodded, glancing at Zhao Yibai. Thank you, handsome. Zhao Yibai retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his storage space, placed one between his lips, and tossed the pack to Chinshuru. I don't smoke. She shook her head. Yu Yurong laughed. Just pass it around. Surviving the ordeal, her smile was particularly sweet. Zhao Yibai consistently brought her unexpected joy. In the face of such a zombie onslaught, their survival hinged entirely on him. Is that so? Chun Shiuru scratched her head, noticing blood splattered on her hands. She wiped them on her clothes and distributed the cigarettes. Everyone received one, except for Che Xiaoli, who declined, regardless of whether they smoked or not. They all needed a moment to calm their nerves. Yu Yurong opened the door to room 401, the light illuminating the entryway of the corridor. After lighting his cigarette, Zhao Yibai lit Yu Yurong's, passing the lighter along. The group shed their pretenses, disregarding the dirt on the floor, and sat down where they were, lighting their cigarettes and exhaling. Zhao Yibai took a deep drag, watching the glowing ember of his cigarette, a wave of anxiety washing over him. That had been intensely exhilarating. Fortunately, during the day, he had strewn enough debris in the hallway to create a barrier. Moreover, he had his golden UZI. Otherwise, they would all be doomed. As several cigarettes were lit, the corridor quickly filled with smoke. Cough, cough. Yu Yurong was caught in the haze, beginning to cough. Her cough prompted several girls, who were struggling to figure out how to inhale the smoke, to join in. Ultimately, they all succumbed to Zhao Yibai's secondhand smoke. With a resigned expression, he inhaled deeply. Now I understand why they say smoking calms the nerves. Lin coughed until tears streamed down her face. Yet, she held the cigarette in high regard, refusing to extinguish it, clearly a tough character. Zhao Yibai glanced over. You're really going for it. Lin smiled, placing the cigarette to her lips, inhaling deeply and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it. Thanks. Zhao Yibai nodded, accepting her gratitude. It was not unreasonable for her to express her appreciation. Without his presence, they would have all perished, especially those women downstairs. There were advantages to having numbers. Zhao Yibai now comprehended the rationale behind the system's encouragement to form teams. With fewer people, they could not withstand such a horde. Having endured the harrowing tide of the undead, those who survived emerged like phoenixes, reborn anew. Enemies such as Jiang Yi and Chun Lin transformed into comrades in this grim struggle. Zhao Yibai proclaimed, we shall simmer some meat shortly. Everyone will partake. All right. Chun Lin acquiesced. Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. So you truly accept us? I am a man of my word, Zhao Yibai affirmed, gesturing towards the corpses at the stairwell. There will be ample provisions. You are remarkable and have earned the right to survive alongside my esteemed companions. The sudden onslaught of the undead, meticulously orchestrated by a formidable commander, caught Zhao Yibai off guard. This unexpected event compelled him to abandon his previous plan of merely coasting through survival in room 401. Languishing was no longer an option. These zombies were far more powerful than those typically depicted in fiction. They possessed strategy and order. Consequently, their ranks would grow increasingly formidable, and the number of survivors would dwindle under relentless predation. He required allies, a coalition to fortify their position, and the means to craft superior weaponry. For their current fire axes and steel pipes were proving to be insufficient. Welcome to our ranks. Yu Yurong stepped forward, extending her hand. We are grateful for your hospitality. Jiang Yi replied, placing her hand atop Yu Yurong's. One by one, the others joined, laying their hands upon the growing stack. Zhao Yibai placed his hand at the summit. Let us strive onward. The chorus of voices echoed, onward. This battle fortified Zhao Yibai's team, now comprising 9 members: Zhao Yibai, Yu Yurong, Wu Meng, Che Xiaoli, Chen Shiuru, Jiang Yi, Chen Lin, Yu Shimi, and Jiang Rao. They were but a step away from fulfilling the system's task. The commotion from the female dormitory startled many. The thunderous roars of zombies sent shivers through the other survivors, who cowered in their rooms. The majority of survivors shared Zhao Yibai's mindset, seeking merely to endure another day. A smaller faction, however, harbored ambitions of seizing resources from supermarkets and cafeterias, underestimating the dangers posed by mutated zombies and collaborators like Liu. Their reckless endeavors would inevitably exact a heavy toll, yet they would also furnish invaluable insights into combating the undead for future survivors. The sound of rushing water resonated as the group commenced their ablutions, the remnants of their zombie encounters leaving them stained with grime. The girls entered the bathing area, while Zhao Yibai stood guard outside, flashlight in hand, surveying the surroundings. Numerous shards of glass littered the floor, and several zombie corpses remained in the corridors, particularly on the third floor, where they lay in heaps, rendering complete cleanup impossible. The restroom was maintained in a pristine state. After the girls finished bathing, it was Zhao Yibai's turn. Upon entering the bathroom, he was enveloped in fragrant steam. Alas, he was rather unfortunate. Within the entire female dormitory, there were no garments suitable for a man. Thus, he remained clad in his singular, unattractive outfit, with no change of clothes in sight. In the corner, a laundry basket lay filled with a variety of soiled garments. Sigh. After finishing his shower, Zhao Yibai washed both his own clothes and those in the basket, wrapping himself in a towel as he stepped outside. Wow. The moment he opened the door, the gazes of the girls converged upon him. Despite his slight build, rarity holds value, and there were no other males in sight. Ahem. Zhao Yibai cleared his throat, stating, "I've done my laundry." It was only polite to explain, especially with newcomers present. Jiang Yi chuckled, "No need to explain. We're not worried if you don't wear anything. It's the end of the world. Who's concerned with such trivialities? Just don't be afraid." Chen Lin burst into laughter, her eyes drifting downwards. Haha. Chapter 30. The feast the following day. In the early morning, Zhao Yibai awoke. As he opened his eyes, he felt a warm presence in his embrace. It was Yu Yurong, who was nestled against him in slumber. The survival team had recently received 4 reinforcements, all of whom were women, which made Yu Yurong feel somewhat overwhelmed. She was the first to send a shiver down Zhao Yibai's spine, harboring an almost possessive affection towards him akin to that of a girlfriend. Chuckling softly at the sight of Yu Yurong, who clung to him like an octopus in her sleep, he marveled at her exquisite beauty so close before him. The warmth, softness, and pleasant fragrance of her presence was undeniably delightful, especially given her striking appearance. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Just as Zhao Yibai was lost in contemplation of Yu Yurong's delicate features, she suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of shyness evident in her gaze. "Oh, you're awake," Zhao Yibai said with a smile, giving her a playful pinch. Yu Yurong gently bit her lip, casting him a sidelong glance. In truth, she had been awake for some time, having touched up her makeup just to return and present her most perfect self for Zhao Yibai to see upon waking. With a playful pout, she warned, "Behave, or sparks might ignite the hay, causing a raging inferno." Her words were laden with implications. The dynamics in the 401 dormitory had shifted. The presence of so many girls altered the atmosphere. When a room is dominated by males, females may feel apprehensive. Conversely, when there are more females, the males might be the ones to feel uneasy. The current ratio indeed placed the boys in a position of trepidation. Zhao Yibai lifted his head, surveying the surroundings. Chun Shiru was in the kitchen, while those who had kept watch the previous night were still asleep. Some stood at the door, while others were engrossed in their phones. A few minutes later, a notification chimed. Ding. Successfully fed 5-star target Yu Yurong, earning 10 time-stopping charges. Remaining charges, 68. Half an hour passed. Ding. Feeding successful, earning 10 charges. Remaining charges, 78. With a flick, Zhao Yibai lit the cigarette he had been holding, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke. Yu Yurong's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if ready to spill blood, and she buried herself beneath the covers. The gazes of the surrounding girls varied. Some were envious. Some individuals, with thin skins, feigned ignorance, pretending to be oblivious to the happenings around them. Among them is the extroverted Jiang Yi, who appears dazed. Without uttering a word, she has activated the electric tools. As they gather for a meal, Zhao Yibai dresses in the clothes that had dried from last night's wash and approaches the dining table, where Chun Shiru has prepared a large pot of mixed noodles, incorporating instant noodles, rice vermicelli, remnants of hot pot vegetables, and leftover meat from the previous evening. It has become an unspoken understanding within the group that Zhao Yibai is the de facto leader, and even though the meal was prepared beforehand, they await his initiation. Having sautéed the ingredients twice before reheating the cooled noodles and vermicelli, all in anticipation of his first move with the chopsticks, Zhao Yibai, unreserved, partakes in the meal, a privilege befitting the strong. While survivors in other dormitories endure hunger, Zhao Yibai's family relishes the sumptuous broth with their noodles and rice vermicelli, complemented by a large bowl of hot pot ingredients and stewed meat. For a typical breakfast, this may be deemed excessively oily, yet in the context of a post-apocalyptic meal, this is not mere oil, it is a feast. The previously delicate appetites of the girls, having experienced hunger, now indulge, each consuming at least 2 bowls of noodles. In contrast, Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong, who have yet to feel true hunger, consume relatively less. After the meal, Zhao Yibai distributes some snacks, ensuring everyone receives a share. The notification chimes. Successful feeding of 5-star target Yu Yurong. Reward. 10 instances of time stop recharge. Remaining instances, 88. The rewards for proper feeding have been credited. Zhao Yibai states, given our current weaponry, We are ill-equipped to confront more zombies. Thus, I intend to venture out in search of materials to fabricate more formidable weapons. Che Xiaoli raises her hand. Zhao Bai glances her way, prompting, "Speak, Xiaoli." Che Xiaoli replies, "I know the location of the maintenance warehouse, which houses various electric tools, such as cutting machines and welding equipment, along with ready-made weapons like chainsaws. Unfortunately, with the power outage, we cannot process steel pipes or weld sharpened metal plates to create spears." Chen Shiwaru is struck by inspiration. If we can access that place, we might attempt to construct some crossbows or similar weapons for safer, long-range attacks on zombies. Zhang Yi interjects, "If you're suggesting this, then not far from a maintenance warehouse lies the school's chemical storage, where various reagents can be utilized to create explosives. My knowledge may be limited, but there is at least pure alcohol available, which can be used with glass bottles to craft simple incendiary projectiles." Zhao Bai turns to Che Xiaoli. "Do you know the way?" Che Xiaoli nods affirmatively. "Excellent." Zhao Bai addresses the group. "The more people we take, the greater the risk. Therefore, I will take 2 individuals, Che Xiaoli and Yu Yurong, out to forge weapons and manufacture a batch." "That works," Yu Yurong agrees with a nod. Zhao Bai continues. "The remaining individuals will be divided into 2 groups. Jiang Yi, you will lead one group, while Wu Ming will lead the other. Rotate resting and working, and continue fortifying the furniture to block the eastern corridor and seal the windows. The previous horde of zombies paid a heavy price, and it is unlikely that they will trouble us again in the near future. Remain vigilant. If another horde approaches, contact us immediately by phone. Should communication fail, ignite a signal fire. We will return upon seeing the smoke." The women all agreed, and Yu Yurong felt a warm sense of comfort. Building 401 is equipped with water, electricity, and food, with sturdy doors and barriers to fend off the undead. Logically, it should be a safe haven, yet she understood that true safety lay beside Zhao Bai. Wu Ming pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of resentment for not being included in their quartet. However, acknowledging the dangers outside, she soon reconciled her feelings. "Be careful," she urged. "Don't worry," Zhao Bai replied with a reassuring smile. The girls commenced their tasks, while Zhao Bai, Yu Yurong, and Che Xiaoli donned heavy down jackets, gloves salvaged from the dormitory, and helmets. Wrapping their wrists and ankles in clothing, they ensured that little skin was exposed. Zhao Bai chose a steel pipe from a dismantled bed as her weapon, while Yu Yurong wielded an axe and another steel pipe. Che Xiaoli carried a makeshift shield fashioned from a cabinet door and a fire axe. Each carried a backpack containing a modest supply of food, water, and a power bank. By the time Zhao Bai's group was prepared, Han Wan and her companions from Building D had already seized the morning to consume their remaining food, embarking with over 30 individuals, resolute and spirited. Chapter 31. Survivors of Building D in contrast to the survivors from Building A, who had ventured out with Liu. Those from Building D were far better equipped. They carried wooden bedboards, arranged into 2 squares, each reinforced with handles for easy transport. Like their counterparts in Building A, they had dismantled the steel pipe beds from their dormitory to fashion weapons, even binding knives to the ends of the pipes to create makeshift spears. They had also taken fire axes from the fire cabinets on each floor. This strategy proved effective, as they established their formation at the entrance. A scattering of zombies charged towards them. Leading the charge, Han Wan and the girls took cover behind the bedboards, launching a fierce assault. The few female zombies that charged at them were swiftly dispatched. The survivors within the square had no opportunity to engage. The battle was over before they could act. "Well done," Han Wan exclaimed, invigorated. "Every step forward is a victory. We are not far from triumph. Ahead lies a future free from want." The girls felt a flush of excitement. Although the zombies appeared fearsome, they realized they could be defeated with relative ease, bolstering their confidence. "Onward," Han Wan commanded. Leading the way, 2 squares, one in front of the other, began to advance briskly. The wooden board, meticulously designed by Han Wan, was 1.5 meters wide. In the event of a zombie encounter, the board could be propped upright against the ground, effectively serving as a wall. They could then stand behind it and stab at the zombies. Since the assault of the zombie horde on Building A the previous night, the campus had transformed into an eerie silence, with the main thoroughfare nearly devoid of any living zombies. Countless corpses littered the ground, some of which were once humans, torn apart and killed by the zombies before they could even mutate. Most were zombies, trampled to death. On the narrow path between the girls' dormitories, a few zombies wandered aimlessly. Upon catching the scent of the living, they went into a frenzy. Their originally gray eyes instantly filled with blood, turning a menacing red, and they let out terrifying roars as they charged towards the 2 squares. "Stay calm, steady. It's just a handful of zombies." 5 or 6 zombies rushed toward the foremost square where Han Wan stood. She raised her voice to inspire courage while gripping the steel pipe wrapped with blades tightly. "Stab them." As the zombies approached, they all lifted their weapons and thrust forward with all their might. The zombies, seemingly devoid of intelligence, did not flinch as the gleaming blades advanced toward them. In an instant, they were decimated, their heads, necks, and chests punctured with ease. One particularly fierce zombie managed to break through the girl's defenses and crashed heavily against the side of the wooden board. With a loud bang, it roared in agony. Its eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, its face riddled with gaping wounds from which blackish-red blood and yellow pus flowed, releasing a suffocating stench as it gaped wide. This violent collision almost toppled the two girls behind the board. The zombies howled wildly, grasping frantically, causing the two girls at the back to pale in fear as the board threatened to fall over. Hanwon quickly regained her composure and, responsible for eliminating the zombies in front, turned to stab fiercely at the assailant. The zombie's head burst into a spray of blood. Its decayed skull was no sturdier than a rotten watermelon, easily punctured. With a thud, the zombie collapsed to the ground. Oh no, Hanwon, this is terrifying. We should go back. I can't take it anymore. There must be even more zombies at the supermarket, pleaded Qin Xiaomei, who was leaning against the side of the board. Hanwon's attack had splattered her with zombie blood, and the horrific visage of the creature up close had truly terrified her. Upon hearing this, panic spread among the group. The initial exhilaration of having dispatched a few zombies on their way out evaporated entirely. The girl next to Qin Xiaomei was in tears, her fears spilling forth. Hanwon looked at the two, feeling both compassion and helplessness. There's no turning back once we've set out. We can return, but you must do so on your own. Qin Xiaomei hastily shook her head. Then we want to go back. Hanwon turned to the others. Sisters, let us rally. The food in the dormitory is already gone. Returning means starving to death. Let us give it our all. They rallied with a fierce shout. A chilling and formidable roar, reminiscent of a zombie's cry, resounded through the air, though not particularly loud. It bore an uncanny quality that set it apart from the typical growls of ordinary zombies encountering humans. Hisses. On the streets, both main and side alleys. There appeared to be few zombies initially. However, in the wake of that haunting cry, they emerged from every nook and cranny. Zombies crawled from the corners, spilled out from the entrance of Dormitory C, and even clawed their way out from the green belts. Their excited hisses echoed ominously, and their once dull, grayish eyes began to redden with a frenzied hunger. Oh no, there are so many zombies. We're doomed, we're finished. Qin Xiaomei wailed, releasing the bed board in her grasp and covering her ears in despair. Pull yourselves together. Stay strong. Hanwon barked. Defend yourselves. The zombies are not endless. While they are still scattered, we must break through towards the supermarket. The girl beside Qin Xiaomei abandoned her bedboard, letting it crash to the ground as she stomped her feet in anguish, her voice laced with resentment. What defense is there? We are certainly doomed. Hanwon, you act so tough, but we were safe in the dormitory. Why drag us out here to face death? Hanwon's frustration peaked. Pick it up. Retrieve the bedboard. I won't. Why are you yelling at me? We're all going to die anyway. With a swift and fierce slap, Hanwon struck her. Snap out of it. We agreed before leaving. We all volunteered. No one is to hold the others back. If you don't want to live, then just end it now. Her words were a desperate attempt to rally them. As the bedboards fell around them, the gravity of their situation became apparent. Qin Xiaomei was momentarily silenced by Hanwon's fierceness. She covered her face, wanting to retort, but instead complied and took hold of the bedboard. Ha! Ha! Roar! The zombies continued to surge forth, an ever-growing horde converging from all directions. Hanwon, surveying the seemingly endless tide of undead, let out a final, commanding shout. Charge towards the supermarket. Do not lag behind. Falling behind means death. Keep the bedboards steady. Otherwise, it's the end for us. Rush forward. Take refuge in the buildings, and we shall survive. With that, she bellowed. Charge. Chapter 32. Betrayal in Dormitory A, on the third floor. Zhao Yibai was the first to crawl down from the passage hidden beneath the clutter, reaching the third floor. The lower half of the staircase from the fourth to the third floor was nearly overwhelmed with the bodies of zombies, making Zhao Yibai's descent arduous. He pushed through the mass of undead, finally clearing a path to reach the third floor. Following him were Yu Irong and Che Xiaoli. Thud, thud. As they descended, they too bumped their heads. Fortunately, they were wearing helmets, full protective gear. I designed this quite well, Zhao Yibai thought to himself. Zhao Yibai observed the aftermath, nodding to himself. Last night, the group led by Wang Yun attempted a surprise attack, but the only ones who managed to ascend were Chun Lin, Jiang Yi, Yu Shimi, and Jiang Rao, each sporting at least 2 significant lumps on their heads from their encounters. The impact was particularly severe for Jiang Yi, whose swelling was so pronounced that she almost appeared to have developed a distinguished profile. Just then, Che Xiaoli, having finally climbed down, accidentally placed her hand on the head of a dormant zombie, awakening it with a feeble roar. In a swift motion, Che Xiaoli seized the fire axe in her hand and delivered several decisive blows, reducing the zombie's head to a pulp. That ought to teach you to frighten me, she exclaimed, casting a disdainful glance at the mangled remains before joining Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong. Both Zhao Yibai and Yu Yurong raised their thumbs in admiration for her. This girl had indeed matured significantly. The once timid and endearing little girl who had stammered in their first encounters now wielded an axe with aplomb, her expression unaffected by the gruesome task. It was evident that repeated encounters with zombies had dulled her initial fears, much like the pain of an injection that eventually subsides. At that moment, a powerful zombie roar echoed from below. "Come here," Zhao Yibai beckoned, promptly pushing open the door of the 301 dormitory. With a couple of swift strikes, he dispatched a zombie clad in a ludicrous pink outfit, then stepped onto the balcony to survey the scene below. Che Xiaoli and Yu Yurong followed closely, closing the door behind them as they stepped over the fallen zombies. After the tumult of the zombie-tide battle, they had grown accustomed to dealing with these lesser threats and felt no fear. The three stood together on the balcony, gazing downwards. Zhao Yibai casually wiped the zombie blood from a white milk cover that had been drying on the railing. At that moment, a horde of zombies surged towards Han Wan and her group on the road in front of Building C. "Charge!" Han Wan shouted, prompting two squares of individuals to sprint forward. The sight of humans moving seemed to incite the zombies, who quickened their pace. Che Xiaoli gasped softly, "With so many zombies, can they survive?" "It's difficult," Yu Yurong replied, shaking her head. Zhao Yibai nodded in agreement, his gaze piercing. He observed as the two squares began to disperse, already concluding that their fate was sealed. Their firepower was insufficient, and there were too many hindrances among them. Lacking the courage that comes from experience, they rushed forward, seeking to seize the supermarket. This was not only a disrespect to the zombies, but also to their own lives. Outside, Han Wan's square led the charge. Even though the zombies were roused, their speed was no match for the nimble humans. As they ran, Han Wan's calculation seemed accurate. There was indeed a chance to reach the main road before being encircled by the horde. However, a problem was brewing. Han Wan and the girls in front of her dashed forward with great speed, for they were racing against the undead. Being surrounded by zombies would spell certain death. Most of the girls displayed remarkable determination. However, trouble struck with Qin Xiaomei. In the midst of their frantic flight, her legs buckled, and she fell. The formation, already somewhat disarrayed, faltered further as she tumbled, causing the girl beside her, who was also holding a bed board, to stumble as well. "Damn!" The girls behind were startled and quickly cursed, narrowly avoiding a collision that would have surely sent them sprawling. "Qin Xiaomei, you idiot!" Han Wan, hearing the commotion, turned back and was instantly engulfed in a wave of anger and despair. "Shout!" Just as Qin Xiaomei and her companion were helped up, the zombies had already completed their encirclement and charged toward them. Han Wan hastily commanded, "Defend yourselves, eliminate the zombies." "Defend? What a joke. Let's run." Someone in the crowd shouted, and several girls, clutching their bedboards, retreated toward the nearest dormitory, Building B. Han Wan cried out in alarm, "Don't go there. It's not right." She had already observed that Building B was eerily pristine, devoid of even a single zombie corpse. It was suspiciously clean. Their best option was to charge toward the supermarket. Once Qin Xiaomei was back on her feet, she glanced at Han Wan and also headed toward that direction. The supermarket was too far. Those who dared venture there would likely meet a gruesome fate. It was wiser to take refuge in Building B. Han Wan, if you're so capable, go to the supermarket yourself. "Forget it. Let's conserve our strength for now," someone advised. The group surrounding Han Wan began to waver, and one by one, they lifted their bedboards and rushed toward the entrance of Building B. With a flurry of sounds, they engaged in battle with the zombies. Han Wan's strategy of maintaining a rectangular formation proved effective. The girls aligned their bedboards, forming a longer shape that allowed them to jab at the zombies while advancing toward Building B. They were regaining their momentum. In contrast, only two girls remained by Han Wan's side, their backs pressed against each other, wielding a single bedboard, rendering them nearly powerless and placing them in a precarious situation. The three of them fought fiercely against the oncoming zombies, their strength commendable, yet the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. The horde surged towards them like a tidal wave. Despite their tenacity, it was evident that they could not hold out for long. Observing the dire circumstances surrounding Han Wan, one girl remarked, "This isn't good. After all, Sister One has taught us so much." Qin Xiaomei interjected, "Good advice falls on deaf ears. She's fixated on the supermarket. What can we do? If anyone wishes to save her, they may do so. I have no intention of sacrificing myself." Others urged, "Quickly, charge toward Building B. Forget about Han Wan." Thus, they tacitly abandoned Han Wan, their elder sister, and surged toward Building B. Hearing their words, Han Wan felt a chill in her heart. It was she who had tirelessly saved one person after another in the dormitory, uniting everyone. She had shared the food she had collected, crafted weapons, trained them in formations, and sought opportunities for survival. Yet, in the face of peril, they had chosen not to trust her, forsaking her entirely. How ironic. Han Wan let out a cold laugh. her fire axe nearly smoking in her grip as she unleashed her fury, fear of death becoming a distant memory in her rage. Her eyes widened with fury as she cleaved through the zombies, blood spraying in all directions. Zhao Yibai watched, his eyes instantly lighting up with admiration. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Chapter 33, Save Hanwan. Ding. A new mission has been detected. Rescue Hanwan. Mission reward, 3 vials of zombie antidote. Zombie antidote, 100 detoxification within 1 hour, 70 detoxification within 12 hours, 50 detoxification within 24 hours. Hanwan was remarkably fierce. Zhao Yibai felt a deep connection. He needed such a comrade. The timing of the system's task was impeccable. I must save that woman, he declared without hesitation. Below, the zombies swarmed like the vast ocean. Yet Yu Yurong, devoid of hesitation, inquired directly, what must we do? She understood that Zhao Yibai had his reasons for acting. Stay here and protect yourself, he instructed. Understood. Yu Yurong nodded. Qin Shaoli also nodded in agreement. Be careful. Rest assured, Zhao Yibai replied before swiftly exiting the room, retrieving a golden UZI from the system space, and hastening down the stairs. At that moment, Qin Xiaomei and the others had successfully arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory in Building B. They had discarded the heavy bed boards and managed to enter, collectively shutting the glass door and bracing their bodies against the thick glass. Roar. Strangely, the zombies, upon seeing the glass door so close, halted in their advance, instead turning to charge at Hanwan and her companions. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. This was no game. In reality, even the act of chopping bones or butchering a chicken required tremendous effort. Hanwan could still hold her ground, but the girl at her back was faltering. With each swing, her strength waned, and her movement slowed. In a desperate attempt, the girl to Hanwan's left found her arm seized by a zombie, which promptly bit down. A scream echoed. Another girl, momentarily distracted, had a large chunk of flesh ripped from her face by a zombie, whose claws seemed unnaturally sharp, as if enhanced in some manner. The exposed wound quickly turned black. Sister Wan, I cannot survive this. Hanwan turned to see the source of the cry, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared towards the direction of Building B, separated by a mere 10 meters and 2 massive glass doors. Most of the girls inside had lowered their heads, too fearful to face her. A few, like Qin Xiaomei, met her gaze with defiance, their expressions smug and triumphant. Upon seeing the survivors within, Hanwan smiled, for she realized that there was more than just survival within. Her earlier intuition was correct. She also spotted sinuous, snake-like black tendrils extending from the corner of the hall in Building B, swiftly creeping along the floor toward the girls. At this moment, those individuals were gazing outside, utterly oblivious to the imminent danger. Very well, let them perish. All of them. I have found my peace. Fools. Both of my dear sisters have met their demise. And Hanwan has lost her fighting spirit. Exhausted, she closed her eyes, awaiting death. In a flash, the zombies surged past the bodies of their fallen kin, encircling her. Countless hands reaching out toward her. Time stop activated. Ding. Time stop successfully initiated. Remaining uses, 87. Zhao Yibai had just dashed out from downstairs when he beheld Hanwan surrounded. At this moment, even a hail of gunfire would be too late. After all, saving Hanwan was the key to obtaining the antidote for the zombie virus. Hanwan was captured. She would be dead in an instant. There would be no saving her. Time came to an immediate halt, freezing the very fabric of space. Only Zhao Yibai, akin to a deity, possessed complete freedom within this suspended realm, able to act as he willed, embodying the essence of truth itself. With purposeful strides, Zhao Yibai advanced. Bang, bang, bang. As he walked, he raised his firearm, shooting at the zombies. The golden UZI spat fire. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of zombies fell. Yet they did not reach Zhao Yibai. They merely succumbed to the bullets, the sounds of impact resonating as their heads, bodies, and limbs exploded into fragments. This method of dispatching zombies was remarkably effective. Zhao Yibai carved a path through the horde, approaching Hanwan. Alas, he arrived too late. Zhao Yibai glanced at the other 2 girls. It was already futile. One was pinned beneath a dozen zombies, her face and body ravaged with numerous bites. The other had her face mangled, an arm torn from her body, exposing the lung within the gaping wound. She was beyond saving. In truth, it was not that Zhao Yibai had arrived too late. It was the sheer number of zombies that overwhelmed them. With such an overwhelming assault and no cover, how could one expect to survive if they were not the protagonist? Bang, bang. Zhao Yibai fired bursts from his submachine gun, eliminating every zombie in the vicinity. He then stood beside Hanwan, indiscriminately spraying bullets at the surrounding undead. In an instant, the bullets rained down like a tempest. The compact submachine gun unleashed a torrent of firepower, each minute sending forth 1,000 rounds, the zombies exploding in clusters, their limbs shattered and collapsing to the ground. This was a solitary massacre. No audience bore witness. Zhao Yibai descended like a divine entity, mercilessly slaughtering the zombies. After clearing a vast expanse, he finally ceased firing, shaking his numb hands. His gaze then fell upon Building B's female dormitory, where he abruptly noticed the numerous black tendrils, sprawling like roots. Thick as a human thigh and slender as a carrot, these tendrils had reached behind the girls, poised to attack. Even a few inches away, there were tentacles poised behind the girls' heads, threatening to pierce their skulls. The traitorous teammates, you truly deserve your fate. Zhao Yibai still had time. However, he chose not to save those individuals. Self-righteous and dragging others down, their deceitful faces were appalling. Rescuing them would only endanger the remaining survivors. Enough. Zhao Yibai willingly ended the time stop, ensuring he had sufficient mental fortitude to confront the ensuing circumstances. Ding. Time stop terminated. Time resumes its flow. Open your eyes. Zhao Yibai commanded. Startled by the voice of the man beside her, Hanwan abruptly opened her eyes. Roar. The sound of zombies echoed once more, albeit significantly weaker. Hanwan was taken aback. She had previously seen herself surrounded by zombies, yet now, a multitude of corpses lay scattered on the ground. At least 100 or 200 dead. Let us go. Zhao Yibai grasped Hanwan's wrist, leading her towards dormitory A. Qin Xiaomei chuckled. Feeling dissatisfied despite Hanwan's threats, even if she was right, it was simply an irritation. Watching Hanwan surrounded by zombies brought her a twisted sense of pleasure, her eyes gleaming with delight. But as the scene shifted, a sea of zombies lay dead, reduced to fragmented remains, and her smile froze in disbelief. Am I seeing things? The other girls were equally stunned, perceiving the surreal spectacle before them. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, Qin Xiaomei noticed a massive, serpentine tentacle hovering behind one of the girls' heads. Chapter 34, Rewards Received, Advancement Task. With Qin Xiaomei's scream, the enormous tentacle violently pierced the adjacent girl's skull. Amidst the cacophony, blood splattered. Not just the girl beside Qin Xiaomei, several massive tentacles struck simultaneously, targeting 7 girls who had rushed in, each meeting a gruesome fate. Ah! The girls' shrieks intertwined in a chorus of terror. They turned to see numerous tentacles emerging from the corner of the hall, sending shivers down their spines. Help! Help us! Qin Xiaomei narrowly dodged a strike from a tentacle as it slammed against the dormitory's glass door, shattering it with a resounding crash, shards raining down onto the floor. In the face of these mutated zombies in the apocalypse, calling for help felt as futile as pleading against the inevitable. Who could afford to care for anyone else? The one person who might have saved them, Hanwan, was already dead. Now, a new Hanwan emerged. As Zhao Yibai pulled her along, Hanwan glanced towards dormitory B. In the hall of Building B, girl after girl was impaled by tentacles, their skulls shattered, pulled back into the darkness. Each demise more horrific than the last. Watching them scream and cry out in agony, Hanwan's face broke into an authentic smile, her entire being relaxing. The current situation validated her beliefs. Indeed, Building B was perilous. However, those individuals refused to heed her warnings, opting instead for what they mistakenly believed to be a path to survival, which was, in reality, a road to ruin, jeopardizing not only their own lives, but also those of her and her 2 dear friends. Sister Hanjun, save me. Please, save me. Qin Xiaomei cried out in desperation as she saw Hanjun and Zhao Yibai fleeing. She sprinted towards them, stepping on shards of broken glass scattered across the ground. Zhao Yibai and Hanjun did not falter in their pace. Utilizing his ability to halt time, Zhao Yibai dispatched a multitude of the surrounding zombies. Although there were still many more zombies outside, it was unclear whether they were deterred by Zhao Yibai and Hanjun or by the formidable presence within Building B. The zombies stood still, shaking their heads, no longer advancing. As they ran, the zombies did not pursue. Hearing Qin Xiaomei's pleas, Hanjun erupted into laughter. Save you? How laughable. You are the most undeserving among us. Her words rang with brutal honesty. After uttering these remarks, she and Zhao Yibai successfully entered the female dormitory of Building A. You won't save me, Hanjun. You will not meet a good end either. Qin Xiaomei shouted in anger. But before she could finish, a tentacle as thick as an arm pierced through her chest, dragging her lifeless body back with great force. Gurgling sounds escaped her as she trembled, blood bubbles forming at her lips, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. No, I do not want to die. If only I had listened to Sister Hanjun. Among the 30 or so girls, half had already perished in the briefest of moments. Suddenly ambushed, several had met their demise. Now, as they grasped their weapons, they swung at the incoming tentacles, their blades effective against the dark appendages, splattering black liquid everywhere. But there were simply too many tentacles. In the chaos, numerous girls were slain, and their numbers dwindled rapidly. If they could resist the tentacles together, it would be advantageous. Yet, there were always those like Qin Xiaomei who, in their brilliance, turned to flee, hoping the others would serve as a buffer against the tentacles. However, the tentacles extended with astonishing speed, reaching several meters in mere seconds, faster than they could run. Turning their backs to the tentacles was tantamount to signing their own death warrants. This is truly a horrifying zombie, one lamented. I regret it now. Indeed, the zombies outside were not nearly as terrifying. Their avoidance was not due to cowardice, but rather because an even more formidable zombie lurked within. The remaining girls, numbering just over a dozen, were filled with regret. Meanwhile, Hanjun and the unexpectedly appearing man had escaped into the dormitory of Building A, while they faced the terrifying zombies. With an ocean of ordinary zombies outside, leaving them with no retreat and no means of escape. Death was merely a matter of time. Sister, help us. From now on, I will do everything you say. A girl cried out in despair. The mutated zombie's tentacle attacks grew increasingly fierce, and as their strength waned, the girls found it harder to resist. Zhao Yibai also heard the commotion from Building B and entered the hall of Building A, where they found temporary safety. He glanced at Hanjun, who tucked a few stray hairs behind her ear. Why are you looking at me like that? A moment of compassion may be seen as kindness, but persistent, unwarranted benevolence is merely naivety. Indeed, Zhao Yibai nodded in agreement. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, kindness is commendable. Yet embodying the archetype of a saint can prove perilous. My name is Han Wan. As I introduce myself, my gaze softens while observing the splatters of zombie blood on Zhao Yibai. I gently brush away fragments of flesh and half an eyeball from his shoulder. Speaking earnestly, though I am uncertain how you accomplished this, you have saved my life, and I, Han Wan, owe it to you. Surrounded by an unfathomable number of zombies, my comrades had already perished, leaving me in utter despair. In that moment, Zhao Yibai appeared, almost divine, rescuing me. I regard Zhao Yibai as my savior, my deity. I am Zhao Yibai. With a smile, I introduce myself. What you said, I shall remember. He is a man who eschews insincere niceties. I nod, my eyes reflecting a fervent reverence for Zhao Yibai. Beep. System task to rescue Han Wan completed. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Zombie Antidote Serum X3. The reward has been deposited into your system space. Beep. System task for team formation completed. You now possess a 10-member team and have become the respected leader of your comrades. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. 18,000 liters of potable water, 1,000 barrels. The reward has been deposited into your system space. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the team formation. You have obtained a team panel. You can now view the loyalty and status of your team members in real time and expend mental energy to access their perspectives. The system has assigned you an advanced team task to become a formidable force. The more survivors you enlist, the more secure you will be in this apocalyptic realm. Establish a faction comprising 100 survivors to become a powerful entity. Task rewards. Goddess I map. 1,000 tons of rice. Expansion of system space by 100,000 cubic meters. And a 3-star weapon. Black obsidian blade. Longsword. Han Wan, you are remarkably cold-blooded. A discontented voice echoed within the lobby of Building B. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai had led Han Wan to room 301 on the 3rd floor, where they met Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli. Upon hearing that voice, a sardonic smile graced Han Wan's lips. Cold-blooded? Merely refraining from assisting the zombies in slaughtering those traitors was already an act of kindness in her eyes. Zhao Yibai summoned the system panel, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of the advanced task, particularly the black obsidian blade, which, based on his understanding of apocalyptic narratives, should serve as a weapon against mutated zombies. Chapter 35, Squad Panel Apocalypse Feeding System Panel Host. Zhao Yibai Primary Ability. Time Stop SSS Level Charging Times. 87 Secondary Ability. Feeding. Shared Vision Among Squad Members Mission. Advancement Task. One Side S Dominance. 10,100 Space. Occupied 12. 18L of Healthy Drinking Water in 1,000 Barrels. Zombie Detox Serum 3. Mental Recovery Pills 9. Golden UZI. Various Food. Squad. Zhao Yibai. Captain. Health 95. Mental Strength 60. Combat Power 600. Han Wan Loyalty 99. Health 65. Combat Power 1100. Yu Yurong. Loyalty 90. Health 100. Combat Power 300. Che Xiaoli. Loyalty 85. Health 100. Combat Power 190. Wu Ming. Loyalty 75. Health 100. Combat Power 180. Chun Shuru. Loyalty 70. Health 100. Combat Power 60. Jiang Yi. Loyalty 65. Health 97. Combat Power 290. Chen Lin. Loyalty 64. Health 78. Combat Power 150. Yu Shimi. Loyalty 61. Health 90. Combat Power 110. Jiang Rao. Loyalty 61. Health 90. Combat Power 130. Upon reviewing the data on the panel, Zhao Yibai was momentarily taken aback. What a tremendous value. His efforts in rescuing Han Wan were indeed worthwhile. Han Wan was almost a statistical anomaly, with her loyalty nearly maxed out and an astonishing combat power of 1100, a testament to the system's credibility. Without activating Time Stop or wielding a weapon, her combat prowess nearly equaled that of two individuals combined. The commotion from Building B did not persist for long. In less than 3 minutes, the world had returned to tranquility. It seemed everyone had succumbed to slumber. At this moment, Han Wan had already introduced herself to Yu Yurong and the others. "What shall we do next?" Han Wan inquired, glancing at Zhao Bai. "Let us rest for a while, have something to eat and drink. Once the zombies disperse, you will join us in repairing the storage room," Zhao Bai replied. Han Wan had spent considerable time fending off zombies and needed to recuperate her health. Zhao Bai surmised that her health value was likely related to her strength. He retrieved a bottle of rock sugar pear drink and a bag of bread along with 2 sausages from his pocket, offering them to Han Wan. "Okay." Han Wan observed Zhao Bai generously presenting food and the precious sugary drink in this apocalypse, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Without pretense, she accepted the provisions and began to eat, understanding that restoring her condition was imperative for her utility. "I will search for some items to equip you," Zhao Bai remarked to Han Wan before turning to Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli. "You two should also take a moment to rest." He then produced snacks and beverages from his pocket, tossing them to the duo. "These are my private stock. A secret." Yu Yurong smiled warmly. "Thank you, boss." Che Xiaoli stood tall, raising her chin in salute to Zhao Bai. Being in their 20s, it was natural for them to have a fondness for snacks. This was precisely why Zhao Bai managed to procure an abundance of treats in this dormitory filled with particularly ravenous young women. If one were to find themselves trapped in the male dormitory at the outset, it would undoubtedly be a harrowing experience. Aside from the ubiquitous comfort of sugary beverages, one would be confronted with an overwhelming multitude of used tissues. Without hesitation, Zhao Bai imitated Che Xiaoli's actions in retaliation. The loyalty exhibited by Che Xiaoli was surprisingly high, a revelation that Zhao Bai had not anticipated. A score of 60 was deemed passing, yet Che Xiaoli astonishingly ranked 3rd. This only endeared her further to Zhao Bai, who found her charmingly adorable. The A City Women's University, akin to other institutions, boasts a sprawling campus. Thus, a bicycle or electric scooter is essential for commuting. Each year, the Student Council occasionally conducts inspections, checking for helmets and promoting safety awareness. Helmets are a requisite for those with vehicles, typically stored within dormitory cabinets. Upon exiting room 301, Zhao Bai confidently traversed the corridor of the female dormitory, pushing open doors in search of supplies. He had previously scoured the 3rd floor, where food and water had been nearly depleted, while helmets and clothing remained largely untouched. Zhao Bai meticulously selected clean and fragrant items from the dormitory, re-entering the rooms adorned with warm-toned quilts and delightful decorations, beautiful shoes strewn across the floor, and clothing hung from bedposts and balconies. He felt a profound sense of nostalgia, envisioning the lively atmosphere that must have once thrived within these dormitories, filled with vibrant young women. A catastrophic disaster had transformed these once animated individuals, regardless of their stature or physique, into terrifying zombies during their midday meals. Zhao Bai found some solace in the notion that those who had directly succumbed to zombification experienced a painless demise, losing consciousness in an instant. However, he could not fathom the horror faced by those normal individuals in the cafeteria who, while dining, were suddenly engulfed in darkness, only to find their peers transformed into zombies upon the return of light. Unlike the safety of the female dormitory corridor, where one might barricade themselves in an empty room to fend off the undead, the cafeteria offered no such refuge. There, unarmed and surrounded, the feeling of despair must have been overwhelming. As Zhao Bai admired some exquisite garments, he casually stowed them in his system space, recognizing the futility of recovering productivity in the short term. Perhaps these clothes would prove useful later, to be worn by the women around him. He also collected bedding, pillows, and even tables and chairs to fill his system space, taking advantage of the fact that he bore no burden from this endeavor. He gathered helmets and warm clothing, returning to room 301, where he and his companions, Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli, efficiently bundled up Han Wan, ultimately donning a full coverage helmet. Team panel. Team. Han Wan, loyalty 99, health 90, combat power 1100, having replenished food and water, and after a period of rest, as Zhao Bai had anticipated. Han Wan's health had significantly improved. Zhao Bai beckoned the girls to gather around him, discussing the location of the storeroom. Che Xiaoli crouched on the ground, picking up several pairs of high heels from dormitory 301, arranging them meticulously as she articulated the paths and directions they intended to take. Zhao Bai nodded, rising to his feet and casting a glance outside where an expanse of fallen zombies lay strewn across the ground, his own handiwork. The horde of zombies, drawn out by the girls from Building D, had mostly dispersed, leaving only a few frail and decrepit figures wandering the main road. It remained uncertain where the main force had been led by the mutated zombies, yet it was not improbable that the moment they ventured outside, the zombies would emerge in droves. Zhao Yibai could indeed venture to the maintenance storeroom alone, utilizing time suspension to pass unscathed. However, having formed a team, he felt it imperative to cultivate the abilities of those around him, fostering their growth and fortitude. The impending tide of corpses would only grow more formidable. They must strengthen together to ensure their survival in this apocalyptic era. Hanwhan remarked, most zombies are not particularly swift. If we venture out, even if zombies appear, as long as we escape before being encircled, we stand a chance to get through in one breath. This insight was derived from her own experiences. Her command and strategy were sound. The only flaw lay with her previous teammates, whose cowardice had led them to flee upon seeing the multitude of zombies on the main road. Did they believe that running would guarantee their survival? In the end, they crashed right into a den of mutated zombies, none of them emerging alive. Zhao Yibai interjected, running is a bit slow. Hanwhan paused, taken aback. Zhao Yibai chuckled. Can you ride a bike? A sigh of relief escaped Hanwhan. Her anxious heart settled. Indeed. How could one who could save themselves amidst a sea of zombies be deemed foolish? She smiled. Zhao Yibai pointed toward a short distance away where his delivery motorcycle, a Black Knight E10 ABS version, stood. That's my delivery vehicle. It can carry one. I'll head to the shed to fetch a bike and connect the lines. Who among you can ride another? Chapter 36. Maintenance storeroom. I can ride. Che Xiaoli raised her hand. I'm fine too, Yurong added. This was nearly a universal skill. Zhao Yibai inquired. Are your riding skills proficient? At this, Yurong's cheeks flushed slightly. I'm quite good at riding. Che Xiaoli giggled. I'm adept at both driving and riding. Zhao Yibai promptly made a decision. Then Che Xiaoli will ride one, carrying Hanwhan, and Yurong. You'll ride another with me. Let those with higher combat abilities be seated at the back to slay zombies, maximizing our combat effectiveness. Sounds good. The group of girls nodded in agreement. After checking their gear, the four set forth. Zhao Yibai stepped out first, unlocking his delivery motorcycle. He then proceeded to the shed, where he found a larger scooter, smashed open the lock on the ignition, and connected the wires. Although it was his first time performing such a task, the dashboard illuminated with power. Zhao Yibai had succeeded. He waved gently, and the three girls swiftly rushed out from the hall. Yu Yurong reached Zhao Yibai first, mounting the bike. Meanwhile, Che Xiaoli rode, carrying Hanwhan, who wielded a fire axe in one hand. Following the previous battle, the area was now devoid of zombies, and the remaining female zombies on the main road had rather poor hearing and vision. Go, Zhao Yibai urged softly. Vroom vroom. Two electric scooters surged forward simultaneously. Oh no! Che Xiaoli exclaimed, utterly surprised by the remarkable power of Zhao Yibai's delivery vehicle. A mere twist of the throttle sent the scooter racing away, utterly contradicting the speed displayed on the dial of 25 km/h. If the vehicle isn't fast, how can one deliver takeout? Zhao Yibai remarked with a smile. It feels exhilarating. Che Xiaoli nodded in satisfaction. Yu Yurong, riding alongside Zhao Yibai, tightened her grip on the handle and caught up with Che Xiaoli. Their scooters now side by side. Zhao Yibai opted not to use a firearm. Instead, he wielded a fire axe in one hand and a steel pipe in the other. Unless absolutely necessary, firearms were to be avoided, as their noise would inevitably attract hordes of zombies. Their mission was to venture to the repair depot, gather materials, and craft weapons. Subtlety was essential. As they neared, the scattered dozen or so zombies wandering the road finally noticed their approach. Live humans, they seemed to sense. Their drooping heads snapped up, emitting guttural growls, their eyes bloodshot and fierce. With a swift motion, Zhao Yibai and Hanwhan raised their fire axes, readying themselves to strike. Roar! Zhao Yibai severed one zombie's arm with a decisive swing. Clad in a white dress with her hair elegantly styled, this once beautiful woman had succumbed to the wretched fate of undead. Now, she lay helplessly on the ground, unable to maintain her balance, shrieking desperately towards the scooters. On the other side, Hanwhan cleaved the head of a red-haired zombie in a denim jacket and jeans cleanly in two, as if chopping wood. Alas, that beautiful long red hair was lost in the process. The fashionable zombie met her demise swiftly. The scooters continued unabated, and Zhao Yibai and Hanwhan expertly wielded their axes, switching from the blade to the blunt side, as the zombies' decaying heads crumbled easily under the blows, leaving hammer-shaped indentations. Some zombies were instantly dispatched, while others, tenaciously resilient, staggered back to their feet after a blow, their heads oozing brain matter. Still pursuing the scooters with fervent growls, the electric scooters sped swiftly. In a mere minute or two, they covered several hundred meters. Zhao Yibai and Hanwhan were still engaged in combat with the zombies, while Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli rode at a more measured pace, not pushing their scooters to full throttle. Behind them trailed a significant horde of zombies, now a couple hundred meters away, howling in pursuit. The once tranquil campus of a university erupted into chaos once more as zombies began to emerge from every corner. However, Zhao Bai and his companions vanished too swiftly. Many zombies, upon reaching the main road, found themselves lost and confused. The air retained only the scent of humans, yet the humans themselves were nowhere to be found. "Look out!" Yu Yirong and Che Xiaoli shouted, as they rode their scooters with the fervor of generals on ancient battle steeds, weaving through the enemy ranks. Their blood surged with passion, and adrenaline coursed through their veins. Behind them, a multitude of zombies pursued relentlessly. When the distance became insurmountable, they halted in their tracks, ceasing their chase. Along the way, Zhao Bai and Han Wan each dispatched 5 or 6 of the undead, while nearly all survivors sought refuge to endure. Zhao Bai's team had begun to take the initiative, navigating through the throngs of zombies like agile dragons. As they passed the cafeteria, Zhao Bai glanced through the glass, his gaze falling upon a mass of thousands of zombies huddled within. He cursed vehemently. The sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. If they were to block the entrance, unleashing a barrage from his golden UZI would undoubtedly be exhilarating, swiftly clearing the horde inside. Adjacent to the cafeteria stood a supermarket, its doors ajar. The entrance remarkably tidy with mere traces of blood, yet devoid of any zombies. From the threshold of the supermarket, one could directly observe the shelves inside, laden with an array of goods. The abundance of food, snacks, and beverages held a tantalizing allure for the survivors. However, the riders, Yu Yirong and Che Xiaoli, did not pause for a moment, gliding past without hesitation. They adhered strictly to the plan meticulously crafted by Zhao Bai, their destination, the repair warehouse. To their dismay, mutated zombies lurked within the supermarket. Han Wan's heart raced as she caught sight of the supermarket's interior, whispering apprehensively. These mutated creatures seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, albeit limited in capacity. It was a familiar pattern. At the entrance of Building B, the area appeared pristine. The door swung open, projecting an illusion of safety. Yet within lurked tentacled mutated zombies. This supermarket was undoubtedly a strategic stronghold. It was implausible for the doors to be left wide open while the shelves stood meticulously arranged. Clearly, an ambush awaited inside. "Thank you." Han Wan expressed her gratitude to Zhao Bai. "What is it?" Zhao Bai inquired with curiosity. Han Wan offered a wry smile. "It seems that even if I charged into the supermarket, it would lead to certain doom." Inside the supermarket, Liu sat at a table, a bowl of instant noodles beside her, a packet of chips in hand, savoring the crunchy snack. Through the glass adjacent to the dining area, she spotted Zhao Bai on the back seat of Yu Yirong's bike, momentarily stunned. Nearby, behind the shelves, Su Yu suddenly opened her eyes wide. She had transformed. Her hair now present. Oh no, it was a wig, yet it could be considered real hair. Su Yu had violently ripped the hair along with the scalp from a survivor's head, and, with Li Yu's assistance, had glued it onto her own. Furthermore, the beauty-conscious Su Yu donned a flowing white dress, complemented by crystal heels. However, the size of her midsection was conspicuously large, even though the dress was loose. It appeared as if she were in the later stages of pregnancy. Notably, Su Yu's face was heavily made up. From a distance, one might mistake her for a pregnant woman with long black hair. "Roar!" Su Yu bellowed, her voice booming. In the cafeteria, just a wall away, thousands of zombies, previously bowed in submission, lifted their heads in unison, their eyes bloodshot and enraged by the sound of her roar. The ground trembled beneath their collective stir. The zombies orderly exited the cafeteria. Liu pondered, perhaps I could attempt to persuade the men to bring the living one here. Su Yu remained motionless, her neck suddenly extending 3 meters, elongated and slender, as her head drew near to Liu, revealing a gaping maw, spewing foul saliva across Liu's face. Liu clenched her fists, yet wore a smile, having grown accustomed to such encounters. Observing Liu's unchanging expression, Su Yu's neck gradually retracted, albeit with a slight twist that left her head facing backward. She extended her hands, rotating her head several times until it faced forward once more. "Bring back the man. Loyalty, life, betrayal, death." "Yes," Liu replied respectfully with a bow. As a seasoned member, she was quite active in the group. Yet few had truly laid eyes on her. Liu intended to feign innocence among the formidable. She had long believed that men were trouble. In this apocalyptic world, however, she found it hard to believe that without men, survival was feasible. Staying beside, Su Yu felt akin to dwelling near an emperor in ancient times, where the undead were as fearsome as tigers. She had yet to experience the allure of men. Whether or not to bring a man back was secondary. Liu wished to avoid any regrets. "Roar!" Su Yu bellowed once more. The obedient horde of zombies dispersed. Dozens had already left the cafeteria, returning to their aimless wandering, while those still inside had bowed their heads. With a swift motion, Liu peeled back the lid of her instant noodles, devouring them heartily. After finishing, she tossed several bundles of paper money into the stove, igniting the flames to heat water, which she poured into a thermos. Next, she filled her bag with numerous snacks and exited the supermarket through the back door. Meanwhile, those with intellect headed towards the repair depot. Based on the direction taken by Zhao Yibai and his group, Liu had deduced their destination. On the other side, upon arriving at the repair depot, Zhao Yibai and his companions found the roll-up door firmly shut. Han Wan jumped out of the vehicle and tugged at it with all her might, but it was locked. Roar! A dozen zombies nearby began to charge towards them. Zhao Yibai and the others disembarked, with Zhao Yibai, Yu Yurong, and Che Xiaoli stepping forward to confront the oncoming horde. With a swift motion, Zhao Yibai switched to a steel pipe as his weapon, leveraging his strength to wield it with formidable impact. He charged at a stout zombie, thrusting the pipe into its eye, nearly reaching its brain. With a fierce pull, he struck a nearby lean zombie, sending it crashing to the ground. Yu Yurong and Che Xiaoli also displayed remarkable prowess, lunging forward with their weapons to strike down the zombies. Having donned protective gear, they were unperturbed by the threat of being grabbed, focusing solely on taking down the zombies before them. Behind them, reliable allies held back the onslaught, and Han Wan felt a warm comfort in knowing that those beside Zhao Yibai were trustworthy companions. Such individuals are truly teammates, partners with whom one can survive. The ones rescued by D building earlier pale in comparison. What were they? Mere shadows of humanity. With a resounding crash, the lock was swiftly dealt with. Han Wan, wielding a fire axe, struck the lock thrice with determined force, the third blow shattering it completely. With a vigorous lift, the rolling shutter door ascended with a clatter. Behind it stood an iron door. Han Wan employed the same method, smashing the lock until it yielded, allowing her to push the iron door open. All set, she affirmed. Zhao Yibai responded affirmatively, pushing a cart into the maintenance storage room, while Che Xiaoli mounted another and followed suit. Yu Yurong finished off two nearby zombies with swift precision. In mere moments, the trio had dispatched a dozen or so undead. Zombies in the distance had caught wind of their presence and were clumsily lurching towards them, shrieking. Once all four had entered, with a resounding clang, Yu Yurong secured the iron door. The storage room was quite spacious, at least 400 to 500 square meters, with a ceiling height of 5 meters. Upon entry, one was greeted by a floor painted in green, cluttered with worn-out sofas, desks, and chairs, along with discarded computer towers and mops. Deeper within were rows upon rows of shelves, followed by towering metal racks laden with assorted items. The air was thick with the stale scent of old machine oil and the mustiness of long-standing dampness. Outside, the distant zombies approached but hesitated at the entrance, the overwhelming odors within masking any trace of human presence, causing them to linger aimlessly before the iron door. Han Wan peered through a crack to assess the situation outside, confirming their safety before gently securing the inner latch of the door. All secure, she stated, her gaze drifting to several large oil drums in the corner. Prompting a smile from Zhao Yibai, he approached and shook one. It was heavy and filled with oil. The shelves in the maintenance room were laden with dust, indicating a long absence of visitors, almost transforming it into a repository for discarded refuse. Yet, essential items remained intact: cutting machines, welding tools, polishing devices, and workbenches. No electricity, Yu Yurong remarked, testing the switch. No matter, where there's oil, there's power. Zhao Yibai pointed to a machine in the corner, having anticipated the presence of a backup generator in such a large school maintenance room. Indeed, there were several, all diesel-powered. Let us gather materials and devise a method to craft some weaponry. Then we can develop the generator for rapid processing, he proposed. The noise from the diesel generators could be considerable, likely attracting zombies. Understood, the three women replied, each taking a flashlight and dispersing to search through the maintenance room. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai moved some old sofas and cabinets to prop against the back of the iron door. The windows of the storage room were notably high, over 4 meters, and small, reinforced with steel bars, making it quite challenging for any zombies to gain entry. As Zhao Yibai shifted some items and made this discovery, he couldn't help but smile. Thus, he could rest assured in this place to forge weapons thoroughly before venturing out again. Unlike other survivors who languished in such confined spaces due to insufficient supplies, he had ample food within the system space, enough to sustain the 4 of them for an entire month. The water here could last them for over 6 months. Suddenly, a foreign, delicate voice pierced the air. Zhao Yibai and the 3 girls immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. Chapter 37. Liu, who are you? In the dimly lit maintenance room, Yu Yurong replied with a serious tone. I am Liu. Liu responded faintly. She dared not reveal her true name, Liu, which had become infamous after she led the survivors out. Instead, she adopted a new name, incorporating Yu to mask her identity. Yu Yurong, Han Wan, and Che Xiaoli quickly surrounded Liu. Yu Yurong stated, Yibai, there's a survivor here. A survivor? Zhao Yibai observed that the entrance was already blocked, dusting off his hands before approaching Yu Yurong to examine Liu. Standing at 1 68 meters. She wore athletic shoes, jeans, and a white shirt. Her figure well-proportioned and appealing, with a heart-shaped face framed by cascading, lightly curled brown hair. Her ears adorned with fashionable circular earrings. And her lips were a striking red against her white teeth, making her a captivating beauty of the urban landscape. Noticing Zhao Yibai's gaze, Liu shyly smiled, though her eyes lingered on his waist for a few seconds longer. In ordinary times, men were plentiful. For girls like Liu, a mere wave of the hand outside school would attract numerous admirers willing to fawn over them. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, everything had changed. The threat of death loomed constantly, and the previous pride and modesty had vanished, leaving behind a more primal mindset. The students of a city women's university were at a vibrant age, and in this nearly enclosed environment, most had minimal interactions with boys, their emotions stifled. In this apocalypse, where death could strike at any moment, the sudden appearance of a living man stirred excitement, igniting a desire to explore the unknown. Liu was no exception. Ahem. As Zhao Yibai caught Liu's somewhat fervent gaze, he lowered his head and coughed lightly. Typically, it was he who, as an LSP, a lecherous man, would steal glances at girls, observing their legs while feigning nonchalance. Now, the roles seemed reversed. He had become the object of desire, subjected to direct and intense scrutiny. Liu withdrew her gaze, clearing her throat, her voice sweet and animated. Since the apocalypse began, I've hidden here, and it's been wonderful. I never expected to see another living person one day. Che Xiaoli chuckled. Meeting us. You are indeed quite fortunate. She glanced at Zhao Yibai as she spoke. Her most immediate thought was that encountering Zhao Yibai was a stroke of fortune. Not only was Zhao Yibai a man, but he was also a formidable one. Liu turned to Zhao Yibai and asked, "May I join you? I have some food, and I am willing to share it with you." Zhao Yibai, holding a flashlight, briefly illuminated Liu from head to toe. She was indeed beautiful, but the doors outside were all locked from the outside. How did you manage to enter? Zhao Yibai was not the type to lose his composure in the presence of a pretty face. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere became tense. Yurong questioned coldly, "Who exactly are you?" Han Wan silently shifted a few steps back, subtly blocking Liu's escape route. Liu feigned innocence, fearfully stating, "There's a small door over by the maintenance storeroom. I came in through that door. I'm a person, a classmate. You all are so fierce." As she spoke, Liu shrank her neck, adopting a look that suggested she was on the verge of tears. She somewhat relished the sensation of playing the fool to deceive them. Che Xiaoli hurried over to inspect and indeed discovered a small door, noticing signs of entry and exit. It seemed that the large door of the maintenance storeroom was seldom used, with the small door serving as the regular passage. The tension eased. Yurong said, "Apologies, classmate. This is an apocalyptic world. We prefer to be cautious." "It's all right." Liu shook her head, pulling out a bag of food she had gathered from the supermarket. "Are you hungry? I have food to share." Che Xiaoli replied, "No need, you can keep it. This is the end of the world. Don't trust others too easily." The naive young girl was indeed easy to deceive. Seeing Liu, who appeared fragile and was willing to share her food in such a dire environment, softened her heart. Liu's demeanor seemed quite normal, and Yurong felt reluctant to say more. Yet, she instinctively sensed that something was off about Liu. It was not just her demeanor, but also an inexplicable scent of something amiss. At any rate, she did not like this Liu. "Oh, is that so?" Liu nodded as if she had learned something, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Internally, she was sneering. "Huh, a bunch of fools, so easily deceived." Zhao Yibai asked, "Liu, could you give me a bag of chips?" "Of course," Liu chirped in a high-pitched voice, immediately rummaging through the bag to produce a pack of chips, which she handed to Zhao Yibai with both hands. In the dimly lit maintenance storeroom, beams from several flashlights crisscrossed, illuminating the space where Zhao Yibai and the others stood. Zhao Yibai's tone was casual, and without thinking, Liu instinctively agreed, forgetting that she had introduced herself as Liu. Zhao Yibai caught the chips with ease. A faint smile adorned Liu's face. He chuckled. However, the smile on her face vanished as she noticed the cold expressions of the other girls nearby. It suddenly dawned on her that Zhao Yibai had called her Liu, and she had inadvertently confirmed it, thus exposing herself. The squad, Liu, temporary loyalty 0 health, 100 combat power 270, loyalty above 34, can formally join the squad. Zhao Yibai also sensed that Liu before him was somewhat amiss, prompting him to summon the system panel for a look. Indeed, to his astonishment, the seemingly fragile woman, Liu, was none other than the legendary Liu, an entity notorious for aiding mutated zombies in their pursuit of survivors. Truly, he was a man of keen intellect. Upon being revealed, Liu remained unfazed. "Very well, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Liu, level 23, the servant of Su Yu. Yu Yurong coldly inquired, "What is your purpose in approaching us?" Liu pointed directly at Zhao Yibai. "My master, the mutated zombie, has taken notice of him. The zombie seems to retain some remnants of humanity and wishes to play with men. Hence, I have come. Impudent. Yu Yurong barked in anger. Remain calm. Liu stepped back. Hanwhan brandished a fire axe, warning, don't move, or I will kill you. Kill me? Liu chuckled. Had it not been for me, the mutated zombie would have unleashed a tide of corpses upon you mere moments ago, an unending horde that would annihilate you without mercy. Ah, what a disappointment. I had hoped to entertain you, but you saw through my ruse too quickly. Here's the deal. Man, come with me, and I will spare your companions. If you serve my master well, I guarantee you a life of luxury in this apocalyptic city university for women. You will walk with ease among the others. Chapter 38. Truly tempting. Listening to Li Yu's words, the expressions of Yu Yurong and the others in the repair depot turned peculiar. The notion that a mutated zombie harbored such desires was astounding, especially in a female institution. Not only was he a coveted figure in the girls' dormitory, but he could also choose whom to approach without hesitation. Yet, the terrifying image of the mutated zombies they had encountered in the B dormitory's common area flashed in their minds, each one more horrifying than the last. Hiss! Yu Yurong gasped at the thought. Che Xiaoli shivered in dread. Hanwhan suppressed a laugh, sensing that the moment was not appropriate for humor. Damn it! Zhao Bai exclaimed. He had perused some unconventional educational materials, noting that the biological categories differed significantly. Occasionally, he glimpsed content that was far more risque than standard academic fare. However, the idea of engaging with a mutated zombie was utterly unthinkable, a mere fantasy. Liu crossed his arms, his demeanor growing cold. Man, do not overestimate yourself. My master can only be temporarily confined to the city university campus. It is not a permanent situation. Here, you are a prized possession, the sole wielding of power. But once you step beyond these walls, you will hold no significance. Seize this opportunity. Do not refuse the wine of goodwill for the punishment of disdain. Seize the opportunity. In the future, should my family member ascend to the status of a zombie queen, you shall become the king's male servant, not only ensuring your survival, but also indulging in wealth and luxury. To refuse would only lead to death. Are you aware of the number of zombies lurking in the cafeteria nearby? Zhao Bai's lips twitched in disbelief. He found himself being threatened. The solution lay in offering his allure? Think again. Yu Yurong said coldly, we will not betray him. Che Xiaoli nodded emphatically, indeed. We will not sell a man for glory. If your master intends to unleash a horde of undead, let her do so. Hanwhan gripped her fire axe tightly, twisting her neck with a series of cracks. Li Yu's words did not intimidate them. They had all weathered great storms. Observing the women's defiance, Zhao Bai chuckled. Li Yu, perhaps you should contemplate how to persuade us not to end your life. Li Yu's expression shifted immediately. If you kill me, Su Yu will not spare you. Her wrath will be fierce. Zhao Bai replied. That concern arises only after your demise. Our survival is not your business. I am a woman, Li Yu asserted. Zhao Bai sighed. What does that have to do with me? Li Yu retorted. It could be of relevance to you. Zhao Bai replied. Many wish to be associated with me. You'll have to wait in line, and it will be a long wait. Li Yu was ruthless and complex. He did not intend to kill her outright. Zhao Bai sought to exploit the situation, buying time. Facing the zombie horde directly would render their efforts in the maintenance warehouse futile. Li Yu narrowed her eyes. Let me have some satisfaction. I will delay for you, ensuring you complete your weapons without any zombies interrupting. But you must ensure my contentment. Yu Yurong seethed with anger. You are truly despicable. Hanwhan added. Are you that desperate? Here, take a steel pipe. I'll lend you one. Che Xiaoli stomped her foot. Wretched woman. Filthy. Li Yu stretched lazily. I see through all of you. While you possess some skills, you also fear the zombie tide. Otherwise, knowing my identity, you would have killed me by now instead of allowing me to remain. Li Yu smiled. Moreover, many have insulted me as Li Yu, with your meager combat capabilities. Don't waste your breath. I am already making a concession by not offering him to the mutated zombies. I merely seek a full meal. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. Zhao Bai took a deep breath. Li Yu, do you believe I am someone who easily concedes? What a joke. Creak, creak, creak. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The diesel generator connected to the circuit, illuminating the entire maintenance warehouse as the lights flickered to life. Yu Yurong led the girls in crafting weapons. First, they fashioned a long spear from angle iron. Metal pipes were welded to the angle iron, the tips sharpened, thus inflicting greater damage on the zombies with L-shaped wounds. The girls worked tirelessly against the clock. This was merely the foundational weaponry. Che Xiaoli rummaged through the clutter, retrieving 5 or 6 large knives, remnants from a previous school celebration performance, unsharpened but made of hefty iron. She proceeded to sharpen them using a grinding machine. Sparks flying across the floor. In addition, there was the chainsaw that Yu Yurong had previously unearthed, equipped with an oil reservoir and a pull cord, which could effortlessly fell trees. It would be no issue to use it against zombies. It would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. The materials available were plentiful. However, the The girls' imaginations were somewhat constrained, and they struggled to create anything too intricate, resorting instead to simpler contraptions. They had also discovered a remote weapon, a nail gun. While its shooting range was limited, pressing it against a zombie's forehead to shoot nails would certainly pack a punch, saving considerable effort compared to melee weapons. They found over a dozen compound bows retired from the archery club. Although these items were salvaged from the clutter, most were in disrepair. After some repairs and assembly, they managed to put together 5 functional bows. The arrows were made of carbon, lacking lethality. Metal strips were needed to fashion arrowheads. The girls toiled diligently. While Yu Yorong's eyes glistened with tears, she despised her own weakness, feeling she had burdened her partner. Nearby, some voices echoed. Ultimately, Zhao Bai had betrayed them. How frustrating. Zhao Bai was indeed feeling the pinch. After some calculation, he concluded it was worth it. He mercilessly kicked at Li Yu, demonstrating no pity, and berated him violently. Wasn't he asking for it? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Yes. Li Yu gritted his teeth and shouted in anger. Time passed quietly. It was afternoon, and they had nearly completed their weapons. Zhao Bai's side had grown quiet as well. Li Yu, frothing at the mouth, had his phone retrieved from his pocket by Zhao Bai, who added him as a friend before limping out through a small door from the repair storeroom. Bai? Yu Yorong and the others rushed to Zhao Bai's side, anxiously watching him. Once Zhao Bai confirmed that Li Yu had departed, he waved his hand dismissively to reassure them. Damn it, what a show-off. That fool Li Yu, he's really going all out. If I don't foam at the mouth, he'll be the one to finish me off. Zhao Bai felt a sense of satisfaction towards Yu Yorong and the others. He felt too shy to act like a villain, but with Li Yu, he could be utterly ruthless, as if they were in a fierce brawl. Yet, on the surface, he needed to maintain some decorum. He had taken advantage and still acted coy. How delightful. You've worked hard, said Yu Yorong, her eyes misty. Team, Zhao Bai, Captain, Health 29, Mental Strength 5, Combat Power 600, Li Yu Loyalty 70, Health 25. Combat Power 270. Zhao Bai glanced at the system panel and noticed that Li Yu had already joined the team. Loyalty achieved through C. Upon seeing the health value, Zhao Bai was puzzled. Li Yu had merely limped away, appearing not as feeble as indicated. Was there an error in the display? His own health at 29, with alarmingly low mental strength, gave him the feeling that he might collapse at any moment. Li Yu's health was even lower. Chapter 39. Entering the supermarket at night, Li Yu forced herself to walk out of the repair storeroom. After shutting the small door, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Damn it, it's exhilarating. I have no regrets now. The surrounding zombies turned their attention to Li Yu. Yet, seemingly intimidated by something on her person, they craved to devour her but remained at a distance, keeping away from her. Li Yu struggled to rise, feeling as if she had been shattered into fragments. Her body felt as if it had been kissed by a heavy-duty truck. However, recalling the myriad of sensations from earlier, her spirits soared with exhilaration. For the first time, she had encountered a true man, a remarkably formidable one. Li Yu felt a profound sense of joy and satisfaction. When Zhao Bai awoke, night had already fallen outside. The maintenance warehouse remained illuminated, with all the overhead lights aglow. Several green sponge mats lay on the ground for performing sit-ups, and Zhao Bai's head rested on Yu Yorong's lap, his view obscured by her imposing presence, preventing him from seeing her exquisite face. Zhao Bai shifted slightly, finally catching a glimpse of Yu Yorong's visage. "I'll awake?" she murmured softly, roused by the movement. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at him and asked, "Feeling better?" "Yes, much improved," Zhao Bai replied, resting his head on her delicate leg, savoring the moment. Yu Yorong's lovely legs were not only soft but also exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance befitting a supermodel. It was immensely comfortable to rest upon them. Zhao Bai glanced at his status panel and gasped in astonishment. What splendid legs. Truly divine. After dozing off for a while, both his health and mental fortitude had significantly restored. Marvelous. How annoying. Yu Yorong's cheeks flushed as she playfully pouted. "If you like, you can rest on them any time." "Agreed." "It's settled then," Zhao Bai declared, opening his eyes and planting a gentle kiss on her fragrant cheek before rising to his feet. The weapons he needed to forge were now complete, and the girls were taking a break. Noticing Zhao Bai was awake, they perked up. "Let's rest for the night. We can decide whether to leave tomorrow," he concluded. Having had his own rest, he was ready to act. Venturing out at night would be perilous. "Let's eat something," he suggested, producing an assortment of snacks from his pocket and distributing them generously among the girls. Zhao Bai's secrets were many. His flat chest concealed an astonishing array of delicious treats within his rather unremarkable delivery uniform. This was truly remarkable. The girls were curious but refrained from asking questions. As long as Zhao Bai treated them well, that was sufficient. Prying too deeply was rather off-putting. "Ah, this is delicious," Che Xiaoli exclaimed as she savored a can of meat, giving a thumbs up. For the timid Che Xiaoli, her expectations had been modest. Before meeting Zhao Bai, Merely avoiding hunger in this apocalypse had been a significant achievement. Now, with ample food and even moments of applause, her life felt almost celestial. Hanwhan lamented. It's a pity that there are mutated zombies lurking in the supermarket. Otherwise, there would be an abundance of delicious food. She commented while enjoying a packaged duck neck. Indeed, Zhao Yibai nodded in agreement, yet a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. For others, the supermarket might be fraught with danger. Within the mouth of Li Yu, there existed a formidable notion of a mutated zombie, Yu. Yet for Zhao Yibai, the moment time came to a standstill, all perils were frozen in place. The entirety of a city women's university comprised merely a vast supermarket, spanning 3 stories, stocked with every necessity for life. It was no wonder that at the onset of the apocalypse, the aspiration of nearly every audacious female was to seize control of this supermarket. For once it was taken, the bounty within would suffice for sustenance, recreation, and comfort, allowing even a group of survivors, numbering in the dozens, to lounge for half a year or even longer. In contrast to the barren food supplies found elsewhere, the supermarket was akin to paradise. Now that his mental fortitude had been fully restored, Zhao Yibai resolved to embark on a journey to this very establishment. Yu Yurong nibbled delicately on a light meal of chicken breast, while Che Xiaoli busied herself with canned goods, and Hanwhan savored spicy duck bones, hissing in delight at the fiery flavor. Zhao Yibai retrieved 3 bottles of yogurt from his pocket, tossing them to the girls, who caught them with ease. Yibai, you are nothing short of a deity. Che Xiaoli exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. Who would not cherish a man in this desolate world who not only possessed strength, but also provided delectable sustenance? Zhao Yibai merely smiled gently, dismissing her praise. He harbored no reluctance in feeding his companions and teammates. Resources were abundant, easily accessed from his system's space. Yu Yurong twisted the cap off her yogurt and took a sip, relishing the taste. Zhao Yibai suppressed the urge to gaze at her, fearing that such impulsiveness might overwhelm him physically. Hanwhan flashed a smile at Zhao Yibai, her loyalty reaching an almost perfect threshold. Believing her life to be intrinsically tied to his, consuming his food bore no psychological burden. Rather, it deepened her affection for him. Zhao Yibai grasped a flashlight, activated the time stop, and exited through the rear door of the maintenance room. Ding. 86 uses remaining. The sky outside was pleasantly illuminated, with a radiant full moon hanging amidst a tapestry of stars. Time was suspended, and the space around him had solidified. The stars no longer twinkled, and the treetops swayed in the wind, frozen in their postures. Outside the maintenance room, dozens of zombies were caught in various grotesque poses, some quite aesthetically pleasing, others possessing admirable physiques. Alas, they had all succumbed to the state of the undead. Through his recent experiences with the time stop, Zhao Yibai keenly felt an enhancement in his mental capacity and a significantly accelerated rate of recovery. Thus, this time, he aimed to test the limits of his newfound abilities. Skirting past the immobilized zombies, he darkly contemplated their cold temperatures, yet yielded to their softness. After a minute of experimentation, he hastened his pace towards the entrance of the supermarket. Upon entering, he was greeted by an overwhelming scent of perfume, which, while discernibly luxurious, was so excessively concentrated that it became somewhat suffocating. The supermarket sprawled endlessly, with a staggering 20 checkout counters, a testament to its flourishing existence before the apocalypse. Unlike ordinary supermarkets, this establishment on campus boasted a limited selection of fresh produce, primarily offering prepackaged foods and beverages, alongside fruits, snacks, and drinks. The first floor was entirely dedicated to consumables. Zhao Yibai, towering at nearly 6 feet, effortlessly vaulted over the checkout barrier and sprinted a few paces inside, fervently collecting items into his system space. Chapter 40. Su Yuyu. Zhao Yibai possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence. He chose to leave the items at the entrance untouched, suspecting they were bait for mutated zombies to lure survivors, and he felt that disturbing them would surely provoke the unpredictable Su Yuyu. It was simply not worthwhile. Abundant treasures lay within, and he opted to gather from inside first. Orphaned at a young age, Zhao Yibai had grown up in impoverished circumstances, often visiting large supermarkets only during closing hours to seize discounted or nearing expiry food. Since the passing of his parents, he had seldom indulged in long-lasting provisions. Now, circumstances had improved, and he sought to mend the wounds of his childhood by indulging in the finer things. In the snack section, he gathered an assortment of chocolates, each box costing exorbitant amounts, directly cradling them into his system space. He collected candies without reservation, his speed remarkable. With a mere thought, the items materialized in his system space. The previously sparse expanse of his system space began to rapidly fill. Prioritizing food and drink, he understood their paramount importance in this post-apocalyptic world. Clothing and other necessities could be foregone for survival, but sustenance and water were crucial. Mere hours without them could lead to distress, and and several days could spell doom. Zhao Yibai swiftly cleared multiple shelves. His efforts compounded by the strain of maintaining the time-stopping state, which proved to be a significant drain on his mental fortitude. After clearing several shelves, he found himself on the verge of exhaustion. 10 minutes had elapsed, a clear indication of his growing mental capacity. In his initial attempt, he could sustain the time stop for only a few minutes. Now, he was managing a dual consumption of mental energy. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, reaching the instant noodle aisle, where he amassed 2 shelves worth of noodles. Not far away, he gathered 100 or so boxes of milk. Grateful for the ability of his mental energy to transmit over a distance, he realized he need not touch each item individually. Merely contacting one would allow adjacent items to be collected as well. Beep. Your mental energy has reached its limit. The time stop will end in 5 seconds. Remaining uses, 86. Zhao Yibai swiftly retrieved a mental recovery pill from his system space. Sensing the urgency, he consumed the pill to replenish his mental energy and extended the time stop once more. The abundance of valuable goods around him was simply too enticing. It is worth his while to use a recovery pill and gather a plethora of resources. Just then, a system prompt echoed in Zhao Yibai's mind. Ding. A 5-star target. Su Yuyu has been discovered. Stunned, Zhao Yibai stood frozen in place. That name sounded so familiar. Wasn't Su Yuyu the mutated zombie spoken of by Liu? Can one even feed a zombie? Surely, it cannot be with living humans. Or perhaps, feeding her with smaller morsels. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhao Yibai shivered involuntarily. What kind of madness must one possess to engage with a zombie? A woman's voice pierced the air. What the hell? Zhao Yibai exclaimed, startled, as he instinctively drew his golden Uzi. Ding. The system has assigned you a new mission, the redemption of Su Yuyu, once a self-doubting girl, consumed by resentment. She wishes to transform into a vengeful spirit, seeking retribution against those who have wronged her. However, under the control of the zombie virus, she is losing her grip on herself. Witnessing her transformation into a monstrous killer fills her with anguish, and she desperately hopes for a brave warrior to end her suffering. Mission reward: Immunity Aura, 100 units of mental recovery potion, and the potential to cultivate a loyal zombie battle pet, Su Yuyu. Immunity Aura, a special item, permanent in nature. Once obtained, it grants immunity to all zombie viruses. What the hell? Zhao Yibai gasped again. This mission was incredibly enticing. From his previous experiences with online games, this essentially meant defeating Su Yuyu once. By vanquishing the dark Su Yuyu, the radiant Su Yuyu would become his battle pet. Zhao Yibai, what brings you here? Have you lost your mind, coming here for me? The voice of Liu resonated through the darkness. Su Yuyu, you cannot harm her. Zhao Yibai was momentarily taken aback. No, wait. Liu, I haven't done anything. You've misunderstood. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only a sliver of light filtering through the window. When Su Yuyu spoke, Zhao Yibai was unable to pinpoint her location. The voice seemed to resonate right beside him, yet felt distant. Now that Liu had spoken, Zhao Yibai successfully located both of them, one person and one zombie. After noticing Zhao Yibai, Liu stood protectively in front of Su Yuyu. From a distance, the lovely Su Yuyu tilted her head slightly, seemingly perplexed by Liu's words. Zhao Yibai urgently called out, "Be careful." Why? Su Yuyu straightened her tilted head, her tone laced with anger and confusion. You betrayed me. In a sudden outburst of fury, Su Yuyu screamed, causing her white dress to shatter. Her stomach grotesquely expanded, revealing a gaping maw that towered 2 meters high, far exceeding her own height. In that instant, the once overpowering scent of perfume in the supermarket could no longer mask the foul stench of decaying flesh. The grotesque maw resembled the decaying skin of a putrid meat balloon, a sinister blend of crimson and obsidian, adorned with a network of dark veins writhing across its surface. Within lurked layers of serrated fangs, which softened upon contraction, creating an appearance akin to enlarged steel needles, evoking a chilling terror. The monstrous mouth lunged toward Liu, who was profoundly moved by Zhao Yibai's unwavering devotion. This man, despite the late hour and the perils that loomed outside, had come to seek her out. She had no choice but to sever ties with Su Yuyu in advance. Yet, Liu was unprepared for the fact that Su Yuyu had grown even more formidable. Her attacks swifter than ever before. She found herself unable to react. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed. In that fleeting moment, Liu felt a sharp pain in her arm before she was sent soaring through the air. At the critical juncture, it was Zhao Yibai who dashed forward, yanking Liu back with great force while simultaneously unleashing a shelf from the system's space, along with a jar of the famed Laogan Ma, into Su Yuyu's gaping maw. Caught off guard, Su Yuyu was knocked to the ground as dozens of jars struck her open mouth, shattering upon contact with her needle-like teeth. The sound akin to a cacophony of breaking glass. Roar. The excruciating burn in her abdomen incited Su Yuyu's furious roar. The night was irrevocably disturbed, as zombies within several miles stirred restlessly. Zhao Yibai, Li Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Bang! Su Yu leapt into the air with astonishing agility, her body colliding with the ceiling. What followed was a horrifying spectacle. Her limbs became immobilized as her body twisted with the ominous sound of cracking bones. Her gaping maw now facing downward. In a heartbeat, her colossal mouth widened even further, resembling an enormous net that threatened to ensnare Zhao Yibai and Li Yu. Zhao Yibai shielded Li Yu behind him, gripping his firearm with determination. Chapter 41. Thank you tat 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 tat. The muzzle of the golden Uzi submachine gun spat forth tongues of flame, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. The relentless barrage struck Su Yu's vast maw, causing crimson bursts to erupt as many of the flesh walls were perforated and countless fangs shattered under the onslaught. Numerous subsequent bullets penetrated through the flesh and teeth, piercing Su Yu's very being. Roar! The agony. The pain was unbearable. Unlike ordinary zombies, which were devoid of sensation or awareness, the mutated zombies not only possessed growth attributes and some semblance of intelligence, but also the capacity for feeling and even emotion. Su Yu dared not withstand the bullets. As she retracted her maw, she hurriedly leapt from the ceiling, seeking refuge behind a shelf. Tat 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 tat. Zhao Yibai stood alone, wielding a single firearm. Yet he produced the effect of an entire squad. Infinite ammunition, boundless endurance. Such prowess was extraordinary. If this were a game, it would be akin to cheating. In reality, he was almost a god among men, surpassing both ordinary zombies and their mutated counterparts. Zhao Yibai steadied his gun, his finger tightening around the trigger, following Su Yu's trajectory with precision as he fired. Bang 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 bang. Bullets rained down, toppling numerous products from the shelves. Through the metal racks, bullets ricocheted, creating sparks that danced in the air. A clash between a man and a mutated zombie unfolded, the scene grand in scale. The sound of bullets piercing the zombie's flesh echoed relentlessly. A guttural roar followed by an explosive crash sounded as Su Yu fell, her body collapsing against a shelf. A cry of agony escaping her lips, though now it was devoid of strength. Zhao Yibai rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick to the shelf before him. And with a thunderous crash, the entire structure came crashing down. The clatter of items echoed as the shelves and their contents crashed heavily upon Su Yu, pinning her as if she were a filling in a sandwich. Gasping for breath, Su Yu coughed up streams of blood, her entire body trembling violently. She struggled a few times, yet her efforts proved futile. Her beautiful wig fell away, landing beside her, while the remnants of her clothing were soaked through with blood, now a deep crimson. Li Yu stood behind Zhao Yibai, her gaze somewhat glazed. She was momentarily stunned, her wide eyes fixated on Zhao Yibai's imposing figure. Powerful. Exceedingly powerful. More specifically, he was handsome and dashing. Zhao Yibai's forceful pull had saved her life, while simultaneously reducing the formidable Su Yu to this pitiful state. This was a formidable mutated zombie, a true man. Not only could he elevate her, a woman, to the heavens, but he could also transform the terrifying mutated zombie into a lifeless corpse. Li Yu's heart raced. As the gunfire ceased, the bright flashes from the muzzle and bullets faded, plunging the supermarket into darkness. Zhao Yibai flicked on his flashlight, directing it at Su Yu, his other hand gripping the gun. At this moment, Su Yu had become a bloodied figure. No, a blood-soaked zombie. Her body was riddled with bullet holes from head to toe. It was no wonder. In most zombie films and dramas, the military is incapacitated from the outset. Otherwise, how could the zombies thrive? Mutated zombies might withstand a few more shots than regular ones, but they were still carbon-based life forms. In close combat, if they could not withstand the onslaught of bullets, how could they survive? At least, the initial mutated zombies were relatively easy to eliminate. Thank you. Su Yu's eyes had returned to a normal hue. She gazed at Zhao Yibai, her bald head smeared with blood and punctured, revealing a smile of relief. Yet her appearance was undeniably tragic, despite the genuine smile. The first impression it evoked was of her dire state. Li Yu's heart raced as she approached Zhao Yibai. Looking at Su Yu, I wish you an early death and a swift rebirth. May you be born into a wealthy and noble family in your next life. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Yibai aimed at Su Yu's forehead, firing 3 precise shots. Su Yu's body convulsed thrice, 3 blood holes appearing in her forehead. Crimson blood streaming from the back of her perforated head. It stained the shelves, it stained the floor. With a faint sound, it all came to an end. Li Yu suddenly embraced Zhao Yibai. At this moment, Li Yu was utterly infatuated with Zhao Yibai, yearning to merge his very essence into Zhao's being. Fated adversary. Zhao Yibai, you are indeed a nemesis. Very well, you have succeeded. I am yours. You have conquered me, both body and soul. Li Yu's hold was tight, and had it not been for the cushioning presence of delay, Zhao Yibai might have felt as though he could be suffocated by this embrace. I came here in search of sustenance, not to rescue you. Zhao Yibai continued to gaze at Su Yu's lifeless form, his concern for Li Yu, who clung to him from behind. Minimal. His primary focus lay with Su Yu. How tragic she appeared. Should he deliver a few more shots? It seemed inevitable now. Why had the system notification not yet sounded? Stubborn fellow, I understand, I understand. A smile broke upon Li Yu's face, her spirits lifted. Foolish woman. Zhao Bai raised his firearm once more. Just then, Su Yu's corpse underwent a bizarre transformation. Clink, clink, clink. Bullets embedded within her body fell to the ground as though expelled by some grotesque growth, alongside shattered pieces of an old godmother glass bottle and fragmented teeth. Had she returned to life? Li Yu, hearing the commotion, swiftly turned her gaze. Under the beam of Zhao Bai's flashlight, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. As various foreign objects fell away, Su Yu's grotesque wounds began to heal. Her previously bald head sprouted hair at a visibly rapid rate, long, dark strands cascading down to her waist. As her injuries mended, her skin began to transform, becoming lighter. The grotesque blackish red of her abdomen gradually shifted to a soft pink. Retracting as it healed, Li Yu suggested, Zhao Bai, following the conventional narrative, once her transformation is complete, she will undoubtedly become even more formidable. Should we not strike again before she fully metamorphoses? Wait a moment. Zhao Bai understood this simple logic all too well. He refrained from attacking, fearful that this might already be his trainable, loyal, mutated zombie battle pet. A battle pet was indeed a delightful asset. With loyalty intact, it would not change, proving more reliable than a human. We must not slay the battle pet. Very well. Li Yu had already retrieved a crowbar from nearby, ready to wield it as a weapon. She was no mere ornament. Though unaware of Zhao Bai's intentions, she trusted he had his reasons. Suddenly, Su Yu's previously closed eyes flew open, and she emitted a piercing shriek. As she screamed, her body convulsed, shedding layers of old skin and scabs, while her bloodstained garments disintegrated entirely. White, pink. Zhao Bai stood in awe. Truly, she was a five-star Su Yu. Her abdomen also transformed, appearing far more striking than that of an ordinary beautiful girl. Had Shuyo previously been like this, when Li Yu negotiated and offered sustenance, he would have declared with fervor that he was capable and willing, ready to provide ample nourishment. With a piercing scream from Shuyo, an uncountable chorus of zombie roars erupted, shattering the silence of the night. Li Yu gripped his pure iron crowbar tightly, acutely aware of her perilous situation. If you have such thoughts, let us first eliminate it. You can act while the iron is hot. I have a foreboding sense that we may not be able to vanquish it. Chapter 42, 48888 Combat Power. Battle pet acting while the iron is hot. What do you mean? Zhao Bai replied in shock, finding Li Yu's imagination quite extraordinary. However, considering the current state of Shuyo, it certainly warranted contemplation. Just as his thoughts veered slightly, Zhao Bai promptly corrected himself. Do not worry. I possess complete confidence in exterminating her, provided she persists in her assault against us. Li Yu was excessively anxious, but Zhao Bai sought to alleviate her concerns. He was willing to wait. Confident in his trump card, time had stopped, and within the system's space lay a chainsaw acquired from the maintenance warehouse. As long as the being was a carbon-based organism, it would not be an overwhelmingly powerful mutated zombie. With time halted, the chainsaw would sever her neck. What ordinary mutated zombie could withstand such an onslaught? Li Yu, puzzled, remarked, she appears to have leveled up and grown stronger. Surely, she will continue to attack us? Shuyo sat up from the shelf, her gaze locking onto Zhao Bai, who was illuminating her with a flashlight. Their eyes met in mutual recognition. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving Shuyo's affirmative confirmation. Task completed. Shuyo's liberation and redemption. Rewards. Immunity aura. 100 mental restoration potions. Loyalty zombie battle pet Shuyo. Excellent. Zhao Bai exclaimed in admiration, surprised by the confirmation process. Fortunately, they had not acted rashly against Shuyo. Patience proved to be invaluable. Ding. Shuyo has automatically joined your team. Zhao Bai contemplated within his mind, the system interface now at his disposal. Apocalyptic feeding system panel host. Zhao Bai primary ability. Time stop. SSS level charge count. 86 times secondary ability. Feeding, shared vision among team members. Immunity or a mission. Advanced task. Dominance of one faction. 12,100 space. Occupied 66. Mind recovery pills 109. Bulk supplies of chainsaw. Bulk healthy drinking water. Zombie antidote serum 3. Golden UZI. Various food items. Team. Zhao Bai. Captain. Health 68. Mental strength 8. Combat power 600. Han 1. Loyalty 99. Health 100. Combat power 1100. Li Yu loyalty 95. Health 77. Combat power 270. Yu Yurong, loyalty 91. Health 100. Combat power 300. Che Xiaoli, loyalty 87. Health 100. Combat power 190. Wu Ming, loyalty 75. Health 100. Combat power 180. Chun Shuiru, loyalty 70. Health 100. combat power 60, Jiang Yi, loyalty 65, health 100, combat power 290, Chen Lin, loyalty 64, health 100, combat power 150, Yu Shimi, loyalty 61, health 100, combat power 110, Jiang Rao, loyalty 61, health 100, combat power 130, Su Yu, tier 3 battle pet, loyalty 1, health 3000, combat power 48888. Once loyalty exceeds 80, the host can exert mental control. What a surprise! A combat power of 48,888? Zhao Bai was astonished. This was truly remarkable. Within their survival team, the strongest member was Han Wan, followed by himself. Zhao Bai understood clearly that his prowess stemmed not from his own strength, but from the system's enhancements, which granted him a combat score of 600. This was his true capability. The combat power attributed to Su Yu was simply extraordinary. Akin to a boss. Although her loyalty was low, it was something that could be nurtured. In the later stages, with loyalty exceeding 80, mental control could be achieved, allowing one to embody the role of a boss. How exhilarating. Zhao Bai, what are you pondering? It's coming. It's crawling towards us. Li Yu's anxious voice resonated in his ears. Zhao Bai immediately retrieved a mind recovery pill and swallowed it whole. Using mind recovery pill 1, mental strength restored to 100. Remaining pills 108. The current supply of pills was ample. Moreover, as he intended to continue gathering resources, consuming one pill was not a misstep. Additionally, low mental strength made it exceedingly easy to become distracted. When his mind was clear, Zhao Bai could multitask effortlessly, never allowing a glance at the system panel to render him oblivious to the imminent threats nearby. Li Yu raised her crowbar. Zhao Bai grasped her hand firmly. Li Yu. Her mind buzzed. Just because she had become more appealing, does it mean you could develop feelings for her? After all, she is a mutated zombie. Indeed, she is a mutated zombie, but she has repented and will henceforth be our companion. Can she truly repent? She can. Zhao Bai asserted with conviction. Li Yu felt a chill run down her spine. The seriousness in Zhao Bai's voice left her bewildered. Ultimately, Li Yu chose to believe. Su Yu crawled on the ground, her delicate skin smeared with blood and dust. At last, she reached Zhao Bai. Under the astonished gaze of Li Yu, she nuzzled Zhao Bai's calf with her face, as pure and unblemished as a peeled egg, her clear, innocent eyes reflecting affection and a desire to please him. Unlike a formidable mutated zombie, she resembled a cat yearning to follow its master. Zhao Bai knelt down and gently patted Su Yu's head. A soft, cherubic sound escaped her lips. Li Yu was left utterly bewildered. What is this? Zhao Bai, how did you manage this? Is it really possible to transform a mutated zombie like this? Ding. Would you like to view Su Yu's information? View. In response to Zhao Bai, a small panel appeared above Su Yu's head. Battle Pet Panel ID. Su Yu Master. Zhao Bai, 1100 loyalty. Level 3, 5,000 10,000 points. Health, 3,000 combat power. 48888 main ability. Devour 2 secondary abilities. Web of the Devourer. Spiked Shot, Enhanced Jump, Enhanced Crawl basic abilities. Level 3 Mutated Zombie Recovery. Basic Summon and Control of Surrounding Zombies. Devouring living beings earns 10 growth points. Controlling zombies to kill living beings earns 5 growth points. Devouring and killing ordinary zombies earns 0. 5 growth points. Killing and devouring level 1 zombies earns 100 growth points. Killing and devouring level 2 zombies earns 800 growth points. Killing and devouring level 3 zombies earns 3,000 growth points. Killing and devouring level 4 zombies earns 10,000. Killing level 5 zombies earns 180000. Loyalty can be increased through feeding and daily interactions. Ding. Su Yu enjoys your touch. Loyalty 1. Loyalty, 2 points. From now on, you shall be my Su Yu. Zhao Bai tossed a flashlight to Li Yu, who instinctively caught it, still in shock. Shine it here. All right. Li Yu nodded. Zhao Bai retrieved a towel from the system space and gently wiped away the dust from Su Yu's body and hands. Careful not to apply too much pressure, as her skin was so soft and fair. Ding. Su Yu appreciates cleanliness. Thank you for the cleaning. Loyalty 1. Loyalty, 3 points. Next, Zhao Bai selected clothing from the system space, repurposing the many beautiful garments he had collected from the female dormitory. Gazing at her pure little face and her gem-like, lustrous eyes, he snapped his fingers. He had an idea. Chapter 43. JK Su Yu, a white shirt, a blue JK skirt. White stockings, complemented by a pair of immaculate little white shoes. Perfection. As for what lay beneath, out of respect for her privacy, I shall refrain from elaborating. Li Yu was utterly bewildered. Holding the flashlight to provide illumination, she watched Zhao Bai, resembling a doting father, tenderly dress the mutated zombie Su Yu in exquisite attire. And she was genuinely flabbergasted. As a powerful mutated zombie, Su Yu, whose hands were stained with blood, truly thrived in this role, displaying an unwavering compliance. Her somewhat vacant expression was consistently brightened by a blissful smile. Ding. Su Yuyu appreciates clean clothing and your tenderness. Loyalty 5. Loyalty 8. Zhao Yibai gazed at the doll-like pure beauty of Su Yuyu, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed that the loyalty of a zombie differed significantly from that of a human. For such a formidable mutated zombie, the growth of loyalty should be a challenging endeavor. Yet, this rate of increase was already commendable. One could hardly afford to let jealousy fester, even among zombies. While Zhao Yibai was pleased with Su Yuyu, he also noticed Li Yu's sour expression. Not at all. How could that be? Li Yu immediately shook her head, though she soon shrugged. Well, maybe a little. You're just too good to her. Consider it a debt owed to me. Next time, you'll help me get dressed. Very well. Zhao Yibai agreed. Having recently cared for Su Yuyu, he understood why many girls cherish dressing dolls. Assisting with such attire changes indeed held a certain significance. Upon hearing Zhao Yibai's agreement, Li Yu's face lit up with a smile. You're quite a decent person. No, Zhao Yibai waved his hand dismissively. Being called a good person is actually an insult, and a particularly vulgar one at that. Ha. Li Yu comprehended the underlying meaning and burst into laughter. Su Yuyu tilted her head, unable to comprehend, yet she smiled along with Li Yu. At this moment, Su Yuyu appeared reborn, reminiscent of her most beautiful self. Though her intelligence seemed reset as well, her eyes were as clear as crystal. What are your plans next? Are we going to guard this supermarket? Li Yu inquired. Zhao Yibai shook his head. No? Li Yu was puzzled. There were so many resources within. Staying here could ensure survival for quite some time. Especially for you and your women. The target is too grand. Zhao Yibai articulated his thoughts. There are still numerous survivors at the Women's University in City A. As time progresses and their supplies deplete, their next objective will undoubtedly be this supermarket. Moreover, the terrifying reality is that although the external order has collapsed, certain factions still exist, those who wield power and knowledge. They may very well set their sights on the resources here. Once the apocalypse unfolds, large supermarkets and markets will undoubtedly become primary targets for survivors seeking supplies. Zhao Yibai harbored no fear of ordinary survivors. Rather, he was wary of those formidable forces. For instance, the Wang family. Even in the apocalypse, with 99% of the population turned into zombies, this family swiftly organized a helicopter to rescue their heiress and successfully extracted her. Such families, such powers, were what Zhao Yibai deemed unwise to confront directly, at least not at this moment. Surviving in the apocalypse is one matter. Understanding how to endure and live long is equally vital. You think that far ahead? Li Yu was taken aback. Impressive. Ahem. Let us just say you're complimenting me. Zhao Yibai replied, pulling out his flashlight and continuing to search for supplies within the supermarket. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Yu Yurong, instructing her to bring people into the supermarket. Zhao Yibai continued to gather resources. This time, it was not merely provisions, but also essential items such as toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and kitchenware. The news spread quickly, and soon a cacophony erupted outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Yibai's lips curled into a smile. This was a testament to Yu Rong's unwavering trust in him. She called them over, and they obediently complied. The small back entrance of the repair warehouse was besieged by dozens of zombies, yet they still followed orders and emerged. At the entrance of the supermarket, Li Yu stood ready to greet them. Upon sighting Li Yu, several zombies lunged toward him. He almost forgot that Su Yu was no longer the same person she once was. It seemed that the aura he exuded, which could intimidate ordinary zombies, had lost its potency. Gripping a crowbar, Li Yu shook his shoulders. With a swift motion, he brought the crowbar down diagonally just as the zombies reached him. The head of one zombie exploded, its cranium collapsing into its neck, its body crashing to the ground. Over here, Li Yu called out, spotting the lights of Yu Rong and the others in the distance. With a firm grip on the heavy crowbar, he dispatched two zombies that approached him. Coming, Yu Rong responded. Holding a chainsaw, Che Xiaoli was a picture of ferocity, the chainsaw emitting a relentless buzzing sound. This adorable girl, in this moment, was ferociously violent, wielding the activated chainsaw to tear through the zombies. Setting aside the matter of the chainsaw's damage, the scene was grotesquely bloody. As she sawed through the zombies, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, the high temperature of the saw causing the flesh and blood to emit foul-smelling black smoke. When she severed a zombie's artery, blood spurted high into the air like a gruesome fountain. Zhao Yibai was accompanied by no ordinary individuals. The freshly crafted spears were put to use, piercing through the zombie skulls with precision. Despite the overwhelming presence of dozens of zombies, they were unable to approach. They were dispatched before they could even come close. After a mere 10 minutes, all the zombies were vanquished, and Yu Rong and her companions reached the entrance of the supermarket. Li Yu too had made his mark. Before him lay 7 or 8 fallen zombies. Yet he was weary, the crowbar proving too heavy for him, leaving him breathless. What is the situation? Why the sudden urgency? Yu Rong inquired, glancing into the supermarket. The problem is resolved, Zhao Yibai replied with a smile. Yu Rong stepped forward and, with a resounding punch, struck Zhao Yibai squarely in the chest, the force of her blow significant. You idiot. You absolute fool. After delivering the blow, tears streamed down Yu Rong's face. Why would you sneak out to engage in such perilous activities alone? What would we do if something happened to you? We agreed that if we were to die, we would do so together. Zhao Yibai was taken aback. I was wrong. It won't happen again. He suddenly remembered that he had emerged from a moment of halted time, and when time resumed, he had vanished from the girl's sight. Just then, gunfire erupted from within the supermarket. Yu Yurong abruptly embraced Zhao Yibai. You scoundrel, you scoundrel. Han Wan and Che Xiaoli exchanged glances, both breaking into laughter. Li Yu crossed his arms, a smile gracing his face. Ding. Attention. A sudden shift in loyalty among team members detected, rapidly declining. Zhao Yibai held the weeping beauty in his arms, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. Yet, a notification chimed in his mind. Instinctively, Zhao Yibai turned his gaze towards Li Yu. Chapter 44. Humanity. The team panel materialized in Zhao Yibai's mind as he continued with his tasks. Team. Zhao Yibai Captain. Health 85, Mental Strength 100, Combat Power 800. Han Wan, Loyalty 99, Health 76, Combat Power 1150. Li Yu, Loyalty 96, Health 45, Combat Power 350. Yu Yurong, Loyalty 95, Health 65, Combat Power 400. Che Xiaoli, Loyalty 88, Health 84, Combat Power 700. Wu Meng, Loyalty 75, Health 100, Combat Power 180. Chen Shuuru, Loyalty 70, Health 100. Combat Power 60. Zhang Yi, Loyalty 63, Health 100, Combat Power 290. Yu Shimi, Loyalty 18, Health 100, Combat Power 110. Zhang Rao, Loyalty 16, Health 100. Combat Power 130. Su Yu, 3rd level Battle Pet, Loyalty 8, Health 3000, Combat Power 48888. Chen Lin, Loyalty 10, Health 100, Combat Power 150. As Zhao Yibai held Yu Yurong, he suddenly glanced at Li Yu, who tilted his head in confusion, unsure of the meaning behind Zhao Yibai's gaze. Zhao Yibai smiled awkwardly. Indeed, the prejudices within the human heart are like a towering mountain. Someone had encountered a problem, and his instinctive assumption fell upon Li Yu, as Li Yu previously embodied a villainous role, aiding the zombies in their slaughter. However, it was not Li Yu. The issue lay with their old haunt, Dormitory 401. After the recent battle, the combat abilities and loyalty of the girls around him had seen a noticeable increase, particularly Che Xiaoli, whose combat power had surged past 700. Perhaps slaying a boss had contributed to the 200-point boost in his combat score. Nonetheless, Zhao Yibai felt a tinge of frustration. While Che Xiaoli wielded a chainsaw to kill zombies and saw her power rise, his own score remained stagnant despite exterminating countless zombies with his Uzi. Upon scrutinizing the panel, Zhao Yibai discerned the source of the problem. The previously modest loyalty levels had plummeted into negative figures. It was Chen Lin stirring up trouble, seemingly inciting other girls as well. In contrast, Wu Ming and Chen Shuuru maintained their loyalty, displaying unwavering resolve. Zhang Yi's response was even more surprising to Zhao Yibai. Logically, she had once allied with Chen Lin and her faction. This was a supermarket. Zhao Yibai reassured Yu Yurong with a smile, saying, I shall guard the entrance for you all. Feast and revel to your heart's content. Oh, the girls quietly cheered. Suddenly, Che Xiaoli let out a piercing scream. In the next moment, the flashlight beams illuminated the surroundings, and it was then that Che Xiaoli suddenly realized the presence of Su Yu, which startled her immensely. Su Yu remained utterly still, which only heightened Che Xiaoli's surprise at discovering another person beside her. Misunderstandings ensued as Li Yu hastily clarified, she's one of us. This is Su Yu, a dear friend of Zhao Yibai. The emphasis on dear friend was palpable as Li Yu articulated the words with intent. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group of women. Han Wan and Che Xiaoli resumed their leisurely shopping in the supermarket, indulging in carefree purchases. Meanwhile, Yu Yurong and Li Yu stood still, observing. Yu Yurong found herself captivated by Su Yu's beauty, which radiated an innocent charm that rivaled her own. The striking girl appeared vaguely familiar to Yu Yurong, yet she could not quite recall where she had encountered her before. Zhao Yibai, transformed by his rebirth, bore no resemblance to an ordinary person. His looks had returned to their former glory. His skin was now fair and flawless, free from afflictions, and his lips no longer bore scars. Zhao Yibai's discerning taste was evident, prompting a smile from Li Yu. He straightened his posture and, after assessing Yu Yurong, chuckled to himself, acknowledging the vastness of talent in the world. There's always someone better, and Yu Yurong, you are indeed exceptional. Flattered, Yu Yurong smiled back. Each has their own merits. Previously, she had viewed her own talents as burdensome, but with Zhao Yibai's unwavering support, she came to realize their significance. akin to the pride of Jerusalem in the West or the grand avenues of Rome, indispensable and worthy of esteem. Liu chuckled and shook his head, aware of Zhao Yibai's self-centered and somewhat patriarchal disposition. As long as it did not interfere with his own enjoyment, he was indifferent to their interactions. Zhao Yibai perched himself on the checkout counter, gazing outside, displeased by the thought of a burglary. His initial act of kindness in sheltering these women had been motivated by a mission, not anticipating such betrayal. Utilizing the two-level ability of shared vision, the system chimed. Success in sharing vision with the two-level team. A video panel materialized before Zhao Yibai, revealing Chun Lin's perspective within dorm room 401. Chun Lin lounged in a chair, phone in hand, wearing a cheeky expression reminiscent of a female warrior. Jiang Rao knelt before her, washing her feet. Regardless of Chun Lin's overall appearance, her feet were notably fair, adorned with red nail polish, which looked quite appealing. Yu Shimi stood nearby, holding a plate filled with Chun Lin's favorite snacks. Opposite them sat Wu Ming, Jiang Yi, Chun Shiweru, and others, their expressions rather grim. As Chun Lin opened her mouth, Yu Shimi swiftly offered her a piece of dried plum, which she chewed while declaring, "Given that we fought zombies together, I'm granting you this opportunity. If you don't appreciate it, then you may as well remain here to perish in your own folly." In the school, Zhao Yibai was the only male. Outside, you all were goddesses. Finding a man with 4 legs was no easy feat, while those with 3 legs were everywhere like weeds. Chun Shiweru timidly remarked, "It's not right for us like this. Without Zhao Yibai, we would have perished long ago." "Not right," Yu Shimi retorted coldly. "You, a coward with barely any strength, dare to speak? Among us, you are the most useless." Chun Shiweru lowered her head, silenced by the reprimand. Wu Ming took a sip of her drink and said, "What you are doing is quite unethical. If your boyfriend's faction wishes to take you away, then go ahead. Anyone who wants to accompany you should simply join." Using Zhao Yibai and the others to scout out the zombies and orchestrating a diversion for the mutated ones is exceedingly malicious. Malicious? Chun Lin scoffed. "This is the apocalypse. It's all about survival. Moreover, I mentioned that if this task is completed and Zhao Yibai remains unharmed, my boyfriend's faction could accept him, allowing him to join us in our survivor base. This is a golden opportunity. You are all girls. If a man wishes to enter my boyfriend's base, he must prove his worth." Jiang Yi, playfully twirling 2 walnuts, watched with a smile. Wu Ming suddenly stood up and slapped her sharply across the face. "How dare you?" Wu Ming exclaimed. "What kind of creature are you?" Chapter 45, Victory. Wu Ming. "Have you gone mad? You dare strike me?" Yu Shimi exclaimed in disbelief, clutching her sore cheek, then turned to Chun Lin with a look of grievance. "Sister Lin, she hit me." Chun Lin's gaze turned icy. "Wu Ming, are you seeking death? I'll take you on too." Wu Ming, in a moment of righteous fury, confronted the 3 of them, displaying remarkable courage even in the hazy circumstances of the dormitory. "Damn it." Chun Lin stood up abruptly. "Everyone, shut that cup." With a swift motion, Wu Ming rolled up her sleeves and kicked, sending Chun Lin, who had just stood, back to her bed. Jiang Rao grabbed a nearby fire axe and swung it at Wu Ming, while Yu Shimi picked up a steel pipe. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Jiang Yi shouted coldly. Jiang Rao and Yu Shimi hesitated, a hint of fear evident in their actions. "You can't possibly be siding with Wu Ming," Jiang Rao exclaimed. "Exactly. Don't you want to leave?" With this brief respite, Wu Ming seized a weapon. The dismantled bed steel pipe. Jiang Yi twisted her neck. "I never said I would go with you to your so-called survivor base." Chun Lin stood up again. Jiang Yi smiled. "Let us not even discuss your boyfriend's position in the survivor base. If he doesn't dare to storm the school for supplies, he hardly seems like someone with great ambitions. And what do you mean by having a man to use? Chun Lin, have you lost your mind? Are you suggesting we go there to be used as mere playthings?" As she laughed, Jiang Yi's tone turned cold and fierce. "Chun Lin, you wretched woman, pretending to be so pure. If you don't want to join us, then perish here. You are only 2, while we are 4. Wait a moment." Chun Shiweru raised her hand. "Wait, your mother?" Chun Lin glared at her in displeasure. Chun Shiweru was taken aback by the scolding. Her complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid. Then, this timid girl, who only dared to voice her complaints online, became flustered. I won't leave. Why are you scolding me? Zhao Yibai treats me quite well. Who knows what kind of person your boyfriend is? I'm angry. Really angry. Perhaps due to her overwhelming anxiety." Chun Shiweru stammered her words, finishing her statement while gasping for breath, appearing quite exhausted. Wu Ming bit her lip, retorting, 3 against 3. "Do you want to leave alive? Or do you want to see if my grandmother Wu Ming can burn you to a crisp?" Jiang Yi interjected boldly. "If you're up for it, then let us do it. If you're afraid, just retract your neck. Damn you all." Chun Shiweru raised her steel pipe, shouting, "Let's fight." Chun Lin's expression shifted dramatically. She began to regret her earlier bravado. In the 401 dormitory, Chun Lin often felt invisible, but suddenly, her boyfriend reached out to her. After a conversation, She learned that he was a leader at the survivors' base, which brought her some joy, prompting her to relay the situation here. However, her boyfriend showed little interest in the college brimming with zombies. Schools, hospitals, and the CBD were the most densely populated areas with the undead. No one was willing to venture into those perilous zones lightly. Previously, shopping malls had been considered, but after the overall environment deteriorated, they became deserted and thus devoid of zombies. In a bid to attract her boyfriend's attention, Chun-Lin secretly photographed Wu Meng, Chen Xiuru, and others, sending the images to her boyfriend while claiming that there were even more beautiful women like the enchanting Yu Rong. Indeed, her boyfriend was intrigued. The collapse of order seemed to signify that the powerful could act with impunity in this post-apocalyptic world. Yet, he still feared the overwhelming number of zombies. According to known principles, areas with a higher zombie population birth stronger mutated creatures. Chun-Lin yearned to flaunt her superiority and aspired to leave for the survivors' base to take on the role of a commanding matriarch. Thus, she resolved to take a risk, stating that someone could be utilized to discern the distribution of zombies and inform her boyfriend that when their people arrived, someone could divert the mutated zombies. Hearing this, her boyfriend reluctantly agreed to take a risk for the sake of the multitude of beauties from a university. Although it was a humble plea, when addressing the group, Chun-Lin carried herself with arrogance, claiming that utilizing Zhao Yibai was a condition proposed by her boyfriend. She portrayed him as someone eager to rescue her, deeply in love with her, and immensely powerful. In her eagerness to show off, she revealed far too much. Yet, to her dismay, the immense allure of the survivors' base failed to entice Wu Meng, who sided with the indifferent Zhao Yibai. Zhang Yi was perceptive enough to deduce that leaving with them would mean losing her dignity, and she preferred to live alongside Zhao Yibai. Even the timid Chen Xiuru dared to confront her. In an instant, Chun-Lin found herself cornered. Zhang Yi was quite the formidable opponent, and Wu Meng, with her sharp tongue and willingness to engage physically, was no less than a fierce contender. Chen Xiuru could barely be considered a competent fighter. She was of a lower caliber. However, among them, apart from her possessing a modicum of strength, Yu Shimi and Zhang Rao are rather ineffectual. Had Yu Shimi possessed any utility, she would have retaliated when Wu Meng struck her. Ultimately, Chun-Lin resolved to find herself a graceful exit. A fleeting display of arrogance is not true arrogance. Let us see who can emerge victorious in the end. This female dormitory is not lacking in women. If you refuse to take the path of survival, others will undoubtedly do so. Zhang Rao, Yu Shimi, we shall depart. Depart? Both women were momentarily taken aback. Yu Shimi inquired, Lin Jie, it is so dark outside. Where shall we go? Zhang Rao added, indeed, apart from this location, there is no water or electricity. Do you possess any ambition? Chun-Lin retorted angrily. Noticing her fury, the two women hastily nodded in affirmation. The allure of the survivor base is far too great for ordinary survivors. Let us go. Chun-Lin armed herself and opened the door, stepping out of dormitory 401. It was not that she desired to leave, but rather that remaining was increasingly arduous. Her facade had already been torn asunder. Should Wu Meng summon Zhao Yibai to bring them back, given Zhao Yibai's ruthlessness, their lives would be in peril. Moreover, Chun-Lin bore considerable pressure. She was tasked with finding beautiful women for her boyfriend, a multitude of them. This was the condition laid forth by her boyfriend for her to accompany him. Put that down. Wu Meng barked at Yu Shimi as she reached for her backpack. Yu Shimi received a slap and became considerably subdued, casting a few glances at Chun-Lin as she exited. Seeing Chun-Lin's silence, she reluctantly set down the backpack filled with food and water. Mark my words, 3 days in the east, 3 days in the west. Do not underestimate a woman without a man. After all three had exited the dormitory, Chun-Lin voiced her resentment towards the room. However, the only response was the door slamming shut. Zhang Rao asked, Lin Jie, where shall we go now? A hint of regret washed over her. Initially, they had shelter, sustenance, and hydration. Now, it seemed they had nothing at all. Chun-Lin replied, they may lack awareness, but there are many who do not. Let us unite more sisters. Zhao Yibai severed his connection with Chun-Lin's perspective. Ahead of him, he beheld Chun-Lin's supposed partner, whose WeChat name was Li Yushi. Wu Meng's influence was indeed formidable. Transitioning to Wu Meng's viewpoint, Zhao Yibai noticed Chun-Lin's palms glistening with perspiration. Having driven Chun-Lin and the others away, she discreetly wiped her sweat on her clothing. Victory was theirs. Chen Xiuru cheered. Wu Meng exclaimed, Zhang Yi, I never anticipated you would side with us. Zhang Yi rubbed her temples and replied with a smile. I stand for longevity and comfort. Although Zhao Yibai is not my ally, he respects me. I would rather remain empty-handed than become a mere mount for the so-called base. Furthermore, I have greater faith in Zhao Yibai. Chapter 46, The Frightening Lowly. In the City Chamber of Commerce building, on the 80th floor, within an expansive office exceeding 200 square meters, Wang Weiwei reclined on an enormous handcrafted leather sofa. her brow furrowed as she gazed at the tablet in her hands. Ever since returning with the company's rescue helicopter, Wang Weiwei had taken the reins of the vast family conglomerate, serving as the interim president of the Chamber of Commerce. Her father was said to be ill. However, the truth was that he had transformed into a half-zombie. Relying on an abundance of advanced pharmaceuticals and blood transfusions from individuals whose blood type matches, the current state of half-zombies is maintained, with hopes of reverting back to humanity and restoring consciousness once a serum is developed. Bang! Bang! The president, Zhou Kong, has arrived. Two knocks echoed, followed by the voice of a secretary from outside. I am not in the mood to see him. Wang Weiwei waved her hand dismissively. My dear, who has upset you to such a degree? At that moment, a frivolous voice came from outside, and a young man in a suit breached the guard's blockade. Entering the vast office, Wang Weiwei felt a headache coming on. Zhou Kong, I am currently very busy and have no time to deal with you. Zhou Kong shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, my dear, I do not require your attention. Do your own work, and I shall be content merely to remain by your side in silence. Which is enough for me. Savoring the alluring fragrance within the office, Zhou Kong wore an expression of pure enjoyment. Wang Weiwei, his goddess. She had been his dream since childhood. As the apocalypse loomed, nay, even before its arrival, had Zhou Kong wished for it, Wang Weiwei would have long been his. Yet he, the son of a powerful official, yearned for a pure love. Suit yourself. Wang Weiwei continued to scroll through her tablet. Currently, 99% of Area A is in a state of ruin, with only the City Lord's Mansion and the Chamber of Commerce building under the control of survivors. Furthermore, the Zhou family and their chamber are establishing the first safe zone in Area A, centered around the City Lord's Mansion and the Chamber of Commerce building. They are eradicating zombies and useless living individuals within a 10-mile radius, erecting high walls and electric fences on the periphery, and deploying personnel to patrol, thus forming an utterly secure zone. The price for outsiders wishing to enter the safe zone is 500 grams of gold. Presently, they are in the initial phase, recruiting personnel and clearing out zombies and the ineffectual living. Dingling. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang. Wang Weiwei picked it up and answered. Hello, this is Wang Weiwei. President, a second-level mutated zombie has been discovered in the Li village community, and it possesses extraordinary attacking power. Our losses are severe, and if this continues, we shall face annihilation. A frantic male voice echoed through the line. Useless. Zhou Kong stepped forward, shouting angrily as he snatched the phone. Are your guns merely sticks? It's just a second-level mutated zombie. Do not spare the bullets. Shoot it fiercely. Cover the area with firepower. Young Lord Zhou, that little creature is too terrifying. It's not that we are being stingy, but when it screams, our heads throb, and we can no longer see it. Suddenly, the man's voice was cut off, replaced by a series of sharp sounds over the phone. With a loud crack, the phone emitted a puff of white smoke. It had been damaged by the frequency of that sound. Damn it. Zhou Kong had intended to showcase his abilities before Wang Weiwei, but unexpectedly, before he could finish, those useless individuals were slain by the mutated zombie. Wang Weiwei cast a cold glance at Zhou Kong. I will handle this. Zhou Kong chuckled softly, then promptly retrieved the satellite phone from his waist and dialed. This is Zhou Kong. I want that terrifying little girl dead. I don't care what firepower you deploy. She must vanish within half an hour. My beautiful lady is angry. Lord Zhou, there are still civilians in the area where the terrifying little girl is located. We cannot use heavy firepower. Civilians? There are no civilians left. They have all evacuated. Only zombies remain. Lord Zhou, how can that be? Is my speech ineffective? Yes. That's more like it. Zhou Kong ended the call, grinning as he gazed at Wang Weiwei. Wang Weiwei, however, wore a grim expression. Many people will die. Zhou Kong replied cheerfully. Isn't it better that people die? If there weren't so many on Blue Star, how could there be so many zombies? It is now widely understood that mutated zombies evolve after consuming a significant number of humans. Those useless citizens who merely waste food are better off dead than us. Wang Weiwei had no rebuttal to this. For those in power, leniency is a dereliction of duty towards their subordinates. A first-level mutated zombie can slay 10 civilians of the same size. A second-level mutated zombie possesses combat capabilities nearly multiplied by dozens, able to summon more zombies and form small hordes. A third-level mutated zombie is akin to a catastrophe, its combat power incalculable. A giant third-level mutated zombie that appeared in the eastern suburbs stands over 30 meters tall, growing larger as it devours life, with tough skin. Its only weakness is the normal-sized head nestled within its body, capable of summoning thousands of zombies. The Merchant Guild and the Lord's Manor deployed 10 aircraft, nearly exhausting half of their available bombs and potions. At the cost of 4 aircraft and over 500 lives, they managed to dispose of it. This single battle had reduced the strength of both the Merchant Guild and the Lord's Manor by more than half. They truly cannot withstand more formidable mutated zombies. Li Village Community, Property Management Center. Li Yushir, cigarette in mouth, passed his phone around for the others to see. Inside, over 20 men were gathered, all smoking. Li Yushi exclaimed, "So what do you think? That's just the beginning. There's a joke too. Chen Lin, that fiery girl, couldn't he capture it? It's all women inside. And there's a large supermarket. Once you enter, it's like living the life of a deity, doing as you please. Who cares about those noble and aloof goddesses, adorable Lolas, elegant older sisters, or sweet younger classmates? Just thinking about it is exhilarating." A man with a scarred face and a buzz-cut grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Li Lao Lu, the zombies in that university are densely packed," Li Yusha replied. "But there are chat records, right?" Chen Lin mentioned investigating the distribution of zombies and finding someone to lure away the mutated ones. "I said we're at the survivor base. She'd be begging us to take them away. Little does she know, if we go, we won't be leaving." "Sounds promising." The scar-faced man, Chun Jiangnan, nodded, pulling something out and sniffing it, causing a shiver to run through him. "This Wu Meng is really something. Just looking at her makes me want." The short man, Wang Liang, interjected, but the village chief said the merchant guild is about to establish a safe zone. "If we leave now, won't we miss out?" Li Yushi replied. "Communication hasn't collapsed. We can return once it's established. Let us go have our fun first. And once we're done, we'll bring back the beauties and supermarket supplies. Who wouldn't look up to us then?" Chen Jiangnan licked his lips. "Let us do it." Wang Liang and the others nodded in agreement. The photos sent by Chun Lin featured girls of such exquisite beauty that the mere thought of indulging in mischief and revelry made their hearts race. In the past, they had felt unworthy even to savor each other's bitterness. Li Yushi remarked, "All right, as soon as dawn breaks." Chun Jiangnan interjected, "Dawn my foot. We should leave now. My blade can hardly contain itself." Soon enough, Li Yushi and his companions, barely within the confines of a safe zone, packed their gear and boarded a fortified vehicle, departing from the Li village community. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered a little girl in a tattered pink princess dress. Appearing around 13 or 14 years old, running barefoot down the street, tears streaming down her face. "Daddy, Mommy, where are you? I'm so scared." Suddenly, Li Yushi slammed on the brakes. "What the hell are you doing?" Chen Jiangnan exclaimed. Li Yushi smirked and gestured toward the girl. "You're truly a beast." "She's just a child. If that is how it is, she's yours. Let me enjoy Chen Lin first." Chapter 47. Xiao Li Yushi was momentarily speechless. Chun Jiangnan acted as if he were the epitome of virtue, yet it was obvious he was merely coveting his partner. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Chun Jiangnan's expression darkened. "What's wrong with that? We brothers are like limbs, and women are like garments." Li Yushi was inwardly reluctant. Only someone of a submissive nature would accept their partner being mistreated by another. However, considering the apocalypse, there were plenty of beautiful women in City A. And Scarface Chun Jiangnan was known for his ruthless nature. He reluctantly agreed, forcing a smile. "You're being too formal. Such matters need not be questioned." "I thought it might not happen." Chen Jiangnan patted Li Yushi on the shoulder. He had a peculiar fondness for his friends' partners or wives, a trait that had earned him the scars on his face. Li Yushi opened the car door and stepped out. For some reason, the surroundings were eerily quiet. A silence that was unsettling. Not a single zombie was in sight. Li Yushi felt a twinge of unease and glanced at Chen Jiangnan. Chen Jiangnan also exited the vehicle, lighting a cigarette. Observing the tranquil surroundings, he chuckled. The business association in City A is surprisingly capable. Their efficiency in clearing zombies is commendable. All right. The association is establishing a safe zone and has begun eliminating zombies. No wonder it's so quiet. Li Yushi mused, lowering his guard. "Daddy, Mommy, where are you? I'm so scared," cried the girl in the dirty pink dress as she walked. "Little girl." Li Yushi hurried over. "Come with me. I know where your parents are." "Really?" The girl halted, turning to look at Li Yushi. As he beheld the girl's innocent and tender face beneath the grime, Li Yushi was struck by her beauty. At such a young age, she was already captivating. She would surely grow into a breathtaking beauty. Wow. Chen Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback as well. The little girl was undeniably beautiful, albeit appearing somewhat lacking in intellect, given that she was merely a teenager. It was rather peculiar for her to be crying out for her parents, resembling a child of 5 or 6. Chun Jiangnan remarked, "Li Laolu, I retract my previous statement. Your insight is truly astute. I will handle Chen Lin later. This is something we shall tackle together." What more was there to say? Li Yushi, with a grim expression, acquiesced. After hearing Li Yushi's words, the little girl stood frozen for a solid 5 or 6 seconds, her dark eyes finally flickering with life. "Really?" she inquired. "Of course. Dear, uncles never deceive." Li Yushi scrutinized the girl, thinking to himself, "Goodness, how remarkably she has grown." The little girl rejoiced, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Thank you, uncle." Beep, beep. A car behind them honked. "Watch it," Chen Jiangnan shouted in irritation. In the second vehicle of the convoy, Wang Liang hesitated to honk again, leaning out to say, "Brother Chen, are you in a hurry?" Eager to meet the school bell, are we? Fool, Chen Jiangnan retorted, chuckling. Li Yushi and Chen Jiangnan then ushered the little girl into the front of the pickup truck, the engine roaring to life. In this post-apocalyptic world, these survivors, who had rarely ventured beyond their community, began to relish the benefits of their grim, new reality. The vehicle sped as fast as it could, indifferent to the possibility of breaking down at any moment. They disregarded the traffic signals. For them, there was no concern for the vehicle's well-being. They drove recklessly, pressing the accelerator to the floor, and if the car broke down, they would simply smash a door open and take another. Whoa! Li Yushi screamed in exhilaration as they sped down the road at 130 miles per hour. The little girl sat obediently in the second-row seat, her hands resting on her knees, behaving like a well-mannered student before a kindergarten teacher. Unbeknownst to the group, just on the other side of the Li village community lay a desolate wasteland. All were dead. The members of the A City Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family had perished. The surrounding survivors, too, had met the same grim fate, including the nearby zombies, all of whom had succumbed. They shared a singular demise, with their eyes, hearts, and brains bursting, their innards shattered. Chen Jiangnan licked his lips and turned to look back. Li Yushi said sternly, I proposed this first. Do not touch her. When we arrive, I will go first. That was his bottom line. You're so stingy. I just want to take a look, Chen Jiangnan thought, knowing that entry into the girls' school relied on Li Yushi's connections. Thus he dared not offend him too much. Yet he still sought to gain an advantage. He reached out to stroke the little girl's cheek, asking, Little girl, is your name Xiao Xiao? Yes, uncle. I am called Xiao Xiao, she replied, her sweet smile brightening her face. The thought of soon reuniting with her parents filled her with immense joy. Her mother had particularly fine skin, ideal for crafting a beautiful leather coat, while her father was an exceptionally charismatic man, perfect for sashimi. She envisioned wearing her mother and consuming her father, so they could be together forever. In the fleeting moment when Chen Jiangnan's hand brushed against Xiao Xiao's face, he instinctively shivered. Li Yushi retorted with irritation, Haven't you ever touched a girl? Get lost, Li Laolu. How dare you speak to me like that? Chen Jiangnan withdrew his hand, feeling an icy chill that penetrated to his very bones, a sensation that nearly startled him into submission. Given Li Yushi's remark, Chen Jiangnan, who was sensitive about his pride, chose not to elaborate further. It would be inappropriate to claim that the girl felt exceptionally cold, as if she had been a corpse frozen in a freezer for 3 days. Mistakenly, Li Yushi chuckled. Satisfied by Chen Jiangnan's newfound compliance, he felt relieved. Such beastly endeavors were best undertaken by him first. Chen Jiangnan shifted the topic, inquiring, Is your crush in the lab reliable? Absolutely, Li Yushi replied with a grin. What is there to fear? The zombies at the girls' school are merely a bunch of weaklings. We have a vehicle, and we can simply charge through to the girls' dormitory. That's victory right there. I know the general location, and it's easy to find. Their dorm still has power. That sounds good. Chen Jiangnan nodded in agreement. Li Yushi, we're almost there. Which route has the fewest zombies? So soon? Chen Lin was taken aback. She considered explaining her predicament but refrained, realizing this was a chance to escape. She did not wish to squander it. What if she lost her influence, and Li Yushi decided not to come? Chen Lin still wanted to impress, hoping to make those who had not chosen her, like Wu Meng, regret their decision. Chen Lin, take the main road I mentioned before. Don't worry, there are no mutated zombies, and the undead are sparse. Damn, your girl really gets things done, Chen Jiangnan exclaimed excitedly upon reading her message. Although the little girl was beautiful, her icy demeanor extinguished his interest. He still yearned for Chen Lin. While working, he planned to ask her, Who is more formidable, me or your boyfriend? Chapter 48. Home, Sweet Home. With a resounding crash, the barrier at a city women's university was smashed by their pickup truck, allowing the convoy to breach the southern gate of the campus. Throughout their journey, they encountered not a single living zombie. Isn't the village chief saying in the group that 99% of people have turned into zombies? Yet here we are, sailing smoothly, without a zombie in sight. Chen Jiangnan's expression darkened. Isn't that a good thing? Li Yushi said, somewhat perplexed. What do you mean, good? What if just one zombie shows up and order is swiftly restored? You have no idea of the stench inside. It's like dried squid sticking to your hands. And the sewing machine is smoking from overuse. Li Yushi replied, Then we'll handle it. You just watch. Chen Jiangnan observed their journey and noted, indeed, they had not encountered a single zombie. This was not due to an absence of zombies, but rather because a newly transformed super zombie, having just evolved from a second to a third-level mutation during battle, was concealed within their vehicle. This third-level mutated zombie was desperately searching for its parents. Zombies within a radius of several miles retreated in fear, while those trapped in the vehicle pretended to be lifeless, not daring to make a sound. Chen Jiangnan jested. I was just kidding. Let him keep watching. That wouldn't he do? A convoy of vehicles boldly surged into a city women's university. Inside the supermarket, near the entrance, Zhao Bai was seated, sipping a bottle of Waha. Suddenly, The roar of engines pierced the air. Who could this valiant vanguard be? Zhao Yibai, clutching his drink, ambled to the door. The convoy halted momentarily, then made a beeline for the girls' dormitory. Ding. 5-star target identified, AI Xiao Xiao. Zhao Yibai perked up at the system notification. A 5-star beauty aboard the vehicle? In the extensive A City Women's University, with its tens of thousands of female students, he had only encountered 2 5-star targets thus far, Yu Rong and Wang Weiwei. To his surprise, another had arrived. Who? Su Yu caught the scent of the living and emitted a high-pitched squeal. Yu Rong approached Zhao Yibai swiftly. The headlights of the convoy were blinding, particularly in the enveloping darkness of the campus, drawing the attention of the female students. Take care of everyone. Su Yu and I will investigate. Zhao Yibai speculated that the individuals within this convoy were likely survivors from Chunlin's faction. If so, their efficiency was commendable. They arrived rather swiftly. Rest assured. Yu Rong nodded. Ahead, they ascended to the upper floors to retrieve travel bags, each filled to the brim with desired supplies. This zero-cost shopping was delightful. One could take whatever they wished, overwhelmed by abundance. The only consideration was the burden of their load. Let us go. Zhao Yibai affectionately ruffled Su Yu's hair. Her eyes sparkled with warmth as she gazed lovingly at him. Suddenly, Li Yushi slammed on the brakes, leaving long skid marks on the pavement as the pickup truck skidded for several meters before finally coming to a stop. What the hell? Both Li Yushi and Chun Jiangnan erupted in expletives, taken aback by the scene before them, while the main road bore a few corpses of zombies. They were nothing compared to the gruesome sight ahead. The path before the dormitory was thickly carpeted with dismembered zombie limbs. The layer was nearly 20 centimeters deep, and the ground was smeared with a thick, semi-congealed scab of dark red blood interspersed with body parts. The vehicle crushed these remnants, sliding dangerously close to the dormitory wall. The convoy came to a halt, yet no one dared to disembark. The horror was palpable. In this apocalyptic existence, they had witnessed both human and zombie corpses, some even stained with blood from slaying the undead. Yet the sight of this sea of dismembered zombie flesh was utterly terrifying. The stench, a noxious blend of decay and blood, caused some men to retch. Zhao Yibai and Su Yu walked at a distance, observing these individuals intently. Zhao Yibai was eager to discern their intentions and, more importantly, to glean information from their exchanges about the world outside. As for interpersonal relations, when interests collide, one becomes an adversary, and to adversaries, one must show no mercy. At present, if they truly belong to the faction of Li Yushi, they are already enemies. They cannot be spared. Suddenly, an explosive roar erupts. Boom, boom, boom. The earth begins to tremble violently, and the terrifying sound reverberates like thunder from the heavens, sweeping across the land. Zhao Yibai is taken aback, hastily glancing towards the south. In the distance, he observes a massive fireball mushroom cloud rising into the sky, accompanied by dozens of smaller explosive fire clouds. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of explosions follows. Zhao Yibai distinctly feels the ground quaking beneath his feet. What on earth is happening? After a moment's hesitation, he decides to send a message to Wang Weiwei. Given her status, she should possess some information. Zhao Yibai, what was that massive explosion just now? Zhao Yibai feels a pang of anxiety. What if, while he is asleep, he encounters a bombardment like that of the Zhou family at the Lord's residence? That would be catastrophic. Wang Weiwei, am I merely your informant? Contact me when you need something, otherwise, don't bother. The reply comes swiftly, almost instantaneously. Zhao Yibai, apologies, I'm preoccupied with survival. Wang Weiwei, the Zhou family launched a small missile, along with numerous shells, targeting the Li village community, resulting in the demise of a second-tier mutated zombie. Zhao Yibai, is the Zhou family that formidable? Can they unleash such attacks indefinitely? Wang Weiwei, what, are you scared? When you were reckless, did you not contemplate the consequences? Were you not bold enough? In the vast office, as she responds to the messages, Wang Weiwei lifts her gaze to Zhou Kong, who stands beside the emperor like a court eunuch. Noticing her attention, Zhou Kong, with a face full of ingratiation, gestures towards the Li village community to eliminate zombies. One requires formidable firepower. Although reserves are limited, if not utilized now, they may upgrade and still fail to eradicate them in the future. Well done. Wang Weiwei responds nonchalantly before returning to her typing, a smile gracing her lips as she types. Wang Weiwei, all right, I won't tease you any longer. The heavy artillery from the Zhou family and the Chamber of Commerce is sufficient to eliminate 2 second-tier zombies. They won't waste it. Reflecting on certain images, Wang Weiwei's heart races. Wang Weiwei, once the safe zone is established, I will reserve a spot for you, young man. Here is a piece of advice. Rather than toiling relentlessly, it would be wiser to cling to my coattails. A few bottles of kidney tonic and some wolfberries are far better than risking your life. Observing Wang Weiwei's seemingly infatuated demeanor, Zhou Kong squints slightly. Weiwei, Who are you conversing with that brings you such joy? Wang Weiwei, my man. Zhou Kong's expression shifts momentarily before quickly returning to normal. You're teasing me again. Aren't you? Well, it's late. I won't disturb you further. Rest early. Zhou Kong strides out of the office. And scarcely has he closed the door when he begins to smash things in a frenzy. Hearing the commotion, Wang Weiwei's eyelids flutter, and a subtle smile curls at the corner of her mouth. Zhou Kong, how fair you are. You feign reverence towards me, treating me as a goddess, yet in truth, the number of women you have dallied with could fill a bus. I have merely sought out Zhao Bai. In retrospect, I find myself at a loss. Zhao Bai ought to visit me several dozen, if not hundreds of times. Even a marriage devoid of brilliance would fail to do justice to your libertine nature. Zhao Bai, I shall contemplate this. Zhao Bai felt a sense of relief. As long as the young master of the Zhou family does not pursue him, all shall be well. Chun Jiangnan, witnessing the flare of flames, erupted into laughter. What on earth is happening? Why such a grand spectacle? Li Yushi nodded in agreement. More splendid than fireworks, humans prevail over zombies. Home. Ah, that is the direction of home. A piercing scream echoed through the air. It was Wang Liang, who, upon gazing in that direction, felt an ominous premonition and hurriedly dialed his home, only to find the line dead. All those he could reach and his contacts had vanished. Ultimately, despair consumed Wang Liang, who let out a woeful cry. Chapter 49. Chun Lin stunned what? The laughter on Chun Jiangnan's face transformed into a forced grin, which then faded into a faint smile, ultimately freezing upon his scarred visage. Li Yushi climbed onto the bed of the pickup truck, striving for a better view. Yet, at that moment, the terrifying explosion had concluded, leaving no flames or mushroom clouds in its wake. All that remained was a distant blaze illuminating the southern sky, a continuous stream of fire reflecting upon the heavens. Thus, it became impossible to discern the exact location of the explosion. Chun Jiangnan exclaimed, Wang Liang, did you see clearly? Was it truly in the direction of our home? Oh, woe is me. Indeed, it is in the direction of our home, and I cannot reach anyone on the phone, cried the diminutive Wang Liang amidst his tears. Chun Jiangnan inhaled sharply. Damn it, I celebrated too soon. Our home is gone. Li Yushi had already taken out his phone, attempting to call surviving family members. But to no avail, every line was dead. It seemed their phones had been shattered amidst the chaos of the explosion. Everyone attempted to call, and the outcome was invariably the same. Wang Liang lamented, our home is lost. Had I known, I would never have ventured out. As he wept, he cast a resentful glance at Li Yushi. Li Yushi shot back, how foolish can you be? If you hadn't come out, could you have withstood the artillery or the explosives? If you had remained, you would have perished just the same. Wang Liang was momentarily taken aback. The others too were momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, Li Yushi's words held merit. Had they not ventured outside, they might have shared the same fate as the survivors at home, oblivious to their demise. Chun Jiangnan regained his composure. After all, this was no longer the world they once knew. Having already witnessed the initial onset of the apocalypse and the drastic reduction in their numbers, they were fortunate. Chun Jiangnan remarked, there are women in the building, a supermarket nearby, and zombies are still few. What lies ahead is a life of ease. Li Yushi interjected, let us first address the immediate situation. The others nodded in agreement. As for vengeance, they were pragmatic and tacit. None dared to mention it. Such significant undertakings, who could be responsible? Even a cursory thought would reveal it to be none other than the Zhou family or the Merchant Association. Such formidable foes were beyond their capacity to confront. They are merely a group of petty bullies who prey on the weak. Darling, you've arrived. A joyful exclamation broke the air. Chun Lin made her entrance, pleasantly surprised by her boyfriend's promptness. Not only were Chun Lin and Jiang Rao present, but also a dozen other female survivors who had been coaxed into joining them. The allure of leaving was overwhelming. Upon hearing about the survivor base, ordinary girls were willing to forsake everything for a chance to escape. They regarded Chun Lin with almost reverent admiration. Previously, she had called Li Yushi by name, but now, in a moment of spontaneity, she affectionately called out to him. Her voice a playful lilt that might evoke spontaneous dance. Li Yushi merely nodded in response, his emotions remaining subdued. Had this been before the apocalypse, Chun Lin's newfound familiarity would have elicited uncontainable joy from him. But now, in this dystopian world, he had made promises to Chun Jiangnan. Chun Lin approached him, wrapping her arm around his, exclaiming, look, these are the sisters willing to follow us. Let us head to the survivor base. After declaring this, she clasped her hands behind her back and leaned closer to whisper playfully, they all know gratitude and understand the spirit of sacrifice. Li Yushi found himself momentarily speechless. Glancing at Chun Jiangnan, the survivor base he spoke of was, in fact, the relatively safe Li village community, which no longer existed. Faced with the hopeful Chun Lin and the adoring girls, he felt a pang of awkwardness, uncertain of how to respond. Chun Jiangnan, however, was unashamedly bold. "We will leave. But not just yet," he said with a grin, moving to stand beside Chun-Lin and audaciously wrapping his arm around her waist. "What are you doing?" Chun-Lin gasped, quickly breaking free from his grasp. With a swift motion, Chun Jiangnan delivered a slap to her. Stunned, she covered her face and turned to Liu Shi. Seeking solace, he walked away, wielding a flashlight, illuminating the faces of the girls around him. He felt a sense of pride in Wu Meng, who, despite her modest figure, possessed long legs and a stunningly attractive face, akin to an internet celebrity. Hearing the commotion behind him, Liu Shi gritted his teeth, refusing to look back. He had genuine feelings for Chun-Lin, having pursued her for so long, playing the devoted admirer. Yet, the harsh reality of their circumstances loomed large. His standing among the survivors in Li village was bolstered by his alliance with Chun Jiangnan, who helped maintain order among the others. If he were to reject Jiangnan's requests, he feared the consequences that might follow, jeopardizing his position within the group. Ultimately, it was a matter of weighing personal interests against the collective. Liu Shi found himself unable to face Chun-Lin and turned his back to her. "Lin, Jiangnan is my good brother," he declared before continuing forward, climbing into the pickup truck and slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Chun-Lin stood frozen, stunned by his words, unable to process the reality before her. Chun Jiangnan approached with a grin, gently caressing Chun-Lin's cheek. "Sister-in-law, my apologies. Look, you've turned red from embarrassment. I have some ointment. Shall we find a room for me to tend to your wounds?" Clenching her fists, Chun-Lin gazed at the scarred man whose ugliness was accentuated by the jagged line across his face, evoking tears from her. When he spoke, the yellowed teeth, reminiscent of a dilapidated toilet, emitted a noxious stench that nearly suffocated her. "Liu Shi," she cried out, her voice laced with sorrow. Inside the pickup, Liu Shi closed his eyes, trying to block out the turmoil. "Be good," Chun Jiangnan said, wrapping his arms around Chun-Lin's waist. This time, she did not resist, resignedly shutting her eyes. The others began to select their targets. Chun Jiangnan, still holding Chun-Lin, cast a glance towards the pickup before addressing the gathering of girls with a smile. In this apocalyptic world, things are no longer as they once were. To enter the survivor base, one must undergo a trial, satisfying 3 examiners to earn the right of entry. The expressions on the faces of the girls varied dramatically. Yu Shimi's countenance darkened. "This is not what I envisioned." An elderly man, with fewer than 7 teeth remaining, turned his gaze towards Yu Shimi. "Madam, would you accept my examination?" Yu Shimi was taken aback. "Grandpa, can you even manage?" Zhang Rao, deemed attractive among the girls, found herself the object of several gazes. The atmosphere was on the brink of chaos. Inside the truck, hearing the commotion outside, Liu Shi relaxed his clenched fists, opening his eyes to see the obedient little girl, Xiao Xiao, still seated beside him. "Xiao Xiao, come here to uncle. Let us play a little game, and you'll get to see your mommy and daddy." Chapter 50, You Deceiver. "You've betrayed me." Not far away, Zhao Bai hid, clicking his tongue in admiration. Liu Shi was indeed impressive, letting others toy with his partner while maintaining a good rapport. The scene was about to erupt into chaos. A gathering was imminent. Zhao Bai had no intention of intervening, merely intending to observe the unfolding drama. He even attempted to switch to a shared perspective, successfully tapping into Chun-Lin's viewpoint. Chun Jiangnan impatiently dragged Chun-Lin into dormitory A, casually pushing open a room door, only to be met with a horde of zombies. He quickly shut the door, opting for another room. Strangely, the zombies, upon seeing the living, remained motionless, as if playing a game of statues. The second room was empty. "Sister-in-law, I have longed for you," Chun Jiangnan declared, pressing Chun-Lin to the ground. Zhao Bai, witnessing Chun Jiangnan's face, nearly retched, imagining the despair Chun-Lin must feel. Seeking to appear impressive, aspiring to rise above, she had forsaken the good life within his team, only to find herself in such a predicament. He could no longer bear to watch. The next developments promised to be painfully vivid. Chun-Lin closed her eyes, resembling a lifeless body, utterly still. Chun Jiangnan displayed no disdain. The examiners escorted the female students into the girls' dormitory. Inside the pickup truck, the little girl listened attentively as Liu Shi spoke, obediently nodding her head before crawling through the gap between the seats to the front row. Gulp. Liu Shi swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly. Such a beautiful girl. Never in his wildest dreams did he think this could become a reality. With a smile, the little girl opened her mouth. Liu Shi was overwhelmed with excitement, but as he prepared to take action, he caught sight of the interior of the little girl's mouth, which froze him in place. Her teeth were pristine white, yet she possessed no tongue. Deep within her oral cavity, a honeycomb structure of numerous pillar-like tubes resembled flesh, yet appeared metallic. Liu Shi illuminated it with his phone, and his lips twitched. How could this child have such a mouth? It seemed this path was not meant to be taken. Never mind, let us play a different game. Ultimately, the instinct overwhelmed his intellect. At that moment, Liu Shi still contemplated moving forward. All right, Xiao Xiao loves playing games the most. The little girl nodded obediently. Li Yushi abruptly froze. How could she speak without a tongue? Xiao Xiao, come here, uncle. The little girl emitted a sound from her chest. Li Yushi's eyes widened in shock. He felt a creeping unease as he slowly lifted the garment covering the source of her voice, revealing a red-black fleshy tumor. About the size of a heart, pulsating steadily. The sound emanated from this very mass. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that as Xiao Xiao vocalized, the tumor's vibrations quickened, synchronizing with the tremors of the honeycomb tubes in her mouth. Li Yushi screamed upon sighting the tumor, stunned for 3 seconds. Suddenly, realization struck him. This extraordinarily beautiful little girl was, alas, not human. What the hell? A zombie? Li Yushi flung open the other side of the truck door and tumbled out, tripping over his unfastened pants and landing unceremoniously. Zombie? What zombie? The little girl hurriedly pursued him. Uncle, weren't you going to play with Xiao Xiao? Why are you running? Get away from me. Li Yushi cursed, disregarding the zombie blood and flesh smeared on him as he scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the girls' dormitory. In the various rooms of the dormitory, the others had just escorted the students to undergo the examinations when they heard the commotion. They quickly grabbed their weapons and ventured outside. Chun Jiangnan released Chen Lin, who lay limp like a dead fish, and seized a knife, rushing forth. They were all from the same community, the same village. In critical moments, unity prevailed. Protecting the women was paramount. Confronting the zombies was the priority. Losing a companion meant losing considerable strength. A raucous group from the Li village community stormed into the hall. As Li Yushi sprinted while adjusting his trousers, a lovely young girl pursued him, their laughter ringing in the air. Come on, Li Laolu, can you even handle this? The prettiest one is yours, and yet you seem utterly useless, they teased. Can you believe there are such charming zombies? The banter continued, but Chun Jiangnan remained somber. For he sensed the chill radiating from the girl and understood Li Yushi all too well. Li Yushi was a man capable of indulging in fantasies at the sight of a starlet's photograph. How could he possibly be chased by a mere child? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Jiangnan shouted, "Stop laughing and help. That little creature isn't right. Uncle, don't run. Just play with me, I won't bite." The girl cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pursued him. "Don't chase me," Li Yushi exclaimed, terrified. "Uncle, you promised to help me find my mommy and daddy. Adults must keep their word." The girl insisted. "You fool. I don't even know your parents. I was just joking. So stop chasing me," Li Yushi retorted, bewildered as to why he was running in the first place. The girl halted, confusion etched on her face. "What? Uncle, are you lying to me?" She ceased her pursuit, allowing Li Yushi to escape into the hall. "Goodness," he exclaimed, sighing in relief as he joined the others. "You wouldn't believe it. That little creature is a monster. With a massive lump on its chest and no tongue in its mouth, just a multitude of holes. It nearly scared me to death." The group continued to chuckle, oblivious to the seriousness of the matter. Wang Liang jested, "Li Laolu, are you sure it was a lump? Did you see it correctly? Could it be a Snow White one? Damn you. Of course, I know what a Snow White looks like." Li Yushi snapped. "Liars, deceivers, you are all bad people. Mommy and daddy are bad people too. They don't want me anymore. You all are the worst." The girl's chest heaved, her mass and the numerous tubes in her mouth resonating ominously. "Anger. I am angry." Zhao Bai observed this scene when Su Yuyu suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "Cover your ears. Quickly run." It was her first utterance since her rebirth. "All right." Zhao Bai scooped Su Yuyu into his arms and dashed away. Within the hall, the atmosphere felt deceptively calm. The onlookers fixed their gazes upon the solitary girl. "Is she really that formidable?" Zhao Bai inquired while running. Su Yuyu, nestled in his embrace, seemed adorably dazed. "They all died, every single one of them. Activate time stop." Zhao Bai heeded her words, initiating the time halt. Su Yuyu was a level 3 mutated zombie. Her assertion carried significant weight. Ding. Time stop successfully activated. Remaining uses, 85. Once the ability was engaged, Zhao Bai sprinted back, racing up to the 4th floor. He swiftly relocated Wu Meng, Chen Shuiru, and Jiang Yi from their room, one by one, into the bed of a pickup truck. As the engine roared to life, the pickup truck sped towards Su Yuyu, coming to a halt beside her. Zhao Bai gently placed Su Yuyu in the passenger seat and secured her seatbelt. He then drove the vehicle near the supermarket, accommodating Yu Yorong and Che Xiaoli in the back seat, while Han Wan took refuge in the truck bed. With a swift motion, he navigated the truck for another 5 miles. The moment of stillness ceased. Chapter 51. Oh, it hurts. Laughing, it truly hurts. Ding. Time suspension has ended. Remaining instances, 85. With Zhao Bai's words, time resumed its flow. They found themselves in the plaza of the teaching building at a city women's university. The girls in the pickup were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. "Wasn't I in the shower?" Wu Ming observed her dress worn inside out, her mind swirling. Thankfully, she was rather flat-chested, Otherwise, wearing her clothes this way would have been quite uncomfortable. At that moment, her long hair remained damp, fragrant with shampoo. Gulp. Yu Yurong swallowed the milk in her mouth. The scene felt otherworldly. Just a second ago, they were in the supermarket, and suddenly, they were in the truck. The expressions of the others mirrored her astonishment. Among them, Hanwhan wore a slight smile. She had sensed something unusual the last time she was rescued. But being a perceptive woman, she refrained from inquiring further when Zhao Yibai remained silent. At that moment, Hanwhan confirmed her suspicions. Zhao Yibai was no ordinary survivor. Now, it was no longer a secret. Indeed, there was no need to conceal it any longer. The people surrounding him were worthy of his trust and protection. I possess supernatural abilities. My power allows me to halt time. Just now, I sensed danger, initiated the time stop, and saved you all. Zhao Yibai opened the truck door, stepped out, hands in pockets, and regarded the girls in the cab and the truck bed. In 3 succinct statements. Che Xiaoli suddenly exited the vehicle and knelt on the ground. Zhao Yibai looked on in confusion. Che Xiaoli, with utmost seriousness, bowed her head, declaring, "Esteemed master of supernatural powers, your servant Che Xiaoli offers you her knees and loyalty." How delightfully eccentric, Zhao Yibai thought, rubbing his forehead. "Rise." "All right," Che Xiaoli responded eagerly. Getting up with a beaming smile, Zhao Yibai turned to Yu Yurong. "Can you accept this?" His gaze gradually swept across the faces of the other women. Yu Yurong raised an eyebrow. "I have a friend who has reviewed such materials. You ask if I can accept this? I am rather curious about how it feels to experience time stop followed by its resumption." Her eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. "Ah," Zhao Yibai chuckled. With Yu Yurong's inquisitive nature, her academic performance must be commendable, truly a scholar. Could she accept it? If their teammate became stronger, that was undoubtedly acceptable. Moreover, this teammate was not merely an ally, but also their man. This signified that following Zhao Yibai would increase their chances of survival in the apocalypse. "Let's find time to give it a try," Zhao Yibai nodded. It certainly felt somewhat peculiar. He had used his time stop to acquire resources and fend off zombies, but never for malevolent purposes. Chun Shiuru began to sense the unfolding events. She pointed at Zhao Yibai, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I understand now. Yes, it's you. My belongings mysteriously vanished. I thought it was a ghost. It was you. And I figured it out too." Knowing Zhao Yibai had the ability to stop time, Chun Shiuru's reaction was undoubtedly the most pronounced. The other girls turned their gazes towards Zhao Yibai. He replied, "Let us not dwell on the past." Suddenly, Chun Shiuru recalled her own misdeeds involving Yu Yurong's bed, perhaps witnessed by Zhao Yibai, leading to her punishment. She immediately fell silent, feeling a twinge of fear towards Yu Yurong. "Best not to mention it," she said, forcing a smile. Hanwhan inquired, "Yibai, what kind of danger are you referring to? Is that why we abandoned 401 and came to the supermarket?" Zhao Yibai turned to face the direction of dormitory A. "The danger lies there," he warned. The girls followed his gaze, and a profound silence enveloped them. It was a stillness akin to death. The surrounding zombies seemed to be in slumber. The usual nighttime growls of the undead were conspicuously absent. Time resumed its flow. Before dormitory a little girl dressed in a pink princess dress, named Xiao Xiao, began to weep sorrowfully, her cries echoing with a haunting quality, yet her face bore not a single tear. It was a pitiable sight. As she cried out, her final scream pierced the air. Though sharp, it was not loud. "You are delaying my friendly, in-death survivor assessment." Short-statured Wang Liang glanced at the anxious Li Yushi and the scarred-faced Chen Jiangnan, then at the amused crowd, and he cursed before advancing with a pitchfork. "Let me take care of this. The assessment continues. Brother Liang is formidable. Ah Liang, you are the bravest of them all. Impressive." The survivors of Li's village erupted in cheers. Only Li Yushi and Chen Jiangnan, having been in close proximity to Xiao Xiao, felt an instinctive fear towards the seemingly harmless girl. "Be careful," Li Yushi cautioned. "It's fine," Wang Liang replied as he boldly approached Xiao Xiao. She glared at him, filled with indignation. "You little creature. Consider yourself lucky this is a girl's dormitory. Otherwise, I would have relished the chance to test what your pretty zombie flesh tastes like. What is happening?" Chen Lin adjusted her attire and stepped out. Wang Liang raised his pitchfork and thrust it sharply towards Xiao Xiao. The 3 steel prongs pierced her body. Despite his small stature, Wang Liang's strength was considerable. After driving the pitchfork in, he forcefully pressed it down and yanked it out. With a whoosh, blood erupted in 3 jets, cascading down her dress, transforming the pink fabric into a deep crimson hue. Wow, was that really so easy? Chen Jiangnan was bewildered. Li Yushi clicked his tongue. Damn. I scared myself over a little girl like her. Xiao Xiao's charming visage contorted with pain as she reached to cover the gaping wounds from which blood flowed. Yet her small hands were inadequate to stem the tide. 3 wounds persisted, each weeping crimson. It hurts. It hurts so much. So much blood. Xiao Xiao is in pain. It was you who bullied Xiao Xiao first. I will kill you all. Ha ha. A group of survivors from the Liz village community erupted in laughter. Chun-Lin furrowed her brow but chose to remain silent. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, it was prudent to refrain from interference. A mere child, if she were to perish. So be it, as long as she was not harmed further. Stop playing around, give her a quick end. We have business to attend to, Li Yushi commanded. Understood, Wang Liang replied, turning his gaze to Xiao Xiao. Little thing, can't even die from a fork? Your life is quite resilient. Li Yushi then turned to Chun-Lin. Where is that girl named Wu Meng? Chun-Lin, her expression cold, retorted, she left with Zhao Yibai. Who is Zhao Yibai? Li Yushi inquired. A man, Chun-Lin replied. Regretting her words, but knowing it was futile. Damn it, a man. Where is he? How dare he compete with me for women? I'll make sure he is dead. The sooner he dies, the sooner he escapes this existence. Wang Liang brandished a steel fork, thrusting it toward Xiao Xiao's head. However, this time, the seemingly docile girl did not yield to Wang Liang's intentions. Chapter 52 Xiao Xiao cried out, this time with her mouth wide open. The flesh on her chest transformed into a vivid red, as if filled with molten lava. The fiery hue flowed from her chest to her throat, and then to her mouth. The lower half of her face and her chest appeared translucent, filled with a fiery crimson resembling lava. Countless resonating tubes in her throat vibrated. Ugh! The high-frequency sound reverberated, causing Wang Liang's head to throb before the steel fork could even reach Xiao Xiao. The fork clattered to the ground with a loud thud. Wang Liang, disregarding the fallen weapon, quickly covered his ears. It hurts. My ears hurt. My eardrum feels as if it has exploded. A sharp pain coursed through his head, akin to having his brain thrown into a blender. Ugh! Wang Liang clutched his ears, writhing in agony. In the hall, the group that had been laughing moments ago fell silent. Wang Liang, stop messing around. This isn't a joke. Look, the girl's neck is turning red. Chun-Lin pointed urgently. They had heard Xiao Xiao's piercing cry, but it only registered as a high-pitched sound, causing a slight discomfort in their ears. Unbelievable. They turned to see the alarming sight. Quick, help Wang Liang. Chun Jiangnan, despite his penchant for frivolity, was a man of action when the situation demanded it. Without hesitation, he grabbed a knife and rushed forward. The others, though momentarily slow to react, soon followed suit, with 7 or 8 of them advancing together. Chun-Lin's gaze shifted, and she took off running, directly into the hall. Sister Lin, where are you going? At that moment, she encountered Yushimi and Jiang Rao. Jiang Rao appeared relatively unscathed, but Yushimi's clothing was torn, her hair disheveled, and the bright red markings on her body were exposed. Run! Chun-Lin uttered a single word. Leaping over to the side of the hall and out through the back window of the dormitory, sprinting towards the northern direction. With that leap, she landed amidst a pile of corpses, remnants of the previous zombie horde that Zhao Yibai had eradicated, neglecting to bury them. Chun-Lin dashed away without a second thought. Jiang Rao hesitated momentarily before immediately following suit. Jiang Rao, are you really going? Just lean against the wall and step onto the bed. The survivor base is right in front of us, Yushimi called out from behind Jiang Rao. I'm following Sister Lin, Jiang Rao replied hurriedly, continuing her flight. Fool. Yushimi crossed her arms, squinting her eyes. It's for the best. Fewer women mean less competition. The more men there are, the higher my value becomes. Outside the entrance of Building A, the situation escalated rapidly. Just as 7 or 8 individuals approached, a deep crimson hue intensified on Xiao Xiao's chest, surging upwards as she opened her mouth to scream. Puff. Wang Liang, writhing in agony, had blood burst forth from his eyes and ears, collapsing to the ground in silence, motionless. Zombies. Damn you. Chun Jiangnan roared in fury at the sight of Wang Liang falling. However, almost immediately after his shout, as he charged forward, he was met with a horrifying sound wave. Puff. Chun Jiangnan's eyeballs exploded. Simultaneously, his brain burst as well, brain matter splattering from his ears, eye sockets and nostrils. Puff, 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 puff. The 7 or 8 individuals rushing towards Xiao Xiao were a moment too late. Less than a second later, their brains and eyeballs shattered, their expressions frozen in shock as they fell lifelessly to the ground. What the hell? Li Yu, initially drawn by Chun-Lin's escape, turned back to see his comrades collapsing around the little girl. He was taken aback. What the hell is this? Who would be thought I'd see Jiangnan's brain explode from his eye sockets? Run. The remaining individuals, who had been ready to charge forward, seeing the bizarre scene, quickly fled in terror. Hiss, 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 hiss. But it was too late to escape now. Xiao Xiao began to scream frantically, each scream more horrifying and prolonged than the last, until finally, the sound morphed into a continuous wail. Bang! Wang Liang's corpse exploded, shattering into fragments. His innards were reduced to mere bits. Bang, 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 bang. The bodies of Chun Jiangnan and the others burst apart completely. Crash, crash, crash. Crack. Bang, bang, bang. Nearby, The windows of a car shattered, the doors and frame contorting and twisting grotesquely. The concrete ground echoed with a series of explosive sounds. The greenery, trees and flowers, shattered into fragments. The shockwaves of the sonic assault rippled outward in concentric circles, causing all the glass in the front of dormitory A to shatter simultaneously with a thunderous crash. Countless shards of glass fell like snowflakes from the sky. Li Yushi and the remaining individuals fled in a frenzy. Li Yushi surged ahead, while those trailing behind were overtaken by the sonic wave, meeting instant demise. A swift end, sparing them from prolonged suffering. The intensity of the energy rendered the propagation of the shockwave relatively slow. Where it passed, the air distorted, almost visible in daylight. Li Yushi climbed to the window and glanced back. To his horror, he witnessed two childhood friends disintegrate before his eyes. His heart raced with anguish, and he prepared to leap down, only to be restrained. "Good brother, pull me up. I can't climb." Yushimi clutched Li Yushi tightly. In that moment, regret consumed her. Had she known, she would have fled alongside Qinlin. The scene was utterly terrifying. People were exploding. Paralyzed by fear, she lost all strength and wet herself. "Get off me." Li Yushi retaliated with a swift kick. Yushimi clung desperately to his clothing, pleading, "Help me, please." Frustrated, Li Yushi kicked again, causing blood to spurt from her face, but she remained resolute. With a catastrophic blast, Yushimi exploded, her insides splattering against Li Yushi, who was now drenched in gore. A sizable chunk of bright red viscera landed on his face. "Oh!" Li Yushi screamed in terror as he tumbled into a pile of zombies. The sound of shattering glass filled the air. The aluminum window frames twisted and contorted under the strain. Ah! The chaos escalated. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, whether human or zombie. Everything succumbed to the terrifying shrieks and shattered. Boom. A car, under immense pressure, had its fuel tank deform, igniting the electrical system, and exploded, sending flames soaring dozens of meters into the air. The vehicle, engulfed in fire, soared 5 or 6 meters before crashing down violently. In the distance, Zhao Bai and the other girls swallowed hard. The commotion was overwhelming. Even from 5 miles away, their ears buzzed with the aftermath of the explosion. The shattering of countless glass panes was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. "Damn." Hanwhan inhaled deeply and uttered a single word. The girls then turned their gaze to Zhao Bai, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." Who could withstand such an assault? Li Yu instinctively reached for a cigarette, seeking solace in its smoke. Su Yu's eyes sparkled as she observed the chaos, exclaiming, "Soon, soon. Kill her." Notification. The system has assigned you a new task, to adopt the 3rd-level mutated zombie girl, helping her find her parents. Task reward, 100 loyalty points, and the Level 2 skill scream. Level 2 skill scream consumes mental energy to unleash a scream. The closer the distance, the greater the power. With a maximum range of 1,000 meters, inflicting 11,000 damage. Chapter 53, Foolish Zombie? No, do not kill. Zhao Bai gently stroked Su Yu's head. Her hair was remarkably soft, reminiscent of silk. Su Yu savored the gentle touch atop her head, her eyes comfortably narrowing in delight. Zhao Bai was soothing Su Yu, and she thoroughly enjoyed this reassurance. The mutated zombie appeared to possess a purity and amiability surpassing that of humans. Of course, this was only true for Zhao Bai. For others, encountering a mutated zombie would evoke the same fear as a ghost beckoning. Su Yu softly murmured, "Okay, listen, be good, do not kill." "Such a good girl." Zhao Bai praised. With her beauty, formidable abilities, and obedient nature, who wouldn't cherish such a battle companion? As for the new 5-star target, the zombie girl, Zhao Bai could have easily eliminated her during his last use of time stop. What was a 3rd-level zombie to him? His mental prowess had grown to the point where he could maintain the time stop for over 10 minutes, with a maximum of half an hour. Not to mention a 3rd-level zombie. Even a 5th-level one would succumb to chainsaws, axes, or submachine guns targeting their weak points within that time frame. However, Zhao Bai refrained from such actions. He had always been a rational person. The mutated zombie had not harmed him, so why should he annihilate her? On the contrary, Qinlin, the rebel, and the other survivors threatened to seize resources and even wished him harm. In this light, who were the true enemies, and who were the friends? Should he kill the mutated zombie to aid the hostile survivors, only to then act graciously towards those who intended to harm him? No, Zhao Bai was far too principled for that. He chose to take only his own people. Each must face the consequences of their actions. In other words, respect the fate of others. Zhao Bai instructed, "You all find a safe place to hide. I will return shortly." Return? Li Yu glanced towards the distant dormitory building, where, under the moonlight, the old structure, once adorned with numerous windows, now stood hollow and bare. Li Yu cautioned, "Think carefully. Let us go together," Yu Yurong suggested. "Take us with you. We might be able to help," Hanwhan added. The other girls turned their gazes toward Zhao Bai, eager to follow him, even if it meant confronting the terrifying mutated zombies. Rest assured, I have a plan. In that case, I am assigning you a task. Secure this teaching building. Find a way to restore power and recruit as many survivors as possible. All right. Seeing Zhao Yibai's determination, Yu Yurong nodded in agreement. Thus, the two groups commenced their separate endeavors. Su Yu accompanied Zhao Yibai in the pickup truck, heading toward the girls' dormitory, while Yu Yurong led the remaining girls into the teaching building. Upon entering the main door, the girls immediately launched their assault. At this moment, faced with these ordinary zombies, they were all formidable and experienced fighters, wielding overwhelming power as they dispatched the zombies charging towards them in the hall with ease. The incident occurred during lunchtime, and the number of zombies in the teaching building was relatively sparse. Their advance was remarkably smooth. Yu divided her group, leading Chun Shiuru and others to eliminate the zombies, while Li Yu and Han Wan focused on restoring the electricity simply by flipping the circuit breaker. Zhao Yibai drove the pickup truck, with the obedient Su Yu seated beside him. They refrained from entering the attack range of the terrified lowly immediately. Instead, they waiting for the lowly to exhaust her energy and enter a state of weakness. Taking Su Yu along was a strategic choice, enabling her to discern the lowly's condition. Gazing at the expansive campus and recalling the survivor base mentioned by Li Yushi and the others, Zhao Yibai began to formulate a plan. Given the collapse of order in this apocalyptic world, why not establish a venture of his own? With his extraordinary abilities and a third-tier battle pet at his command, his conditions were indeed exceptional. Gathering personnel, weaponry, and territory, once he amassed a following of thousands, what need would he have to fear the Zhou family of City A or the Merchants Guild? As his power grew and matured, it would be others who would tremble before him, not the other way around. In front of Dormitory A, the cries of Xiao Xiao pierced the air. Ah, ah. Her screams were relentless, fueled by escalating anger. Initially, when provoked by Li Yushi and the others, she would merely unleash a few shrill shrieks. Yet, the pain and bloodshed had driven this recently evolved third-tier mutant zombie to lose all rationality, resulting in an unending barrage of attacks until every living being around her was obliterated or her energy was depleted. Behind Dormitory A, Li Yushi tumbled into a pile of zombie corpses. The horrifying wails surged through the windows like a multitude of knives, penetrating every crevice. Despite the cushioning provided by the numerous zombie bodies surrounding him, the sound waves reverberated through the wall, delivering a devastating impact. Li Yushi was severely injured, enduring a pain far worse than immediate death. His eardrums burst, rendering him deaf, as his head throbbed painfully. His skin and blood vessels ruptured incessantly, one eye exploded. Then another. After nearly a minute of agony, his brain succumbed, resulting in his complete demise. Chun Lin and Zhang Rao were the first to flee, sprinting with a desperate ferocity as if their very lives depended on it. The resounding explosions echoed behind them, and they dared not glance back. Fully aware of the horror unfolding, they were not alone in their flight. The zombies were also in pursuit. A stout female zombie, heavily made up, dashed forward. Perhaps due to her bulk, her speed was reduced, placing her directly in the path of the Soundwave-S assault. Her back appeared to have been sliced by 1,000 blades, blood and flesh mangled, faint traces of sharp cuts visible. Blood streamed from her ears, a truly pitiful sight. Another zombie, standing at a mere 5 feet tall but adorned with countless black tendrils, also joined the fray. As she ran, anguished cries escaped her lips. Her once expansive tentacles shattered around her, leaving only a few resilient remnants. Her body was drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of death. Although she sprinted with great speed, her considerable size exacerbated the force of each impact. Suddenly, the piercing wails ceased. Chun Lin and Zhang Rao, having fled nearly 2 miles, came to a halt. Drenched in sweat, their clothes nearly soaked through, breathless. In a shared glance, they realized both were bleeding from their orifices. Chun Lin clutched her chest, exclaiming, "We survived." Her heart raced as if it might burst forth. "Thank you," Zhang Rao replied gratefully, feeling that without following Chun Lin, she would have surely perished behind. Too emaciated, grotesque mutated zombies approached Chun Lin and Zhang Rao, causing them to tense anew. They had nearly lost their weapons in their frantic escape, fully aware of the danger posed by the mutated creatures. However, the zombies paid them no heed, continuing their relentless pursuit. Zhang Rao exhaled in relief, chuckling, "Foolish zombies." Haha. Just as Chun Lin was about to join in her laughter, an unsettling twitch in her left eyelid warned her that something was amiss. "We need to run further." Chapter 54, Confrontation. Before Chun Lin could finish her warning, a shriek erupted, tenfold more terrifying than the previous one. It was a brief yet profoundly powerful scream, laden with an indescribable horror. Its attack potency was heightened, its range broader, and its propagation speed swifter. The sound shattered countless windows in the distance, and surrounding life was obliterated. Nearby, The remaining cars exploded under the force of this shriek, while flora and fauna were left in tatters. Following this horrific wail, the young girl, Xiao Xiao, lowered her head, the luminescence of the tumor on her chest dimming, and the molten light in her neck and mouth extinguishing. Ugh, huff, huff, Qinlin gasped heavily. Before her lay a shroud of darkness, accompanied by a deafening roar. She could neither see nor hear, nor feel her legs. The recent scream had pierced through her eardrums and eyes, while the sound blades emitted alongside the shriek severed her waist entirely. Qinlin opened her mouth to utter a sound, experiencing excruciating pain, but only managed to emit a breathy gasp. Jiang Rao, positioned to the side, retained the use of one eye and one ear. Yet her left leg had been gruesomely severed by the sound blade, leaving her sprawled on the ground, arterial blood gushing from the neatly severed stump. Ah, it hurts. It hurts too much. Jiang Rao moaned in agony, rolling on the ground as her blurred vision caught sight of Qinlin, her body split in two, internal organs spilling forth. The upper half of Qinlin still exhibited the faint rise and fall of breath, while the severed lower half twitched as if in a final, morbid dance. Tears streamed from Jiang Rao's eyes. Her legs throbbed with pain, her eyes ached, her ears rang, and her entire body was engulfed in agony. The small blades of sound had left her with numerous deep and shallow gashes across her chest, akin to a form of slow torture. Qinlin, with her eyes in a state of decay, had tears mingling with blood flowing from her sockets. Despite her relatively tenacious spirit, she had been bisected, yet somehow clung to life, her intestines spilling forth from the severed end while she still drew breath. Yet, there was no doubt that death would have been a preferable fate. The suffering was unbearable. The mutated zombies were foolish, and even as they fled further away, they remained within the range of attack. However, the greater the distance, the less they endured the piercing shrieks and the hidden harm of the sound blades. Thanks to the formidable constitution of the mutated zombies, they had survived, albeit temporarily losing their ability to attack. Lin, Sister Lin, it hurts so much. I don't want to die, Jiang Rao lamented, casting a pained glance at Qinlin, who seemed to be in even more agony, her sobs intermittent and heart-wrenching. The pain rendered her immobile. Death appeared to be merely a matter of time. In front of Building A of the female dormitory, Xiao Xiao stood motionless. When the last remnants of light faded from the flesh mound, Xiao Xiao raised her head once more, her eyes filled with confusion. Mom and Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I'm not a monster. Please don't leave me all alone, she cried. The little girl wept, aimlessly stepping over the remnants of shredded flesh, her sobs echoing in the desolation. Nearby, the wreckage of a car, still ablaze from the explosion, lay scattered amidst countless shards of glass and pieces of flesh. The once sturdy female dormitory, which had stood for many years, now resembled an empty shell. The solid walls bore countless terrifying marks left by the sound blades, the deepest reaching several centimeters. After confirming safety, Zhao Yibai arrived in his pickup truck. As the shrieking ceased, he prepared to depart, initially believing that Xiao Xiao had perished. However, Su Yu called out to him. Indeed, behind them lay a devastating attack that cleared the area of enemies. The last blast shattered every glass window within a 3 to 4 mile radius. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Xiao lifted her delicate face towards the approaching vehicle, her tears flowing as she cried out, "Have you seen my mom and dad?" "No," came the emotionless response from Su Yu, who tilted her head as the vehicle had yet to come to a halt. Zhao Yibai stopped the truck and noticed the odd movement of Su Yu's white shirt at her abdomen, surmising that she was preparing to launch an attack. The struggle and consumption among zombies could also lead to power acquisition and upgrade. As Su Yu's abdomen settled, she gazed at Zhao Yibai with a pitiful expression, murmuring, Okay, calm down." "All right," Xiao Xiao responded, her tone surprisingly flat. She didn't even glance at Zhao Yibai as she attempted to pass by the vehicle. "Wait," Zhao Yibai called out, stepping out of the truck. "Get away, and out of respect for her, I want to kill you." Zhao Yibai was taken aback when he realized that such a diminutive little girl was looking at him with disdain, her chest emitting a sound tinged with mockery. "Can you really not distinguish between the big and small kings?" Zhao Yibai felt somewhat speechless, yet he refrained from voicing this thought. After all, she was merely a zombie. One could consider it as a child's whim. Who could blame him when there was a system task at hand? The notion of battle pets was of little concern to Zhao Yibai. He was rather fond of the skills contained within the task rewards. The thought of explosions occurring everywhere was exhilarating. Although the skills released by humans might not be as formidable as those of mutated zombies, they would still prove useful for ambush tactics. Zhao Yibai declared, "I am willing to assist you in locating your parents, but you must offer me your unwavering loyalty." Roar. Xiao Xiao bellowed in response to Zhao Yibai, her vocal cords resonating with a thunderous intensity. Roar. Before Zhao Yibai could react, Su Yu, seated in the passenger seat, retaliated with an even more ferocious roar. Zhao Yibai felt as if he had been drenched in a torrent of saliva. The two level 3 mutated zombies, standing on either side of Zhao Yibai, locked eyes. Roar at him, and I shall slay you. Su Yuyu's gaze turned icy. To associate with a zombie was a disgrace. Xiao Xiao's voice remained laced with contempt. Su Yuyu sneered. Your foul mouth is no wonder your parents abandoned you. In an instant, Xiao Xiao's eyes turned crimson with fury. With a resounding crash, the cabin of the pickup truck shattered, as Su Yuyu transformed into her battle form. Her shirt ripped apart, revealing a massive pink maw. In her level 3 state, her maw was over 10 times more powerful than in her level 2 form. When it opened, it unveiled a horrifying expanse of 10 meters in height, resembling a 3-story building, filled with densely packed silver fangs. The outermost fangs stretched 5 to 6 meters in length. From a distance, it was a sight that would instill terror in anyone with a fear of the grotesque. Die! Xiao Xiao was thoroughly incensed. Her chest tumor beginning to glow a fierce red once more. I will make you perish. Su Yuyu's voice was laced with rage. If my master does not kill you, then you would have met your demise much sooner. She was so furious that her words became jumbled. Chapter 55. Zhao Yibai's 7 Wolves. Task prompt. Defeat the level 3 mutated zombie, the frightening lowly, and adopt her. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Zhao Yibai's ear. Oh, suddenly, Zhao Yibai understood. It wasn't merely a matter of offering a lollipop to adopt the frightening lowly. He needed to subdue her first. Originally intending to intervene, Zhao Yibai abandoned that idea, choosing instead to slip his hands into his pockets and step aside. Yuyu, handle her, but leave her breath. Do not kill her. The frightening lowly shouted angrily. Despicable person. Foolish corpse. Very well, very well. Su Yuyu replied excitedly. Her master had permitted her to teach a lesson to the ill-mannered, bloodied mutated zombie across from her. And she was elated. She was determined to make the opponent pay. Deep down, Su Yuyu's subconscious yearned to showcase her abilities, to aid her master, to seek affirmation and praise from him. Chime, your battle pet is about to engage in combat, and the system has loaded new features for the duel. Duel, green, ID, Su Yuyu health, 28, 893, 000 combat power, 4, 839, 948, 888 nature. Physical. Zhao Yibai observed a small panel appearing above Su Yuyu's head. The text displayed in green. Duel, red, ID, AI Xiao Xiao health, 138, 800 spirit, 184, 500 combat power, 503, 099. 000 nature. Spiritual. The eerie young girl AI Xiao Xiao also had a panel above her head, with the text rendered in red. The values on both sides were displayed as health bars. AI Xiao Xiao possessed an additional spirit bar compared to Su Yuyu, totaling 3 bars, yet all 3 were nearly depleted. Spirit, mental power. Zhao Yibai comprehended this concept well. His ability to stop time was powered by mental energy, were it not for his combat power being nearly in the hundreds. He might have suspected he had transformed into some mutated zombie. Roar. The eerie girl AI Xiao Xiao bellowed, initiating her attack, or more accurately, her verbal assault. Zhao Yibai watched as AI Xiao Xiao launched an offensive against Su Yuyu, yet he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. When it came to instinct, Zhao Yibai had unwavering confidence in his own. Roar. Su Yuyu opened her gaping maw, soaring into the air, leaping several meters towards AI Xiao Xiao. AI Xiao Xiao stood still, her eerie laughter echoing as she remained in place. In midair, Su Yuyu suddenly realized something and quickly shouted, "Be careful." Su Yuyu had not anticipated that while AI Xiao Xiao appeared to target her, the sound blade could curve, with its true aim set on her master, Zhao Yibai. AI Xiao Xiao was acutely aware of her low health. Regardless of Su Yuyu's attack, she was willing to sacrifice her life to take Zhao Yibai's. This was exceedingly cunning. It was ruthless beyond measure. Su Yuyu was entirely unprepared for such a maneuver. No. Su Yuyu cried out in desperation. She understood the terror of the sound blade. At such close range, an ordinary human would be utterly obliterated. The proximity of the sound blade approached the speed of sound, leaving most individuals unable to react in time. However, Zhao Yibai was no ordinary person. After sensing the imminent danger, he activated his time-stopping ability. Ding! Time stop activated successfully. Remaining uses, 84. Time halted. And space solidified. The speed of time was swifter than that of sound. AI Xiao Xiao's insidious sound blade was suspended just under a meter from Zhao Yibai. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he hadn't even taken them out. At such a young age, engaging in underhanded schemes. Zhao Yibai felt a twinge of anger. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly, or he would have faced dire consequences. He was the first to respond, employing the time stop. He had reacted a second faster than Su Yuyu. As her warning left her lips, he had already issued the command to activate his ability. Otherwise, had he waited for Su Yuyu's voice to reach his ears, the attack would have already arrived, leaving him with no time to spare. Zhao Yibai retrieved a vividly colored beverage from the system space and splashed it before him. instantly conjuring 8 crescent-shaped sound blades. However, as time had come to a standstill, their terrifying destructive power was frozen as well, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm on Zhao Yibai or anything else in this peculiar realm of suspended time. In this extraordinary temporal stasis, Zhao Yibai was akin to a deity. He could slay anyone at will. Only with his weapon would he be effective. He swiftly approached AI Xiao Xiao. After unleashing the sound blades, her mental state had been utterly depleted, reduced to naught. This signified that she would be completely incapable of utilizing her abilities. Zhao Yibai cast a glance back at Su Yu, who was visibly distressed, her beautiful face marred by anxiety and fear, terrified of his demise. She did not wish for his death. Given that the girl before him had run out of energy, she posed no further threat. Observing AI Xiao Xiao's eyes glinting with a hint of satisfaction, Zhao Yibai unsheathed the seven-wolf belt from his waist, a gift from his former girlfriend. She had been considerate. Realizing the difficulties he faced after graduation, when he could not afford an extravagant betrothal gift, she had taken the initiative to leave. Zhao Yibai later learned that she had found work in a factory as an accountant and subsequently married the corpulent factory manager, bearing him a son. However, this happiness was short-lived, as she soon divorced him when he replaced her with a new, 20-year-old wife. To support her son, she had resorted to working in the Golden Phoenix bathhouse in City A. Zhao Yibai even spent 200 yuan to relive an experience with her. An encounter he had once desired but could not afford at the price of 888 yuan. After that, he found peace. As for the belt, it was of good quality, and Zhao Yibai held no convoluted sentiments towards it. It served its purpose, and he continued to use it. As time resumed, a notification chimed. Ding. Time stop ended. Remaining uses, 84 times. Whoosh. Boom. In the instant time was restored, several sound blades shot forth along their previous trajectories. But Zhao Yibai was no longer present. The blades struck the ground and slammed against the walls, producing a cacophony of deafening explosions. No. Su Yuyu's terrified screams persisted. The frightened little girl, AI Xiao Xiao, was filled with delight. She understood that she had exhausted her mental energy and would be unable to use her abilities for the foreseeable future, making her no match for Su Yuyu. Thus, she resolved to eliminate the human whom Su Yuyu cared for, even if her fate ended in being devoured by Su Yuyu. The latter would not find true joy in it. Hee hee, AI Xiao Xiao chuckled, but her smile quickly faded as a tall figure emerged before her. The surrounding cars continued to burn, casting a colossal shadow of the figure against the fiery backdrop, completely enveloping her petite form. In his hand, he held a belt. Grasping its buckle, it was none other than Zhao Yibai. Su Yu suddenly turned around, realizing Zhao Yibai was no longer there. Upon looking back, she saw him unscathed and rejoiced. Wonderful. This is splendid. You stay there for a moment, and I shall handle this. Zhao Yibai cracked his neck. AI Xiao Xiao raised her head defiantly and roared. Roar. Chapter 56, Shattering Pride. Roar. Crack. In the very next moment after the mutated zombie girl AI Xiao Xiao let out her fierce shout, Zhao Yibai wielded his belt with all his might. Delivering a harsh strike to her head, a sharp sound resonated, and instantly, a long mark appeared on the top of AI Xiao Xiao's head and forehead. The force of the blow caused her to tilt and collapse onto the ground. Had the force been any greater, AI Xiao Xiao might have spun like a top. Ugh! A red number floated above AI Xiao Xiao's head, her complexion changing dramatically as she clutched her injury and cried out in anguish. The growth on her chest flickered weakly, reminiscent of a dim light bulb struggling for power, ultimately failing to illuminate. Though her mouth was filled with honeycomb-like tubes with no end in sight, she possessed teeth, and she bared them at Zhao Yibai, who had to admit, her teeth were quite white. In terms of appearance, she was a hexagonal warrior. At least when she was human. Crack! Zhao Yibai swung the belt again. Ow! A vivid red number ascended once more. This time, the strike landed on AI Xiao Xiao's face, leaving a mark on her otherwise pristine visage, which was now tainted with dust, soon followed by swelling and redness from the injury. Clearly, as a zombie with mental attacks. Her physical resistance paled in comparison to Su Yuyu's formidable physical output, especially now that her mental energy was depleted. With her mental bar nearly empty, her combat power had plummeted to below 100. This meant that any girl in Zhao Yibai's team, aside from Chun Xiuru, could easily defeat her. The current AI Xiao Xiao resembled a toothless and limbless tiger. The Seven Wolves belt in Zhao Yibai's hand appeared as an ancient artifact. After the first strike, AI Xiao Xiao dared not roar any longer, merely baring her teeth. With the second strike, even that was lost, tears welled in her eyes, and her beautiful face, marred by injury, evoked a sense of pity. Su Yuyu, obeying Zhao Yibai's command, stood by and observed, a flicker of fear crossing her gaze as she looked at the Seven Wolves belt. Shout! After 2 strikes, he adjusted his slightly loose pants. With tears streaming down her face, AI Xiao Xiao rose and charged at Zhao Yibai. Crack! Ouch! Zhao Yibai leaped and struck again, causing AI Xiao Xiao to spin 360 degrees in the air before crashing down to the ground. Upon landing, she spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, Zhao Yibai's belt had struck the zombie growth, which was evidently her weak point, inflicting greater damage than a blow to the face. Battle, Red, ID, AI Xiao Xiao Health, 103800 Mental, 04500 Combat Power, 8099000 Nature, Mental. Facing a mutated zombie intent on killing him, regardless of its 5-star rating or celestial beauty. Zhao Yibai held no ounce of pity. Even Zhao Yibai felt that AI Xiao Xiao ought to express gratitude towards his system, acknowledging the task it had bestowed upon him. Had it not been for this adoption mission, given AI Xiao Xiao's treacherous demeanor and her attempts to ambush him, he would have swiftly dispatched her, leaving no trace behind, ensuring that she would never rise again. AI Xiao Xiao, human, let us converse. Crack, crack, crack. The only response to AI Xiao Xiao came from the relentless whip that lashed out repeatedly. Zhao Yibai seemed to transform into a lethal embodiment of rhythm, his whip creating a series of fleeting shadows as it struck. Each lash landed firmly upon the mutated zombie, AI Xiao Xiao. On the ground, AI Xiao Xiao curled protectively around her grotesque tumor, writhing in agony as her dress became adorned with countless rips, some whip marks so deep that bone was visible. Su Yu quietly retreated a couple of steps, blinking in surprise. Her master was rather fearsome at this moment, instilling a sense of dread. Under normal circumstances, one would gradually regain their composure, recovering swiftly during moments of respite. However, in this instance, as AI Xiao Xiao endured the punishment, her mental fortitude dissipated before it could fully restore. Should someone from the Zhou family or a merchant guild have witnessed this, they would undoubtedly be struck dumb. The terrorizing little girl, who had previously been impervious to their grand efforts and heavy artillery, was now reduced to a mere spinning top by a man wielding an inconsequential Seven Wolves belt. This man even exuded a hint of elegance. One hand casually tucked into his pocket while the other wielded the belt with nonchalance, his expression serene, embodying the calmness of a seasoned artist. When his right hand grew weary, he simply switched to his left. Earlier, AI Xiao Xiao had displayed her prowess, annihilating nearly all nearby zombies and humans, with Su Yu, a formidable level 3, by her side. No zombie dared approach, granting Zhao Yibai the freedom to strike AI Xiao Xiao, as if in an uninhabited realm, devoid of any saintly figure to implore him to spare the seemingly innocent girl. Already battered, AI Xiao Xiao was reduced to the brink of death. Zhao Yibai, upon tiring from his exertions and noticing AI Xiao Xiao's remaining health points dwindling to a mere 10, finally ceased his assault. Here is your last chance. Address me anew. AI Xiao Xiao lay on the ground, her body marred with welts, blood seeping from her wounds. The nearby wreckage and flammable materials had nearly burned away, the flames dancing in the wind, casting flickering shadows that alternately amplified and diminished Zhao Yibai's towering figure, yet perpetually loomed over the prostrate AI Xiao Xiao. At his words, the barely conscious AI Xiao Xiao raised her head, gazing up at the terrifying human before her. She swallowed the blood rising in her throat, her eyes filled with dread. She had been subdued. In a feeble voice, AI Xiao Xiao uttered, "Father, my lord." Her gaze trembled with fear, causing Zhao Yibai to merely blink, prompting her to shut her eyes in fright. Zhao Yibai, louder, with more emotion, "I did not hear your respect." Tears streamed down the mutated zombie AI Xiao Xiao's face as she raised her voice, trembling yet striving to maintain her reverence. "Father, my lord." Crack. Zhao Yibai lashed out with the belt once more. As AI Xiao Xiao found herself with a mere sliver of health remaining, she frantically crawled across the ground in terror, ultimately reaching Zhao Yibai's side, where she clutched his calf. "Father, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please, do not strike me again. I implore you." Xiao Xiao was willing to be a devoted daughter, obedient to his commands, and to safeguard his safety. Zhao Yibai, however, raised his leg and kicked the utterly humiliated mutated zombie aside. "You do not comprehend your error. You realize you are about to perish." "No, no. Xiao Xiao has yet to find her parents. She cannot die. She refuses to accept death. Father, grant me one chance, I beg you." After being kicked away, the mutated zombie crawled back toward him once more. Beep. Successfully adopted AI Xiao Xiao. Task Phase 2 initiated. Assist AI Xiao Xiao in locating her parents. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Zhao Yibai's face. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. But remember, it is a singular chance, my dear adopted daughter. Your adopted level 3 mutated zombie, the terrified little girl, has automatically joined your team." Beep. Detected a critically low loyalty teammate. Loyalty is soaring. Please make a choice. Will you save? Chapter 57. Zhao Yibai, you beast. Zhao Yibai did not respond immediately to the system. Instead, He summoned the team panel from the system interface to ascertain the identities of his companions. Zhao Yibai, Captain Health 85 Mental 100 Power 1100. Hanwan Loyalty 99 Health 99 Power 1200. Liu, Loyalty 97 Health 98 Power 400. Yu Yorong, Loyalty 96 Health 99 Power 450. Che Xiaoli, Loyalty 90 Health 100 Power 701. Wu Ming, Loyalty 85 Health 84 Power 230. Qinshiru, Loyalty 80 Health 83 Power 102. Jiang Yi, Loyalty 75 Health 87 Power 310. Su Yu, Level 3 Battle Pet Loyalty 8 Health 2800 Power 481. 834. 8888. AI Xiao Xiao, Level 3 Daughter Loyalty 100. Unlock Pending Health 5800 Mental 24500 Power 180099000. Red Chen Lin, Loyalty 77 Health 2 Power 230. Loyalty Rising. Red Zhang Rao, Loyalty 45 Health 7 Power 150. Loyalty significantly increased. Gray Yu Shimi, Loyalty 0 Health 0 Power 0. Deceased. Seeing Chun Lin and Zhang Rao listed, Zhao Yibai's lips twitched slightly. Truly, fate is quite generous. Zhao Yibai possessed a somewhat cunning nature. During that previous moment of suspended time, he had chosen to move his own people instead of removing or eliminating the perilous mutated zombie, AI Xiao Xiao. His intent had been to enlist the aid of this mutated entity in clearing the area. Those intruding had come for Chen Lin and for resources and the women here. Conflict was inevitable. Damn it. Chen Lin, Zhang Rao, and Yu Shimi, during that night of the zombie tide, Zhao Yibai had rescued them. Considering their combat capabilities against the zombies, he had offered them the opportunity to join his team, sharing the resources of Room 401 and provisions with them. However, these three ungrateful individuals not only failed to cherish their circumstances, but also conspired to betray him for the sake of some so-called survivor base. They aimed to exploit him, treating him as a mere fool, seeking to ascertain the distribution of zombies and divert mutated ones, all while maintaining their lofty positions. Damn it. As for the remaining survivors still within the female dormitory, Yu had once extended an olive branch, promising that enduring the simplest of trials, merely stepping out of their dormitory to the entrance of room 401 on the 4th floor would suffice for passing. Yet they refused. Some naively awaited rescue, while others preferred to hide. This is hardly a matter of life and death. However, as a stranger, Zhao Yibai would never concern himself with their fates. Whether they live or die is of no consequence to him. Respecting the destinies of others is indeed a virtue. Zhao Yibai shifted his perspective shared by his teammates, playfully toggling to Yu Shimi's view. What would the sight be like after death? Yet, contrary to Zhao Yibai's expectations, he did not witness any morbid curiosity. Instead, he saw the scene of Yu Shimi's demise. There were no living beings in sight. Instead, a large patch of crimson milk foam was plastered against the wall. Zhao Yibai also discovered, amidst the pile of zombie corpses behind the windowsill, the dismembered head of Li Yushi, accompanied by a fragment of a frightened young girl, truly haunting. The intensity of the attack was overwhelming. There was nothing particularly captivating to observe. After switching to Zhang Rao's perspective, Zhao Yibai confirmed their location. It was time to bid farewell to the deceased. Zhao Yibai secured the bloodied 7 wolves and climbed into the pickup truck. At that moment, the roof of the driver's cabin was shattered when Su Yu transformed, turning it into an open-top vehicle reminiscent of a 3-wheeler used for farming and hauling manure. Zhao Yibai ignited the engine, which started smoothly. Although it appeared somewhat unseemly, it was still functional. Su Yu smiled shyly, her abdomen gradually contracting. It was hard to imagine that such a vast belly, towering 3 stories high, could be drawn into her slender waist. Yet, having been expanded, it appeared full again, with the flesh inside writhing, as if the softened spikes and the abdominal wall were adjusting their positions, striving to make her belly appear smaller. Su Yu, this girl, truly cared about her appearance. Zhao Yibai watched her draw in her abdomen with a smile. In truth, with such a beautiful face and fair skin, the distinction between mutated and non-mutated zombies should not hold much significance. Zhao Yibai also noticed changes in other data on the panel. After revealing his abilities as a supernatural being, the loyalty of the girls increased somewhat, particularly among those with initially low loyalty, which saw a substantial rise. This was entirely different from Zhao Yibai's expectations. He had assumed he would be regarded as an outlier, met with fear. Yet, to his surprise, these girls appreciated his newfound strength. AI Xiao Xiao regained some vitality, her combat power soaring to 1800, an alarming manifestation of the terrifying potential of psychic mutated zombies. Furthermore, there was another significant event worth celebrating. Mrs. Chunshiwaru's combat power had surpassed the 100 mark. At long last, Ms. Chunshiwaru, endowed with formidable assets and unwavering resolve, exhibited a semblance of combat prowess. AI Xiao Xiao rose from the ground, her steps faltering as she approached the front of the vehicle. However, upon catching sight of Zhao Yibai, She instinctively recoiled and obediently retreated to the rear, crawling into the bed of the pickup truck, where she settled herself. Beep beep. Zhao Bai tapped the horn twice, activating the high beams. The tires crunched over the remnants of flesh and a multitude of shards of glass as he drove away. Through a shared perspective, it became evident that Chun-Lin and her companions were situated to the north of Dormitory a considerable distance away, nearing the playground. The pickup truck skidded across the campus, relentlessly crushing various limbs and entrails beneath its wheels. After several near-drifting episodes, Zhao Bai was compelled to proceed with caution. If only there were a more formidable vehicle at his disposal. Lights, headlights, and people were visible. Jiang Rao, with her remaining eye, caught sight of distant beams of light, igniting a fierce will to survive within her. Chun-Lin still radiated some warmth, her upper body trembling slightly. Help me! Jiang Rao cried out. The pickup truck gradually approached their location. Zombies! Su Yiyu sprang to her feet, her excitement directed towards the two bloodied zombies nearby. Then, she cast a pleading glance towards Zhao Bai in the driver's seat, her eyes filled with a pitiful request. Eat! Zhao Bai responded with a smile. The two mutated zombies had been grievously wounded by AI Xiao Xiao, on the brink of death, barely able to move. Upon overhearing the exchange between Su Yiyu and Zhao Bai, the two zombies surged with newfound strength in the face of impending demise. They began to sprint wildly. Su Yiyu cautiously pushed open the door frame and stepped down. With a fierce roar, she charged forward. In the truck bed, the frightened little girl AI Xiao Xiao licked her lips, yet in the absence of Zhao Bai's words, she remained still, too intimidated to move. You shall not feast upon the mutated zombies. There are still two severely injured ones here for you. Although Zhao Bai did not turn around, he heard AI Xiao Xiao swallowing audibly. Even the smallest fly is still meat. When Jiang Rao recognized Zhao Bai's presence, a glimmer of joy flickered within her. Just moments ago, she had been consumed by regret, lamenting that if only she had not betrayed Zhao Bai, perhaps things would not have unfolded this way. She dreamt of a future where, should Zhao Bai come to her rescue, she would pledge lifelong loyalty, never again to betray so easily. However, upon witnessing the presence of a mutated zombie alongside Zhao Bai, her expression shifted. Hearing Zhao Bai suggest that the mutated zombie in the truck bed should feed on her, her face paled, and she exclaimed in anger, Zhao Bai, how could you ally with zombies? You beast! Chun-Lin was even more regretful, her loyalty surging, yet she had already succumbed to a state of numbness. Oblivious to the chaos surrounding her, Zhao Bai lit a cigarette, choosing silence as his response. There was no need to argue with the dead. He refrained from taking direct action. It was simply not worth the effort. Clearly, the frightened little girl AI Xiao Xiao was far more inclined to consume the mutated zombies. Both the burly green-skinned one and the tentacled creature, having achieved the status of second-level mutated zombies. Yet, it was still better than nothing. AI Xiao Xiao descended from the truck bed. She was nearly killed by Zhao Bai. Although her spirit was recovering and her combat ability was rising, her health was critically low, rendering her movements painfully sluggish. Each step felt agonizingly slow, amplifying Jiang Rao's despair. No, please, don't come any closer. Don't come near. Chapter 58, Safe Journey. Jiang Rao, terrified and trembling, cried out until her voice was hoarse. She was gravely injured, and despite her attempts, she could not rise. No, Zhao Bai, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Just spare my life, and I will do whatever you ask. Though I may not be as beautiful as the women around you, I can learn various ways to serve you, without any dignity. Please, show me mercy. Zhao Bai exhaled a puff of smoke. Humph. It was over. In her terror, Jiang Rao struggled, but soon the pain ceased. AI Xiao Xiao had also aided Chun-Lin, calming her trembling upper body. Safe journey. Zhao Bai planted the remaining half of his cigarette into the ground like an offering. Betrayal is a singular act. Once committed, one should not seek forgiveness. 4. Regardless of others, Zhao Bai would never pardon anyone who had betrayed him, especially in a world where humanity devours humanity. All he could do was, remembering their past connection, wish them a safe passage, a release from their suffering. As for Jiang Rao's insinuation about his virginity, Zhao Bai merely smiled. He had far more pressing matters than to entertain such trivialities. On the other side, the mutated zombies were running for their lives, sprinting at an astonishing speed, covering 100 meters in mere moments. Su Yiyu had initially intended to tear apart the two nearly dead zombies with her bare hands. But these creatures were not only swift, but also cunning. Upon making eye contact, they communicated and darted off in opposite directions. Enraged at their cleverness, Su Yiyu unleashed her ability. In the blink of an eye, dozens of silver fangs shot forth. The terrifying fangs pierced through the robust zombie's body, pinning her to the ground. The tentacle mutant's defenses were even weaker. Her body was penetrated by multiple fangs, leaving behind a multitude of bloody holes. After a brief struggle, she collapsed, lifeless. With a crunching sound, Su Yuyu approached, wide-mouthed, and devoured the tentacle mutant zombie, chewing vigorously. The robust, green-skinned female mutant zombie let out a terrified roar, desperately struggling. Yet the fangs were as hard as steel, firmly anchoring her to the ground. Despite her internal organs being shredded in her futile attempts to escape, she remained trapped. Chewing on the tentacled creature, Su Yuyu turned to glance at the brawny, green-skinned female zombie. Her beautiful face, obscured by the enormous maw, was filled with hostility. Let you be clever. Do you still dare to be clever? She roared, followed by a series of hissing sounds. The maw engulfed the green-skinned female zombie, beginning to chew. Initially, it was somewhat difficult, as the elongated, sharp teeth, measuring 5 to 6 meters, had to continuously pierce through the mutated body of the female zombie. As the zombie's vitality diminished, Su Yuyu took a decisive bite and shattered her. 800. 800. Two numbers floated above Su Yuyu's head. With a soft sound, she expelled the remnants after absorbing the power. Ding. Su Yuyu feels immensely pleased with your exclusive favor. Loyalty, 10. Loyalty, 18. Zhao Yibai, hearing the system notification, summoned the panel. Battle Pet Panel ID. Su Yuyu Master. Zhao Yibai, Loyalty, 18100. Level, 3, 6,600. 10,000. Health, 344333600. Combat Power, 49100. Primary Ability, Ma Devour. Secondary Abilities, Ma Net, Ma Fong Shot, Enhanced Jump, Enhanced Climb. Basic Abilities, Level 3 Mutated Zombie Recovery, Simple Summon Control of Surrounding Zombies. Zhao Yibai nodded with satisfaction. The ability to consume Level 2 mutated zombies directly enhanced attributes, yielding immediate results, which was quite impressive. To his surprise, Su Yuyu, reminiscent of a little girl, had her loyalty genuinely increase after consuming 2 mutated zombies. The loyalty of mutated zombies was notoriously difficult to elevate. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the silence. A subtle yet discernible noise. With this sound, the A City Women's University campus, previously illuminated only by moonlight, was bathed in a renewed brightness. This was due to Liu restoring the power supply. The A City Women's University relied on municipal electricity, which was generated by a nuclear power plant located over 100 miles away, now automated. As long as the several large substations in the urban hub functioned properly, power outages were unlikely. Zhao Yibai raised his hand to shield his eyes. Having adapted to the darkness of night, the sudden brightness left him momentarily disoriented. At that moment, the once beautiful campus had transformed into a scene of hell, littered with dismembered corpses. The vibrant young women had become mere heaps, scattered and lifeless. He climbed aboard, gently stroking Su Yuyu's head as she returned to his side. This time, the vehicle Su Yuyu crafted had only partially absorbed the tentacled creature, becoming stuck and unable to fully retract. AI Xiao Xiao, having consumed 2 ants, had somewhat restored her health. Her wounds ceased to bleed, and her complexion improved significantly. Since the power outage, the loudspeakers that had been silent for several days suddenly roared to life. This was a network of loudspeakers, comprising many located in various positions, their sound capable of covering a vast expanse of the A City Women's University campus. First, 2 classic sound tests resonated. Then, the voice of Yu Yurong echoed throughout the night on the campus. Greetings, everyone. I am Yu Yurong, and our team is currently recruiting survivors without limit. Those willing to join us should bring weapons for their protection and be mentally prepared for the challenges ahead. Please register at the student office on the 1st floor of Building 1. Chapter 59. The Commander in the Early Morning at a City Women's University. Within the office of the principal, Zhao Yibai lit a cigarette and settled into the luxurious black leather office chair. Time freeze has ended. Remaining occurrences, 83. As time resumed its flow, Yu Yurong trembled violently, shaking intensely. After approximately 5 minutes, she gradually regained her composure, her eyes returning to a normal state. Drenched in sweat, she cast a flirtatious glance at Zhao Yibai, her lovely face adorned with a flush of crimson. The intensity was overwhelming. A cascade of sensations that felt as if she had been through countless cycles of life and death. Ding. After 3 offerings to the 5-star target Yu Yurong, time freeze has charged by 30. Remaining occurrences, 113. Zhao Yibai chuckled. Early in the morning, he had engaged in a thorough and scientific experiment with Yu Yurong. Clearly, both parties were satisfied with the results. Did she enjoy it? Indeed, she did. Yu Yurong bit her red lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. She could sense that during the time freeze, Zhao Yibai had explored every possible avenue, perhaps numerous times over. All roads lead to Rome. Well done. There would be no work today. It was time to rest. Zhao Yibai patted Yu Yurong gently on her lower back. Yu Yurong left the grand redwood desk in the principal's office and turned towards the nearby lounge. During her search the previous night, Liu had discovered this splendid place. The principal's office was undeniably as good as Dormitory 401, with top-notch furniture, spaciousness, and luxury. complemented by a compact yet fully equipped lounge. It featured a separated bathroom and a 2x2 premium mattress bed. Zhao Yibai had moved in with Yu Yurong, designating this office as the current headquarters of their faction. Conveniently, the internal phone system in the principal's office connected to every office, the security room, and activity rooms, ensuring that even if the network were to fail, as long as there was power, they could still communicate using the existing facilities. Splashing sounds echoed from the lounge shortly after Yu Yurong entered. It seemed she was taking a shower. How have I become so strong? Zhao Yibai paused, realizing that he had instinctively looked up upon hearing the commotion inside. There was a problem. Then, it was time to address it. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Zhao Yibai entered the lounge. The bathroom door was unlocked. With a gentle push, it swung open. Ah! Yu Yurong exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yibai maintained a serious demeanor, stating, I'm here to help you scrub your back. Yu Yurong regarded Zhao Yibai with a teasing smile, her tone playful. Just scrubbing the back? Zhao Yibai entered and closed the door, casually reviewing his lessons. Yu Yurong remarked, excessive study can harm one's health. Zhao Yibai resolutely replied, I relish learning. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating he had received 20 feeding opportunities, leaving him with a total of 133. To demonstrate the prowess of education, Zhao Yibai exhausted his classmates to the brink of collapse after their studies. Following their session, Chun Shueru delivered breakfast. Zhao Yibai commanded 2 level 3 mutated zombies to guard a city women's university, ensuring that Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao bore the marks of their mutated zombie kin. Thus, the members of Zhao Yibai's team resembled Liu from before, roaming the campus with impunity. Ordinary zombies circumvented them, while first and second level mutated zombies reacted even more strongly, scurrying away. Zhao Yibai, having served breakfast to the fatigued Yu Yurong, reaped the rewards of his genuine feeding. A notification indicated a successful 5-star feeding of Yu Yurong, granting him 10 time-stopping opportunities, with 143 remaining. Upon returning to his office, Zhao Yibai wiped the desk with a towel and settled into a sofa chair, gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The interior of a city women's university was relatively serene, with few cars, yet the outside thoroughfare presented a grim sight. Vehicles were haphazardly parked, some having met with accidents, their charred remains billowing smoke. The group led by Liu had managed to drive into a city women's university through a path of collisions, clearing any obstructive vehicles without concern for repercussions. Within the campus, zombies wandered aimlessly. If one disregarded their decaying skin, they still appeared vibrant, embodying youthful energy as female zombies. Thanks to the campus broadcast, Zhao Yibai's recruitment of survivors achieved unprecedented results. Overnight, dozens of female survivors who had endured the apocalypse sought refuge. The relatively composed Su Yuyu teamed with Liu, forming Zhao Yibai's resource department, tasked with guarding the supermarket and cafeteria. This morning, Zhao Yibai had ordered the release of the numerous zombies trapped within the cafeteria. Consequently, the campus of a city women's university now teemed with wandering zombies. Zhao Yibai's latest directive was to expel all zombies from 5 key locations: Teaching Building 1, Office Building 1, Dormitory Building G, the supermarket, and the cafeteria, clearing them as necessary. These sites would serve as their base, while the remaining areas would be designated as open exploration zones, where team members could claim resources they discovered. This also provided a survival space for other survivors. Recruitment would remain open for an entire day, a deadline set by Zhao Yibai, who intended to raise the difficulty of joining their ranks. Those who joined early would reap the benefits sooner. Last night, with a modicum of courage, one could easily navigate through the sparse undead and reach the teaching building to register. This morning, Zhao Yibai released a multitude of zombies from their confinement, deliberately intensifying the challenge. Those who ventured forth first would enjoy the spoils of sustenance. Those with complex thoughts and numerous considerations either sought to survive on their own or realized that joining would require an even greater sacrifice. The shrill ring of a telephone abruptly interrupted Zhao Yibai's contemplations. Hello? He answered, picking up the crimson receiver. This device, once common, was now a rarity, utilized primarily by a few confidential organizations. Commander, a group claiming to be investigators from the Zhou family has arrived at the school entrance, came the spirited voice of Chun Shueru from the other end. Chun Shueru had ascended to a position of authority, though her combat prowess was lacking, and her courage was feeble. Yet, she had been appointed as the chief secretary by Zhao Yibai. Can't you just come in and speak? Zhao Yibai sighed, knowing Chun Shueru was situated in a small office adjacent to the principal's office. Commander, this way carries a sense of ceremony, she replied. Zhao Yibai narrowed his eyes. Very well, please let them in. He glanced outside to see a convoy of 3 vehicles, a modified MPV with reinforced steel plating surrounding its body, exuding a robust appearance. Chapter 60. The Zhou family mercenaries. What could the Zhou family want? Did they discover that he had been involved with their young master's fiancée? Unlikely. Zhao Bai pondered, absent-mindedly recalling the spirited demeanor of Wang Weiwei, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Back then, he was less experienced, akin to a naive youth, relying solely on foot travel. Suddenly finding himself behind the wheel of a Rolls-Royce was disorienting, akin to pedaling a bicycle while standing. Should there be a next time? He would surely take a gradual approach, learning step by step. As for the title of commander, that was merely Chun Shiru's jest. Their faction had yet to adopt a name. Once a name was established and broadcasted, it would solidify their presence and elevate them to prominence. Currently, in City A, if the territory were divided into 10 parts, the Zhou family occupied 3, the business consortium held 2, forming an alliance between the two, while the remaining 5 consisted of 1 part for a city women's university and the other 4 divided among urban villages to the east, west, south, and north. When the apocalypse first occurred, the Zhou family and the business consortium swiftly rose to prominence. It wasn't merely wealth that shielded them from becoming zombies. Rather, they had anticipated certain developments that could incite panic, leveraging their capital to suppress such information. They had stockpiled potentially useful medications and prepared for contingencies, recruiting and controlling mercenaries. As the apocalypse descended, they began their ascent. Ordinary individuals, under the malicious severance of information by the wealthy, could hardly possess such acute awareness. Most merely believed that their malaise was akin to a common cold. At the southern gate of a city women's university, Zhou Runkai had already disembarked. Clad in a black suit, he leaned against the protective steel plating of the MPV, lighting a cigar and squinting as he observed a group of female students stationed at the entrance. This group of 6 young women includes one who has just entered the security office to make a phone call. Her visage is striking, with a slightly flat front. Yet her long legs more than compensate for any perceived shortcomings. Not only is she attractive, but Zhou Runkai also has a vague recollection of her. He seems to have encountered her in short videos before, as she is a minor internet celebrity with a modest following. She wields a spear made of steel pipes and angle irons, which adds an intriguing element to her presence. Zhou Runkai and his companions are on a mission, having been dispatched by the family's young master, Zhou Kong, to track down the elusive terrified Loli. Last night, the Zhou family unleashed heavy artillery, nearly turning the Lizzie community into a wasteland, and while they were in the midst of a celebratory banquet, a call came in reporting the piercing scream of the terrified Loli near the city center. The atmosphere at the celebration became exceedingly awkward. Wang Weiwei, who had not attended the banquet, further incensed Zhou Kong, who felt the festivities had become a solitary affair. He was furious, believing that even if the terrified Loli had not perished, she must be gravely injured. He dispatched half of his subordinates to find her and eliminate her. Zhou Runkai and his team had endured considerable hardship on their journey, having dispatched numerous zombies along the way. Upon encountering a group of women from a city university who had formed a faction, Zhou Runkai found himself intrigued. The tall and imposing Chun Weilong, feeling impatient, urged, "Captain Zhou, why are we wasting time talking? Let us take them down directly. Besides, it would be a good opportunity for the brothers to satisfy their physical needs. In this apocalyptic world, aren't these women merely mobile meat?" In the aftermath of the apocalypse, as mercenaries affiliated with the Zhou family, they had lost their freedom and donned collars that could very well spell their doom. Yet, wielding the identity and weaponry of Zhou family mercenaries, they could fully unleash their baser instincts while executing missions, such as clearing safe zones, acting with impunity in this lawless world. As long as they fulfilled the tasks assigned by the Zhou family, their actions would be overlooked, even if some information leaked out. The Zhou family remained the beacon of righteousness, while the villainy lay solely with the degenerate mercenaries. Zhou Runkai's expression soured. As Zhou Kang's cousin and a minor branch of the Zhou family, it was his responsibility to oversee the search for secondary mutated zombies. Ensuring these mercenaries were kept in check, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. These mercenaries were scarcely human, exhibiting a level of brutality that surpassed even that of the zombies. However, in this apocalyptic era, Zhou Runkai had no choice but to endure. This was the Zhou family's strategy for controlling the mercenaries. By holding their lives in their hands, they also sought to relieve their pent-up frustrations. Hearing Chun Weilong's words, the women inside changed their expressions. Chun Weilong, dismissing Zhou Runkai's refined demeanor, scoffed and muttered under his breath, "As if you were any different." The remote control for the mercenaries' collars was solely in Zhou Kang's possession. Zhou Runkai, being a distant relative, commanded respect from someone like Chun Weilong. But he was not particularly feared by this mercenary squad leader. Zhou Runkai overheard the conversation. As a member of the Zhou family, even if distantly related, he was unwilling to hold back his anger and exclaimed, "We are here to search for the lost little girl, not to be trifled with. Mind your own business and don't let it cloud your judgment, or you might just lose your head. They are all from the local area. If you let them die, are you seeking mutated zombies for yourself? Please, team leader Zhou, do not be upset. I was merely making a joke." Chen Weilong said with a chilling gaze, yet a grin plastered on his face. Humph. Zhou Runkai flicked the ash from his cigar and took a puff. So you want to meet, huh? Very well, I understand. In the security room, Wu Ming nodded. The newcomers are armed. Everyone is. If this were before the apocalypse, these young girls would likely be terrified at the sight of a firearm. However, the world had changed. Guns. They were merely a part of the landscape now. Although they lacked firearms, they possessed explosives, crafted by chemistry with Qin Zhangjiang who had joined them the previous night. They were called glass cup bombs. No need for ignition. Just throw them, and the chemical liquids inside would react violently and explode. They were also filled with fragments of asbestos tiles, rusty nails, thumbtacks, and purified zombie blood. The blast might not rival that of a grenade, but the injuries would be fatal. Wu Ming commanded, remove the roadblock. Sister Ming. A girl whispered Chen Weilong's earlier remarks in her ear. Clear the way. Wu Ming's expression remained unchanged as she upheld her command. Haha, Chen Weilong stuck out his tongue, licking his lips. Little Beaker, once Daddy completes his task, I'll make sure to feed you well. Zhou Runkai was displeased. He had intended to flirt with Wu Ming, reveal his identity, and extend an olive branch, hoping she would willingly become his. Yet, Chen Weilong, that crude mercenary, had shattered his intentions. Two girls moved aside the roadblock, and Zhou Runkai, with a grim countenance, entered the vehicle. Chen Weilong followed, lowering the driver's side window to blow a few kisses at Wu Ming. Wu Ming, unfazed, replied. Office building, first tower, 9th floor. 3 cars sped inside, and the roadblock was repositioned. A girl asked, Sister Ming, aren't you angry at what they said? Wu Ming let out a couple of cold laughs. Our commander has a saying that holds much wisdom. It is unnecessary to be angry with the dead. Huh, but they're from the Zhou family. Wu Ming crossed her arms defiantly. We are still under Zhao Yibai's command. Is the Zhou family truly that impressive? Perhaps it was once. But after today, it will wither and never rise again. Wu Ming did not report to Zhao Yibai, yet she was acutely aware of his temperament. With such foul mouths, if they did not rein in their behavior, their fate was already sealed. Damn it. Wu Ming set down her hands and picked up a knife. She had intended to let it slide, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. You all guard the door. No, I cannot hold back. If a conflict arises, I will go and carve that fool a few times. Damn him. Chapter 61. Unaware and unwise. Meet your end. 3 modified MPVs came to a halt in front of an office building at a city women's university. This edifice, adorned entirely in white paint with European architectural style, towers 9 stories high. In an era dominated by soaring skyscrapers, 9 stories may seem modest, yet this structure has stood for decades, a testament to its enduring legacy. Once, it served as a landmark of a city. At the entrance of the office building, a white sculpture of a 6-winged angel stands sentinel. However, due to years of neglect, much of its paint has chipped away, revealing patches of the cement beneath. A mercenary clad in a black suit opened the car door for Zhou Runkai. Before entering the building, Zhou cast a serious glance at Chen Weilong, instructing him sternly, mind your mouth and behave yourself. If a faction has already formed among the women here, bringing them under our banner would indeed count as an achievement. As for the women, once they pledge their allegiance to the Zhou family, we can do as we wish with them. Patience is key. Haha. Chen Weilong remained silent, puffing his breath towards Zhou Runkai. His teeth, a shade reminiscent of winter strawberries, exhaled a foul breath that seemed to possess a tangible hue, akin to toxic gas. You bastard. Have you killed someone with that mouth? Zhou Runkai retorted, pulling a handkerchief from his suit pocket to cover his nose, stepping back in disgust. His disdain for this crude mercenary captain deepened, perceiving the act as a blatant retaliation. My breath is indeed foul. Haha. Chen Weilong chuckled, relishing Zhou's discomfort. Laughter erupted among the dozen mercenaries in suits behind him, as they reveled in Zhou Ruinkai's discomposure. Prior to the apocalypse, they had been half-heartedly coerced into wearing these collars that could cost them their lives, harboring deep resentment towards the Zhou family. Thus, while they would not openly defy Zhou's side of the family, they would not extend any courtesy either. They understood that the Zhou family still needed them and would not easily eliminate them over trifles. At the entrance of the office building sat 6 young women, part of the security team. A table was set up at the door, equipped with an internal telephone and a log for entries and exits. Several chairs and small tables surrounded them, stocked with tea and snacks. Zhang Yi was in charge of this group at the entrance. You're from the Zhou investigation team, right? We received notice that our leader is in the principal's office on the 9th floor, she stated, making it sound quite official. Chen Weilong squinted, surveying the group of women at the entrance. All were slender and delicate. He held them in contempt, despite their possession of some cold weapons. All right, Zhou Ruinkai replied curtly. Let us go. He led 10 individuals into the office building, leaving 5 behind to guard the vehicles. Zhang Yi did not impede the armed individuals, but silently recorded the number of people and weapons. her fingers quickly tapping on her phone to relay the information to Zhao Yibai on the 9th floor. Before long, reinforcements arrived. Chen Shuiru, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in a professional attire, wore a somewhat snug pencil skirt that accentuated her curves, giving her an alluring presence that captured the attention of onlookers. Standing at the elevator entrance, she announced, "Our commander is already inside. Please allow your leaders to enter." Zhou Runkai and his entourage were captivated by Chen Shuiru's figure. It was Zhou Runkai, with his wealth of experience, who first regained his composure, clearing his throat lightly. The other mercenaries unabashedly appraised Chen Shuiru's exquisite physique, their eyes igniting with fervor, as if they were ravenous wolves eager to pounce. "Chen Weilong, you will accompany me inside," Zhou Runkai commanded sternly. "Understood," Chen Weilong replied, unfazed. He believed that having entered this women's university in City A, he was akin to a wolf amidst sheep. Everything within was his domain. Even Zhou Runkai, a member of the esteemed Zhou family, was merely there to serve his interests. "Captain, do we truly not need to follow them in?" Mercenary Liu Ben inquired cautiously. "What is there to fear?" Chen Weilong waved dismissively. "They are merely a gaggle of women. Do you think they could devour us? We have weathered far greater storms. What threat could a faction of women pose?" Chen Weilong dismissed their significance entirely. Zhou Runkai, exuding even more confidence, understood that as a member of the Zhou family, the sovereigns of City of following the collapse of order, no one dared to challenge him. "Please," Chen Shuiru said politely, gesturing for them to enter with a composed demeanor. Such grace was indeed remarkable. Zhou Runkai and Chen Weilong proceeded ahead, while the group of mercenaries fixated on Chen Shuiru's retreating figure, nearly salivating with desire. A 4-star beauty may not seem extraordinary, yet in reality, even a 3-star beauty, like Che Xiaoli, would be deemed stunning by the average observer. A 4-star rating signifies notable allure, while a 5-star beauty is a rare gem, belonging to the upper echelons of society, seldom seen in public or online. "Such fools," Chen Shuiru muttered inwardly, feeling repulsed by their gazes and somewhat wistful. Wishing that Zhao Yibai would regard her with similar admiration, the solid wooden door swung open, revealing Zhao Yibai dressed in relatively unisex sleepwear. A large-size garment scavenged from the supermarket's 2nd floor, as there were no men's clothes available to her. Although the principal was male and had some clothing, they were unsuitable due to his diminutive stature and age, reeking of neglect. Zhao Yibai had discarded them, opting instead for new toiletries and bedding unearthed from the supermarket. Seated in the primary position of the reception area near a vast desk, Zhao Yibai was already engaged in preparing tea, arranging the tea set with a tranquil grace. As the Zhou family members arrived unexpectedly, Zhao Yibai chose to treat them with courtesy, seeking to discern their intentions. If battle was inevitable, then let it come swiftly. He would eliminate them post-haste and take the necessary time to regroup. Presently, he lacked sufficient heavy weaponry. "Commander, the guests from the Zhou family have arrived," Chen Shuiru announced, opening the door with an air of sophistication. "Male? How is there a man at a girls' school?" Zhou Runkai inquired, sniffing the air. Chen Weilong, inhaling deeply, remarked, "It seems they have just finished their playtime. I can sense the exquisite fragrance of a beautiful woman. Young man, we are mercenaries of the Zhou family. If you know what's good for you, become a loyal dog for our family and hand over all the lovely women for our enjoyment. Otherwise, death awaits." As he spoke, Chen Weilong brandished a silver desert eagle, pointing it menacingly at Zhao Yibai's head. "How crude," Zhou Runkai sighed, though he shared Chen Weilong's sentiments. He had initially assumed the leader of this faction was a woman. Now that he realized it was a man, there was little left to discuss. A female leader would have been entertaining. A male leader, however, was simply to be eliminated and replaced. The gun was the ultimate truth, and they embodied that truth. Zhao Yibai remained composed, pouring tea. "So direct? Shall we not exchange a few words? I've prepared tea for you. Why not sit and enjoy a cup before we proceed? Enough with the pleasantries." Chen Weilong exploded with rage. "What gives you the right to drink tea with us? Kneel and grovel, or face death?" Zhao Yibai placed the teapot down. "What manner of creature are you, to demand such insolence?" Just as Chen Weilong continued his tirade, his words were abruptly silenced as dozens of invisible sound blades struck his arms. In an instant, his hands and arms were severed, falling to the ground like neatly sliced sausages. The indescribable agony surged through him, his eyes widening in horror as he let out a piercing scream. Blood gushed from the gaping wounds where his limbs had been, and he lost his balance, collapsing to the floor in a writhing, tormenting dance. This scene unfolded with alarming swiftness and eerie precision. Zhou Runkai, witnessing the evenly sliced remnants of Chen Weilong's arms, felt a chill run down his spine. Regretting his decision not to summon the mercenaries sooner, Zhao Yibai lifted his teacup, the tea slightly hot, and gently blew on it before taking a sip. His emotions stabilized somewhat as he had dispatched someone to assist Li Yu in guarding the supermarket. The unstable, terrified young girl, Ai Xiao Xiao, remained close by his side. "Get your guns. Shoot him. Kill him," Chun Weilong cried out in agony, rolling on the ground. The emptiness where his arms once were felt far more terrifying than the physical pain. In his fury and suffering, he gazed at the remnants of his arms. I. Zhou Runkai appeared bewildered, hastily gesturing. "Commander, let us talk. We can negotiate. I am from the Zhou family." The mercenaries at the elevator, alerted by the commotion, rushed forward, having dealt with numerous foes before, their combat skills honed to perfection. Upon bursting into the principal's office, a contingent of mercenaries immediately brandished their weapons. At the very moment they raised their guns, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. In an instant, the mercenaries' brains erupted, their cranial matter splattering. The most spectacular among them experienced an explosion of his eye sockets, with eyeballs soaring several meters away. 6 lifeless bodies collapsed onto the floor. In total, there were Zhou Runkai and 10 mercenaries, including Chun Weilong. At this moment, Chun Weilong had lost both arms, his combat effectiveness obliterated, and 6 had perished in an instant. After a brief encounter, only 4 remained. Zhou Runkai was merely a mediocre fighter. 3 capable combatants were left, having narrowly escaped, their hands gripping their weapons frozen in terror at the sight of their comrade's demise. From beneath a massive desk, Ai Xiao, who had been lying on a blanket, emerged. The shocking sight of the little girl, clad in a white dress yet marred with injuries, nearly suffocated Zhou Runkai with dread. Ai Xiao settled beside Zhao Bai, silently observing them. "Run." 2 mercenaries exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted, bolting for the exit. Ai Xiao let out a controlled yet terrifying shriek. With a swift motion, multiple sound blades darted forth. The mercenaries had barely turned before they were sliced into countless pieces, blood and viscera spilling forth. Open fire? While bullets travel at remarkable speeds, this situation demanded a rapid response in aiming and firing. Lu Ben stood motionless, paralyzed by fear. The sound of his own heartbeat echoed in his ears. His grip on the weapon was vice-like, his face ashen, while a foul liquid seeped down his trousers, pooling in his shoes. Zhou Runkai fell to his knees. He had read up on the shocking little girl. At that time, she had been a level 2 entity, primarily capable of shrieking, which inflicted area damage. Now, this little girl had seemingly evolved, able to execute precise attacks within a certain range. Her attack speed had also dramatically increased. This was utterly terrifying. Even more alarming was the possibility that this little girl, on the brink of becoming a level 3 mutated zombie, was obediently following the commands of that man. Acting on his behalf, Zhou Runkai forced a smile. "My sincerest apologies. I truly did not recognize your prowess. May I inquire your name, Commander?" "My elder brother, Zhou Kong, hails from the Zhou family in City A. I am Zhou Runkai, a descendant of the Zhou lineage. Your abilities are unparalleled and extraordinarily formidable. On behalf of my brother, I extend an invitation for collaboration. We could undoubtedly become great friends and strategic partners, sharing the wealth and power of millions in City A." Zhou Runkai was no fool. As a scion of a prominent family, even a collateral branch, his reflexes were astute. Though initially engulfed in terror, he quickly recalibrated his thoughts, recognizing Zhao Bai's potential to collaborate with mutated zombies. If this level 3 shocking little girl could be leveraged for the Zhou family's benefit, even in partnership, it would undoubtedly pave the way for their future success. And as for a single individual, humans are typically manageable. Poison, assassination, explosives, and gunfire, all are means to eliminate those deemed no longer useful. Zhao Bai, however, was not easily intimidated. "Earlier, I suggested we converse, yet you brandished your firearms against me. Now, it appears you are willing to engage in conversation?" Zhou Runkai's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, moments prior, their arrogance had been excessive, and he had failed to restrain Chun Weilong, underestimating Zhao Bai. This hubris would inevitably incur consequences. As the saying goes, there are always greater forces beyond one's own. The elusive Chun Shuru re-emerged, not empty-handed but equipped with a bucket and a shovel. She entered the office and began to diligently scoop fragments into the bucket with her shovel, remaining silent and focused on her task. The aftermath of the carnage, a gruesome mess of blood and flesh smeared across the floor and walls, would be challenging to rectify. The larger pieces outside the bucket necessitated her initial focus on the severed arm of Chun Weilong. Oh no, Chun Weilong had lost too much blood. His face was devoid of color, and his groans of agony grew fainter. Zhao Bai sipped tea, while Ai Xiao sat obediently. The mercenary Lu Ben stood frozen, and Zhou Runkai knelt, contemplating how to respond. "Save him," Chun Weilong implored, casting a desperate gaze at Chun Shueru. Her meticulously made-up face appeared even more exquisite than usual. Observing the bloodstains on her stockings, she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, then gripped the wooden handle of the shovel firmly. With swift, decisive motions, she struck Chun Weilong's neck repeatedly. The sharp shovel severed his head cleanly. upon witnessing Chun Weilong's stillness. A satisfied smile graced Chen Shiru's face as she shifted her grip on the shovel and commenced the task of placing the head into the bucket. With all this blood staining my stockings, and you expect me to save you? How audacious. Gulping nervously, Zhou Runkai swallowed hard, his eyes wide with terror. Such a beautiful woman, with such an alluring figure, wielding such lethal intent. She remained unfazed as she disposed of the head. What sort of monsters resided within this institution? Lu Ben closed his eyes, overwhelmed, his bladder nearly giving way from fear. Arriving too late, Wu Meng, upon witnessing Chun Shiru's actions, stomped her foot in frustration. She blew a puff of air to set her bangs fluttering, understanding that it was over. She turned and retreated to the elevator. As Zhou Runkai finished his tea, he raised his gaze towards him. Are you mute now? Chapter 63. The alliance. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Runkai's forehead. He understood that he must pique the other party's interest to secure his survival. Successfully collaborating with them would not only ensure his life, but also bolster the Zhou family's power and decisively dominate the business association. In City, the Zhou family and the Wang family represent the two most formidable factions. The former embodies the power alliance that has endured within the city lord's residence, while the latter signifies the monetary coalition of merchants. The Zhou family stands as the representative of the city lord's authority, and the Wang family serves as the face of the commercial guild. Although they appear to be allies, exuding harmony and camaraderie, the heirs of both families are also bound by a marriage pact. However, once the forces of City A are unified, a singular entity must inevitably ascend to the pinnacle, possessing the exclusive right to speak. It will either be the Zhou family consuming the merchant guild or the Wang family engulfing the commerce. This alliance is marked by mutual caution. A common tactic employed by affluent families to garner allegiance is through marital unions. Zhao Yibai poured himself another cup of tea, amused by this notion. Do you think I lack for women? Just take a glance. Zhou Runkai, fearful that Zhao Yibai might dismiss him with a simple "you may go," hastily shouted, pulling out his mobile phone. AI Xiao Xiao observed Zhou Runkai intently. Had he produced anything else, a swift strike would have rendered his hand into fragments, akin to what happened to Chen Weilong. In the supermarket, pig bones are typically sawed into pieces using electric saws. But AI Xiao Xiao's method would instantaneously divide them into equal segments, with an efficiency unmatched in the meat section. Zhou Runkai indeed retrieved his phone, quickly scrolling through his albums until he found a photograph. He raised the device, presenting it to Zhao Yibai. This is Zhou Ying, my cousin. Although she is from a collateral branch and not a direct descendant of the Zhou family, just look at her. She is extraordinarily beautiful, more so than any woman here. Originally, she was being groomed to be sent to the capital to align with influential figures, but with the apocalypse upon us, she remains in City A. In the photograph, set against an ancient backdrop, a girl of roughly 29 years dons traditional white attire, her dark hair elegantly pinned with a solitary red wooden hairpin. Her exquisite face radiates an air of disdain and tranquility towards the mundane world, exuding an ethereal quality. She sits gracefully on a wooden stool, gently caressing a guqin. Merely gazing at the image evokes a sense of her transcendent beauty, as if she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. This woman appears to be truly extraordinary. Such a serene and otherworldly presence easily stirs a desire for conquest within men, igniting curiosity about her contrasting nature in certain unspeakable matters. Zhao Yibai felt a stir of emotion. The editing of this image was not overly harsh. This woman could very well reach the level of Yu Yirong and Wang Weiwei. She is likely to become the third 5-star target he will encounter. To be precise, she is a 5-star target woman. Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao are also 5-star targets. Yet they are mutated zombies, and their large mouths are quite unappealing. Zhao Yibai remains unprepared for the prospect of feeding mutated zombies, as it feels rather peculiar. He prefers the company of humans. Thus, his primary offerings have been directed towards Yu Yirong. Noticing the shift in Zhao Yibai's expression, Zhou Runkai let out a sigh of relief. He could tell that Zhao Yibai was intrigued. Seizing the moment, Zhou Runkai inquired, "What shall I call you?" Zhao Yibai replied, "Zhao Yibai." Zhou Runkai chuckled, "Mr. Zhao, you have already demonstrated your capabilities. Following our union with the Zhou family, you shall gain our family's recognition. The entirety of Area A, including the vicinity of a city women's university, will be allocated as a dowry for our Zhou women, thus designating you as the sovereign of this territory. You shall possess both beauty and land. But that's not all, since we are now allies. We can share our artillery with you. Just a little, ha ha ha." As he spoke, Zhou Runkai burst into laughter. "Please, take a seat." Zhao Yibai gestured towards the guest sofa across from him. "Ah, very well." Zhou Runkai rose, possibly a bit unsteady from kneeling for too long. He trembled as he made his way to the chair and sat down. Chun Shiru set aside her shovel, preparing to serve tea. "No, that's unnecessary. I can manage." Zhou Runkai quickly waved his hand. He poured tea for Zhao Bai before finally serving himself. A woman capable of severing Chun Weilong's head with a mere disagreement. How brutal. He wished to keep his distance. Chen Shueru continued with her cleaning. After pouring the tea, Zhou Runkai leaned in closer to Zhao Bai, lowering his voice. Mr. Zhao, as long as you become a friend of the Zhou family, a true friend, we will certainly not ignore your needs. And when the Zhou family encounters difficulties, we hope you will extend your hand to us. In this apocalyptic world, mutual reliance is essential for our survival. Excellent. Zhao Bai clapped his hands. It is settled then. Time is of the essence. Investigator Zhou, you may return now. There is no need to rush. Just ensure the women and weapons arrive before nightfall. I intend to consummate the marriage tonight, and thereafter, we shall be nothing less than friends with the Zhou family, merely friends. Zhou Runkai expressed admiration. What a straightforward agreement. Zhao Bai waved his hand. Safe travels. I shall not see you off. The moment the other entered, Chun Weilang's words had already sealed his fate. Zhao Bai was prepared to stand against the Zhou family. No. More accurately, the moment he had fed Wang Weiwei, he had become an enemy of the Zhou family. He had encroached upon their fiancée and donned a metaphorical hat. Would they be pleased with that? Yet unexpectedly, this Zhou Runkai proved to be a genius. Intending to utilize his methods of controlling zombies as a secret weapon, uniting with him as a crucial strike against the Wang family of the A City Chamber of Commerce. Gifting women, land, and weaponry, becoming a sole ally, was truly an offer too good to refuse. It provided a perfect opportunity to gain some developmental time. Very well. We shall meet again soon. Zhou Runkai wore a smile, clasped his hands in farewell to Zhao Bai, and turned to depart. Lu Ben, shivering and drenched, hurriedly followed Zhou Runkai. They watched as the two entered the elevator and departed. Chen Shueru approached Zhao Bai, plopping down on the tea table and pouring herself a cup. Commander, are you truly going to collaborate with them? The Zhou family is known for their domineering ways and has a rather poor reputation. Collaboration? Zhao Bai embraced Chen Shueru, stating, these superficial friends merely fear our strength and seek to exploit us. At any moment, they could betray us. Rest assured, I am well aware of their intentions. Whatever they offer, we will demand in return. If they wish to stab us in the back, I shall strike them first. He sighed. Alas, the task remains unfinished. Sensing Zhao Bai's insincerity, Chen Shueru spoke softly. Zhao Bai cast a cold glance at Ai Xiao Xiao. What are you staring at, Ai Xiao Xiao? Go clean the floor while your sister Shueru and I attend to other matters. Ai Xiao Xiao pouted before complying. Although her spirit had largely recovered, the notorious Zhao Bai had instilled a profound psychological scar in her heart, rendering her incapable of defying his orders. Chen Shueru inquired, Commander, could this be a delaying tactic? Might the Zhou family rally support? Zhao Bai replied, let's see if he can persuade Zhou Kong, the heir of the Zhou family. Ai Xiao Xiao glanced back, shaking her head as she continued her cleaning. Shameless humans. Chapter 64. Abundant harvest inside the elevator. Zhou Runkai slammed his fist against the wall as soon as the doors closed. Lu Ben steadied himself against the elevator's interior, weeping uncontrollably, tears rolling down his cheeks like raindrops. His legs felt weak as he grappled with the horror of their situation. They had faced numerous foes as mercenaries and had killed many humans and zombies alike, but they had never before experienced such a harrowing scene. Leader, should we call for help? To hell with that. Zhou Ruankai's demeanor shifted from refined to coarse. The knees of his dress pants were stained crimson with Chun Weilong's blood. We must prepare for an alliance. Lu Ben asked, is it a genuine alliance? What else could it be? Zhou Ruankai took a deep breath. I just cursed Chun Weilong, the fool. I warned him repeatedly to negotiate properly, yet he chose to act recklessly. Now look at us, reduced to a pitiful state. Like stray dogs. What should have been a straightforward situation has turned into this chaos. People often unconsciously justify their actions. Upon entering the principal's office and realizing the leader was a man, he tacitly accepted Chun Weilong's reckless behavior, believing that eliminating the opposition would force their submission. In that moment, he refrained from condemning himself, shifting all blame onto Chun Weilong, who was now in dire straits. Lu Ben quickly grasped the situation. I see. Captain Chen was too rash and offended them. Zhou Ruankai smiled. I will recommend you as the new squad leader. Thank you for your support, leader. Lu Ben stood at attention. Ding. In just a few moments, the elevator arrived at the ground floor, and with a soft sound, the doors gradually opened. As Zhou Runkai emerged, a faint smile had returned to his face. Despite the blood staining his attire, he seemed to be the same person he was when he entered. Lu Ben, still recovering, stumbled unsteadily, his damp trousers and shoes emanating an oddly alluring scent, one that was disturbingly intoxicating. The rhythmic sound of chewing echoed, and Zhou Runkai blinked rapidly, his smile vanishing instantly. Before the imposing glass doors of the office building loomed an enormous maw, completely blocking the entrance. From the lofty atrium, 3 stories high, one could see this gaping mouth, approximately 9 meters tall. Inside were countless silver spikes, or perhaps fangs. The foremost were 5 to 6 meters long, while deeper within lay densely packed, sharp protrusions that seemed innumerable, sending chills down the spine. Come quickly, come play. It's so much fun, Su Yuyu exclaimed, her belly blocking the doorway. Zhou Ruankai's vision darkened momentarily, nearly causing him to faint from fright. Lu Bin quickly steadied him, exclaiming, "Goodness, another one that can talk. It must be at least a level 2 mutated zombie. Let them go. We should return," Liu softly urged. "Oh," Su Yuyu replied, stepping aside. Suddenly, the sun flooded the atrium, which had been dimly lit by her presence. With a series of retches, Su Yuyu expelled a heap of shattered bones and tattered clothing, taking great care to maintain cleanliness for easier cleanup. The sentinels had all perished. Jiang Yi and her companions had already donned their gear, transitioning from cold weapons to the spoils of war. The arrival of Zhou Ruankai's group effectively compensated for the lack of firearms among Zhao Yibai's faction. Being part of an investigative team, their priority was to ensure the safety of Zhou Ruankai, resulting in a substantial cache of spare weapons and ammunition found in the 3 SUVs. Among them were 2 portable rocket launchers and a large box containing 10 rocket rounds. The armament included approximately 30 firearms, predominantly rifles, with a preponderance of older AK models, 2 light machine guns, and a heavy machine gun mounted on an SUV roof. There were 2 crates of fragmentation grenades, though one was only partially filled, containing over 50 grenades in total. Additionally, there were more than 20 crates of ammunition, primarily large-caliber rounds compatible with rifles and machine guns. These weapons were evidently relics from a bygone era, preserved through time. Jiang Yi extended her hand toward Lu Bin, who, without hesitation, promptly relinquished the firearm hanging from his neck, along with 2 spare magazines from his pocket, his generosity evident. Though Lu Bin and Zhou Ruankai had not faced mutated zombies on the front lines, the formidable reputation of these creatures was well known. Whether it be the colossal undead lurking in the suburbs or the hauntingly enchanting girl from the Li village community, they are not easily vanquished by mere bullets. Their destructive power is terrifying beyond comprehension. Jiang Yi accepted the rifle, slinging it over her shoulder as she glanced at Zhou Ruankai. Zhou Ruankai raised his hands high in surrender, exclaiming, "I haven't done anything." "All right, let's go," Jiang Yi commanded, dismissively waving her hand after sizing him up. "Fine." Zhou Ruankai felt no displeasure. He was eager to leave, quickly striding towards the NPV alongside Lu Bin. However, as Lu Bin opened the door of a nearby vehicle, they discovered Han Wan seated in the driver's seat of the first MPV, toying with a golden Desert Eagle, Zhou Ruankai's prized possession. Chen Weilong owned a silver one, an imported model, modified to accommodate a 127mm caliber, the most powerful variant. Originally, the magazine held 7 rounds, but after modification, it could accommodate 12. When Zhou Ruankai first received this golden Desert Eagle, he was utterly enamored, procuring half a box of ammunition for his subordinates to carry at all times. Yet, after a single shot, where he failed to hit the zombie, the immense recoil nearly fractured his arm, leaving his hand numb for half an hour. Since then, he had abandoned it, allowing it to gather dust in his regularly used vehicle. He decided against carrying firearms. Firing felt jarring and lacked the thrill of gaming. "No worries. Let us switch to another vehicle," Zhou Ruankai chuckled. However, the doors of the 2 MPVs behind them had already opened, revealing occupants. "Let's borrow one of their cars to return," Han Wan suggested. "All right, Sister Wan." Jiang Yi produced the keys to the pickup from her pocket and tossed them to Zhou Ruankai. He reached out to catch them, but missed, causing the keys to clatter to the ground. Lu Bin promptly retrieved them. "Thank you." Zhou Ruankai expressed his gratitude, but upon seeing the convertible pickup, he hesitated. "Perhaps we should walk a bit." Zhou Ruankai forced a smile and used a satellite phone to call for nearby assistance to escort him back. In the afternoon, "I will not marry." In the opulent living room of the villa, Zhou Ying's face flushed crimson. "Even in death, I refuse to wed a man who associates with mutated zombies." Chapter 65. Zhou Ying. "Then do not marry," Zhou Kong replied from the grand sofa, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. Adorned in a bright yellow satin robe, he held a glass of iced vodka, swirling it gently before taking a sip. The spicy, refreshing liquid coursed down his throat, casting a sinister expression upon Zhou Kang's refined features. Forcing someone into a marriage. Well, that is not quite the right phrase, but it conveys a similar sentiment. You deserve to possess your freedom. If you do not wish to enter into a union, then do not. Brother? Zhou Ying paused. A touch moved. Behind the sofa, Zhou Ruankai grew anxious. He had already witnessed the formidable prowess of Zhao Yibai, who was accompanied by 2 mutated zombies capable of speech. Likely 2 level 3 undead. In this present moment, even the combined might of the Zhou family's resources pales in comparison to what is required to vanquish a mere level 3 mutated zombie, let alone 2. The promises made to Zhao Yibai will undoubtedly not be taken lightly. Is there no sense of honor? Zhou Kong cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Runkai, questioning the ethics of using his own sister as a bargaining chip for stability and cooperation. Is this the conduct befitting an elder brother? To coerce her against her will? Do you even possess the qualities of a decent human being? Zhou Runkai's expression faltered. Having grown up together, he understood Zhou Kong well. His cousin was far from virtuous. Cunning and sinister, he appeared to have suddenly transformed into a devoted brother. Upon returning and assessing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Kong had readily agreed to bring their sister, Zhou Ying, into the fray without hesitation. Taking another sip of his drink, Zhou Kong declared, "Let us mobilize everyone tonight, armed to the teeth, and confront Zhao Bai. If it comes to it, we will die fighting. We must reclaim our dignity." "Indeed," Zhou Runkai responded, quickly grasping the implications of Zhou Kang's words. Moral coercion at its finest. Truly, you are my cousin. Insults without foul language. Violence without weapons, forcing the unwilling while donning a mask of righteousness. Zhou Ying felt the earlier sense of inspiration dissipate like smoke. Zhou Kong set down his glass and instructed, "Call Uncle 7. Have him and Aunt 7 carry explosives to confront the mutated zombies at the forefront. Zhou Ying is our sister and their daughter. They ought to lead by example. As for Zhou Zhe, he is still too young and likely to perish before reaching the zombies. Let him sacrifice himself as a tribute." Understood. Zhou Runkai pulled out his phone, ready to make the call. Zhou Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she remained silent. "I'm really calling," Zhou Runkai insisted. Zhou Ying clenched her fists, still voiceless. Zhou Runkai glanced at Zhou Kong, surprised that Zhou Ying was impervious to such tactics. Zhou Kong burst into laughter, waving his hand to indicate that Zhou Runkai need not proceed. He gazed at Zhou Ying's exquisite visage, laughing heartily. Indeed. My family possesses such remarkable spirit. Devoid of morals, no one can coerce me. Propose your terms for marriage. While Zhao Bai may associate with zombies, he is still alive. Whatever you desire, I shall grant. I have stated my refusal to marry," Zhou Ying retorted. "Then send me one of Zhou Zhe's hands," Zhou Kong replied. Zhou Ying was taken aback. "Konggu, Zhou Zhe is your brother too. That matters not. In pursuit of controlling the Zhou family, I would even drug my own father to ensure his peaceful slumber." Zhou Kong waved dismissively, grinning. "Whoever seeks to thwart my grand ambitions shall meet their demise." Zhou Ying trembled at his words. Having spent years in Zhou Kang's company, Zhou Runkai was adept at discerning which calls were acceptable and which were not. Without hesitation, he dialed the number and issued the order. Zhou Ying shut her eyes, declaring, "If you kill him, I will not marry." But mere moments later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from outside the villa, a familiar voice. Zhou Ying's complexion turned ashen. She initially believed that Zhou Kang's threats were mere bluster, yet to her astonishment, he was indeed serious. The anguished cries echoed in the air. It was the voice of her younger brother. "Zhou Kong, are you truly going this far?" With a resounding crash, Zhou Kong seized a wine glass from the table and smashed it to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. The wine cascaded forth, while a round ice ball rolled unharmed across the white marble floor, disappearing into the distance. "Zhou Ying, do you think this is child's play? Who the hell is joking with you?" "Boss." A towering mercenary clad in a white suit entered, placing a bloodied hand upon the coffee table. Upon recognizing that familiar hand, Zhou Ying's defenses crumbled. Xiaozhe's hand. Xiaozhe. Pain etched across her face. She cried, "Zhou Kong, you are ruthless, inhuman." Zhou Kong replied coldly, "Chop off another one." "Yes." The mercenary acquiesced, exiting the living room. Outside, a heart-wrenching sound pierced the air. "Xiao Ying, please marry him. Mother begs you. You cannot stand idly by as your brother dies. At such a tender age, he has already lost a hand. If he loses more, how will he survive? If you marry, he may still have a chance to live. If you refuse, Zhou Kong will kill us all one by one." It was the voice of Zhou Ying's mother. "Marry." Zhou Ying wept, trembling uncontrollably. "I will marry." The cries outside intensified once again. Zhou Ying, in a state of desperation, shouted, "Zhou Kong, you bastard, I said I will marry." Zhou Runkai returned with a new glass, adding ice and pouring wine before presenting it to Zhou Kong. As he took a sip, he observed Zhou Ying's anxious and tormented expression, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. "You women always love to provoke. When I speak to you kindly, you ignore me, but it seems only when I resort to cruelty do you listen." The mercenary soon returned, discarding another hand onto the table. Zhou Ying's teeth clenched in fury. "Zhou Kong, next time, listen sooner. Zhou Zhe's second hand was lost because of your disobedience. He still has his head and 2 feet. In Zhao Bai's presence, behave yourself, or who knows what else might be lost." Zhou Ying crumbled under the weight of despair. "Please invite Aunt Qi in," Zhou Kong commanded. Shortly thereafter, Lin Baoxia, adorned in opulent attire, stormed into the villa's living room. She was Zhou Ying and Zhou Zhe's mother, and upon entering, she dared not meet Zhou Kang's gaze. Hastening to Zhou Ying, She raised her hand and struck her across the face. Zhou, you wretched girl. Look at what you've done to your brother. He has lost both hands. How can he possibly survive? Zhou was caught off guard, sent sprawling to the floor by the slap. Covering her face in disbelief, she gazed up at her mother. It was Zhou Kong who severed my brother's hands. Why are you blaming me? Chapter 66. Wretched girl, you only care about how he will live. Have you ever considered me? Marrying a stranger who associates with the undead and living among mutated creatures. What about my fate? Zhou Ying's pin-up emotions erupted. Lin Baoxia, overwhelmed with urgency and anger, inadvertently voiced her true feelings. Can you even compare yourself to your brother? Upon hearing the words, Zhou Ying smiled, her laughter vibrant and charming. In her beautiful eyes, there was a glimmer of mockery. Her exquisite face, whose skin was as delicate as a flower petal, bore the imprint of her mother's harsh slap, causing her tender complexion to swell. With a swift movement, Zhou Runkai advanced and struck Lin Baoxia, sending her sprawling to the ground. What is wrong with you? Do you wish to die? Are you not aware of the significance of her face? How dare you harm it? Should her visage be marred and it jeopardize our collaboration, I will ensure you pay dearly. Ow. Ow, I apologize, I was wrong. I didn't mean to think so far ahead, Lin Baoxia whimpered, tears brimming in her eyes. Zhou Kong chuckled lightly, shaking his shoulders as he took a sip of his drink. Runkai, after all, she is our seventh aunt. Let us show some courtesy. Zhou Runkai nodded. Indeed, brother. Zhou Ying's laughter grew even louder. In ordinary times, she might have perceived her relatives as rather amiable. But now she had come to a profound realization of the concept of survival of the fittest. All notions of elder respect and familial affection appeared to be mere illusions. It was nothing but a ruthless hierarchy of the weak and the strong. Xiao Ying, you may still voice your demands. For instance, if you desire that your mother, who favors your brother, be made to sacrifice for him, we can certainly arrange for some consequences. Kong Bai and his mercenary brethren hailed from non-urban territories, some of whom possessed remarkable talents. Would you not relish the idea of your mother, who usually carries herself with such pride, being brought to a state of utter humiliation and disarray? No, that cannot be, Lin Baoxia stammered in disbelief. Xiao Ying, I am your mother, this is unacceptable. I love your brother, but I love you too. Zhou Ying replied, it is unnecessary. Is it not simply a matter of me entering into a marriage? I shall acquiesce to your arrangements. She felt utterly disillusioned with the Zhou family, and her disappointment in her mother was profound. Even if the place she was to marry into was dreadful, she would accept it, longing only to distance herself from this loveless environment. It was all rather tedious. Zhou Kong rubbed his temples, intending to further sow discord between mother and daughter, pushing them to a complete rift. Very well. Here is a satellite phone for you to maintain contact. Your first task after marrying is to win the favor of Zhao Yibai. You must enchant him thoroughly. Then, gradually, you shall uncover his secrets, specifically, how he controls the mutated zombies. This step cannot be rushed. Establishing a solid emotional connection is paramount. Understood, Zhou Ying replied. Lin Baoxiao interjected. Xiao Ying, please speak to your brother Kong. Have him send someone to take Xiaozhi to the hospital. Since his hand was severed not long ago, there is still a chance for reattachment. If we delay, it will hinder the outcome. A fierce expression crossed Zhou Kong's face. He despised interruptions, especially at such critical moments. Xiao Ying, please, you must speak. Seeing Zhou Kong's irritation, Zhou Runkai quickly kicked Lin Baoxia. What are you prattling on about? My brother is discussing serious matters. I will arrange for a vehicle to take you to the hospital. Lin Baoxia, indignant, retorted, Zhou Runkai, I am your seventh aunt. Your seventh uncle treats you well. I even helped you with your needs when you were a child. How could you kick me? This woman was utterly lacking in awareness. Zhou Runkai could only shake his head in exasperation. Zhou Kong seized the crystal ashtray from the table and strode directly to Lin Baoxia. Zhou Runkai opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, reminding himself of the affection he had shown Lin Baoxia. This woman, alas, did not cherish it. Zhou Kong, what are you doing? Lin Baoxia looked at him, a hint of fear in her eyes. With a resounding crash, Zhou Kong brought the ashtray down upon Lin Baoxia's head. The dull thud accompanied by a spray of crimson. Silence. You are insufferably loud. With a thud, Lin Baoxia collapsed to the ground, clutching her head. Remove her. Zhou Runkai commanded, summoning his subordinates. Very well. The men lifted Lin Baoxia away. Zhou Runkai tossed two severed hands onto Lin Baoxia's motionless form, instructing his men to send the outside lad to the hospital. If he could be treated, then so be it. The A City Chamber of Commerce Hospital had returned to a semblance of normalcy, albeit with a shortage of doctors. Yet, basic ailments could still be addressed. Having arranged matters concerning the alliance, Zhou Kong ascended to the second floor of the villa. After entering the password, he stepped into his room. The first act upon entering was to lock the door behind him. Young master, a woman resembling Wang Weiwei sat upon the large bed, her demeanor tense as she stood hastily upon Zhou Kang's entrance. Sniff, Sniff. Zhou Kong inhaled deeply. The decor of the room mirrored that of Wang Weiwei's own boudoir. Even the sheets and blankets were those he had acquired through bribing the Wang families, made to procure from their villa. Some garments and footwear had previously belonged to Wang Weiwei. Weiwei, you smell divine, Zhou Kong exclaimed as he lunged towards the woman, who nervously attempted to manage his advances. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly thereafter, a volley of gunfire erupted in the room. Zhou Runkai hurried from downstairs, knocking on the locked door. Brother, what is happening? Are you all right? I am fine, Zhou Kong replied, casting aside the smoking gun, his gaze falling upon the lifeless woman, strikingly similar, yet ultimately not her. You wretched creature. I painstakingly acquired the garments she wore not long ago to imbue you with even a trace of her essence, and yet you dare to wash them. Wretched, wretched, wretched. Without her scent, what are you but a mere nothing, unworthy of my touch? The woman lay unblinking. Blood flowed, staining the white sheets crimson. She had no comprehension of how she had met her demise. In the Chamber of Commerce building, in the office, Wang Weiwei stretched languidly. Her garments often went missing, as did her shoes and socks. Consequently, she had taken to washing her clothes immediately upon changing and incinerating her socks and shoes. Should anyone attempt to take her belongings for nefarious purposes, they would be sorely mistaken. Acting President. We have received the latest intelligence. A convoy from the Zhou family has departed, grandly heading towards a city women's university, seeking to arrange a union with a prominent figure within. A prominent figure? Wang Weiwei picked up her phone. Yes, I understand. It is of no consequence. Let them proceed. Our primary focus remains the development of the antidote serum. Understood, the secretary replied before taking her leave. Wang Weiwei promptly sent a message to Zhao Yibai. Wang Weiwei, are you still at university? Recently, a prominent figure has emerged there. Do you have any news? Soon, a reply came back. Zhao Yibai, I have no idea about the prominent figure. Zhao Yibai, in the vicinity of a city women's university, I, Zhao Yibai, reign supreme. Wang Weiwei burst into laughter, having not smiled in a while. Wang Weiwei, truly narcissistic. Are you the best, or is it just you? Chapter 67. The 3-star obsidian blade, Zhao Yibai. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I have work to attend to. Wang Weiwei, let us chat a bit longer. I'll show you my legs. Zhao Yibai, even dogs wouldn't look. I'm only interested in legs. Send them over. Wang Weiwei picked up her phone and snapped numerous pictures. With others, she was icy, exuding an aura of authority, especially now, with her father ill. She, a lone woman, was striving to uphold the Wang family and the business association, feeling overwhelmed and fatigued, managing a multitude of mercenaries, planning the future of the association, and fending off the Zhou family's attempts to swallow them whole left her mentally drained. The burdens of leadership are inexpressible. One must continually maintain the presence and demeanor of a significant figure, reluctant to engage in conversation beyond what is necessary. Yet, with Zhao Yibai, the audacious and rough fellow with whom she shared a fleeting connection, she found herself wanting to converse, even about topics deemed inappropriate for someone of her stature. Unlike others, Zhao Yibai was merely an ordinary boy without any status. Anything she discussed with him posed no threat to her or the association. Most importantly, he was the only person who truly understood her. She was the campus belle, a wealthy heiress, and a current executive of the business association. Yet she was also a little girl yearning for love, a woman with needs. Zhao Yibai made her feel remarkably good, despite the underlying pain. For reasons unknown, thoughts of him often lingered before sleep. After taking the photos, Wang Weiwei sent them over with a playful smirk, resembling a girl who had just tasted the forbidden fruit in her first romantic fling. Zhao Yibai, you should come visit a city women's university sometime. You're always welcome. Wang Weiwei, what? Is what you've seen so far not enough? What else do you desire? Zhao Yibai, yes. Zhao Yibai was never modest about such matters, eschewing any pretense of gentlemanly decorum. When the opportunity arises, he would not hold back. Wang Weiwei, I'm busy. Very busy. Can you come? It's quite safe here. We have food and water, and I'm here too. You can stay in my lounge. Faced with Zhao Yibai's invitation, Wang Weiwei felt a twinge of excitement. However, considering that a significant figure had recently emerged at a city women's university, she worried that her presence might attract Zhou Kong's attention. With many matters concerning the association at hand, she ultimately decided against visiting. As for Zhao Yibai's claim of being the best around the women's university, she dismissed it as a jest. The individuals capable of catching the attention of the Zhou family, desiring collaboration and willing to bear the costs of a matrimonial alliance, are undoubtedly formidable. They must possess exceptional prowess. Zhao Yibai, whom she knows a bit about, has some strength. She is daring enough to confront and eliminate zombies. Yet that is far from sufficient. Such combat prowess is something even a mere mercenary could easily possess. Should Zhao Yibai be willing to come, Wang Weiwei is prepared to conceal her in the lounge behind her office, allowing her to rest after work while letting Zhou Kong wait outside. The mere thought of it evokes a delightful sensation. Zhao Bai, I will visit when I have time. I have been quite busy lately. Wang Weiwei, let us see. Zhao Bai, Wang Weiwei, what is wrong? In a building at a city women's university, within the principal's office, Zhao Bai gazes at the message, her face betraying an uncontrollable smile. Indeed, women can be quite alluring, and she is no exception. Zhao Bai captures a photo, sending it forth. Yes, it is indeed his most charming image. Upon receiving the photograph, Wang Weiwei immediately instructs her secretary to pause all matters for half an hour, then briskly makes her way to the lounge. Meanwhile, Zhao Bai, having admired her legs for a while, begins her work. New recruits continue to join, albeit at a somewhat slow pace. Nevertheless, there is growth. There remain formidable survivors still hidden. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Bai receives a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of forming a powerful alliance. You have received the following rewards: Goddess Eye Map, 1,000 tons of rice, and an expansion of system space by 100,000 cubic meters, along with a 3-star weapon, the Black Blade. The task rewards have been credited to your system space. Ding! The system has assigned a new team task 3, Sovereign. You must have over 1,000 followers and 10,000 ordinary survivors, earning the admiration of many. To be deemed a sovereign. Task details: assemble a team of 1,000, with a territory housing 10,000 survivors, to gain control of a complete city. Task rewards: infinite water spring and a 5-star weapon, the Bloodthirsty Longsword. Infinite water spring. Once placed, it will continuously produce clean, healthy, and delicious natural spring water. 5-star weapon, Bloodthirsty Longsword, capable of instantly eliminating 3-star and lower-level mutated zombies, severely injuring 4-star zombies, and piercing the defenses of 5-star zombies, inflicting damage. What on earth? As I develop, I have seemingly transformed into a powerhouse. Zhao Bai gazes at the system task, astonished. The rewards are extraordinarily impressive. Following the trajectory of the system tasks, she feels herself soaring. The system panel. Zhao Bai summons the system interface. Apocalyptic feeding system panel host. Zhao Bai primary ability. Time stop. SSS level charging times. 143 secondary abilities. Feeding, Goddess perspective map. Shared vision among squad members. Immunity aura tasks. 1. Faction dominance. Squad 102 with 1,000 civilians and 10 territories. 2. The wish of the frightened lowly. Assist her in finding her parents. Space. Expanded to 10,000 cubic meters. Occupied 201. 3-star weapon. Obsidian blade. 1,000 tons of rice. 1,000 barrels of potable water. 3 zombie antidotes. 108 mental recovery pills. Golden UZI. Various food items. Squad 102 members. Brief Goddess perspective map. Consumes mental energy to view desired locations. The farther the distance, the greater the mental consumption. The view can be freely zoomed in and out. Come out! Zhao Bai shouted, and instantly, the 3-star weapon, the Obsidian Blade, materialized from the System S storage. Floating before him in midair, the sword measured 1.2 meters in length, entirely black, glistening with a dark sheen, radiating an astonishing chill. Zhao Bai grasped the hilt. It felt cool to the touch. He swung it fiercely, and the air resonated with a sharp whoosh of sword energy. Startled by the sudden danger in the air, AI Xiao Xiao, who was mopping the floor, exclaimed and quickly ducked beneath a nearby table. Upon recognizing Zhao Bai, she pouted and crawled back out, looking aggrieved. You scared me, you rascal. Keep going. Zhao Bai toyed with the obsidian blade, and seeing AI Xiao Xiao so obedient, he suppressed the urge to test its power on her. At that moment, he yearned to find a mutated zombie to strike a few blows and gauge the damage. This blade was simply magnificent. AI Xiao Xiao continued mopping, though her legs trembled slightly. She could distinctly sense the terror emanating from the peculiar long sword. Just then, Chun Shiwaru hurriedly entered. After Zhao Bai finished his task, she had returned to the office for a break, and her sudden arrival indicated urgency. Chun Shiwaru's expression was grave. Commander, there's trouble. Chapter 68. Cause and Effect Speak. Zhao Bai stored the obsidian blade back in the system. Chun Shiwaru responded efficiently and succinctly. Han Rue ambushed Liu. Liu has sustained serious injuries. We need a doctor, or he may not last much longer. Zhao Bai furrowed his brow. Han Rue? This was a completely unfamiliar name. Chun Shiwaru explained. A survivor who previously resided in Building A. Liu had helped Su Yuyu lure survivors out. She managed to survive by hiding in the old toilet's drainage system. When Liu went to the restroom, he was caught off guard and was stabbed. Zhao Bai fell silent for a moment. Indeed, one must repay their debts in this world. Liu had become one of his high-ranking officials, accompanied by the relatively familiar 3-star, mutated zombie, Su Yuyu. Given his combat strength, it was inconceivable that he would face danger under normal circumstances. It was essential to respect both humans and zombies alike. Who would have thought that a simple trip to the restroom could lead to such peril? This was the bitter fruit born of previous misdeeds. Zhao Bai declared, "Let us go and take a look." In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it is likely that most doctors and hospitals have met their demise. Physicians, particularly seasoned ones, have become an exceedingly scarce resource, difficult to procure. Nonetheless, rescuing Li Yu and Zhao Bai is imperative. While en route to deliver takeout, Zhao Bai recalled a maternal and child health hospital situated a kilometer east of the school avenue. If necessary, he would take matters into his own hands and personally venture to the hospital in search of doctors. In addition, he intended to procure some medical supplies and surgical instruments. Following the expansion of his system space, a significant quantity of resources acquired, 1,000 tons of rice, occupied merely about 1% of the available space, making future resource collection exceedingly gratifying. Earlier that morning, Zhao Bai had conducted an experiment, placing several ice cubes in the system space to ascertain whether they would melt, thereby determining if time flowed within. As of now, the ice cubes remained unchanged. With a meticulous approach, Zhao Bai resolved to observe for an extended period, aiming for a full 24 hours. Chen Xueju inquired, "What about the Zhou family's convoy?" Previously, Zhao Bai had been conversing with Wang Weiwei, who mentioned that the Zhou family's bridal procession had arrived. He instructed them to wait. Zhao Bai was unperturbed regarding the Zhou family's situation. If they were delayed, so be it. Who knows? A conflict may arise in the future. Chen Xueju nodded. As Zhao Bai descended the stairs, he activated his divine perspective ability. Instantly, a three-dimensional image materialized in his mind, as if he were soaring through the sky, gazing downwards, encompassing the surrounding area for miles. However, from such a height, the objects appeared minuscule, resembling a miniature game map. Under Zhao Bai's mental guidance, the image swiftly magnified, transitioning from the entirety of a city to the skies above the A City Women's University. Soon, he discerned several vehicles parked at the entrance. Wu Ming was stationed at the gate. Outside, a fleet of cars stood still. Zhou Runkai, impeccably dressed in a suit, had shed the disheveled appearance from his last departure and now conversed amiably with the female guards at the gate. Among the convoy was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, its doors closed. After exchanging a few words with the children, Zhou Runkai approached the back seat of the Cullinan, nodding and bowing as he spoke to someone inside. Clearly, high-ranking members of the Zhou family had arrived. As Zhao Bai shifted his gaze, he noticed a second congregation of individuals near the entrance of the public restroom. Not far from the office building, he continued to zoom in on the scene. Indeed, at the center of the crowd lay Li Yu, her abdomen swathed in bandages, blood seeping through the fabric. Her pale, delicate face bore a hint of derision, her vacant eyes fixed upon the overcast sky. "Oh." Chen Xueju followed Zhao Bai down the stairs and was about to offer directions when she noticed him striding purposefully towards the target. "I don't believe I have mentioned Li Yu's location yet." The commander was indeed astute, able to deduce such details. Upon Zhao Bai's arrival, the crowd encircling Li Yu parted to allow him passage. The restroom entrance was teeming with zombies. However, Zhao Bai and her companions emanated the aura of mutated zombies, prompting the girls to retreat to a distance, standing in a dazed stupor, as if they too were mere spectators to the unfolding chaos. The girls addressed Zhao Bai with the utmost respect, while Chen Shuru preferred to call her commander. The majority of the female survivors from the school favored the title of principal for Zhao Bai. After all, in a school setting, the principal holds the utmost authority. Upon hearing the term principal, Zhao Bai's focus sharpened, and her vacant gaze anxiously searched for her companion, Li Yu. When Zhao Bai approached Li Yu, the typically silent girl, who had endured severe injuries, felt her eyes welling with tears, the mist forming delicate droplets. "It's all right, don't be afraid," Zhao Bai reassured, kneeling before Li Yu. The bandages, nearly saturated with blood, indicated the severity of her injuries, which in such dire circumstances were almost fatal. "Rest easy, I will save you, I promise. When you awaken, everything will be well." Li Yu's voice trembled with the hint of tears. Zhao Bai gently caressed Li Yu's head, smoothing out her disheveled hair. "Where's the perpetrator?" "Han Wan, bring her here." Soon, two girls dragged the foul-smelling Han Rui over. Han Rui, covered in blood, appeared to have been tended to, yet she bore the stench of excrement, some fresh, some dried, evidently having taken refuge in the old-fashioned flush toilet's connecting pit. Despite her weakness, Han Rui managed to smile. "You consort with zombies. You are the disgrace of humanity. You shall not escape your fate." Zhao Bai replied, "I have heard your tale. You share a fate with Li Yu. You harmed her, and thus our paths are intertwined. Therefore, you must meet your end. As for my fate, that is a matter for another time. You may curse me, but you will have no chance to witness it. Out of respect for your status as a sister, I shall grant you a swift end." Han Rui shut her eyes. Zhao Bai spoke with a calm demeanor. "Sever her head and raise it upon the highest flagpole in front of the teaching building. Retrieve her information and ascertain her family's whereabouts. If any relatives still live, eliminate them and display their remains alongside hers. This is the price to be paid for the transgressions against our brethren. No. Han Rui suddenly opened her eyes wide. Do not harm my family. You may kill me, but spare them. Zhao Yibai's lips curled into a cruel smile. If I must curse, I shall curse the mother. If I strike, I shall strike the face, and if I kill, I shall annihilate the entire family. She intended for Han Rui to hear every word, allowing her to absorb the gravity of her fate before the end. Han Rui began to thrash violently. No, please. I was wrong, spare me. Crack. Han Wan's axe fell with a decisive chop, the sound abruptly ceasing. Indeed, a human is far more resilient than a zombie. Though slain, Han Rui's head remained attached. With swift, repeated strokes, Han Wan severed it amidst the chilling sounds of flesh parting. Some girls instinctively turned away, unable to bear the sight. Zhao Yibai lifted Li Yu from the ground, her height and strength allowing her to carry the girl with remarkable steadiness. Li Yu felt the solid chest of Zhao Yibai, the powerful presence, and inhaled the pleasant, masculine scent that enveloped him. A fleeting smile of happiness graced Li Yu's pale face. If I were to perish in your embrace, this life would find its end, and I would consider it a merciful conclusion, my man. Beep. The system has assigned you a new mission. Revive the girl, Li Yu. Time limit, 48 hours. Mission reward, 10 basic self-healing pills. Basic self-healing pill. Restores 100 health within 5 seconds. Locked. Usable only by the host and team members. Healing teammates can be directly utilized from the system team panel. Chapter 69. Darkening of Zhou-Ying at the southern gate of a city women's university. Zhou Runkai hunched over, his face turned towards the rear of the Cullinan. The window was lowered a third. In the back seat, Zhou Kong sat nonchalantly, still clad in his pajamas, even wearing slippers, embodying a relaxed demeanor. Beside Zhou Kong, a beautiful girl with an alluring figure, dressed in a white shirt, a pink skirt, and white stockings, knelt on the seat, feeding him. On the small table in the middle lay steak, fruit slices, and peanuts, along with Zhou Kang's favorite iced liquor. Zhou Ruankai's face darkened with anger. This Zhao Yibai is truly arrogant. We come to arrange a marriage alliance, and he dares to assert dominance. Outrageous. Brother, don't be upset. I suspect he doesn't realize you are here. He probably thought it was just me. Otherwise, he would have surely come to greet you earlier. Though he feigned anger, he was, in truth, defending Zhao Yibai, not for the latter's sake, but for the Zhou family's interests, aiming to swallow the Wang family's significant future within the business community. Zhou Runkai understood Zhou Kang's volatile temperament all too well and feared that his brother's loss of composure could jeopardize the alliance. If this fell through, not only would their collaboration dissolve, but they would also inevitably face Zhao Yibai's revenge. Zhou Runkai had already developed a profound psychological aversion to Zhao Yibai and the women at the school. Zhou Kong opened his mouth. The pretty girl immediately bent down, picking up a piece of watermelon with her mouth and feeding it to Zhou Kong. He chewed with a detached expression. The imported chilled watermelon tasted exceptionally sweet. As he chewed, the juice splattered, and he spoke with a mouthful of fruit. He possesses the capability and the qualifications to assert dominance over me. But today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. I accept this display of bravado. Once I unify a city and no longer require him, he shall pay dearly for today's arrogance. In truth, when it came to matters unrelated to Wang Weiwei, Zhou Kong, the young master of the Zhou family, exhibited remarkable rationality and composure. He could charm his father without batting an eyelash and threatened his sister with marriage alliances without a flicker of emotion. His rationality was almost chilling. Zhou Runkai raised his thumb in admiration. Brother, this is precisely why you are my brother. Stop flattering me and go take a look at Zhou-Ying. Don't let her perish. Zhou Kong remarked before opening his mouth again, and the feeding resumed immediately. All right, Zhou Runkai responded and moved to the back. As the mercenary in a black suit noticed Zhou Runkai approaching, he immediately straightened his posture, while someone standing by the vehicle pressed the button to open the door, allowing the electric door of the luxury vehicle to glide open. Rest assured, I have no intention of seeking death. Zhou-Ying, adorned in a bridal gown, radiated beauty. Already ethereal, her stunning red attire rendered her even more captivating. Yet, her countenance remained icy. The business vehicle was not far from the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and Zhou-Ying distinctly heard the dialogue ahead. Zhou Runkai, momentarily stunned by Zhou-Ying's exquisite beauty, thought to himself how unfortunate it was that she was to be wed to such a brutish man. Little Ying, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Zhao Yibai is tall and well-proportioned, and he has at least 2 third-level mutated zombie companions. In this apocalyptic city, he will undoubtedly find his place. What does it matter how life is lived? Marrying Zhao Yibai ensures you will want for nothing, and perhaps even grant you a prestigious status, allowing you to rise above in this desolate world. Zhou-Ying scoffed. You speak so well. Why don't you marry him? Zhou Runkai replied, I am a man. Zhou Ying retorted, want for nothing, prestigious status, rising above. How does it matter how life is lived? Perhaps he prefers to tread a different path? Your words. Zhou Runkai felt cornered. I shall not continue this conversation. He quickly walked away. Ha ha. Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, upon hearing Zhou Runkai's retort, Zhou Kong erupted into laughter. At that moment, Wu Ming received a phone call and stepped outside. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Our principal has just concluded handling a serious incident. You may now enter. With a wave of her hand, Wu Ming signaled for the female guards at the entrance to slowly move aside the barriers. These barriers, constructed from steel pipes and angle iron, were designed to impede the advance of zombies, but against vehicles and sentient beings, they merely served as an obstruction. Finally, the moment had come. Zhou Kong grinned. It truly was a bit of a wait. Let us depart. Indeed, Zhou Runkai replied, jogging towards the leading vehicle. As the convoy entered the campus of a city women's university, the moment the vehicles crossed the threshold, an overwhelming horde of zombies, drawn by the commotion and the scent of human presence, surged forth from all directions. The sight was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The sheer number and density of the zombies were unprecedented. Even the most bustling commercial districts could not boast such a multitude of the undead. This was a result of Zhao Yibai releasing those zombies trapped within the buildings, particularly from the cafeteria and similar locations. Their presence served as a grim safeguard for the university's campus. Roar, roar. On the main thoroughfare entering from the south gate, thousands of zombies poured in from the north. The vehicles tasked with protecting Zhou Kong immediately assumed a defensive posture. The modified MPVs opened their makeshift sunroofs, mounting heavy machine guns on the welded bases atop the roofs. A cadre of mercenaries readied their firearms, poised to fire at a moment's notice. Zhou Kong narrowed his eyes. Zhou Runkai rolled down the window, leaning out to shout. Principal Zhao, Commander Zhao, indeed, we are of the same kin, as we are here to unite the Zhou family through marriage. Zhou Kong and Zhou Runkai are both astute individuals, and they immediately discerned that this was a display of authority. Such a crude demonstration could only be executed by a brute lacking in intellect and cunning. One who does not comprehend the subtleties of diplomacy and possesses no depth of character. Simultaneously, it implies that they are easily manageable. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Kong opened his squinted eyes wide. Roar. AI Xiao Xiao let out a fierce shout. Instantly, the multitude of zombies froze in place. Zhou Ying, seated in the business vehicle, gazed at the scene outside, unable to suppress a bitter smile, as a hint of sorrow flickered in the depths of her exquisitely beautiful eyes. Am I truly to be with these monsters? Zhou Ying had contemplated death, yet she was unwilling to succumb so easily. Why should Zhou Kong be allowed to harm his brother without consequence? Why should her mother have the right to strike her? Is it not merely a manifestation of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Zhou Ying resolutely decided to embrace her fate alongside the monsters. She would rise to great heights, grow stronger, and seek vengeance. Even if Zhao Yibai is no longer human, she would earn his favor. Zhou Kong and Zhou Runkai insisted that Zhao Yibai was a man, but Zhou Ying was skeptical. From the very beginning, she believed that Zhao Yibai was a formidable mutated zombie. After all, how could he possibly control third-tier mutated zombies? How could he compel the proud Zhou family of a city to bow their heads? Thus, she was quite resistant to the idea of marrying Zhao Yibai. At this juncture, Han Wan and AI Xiao Xiao appeared together to guide the way. They certainly possessed some prowess. Zhou Kong, upon witnessing the other party's ability to control zombies, felt a series of involuntary twitches in his eyelids. Just then, Zhao Yibai emerged from the lobby of the office building after placing down Li Yu. And upon seeing Zhou Kong, he smiled and remarked, Young Zhou has personally come to visit. Indeed, I have come in person. You must be Zhao Yibai? Zhou Kong stepped out of the car, having surmised the identity of the man before him. Precisely, Zhao Yibai replied with a smile. How did he recognize Zhou Kong? After giving Wang Weiwei a fright, he had conducted some research. The esteemed young master of the Zhou family, it seemed, was merely a sycophant to Wang Weiwei, who was already his fiancée, yet he continued to play the fool. It was utterly absurd. Mr. Zhao, I hold immense sincerity regarding the collaboration between the Zhou family and yourself, Zhou Kong said, gesturing towards the rear of the vehicle. Instantly, the door of the business car swung open. Zhou Ying, clad in her bridal attire, radiated an otherworldly beauty as she sat there gracefully. My sister, the beloved daughter of the Zhou family, now entrusted to you from this moment forth. As Zhao Yibai looked over, he found Zhou Ying even more enchanting than in photographs. Her exquisite red gown enhanced her beauty, rendering her almost indescribably stunning, creating an ethereal sense of unreality. Yu Yurong and Wang Weiwei were also beautiful. Yet upon first encountering Zhou Ying, her appearance was simply breathtaking. Beep. 5-star target, Zhou Ying detected. Without a doubt, the system issued a notification, 5-star beauty. Observing Zhao Yibai's gaze, Zhou Kong felt a sense of satisfaction. His sister, Zhou Ying, had been nurtured by the family from an early age. In the absence of an apocalypse, she would have been sent to the capital. To deal with an ordinary man seemed like an extravagant use of resources. It was undoubtedly sufficient. Zhou Kong extended his hand, gesturing towards another direction. Mr. Zhao, from this day forth, we are not merely business partners, but relatives, kin. In the face of the apocalypse, the most vital asset is truth. When order collapses, possessing the truth equates to possessing nearly everything. As family, if I hold the truth, how could I allow you to remain without it? Those 2 trucks are laden with weapons, and another carries gold. They are 3 small cargo vehicles, filled to the brim. Zhou Kong spoke eloquently, more so than Zhou Runkai, as he presented what had been previously agreed upon in their collaboration, now articulated with grandiosity. Zhao Yibai smiled, turning his gaze towards Han Wan, who had gathered a multitude of girls, including Ai Xiao Xiao. Zhou Kong's eyelids flickered. He maintained his smile, yet felt a surge of displeasure within. Despite his eloquence, Zhao Yibai had not engaged in any pretense and had taken command directly. Han Wan approached with a group. While the mercenaries in black suits cast their eyes in her direction, Zhou Kong chuckled, cooperate with them. Han Wan drew a knife and swiftly cut the brake straps, climbing up to lift the tarpaulin. Beneath the tarp lay wooden boxes, many inscribed with foreign characters. Che Xiaoli handed her a crowbar. With a couple of sharp sounds, Han Wan pried open the topmost box, revealing neatly arranged rifles. Opening several boxes revealed an array of weapons. Standing atop the vehicle, Han Wan nodded towards Zhao Yibai. Zhou Runkai laughed. Well, how about that? Quite the treasure, I assent it. Mr. Zhao, you are indeed cautious, but the sincerity of the Zhou family can withstand scrutiny. Good. Zhao Yibai replied. The day was waning, and now that the people and goods had arrived, it would be prudent for you to return early. We are in need of vehicles, particularly good ones, so do leave them with us. Zhou Kong remarked. That jest is rather poor. His smile faded, his demeanor darkening considerably. He, Zhou Kong, had come in person, yet the other party appeared to regard him with little respect. Zhao Yibai approached the business vehicle, reaching in to embrace Zhou Ying. Drawing her out, Zhou Ying tensed up, yet once outside, she instinctively shifted her weight and wrapped her arms around Zhao Yibai's neck, facilitating a more comfortable embrace. He was a man. Indeed, a man. He could render Zhou Kong so thoroughly humbled. Thus, I shall comply with him. He is my ally and support for vengeance. Zhou Kong's tone shifted to one of sternness, not jesting. Mr. Zhao, there is a certain decorum and hospitality, wouldn't you agree? We are equal in our collaboration and union, not in a subordinate offering. The collective countenance of the mercenaries darkened at his words, assuming stances that suggested they might take action. Zhou Kong was genuinely infuriated. It has always been others who have offered him tribute. This brainless, reckless fool before him has gone too far, provoking his ire. Zhou Runkai softly called out, Brother. Zhou Kong waved him off, unwilling to acknowledge him. Aside from Wang Weiwei, no one could incite his anger or compel him to compromise. He dared to incapacitate even his own father. Zhao Yibai inquired, Is there a doctor among you? What? Zhou Kong was perplexed. Why had the confrontation suddenly shifted to this question? Yes, Zhou Runkai interjected. Let us not escalate this further. Cooperation would be far more agreeable. Meng Jiao is an exceptionally skilled physician and serves as our young master's personal doctor. Meng Jiao, the physician, peeked out from behind a stack of supplies. Ding! A 4-star target, Meng Jiao, detected. Meng Jiao was indeed strikingly beautiful and fashionably attired. Yet she bore a metal collar akin to those worn by mercenaries around her neck. Zhao Yibai remarked nonchalantly, Remove the doctor's collar and present her to me. And I shall overlook your rudeness, Zhou Kong. I shall soon visit the City Chamber of Commerce. Should you come willingly, I shall consider it a collaboration. My presence there will be, shall we say, intriguing. The fire of indignation flickered in Zhou Kang's eyes. The third-tier mutated zombie, the spine-chilling lowly, Ai Xiao Xiao, stood nearby. Within the campus, the zombie count exceeded 10,000. Yet, Zhao Yibai intended to venture to the Chamber of Commerce for business? This struck a nerve with Zhou Kong. Very well, he acquiesced. It is a deal. As long as Zhao Yibai's arrogance extended to the chamber, the Zhou family stood to gain immensely. Zhou Kong was all too familiar with Wang Weiwei's temperament. She would not engage in pretense nor yield easily. In due course, the chamber would undoubtedly suffer significant losses and would come to him for assistance. At that juncture, he would accept Wang Weiwei's submission and seize the chamber, unifying a city. Then he would deal with Zhao Yibai. Meanwhile, he could utilize Zhou Ying to probe into Zhao Yibai's secrets regarding his control over the zombies. Zhou Kang's thoughts were astute. Thus, he rarely bowed down, opting not to engage in a direct confrontation. However, he was unaware that Zhao Yibai and Wang Weiwei were acquainted, and their connection ran deeper than mere acquaintance. Meng Jiao, congratulations on your newfound freedom, Zhou Kong declared as he removed her collar. He felt a twinge of reluctance. Among all the physicians he had gathered, Meng Jiao had been the most obedient. He had transformed her from a highly skilled doctor into a subservient, crawling wretch. Spitting. As the collar fell away, Meng Jiao spat in Zhou Kang's face. You perverse fiend, there will come a day when you, too, are under someone else's control. Ha ha. Zhou Kang's expression turned frosty, yet he chuckled in response. Meng Jiao hastily ran to Zhao Yibai's side, kneeling and bowing thrice. Mr. Zhao? Meng Jiao pledges her allegiance to you. Zhou Kang erupted in laughter. Excellent. Zhao Yibai acknowledged with a nod, embracing Zhou Ying as they entered the office building, with Meng Jiao swiftly following suit. In truth, when Zhao Yibai had asked about the presence of a doctor, he had already prepared for the possibility of their demise. Should a doctor exist, their life would be spared. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou Kang had taken the opportunity to concede. Zhao Yibai was on his way to the Chamber of Commerce, seeking out Wang Weiwei. However, the task he intended to undertake, if revealed, would likely shatter Zhou Kang. Please, everyone. Han Wan gestured for the guests to leave. Zhou Kang's gaze was icy, yet he departed nonetheless, accompanied by a group of mercenaries who had arrived by car, their departure somewhat hasty. Zhou Kang, especially, clad in flip-flops, appeared rather awkward as he walked. Upon exiting the door, he muttered, the humiliation of today, I, Zhou Kang, shall surely avenge. Zhou Runkai remarked, brother. This Zhao Yibai is indeed arrogant. If we can overcome this hurdle, the Chamber of Commerce will surely face dire consequences. A hearty laugh escaped Zhou Kang as he contemplated the impending losses that Zhao Yibai would inflict upon the chamber. With thoughts of Wang Weiwei begging for my alliance against Zhao Yibai, his anger began to dissipate. After all, in this struggle involving women, commerce, and victory, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be me. Chapter 71. Crisis. Zhao Yibai lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Zhou Ying observed Zhao Yibai's silhouette seated at the edge of the bed, her expression a tapestry of emotions. She had not expected Zhao Yibai to be so genuine, so forthright. He had lifted her into the room, and they had begun to understand one another. Now, that understanding had been reached. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target, Zhou Ying 3 times, earning 30 time-stopping charges. Remaining charges, 173 times. You've worked hard. Have something to eat, Zhao Yibai said, placing a few Snickers bars and a bottle of nutritional drink beside Zhou Ying's pillow. She murmured, her voice slightly hoarse. Zhao Yibai was truly remarkable. She felt utterly drained, her body limp, a blend of suffering and happiness engulfing her. In this apocalyptic world, Zhao Yibai was consistently pragmatic. He never procrastinated on what needed to be done, he acted swiftly. Enjoy the moment first. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? As for love and mutual affection, they could be consigned to oblivion. If you could be in the car without being a mere sycophant beneath it, then there truly was no hope. Zhou Ying tore open a Snickers wrapper, taking a small bite to replenish her energy. The sweetness of the chocolate and peanut butter danced across her palate. With her eyes reddened, as a lady of the Zhou family, she had been instructed by a nutritionist to monitor her figure and had seldom indulged in sweets over the past year, nearly forgetting the taste of sweetness altogether. Delicious. Ding. Feeding successful, earned 10 charges. Remaining charges, 183 times. After the feeding was completed, Zhao Yibai stretched lazily, cigarette in mouth, and walked toward the door. Rest well. If you need anything, come find me upstairs, he said over his shoulder. All right, Zhou Ying replied. Reflecting on her earlier exaggerated reactions, her cheeks flushed. She usually carried herself with grace, but had momentarily lost control, feeling like a wayward woman. Don't you need to assign someone to keep an eye on me? I am from the Zhou family, she softly inquired as she watched Zhao Yibai leave. You possess relative freedom, he answered. Zhao Yibai turned around and smiled at Zhou Ying, remarking that indeed, women nurtured by prominent families are exceptional. The ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, was completely secularized by Zhao Yibai's efforts, utilizing all his strength. The contrast of her fall filled Zhao Yibai's vanity with great satisfaction. To the onlookers, she was a fairy. Zhou Ying felt even more touched, as if her wounds had dulled in pain. At the doorway, Chen Shueru crossed her arms, watching Zhao Yibai emerge. She lowered her hands and gave a thumbs up. Commander, exercise some restraint. I genuinely fear for your life with her. Zhao Yibai draped an arm around Chen Shueru's shoulder, teasing, when we were learning together, you never said that. Chen Shueru stammered, trying to defend herself. Well, I'm different, aren't I? I have my own charm. All right, haha. Zhao Yibai chuckled, then turned serious, rest assured. I'm well aware of my limits. Indeed, Chen Shueru did possess her own charm. The two ascended to the 9th floor, and Zhao Yibai lost count of how many times he had done so today. However, since acquiring the system, his ability to halt time had grown increasingly potent. What about Li Yu? Dr. Meng Jiao's medical skills are commendable. She performed surgery on Li Yu with the facilities available in the infirmary. The wound was deep. Although the surgery was successful, whether he awakens depends on fate. Zhao Yibai nodded. And Meng Jiao? What are your thoughts on her? Chun Shueru analyzed. I cannot discern her true nature, but she doesn't strike me as benevolent. The moment she removed the control collar, she boldly spat in Zhou Kang's face. Either she has been severely oppressed, or she is an undercover agent in collusion with Zhou Kang. Oh, Zhao Yibai regarded Chun Shueru with newfound respect. Surprised she had considered the possibility of espionage. What? Just because I'm timid doesn't mean I'm devoid of intellect, Chun Shueru retorted, a hint of indignation in her voice. In the principal's office, Yu Yorong, having rested well, sat on a sofa with her long legs elegantly crossed atop the table. A laptop perched on her thighs as she typed rapidly. If Zhao Yibai is the leader of the team, then Yu Yorong is undoubtedly his capable right hand. Chun Shueru pushed open the office door, and Zhao Yibai stepped inside. Awake? Why not rest a bit longer? Zhao Yibai smiled upon seeing Yu Yorong engrossed in her work. Chun Shueru pressed her lips together, closed the door, and returned to her adjacent small office. I've had enough rest, Yu Yorong declared, lowering her legs and inhaling lightly. Exquisite. Zhou family, Zhou Ying, Zhao Yibai stated, feeling no guilt. This world operates on such principles. The strong act at will, while the weak are deprived even of the right to discern the bitterness of their own struggles. What alleviates sorrow? Only strength. If he were not powerful, Yu Yorong would not tremble at his presence. The Zhou family would not have sent Zhou Ying his way. He would not be the commander, the principal, the overlord of this territory, able to act as he pleased, with others smilingly complying, allowing him to rise as he wished. I've heard, Yu Yorong nodded, acknowledging the jealousy that surely existed. If there were no jealousy, it would be disingenuous. But she had eaten well that morning. What more could be said? Yu Yorong was acutely aware that she lacked the capability to monopolize Zhao Yibai. It was a genuine concern that she could end up in peril, as Zhao Yibai was exceedingly formidable. The initial 3 minutes of trepidation had long since passed, and now, the duration had escalated to half an hour or more. The mere thought of it sent shivers down her spine. After a moment of trepidation, she refocused on the matter at hand. Currently, our survivors have exceeded 110 individuals. With the increasing number, our food consumption has surged significantly, which is unsustainable in the long run. We must seek a reliable source of sustenance. Furthermore, I had initially organized tasks for them to clear the zombies and maintain the cleanliness of the 3 buildings we occupy, but after a few days, they found themselves without tasks. You should also assign new responsibilities. Zhao Yibai approached her, gently caressing her long legs. Smooth. Even flies and mosquitoes would struggle to land. How annoying. Yu Yorong playfully swatted Zhao Yibai and shifted slightly to the side. The sofa chair was enormous. Even with 2 seated, it felt spacious. Zhao Yibai settled down, placing Yu Yorong on his lap. Though they had been together for some time, the embrace still felt invigorating, fragrant, and soft. Yu Yorong shot him a teasing glance, yet relished the warmth of their closeness. Zhao Yibai gazed at the laptop screen resting on her thighs, which displayed a table containing information and photographs of the members. Previously, he had little concept of managing food for over 100 individuals. Now, however, he understood. Within his spatial system, he had received a reward of 1,000 tons of rice, sufficient for an extended period. Yet, one could not simply consume rice without additional provisions. Thus, in order to establish a faction, they would need to seize resources aggressively to sustain and expand their influence. Zhao Yibai felt a slight pressure, which subsequently ignited a sense of determination. Tomorrow, they would convene their first assembly of members. With so many individuals gathered, it was time to depart from the school and head towards nearby resource points to plunder supplies. Tonight, I shall venture to the hospital. Chapter 72. I am coming. So soon? Isn't there a doctor already? Yu Yorong expressed surprise. Zhao Yibai rubbed his temples, inhaling the fragrant aroma of Yu Yorong's hair. 1 doctor is insufficient. I intend to find several more, primarily to acquire additional medications, which I believe will be valuable in the future. Whether Meng Jiao is trustworthy remains to be seen. Even without immediate tasks, I do not wish for Li Yu to encounter any trouble. I possess a somewhat traditional disposition. When it comes to being cold-hearted, I can be. But when it comes to emotions, I am equally passionate. Regardless of moral standards, I am protective of those close to me, good or bad. I reciprocate kindness to those who treat me well. Li Yu's loyalty towards me is significant, and she is someone I know well. I will do everything in my power to save her. Indeed, Yu Yorong nodded. We currently have individuals, firearms, and vehicles, and our territory will continue to expand. We truly require doctors and medicine, yet darkness is approaching. Darkness is advantageous, Zhao Yibai replied with a sly smile. While zombies are not hindered by night, people tend to be fatigued, making it easier for me to infiltrate discreetly. The hospital lacks any survival team factions. Ideally, if there are any, it would facilitate our endeavors. It is essential to acknowledge that the hospital experiences a significant influx of people, and it may well have formed a formidable influence. Once such power is established, the ensuing interactions and associated interests become rather intricate. Yu Yurong nodded in agreement. Their faction possesses a unique characteristic. Zhao Bai, akin to a deity, has the ability to befriend mutated zombies, while ordinary zombies do not instill particular fear in them. Yu Yurong turned to Zhao Bai, embracing his neck. Let us assemble our forces to represent our school in this endeavor. Should we not enhance our display and bring back some individuals? We will also need vehicles. Zhao Bai replied. Let's forego the display. I will take Han Wan, Ai Xiao Xiao, and Che Xiaoli, along with 2 capable drivers, 6 of us in total, with 2 vehicles. You prepare for their reception, and if there are many survivors, we can dispatch another convoy. All right. Yu Yurong nodded, having anticipated Zhao Bai's decision not to include her. The circumstances have changed from before. The base is now secure, the outside world rife with uncertainty, and it is crucial for someone to maintain a presence here. Zhao Bai assured her, I will have Su Yiyu come up to guard your side. Do not sleep too soundly at night. Ensure that the guard remains vigilant. The Zhou family is unlikely to retaliate, but it is wise to remain cautious, as they may resort to underhanded tactics. Rest assured, Yu Yurong affirmed with a firm nod. As night descended, 2 black modified MPVs, seized from the Zhou family, departed from the southern gate of a city women's university, heading east. A distance of merely 1 kilometer, under normal circumstances, would take only a minute or 2 by car, or even on a scooter, provided traffic signals are few. However, the current situation demands a more deliberate pace. At the onset of the apocalypse, during the peak of the afternoon rush, the sudden darkness transformed countless individuals into zombies, resulting in a cascade of accidents. Zhao Bai observed a lengthy queue of vehicles along the roadway, resembling a string of candied hawthorns that stretched for 200 or 300 meters. With dozens of cars linked in a chain, the non-motorized lane was congested with various electric bikes and scooters, teetering precariously, interspersed with the remains of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the commotion of the vehicles and detecting the scent of humans, some zombies trapped within the cars frantically pounded against the windows. Their eyes glowed red. Their skin cracked and darkened from prolonged exposure. Roar. Ai Xiao Xiao, seated in the lead vehicle, let out a low growl. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent, and all ordinary zombies became subdued. Creak, crack, bang. Zhao Bai, an adept driver, initially navigated along the path cleared by those before him. Yet, finding the pace too slow, he abandoned finesse and opted for a more forceful approach. The Zhou family's MPVs, equipped with reinforced steel plates, resembled mobile tanks, easily clearing the obstructing vehicles and crushing the electric bikes beneath them. Indeed, after the initial impact, the speed surged dramatically. The journey became exhilarating, with Zhao Bai reveling in the thrill. In a normal urban setting, who would dare drive in such a manner? Only in the apocalypse is such freedom afforded. The lead vehicle contained Zhao Bai, Ai Xiao Xiao, and Che Xiaoli. The second vehicle was driven by Han Wan, accompanied by 2 other proficient female drivers, one named Dong Mingqi, an ordinary girl with an oval face, and the other named Lin Momo, who sported a round face and a Dora hairstyle. Han Wan was not merely formidable. She was a veritable hexagonal warrior, her driving skills surpassing even those of Zhao Bai. The 2 modified MPVs parked not far from the southern entrance of the hospital, after which the headlights were extinguished. Zhao Bai remained inside the vehicle, activating the God's Eye perspective map, which swiftly advanced from the entrance of the outpatient building, searching for any signs of life. The catastrophe had struck at noon, thus it was likely that most doctors and nurses were still within the hospital. There were an overwhelming number of zombies. Whether in the lobby or the corridors, the atmosphere was dire. The economy was faltering, with the shopping malls deserted, yet the hospital, known for its high per capita consumption, was teeming with people. At that moment, the throngs of humanity transformed into a sea of corpses. A terrifying roar erupted from a zombie, followed by a cacophony of similar dreadful cries, ringing deafeningly in the air. Almost every zombie was howling. Zhao Bai felt a sharp pain in his head amidst the cacophony, and the images perceived through the God's Eye began to blur. He promptly retracted his ability. However, almost immediately, a series of system notifications resonated within his mind. Ding. Detected a 3-star maximum level mutated zombie, Wraith Woman. Ding. Detected a 3-star mutated zombie, Ghoul. Ding. Detected a 4-star mutated zombie, Dr. Li Du. Ding. Detected a slumbering 5-star mutated zombie, Melancholic Boy. Notice, powerful zombies can sense scrutiny. Please use the God's Eye with caution. When you gaze upon them, they will also perceive your presence. Zhao Bai inhaled sharply. This was no mere hospital. It was a den of bosses. Moreover, a 5-star zombie. How formidable that must be. He turned to Ai Xiao Xiao and asked, do you sense anything? Ai Xiao Xiao shook her head and then nodded. There are zombies inside. Very powerful ones. Zhao Bai inquired, are you afraid? After a moment of contemplation, AI Xiao Xiao replied. Not as much as you. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the 7 wolves at Zhao Yibai's waist. Let us go. Zhao Yibai exited the vehicle, adrenaline surging through him. He instructed Han Wan to lead the team, stay in the vehicle. If there's any trouble, retreat immediately back to the school. Don't worry about me. Understood, Han Wan nodded, showcasing her high execution ability. Obsidian Blade. Upon entering the hospital's main entrance, Zhao Yibai summoned the 3-star weapon. The Obsidian Blade. With the superpower of time manipulation at his disposal, what fear could a 5-star zombie evoke? Battle commenced. Roaring. As soon as they stepped through the hospital doors, the security zombies and patient zombies loitering in the outpatient hall lunged toward Zhao Yibai and AI Xiao Xiao. AI Xiao Xiao growled lowly. The incoming ordinary zombies were swiftly dispatched, shattering before they could approach her and Zhao Yibai. These zombies, within the territory of the mutated ones in the hospital, were further manipulated by the more powerful mutated zombies inside. AI Xiao Xiao, unconcerned with the struggle for dominance, plunged directly into the fray. The mutated zombies were invariably simpler to deal with than humans, merely a matter of slaughter. Zhao Yibai, clutching the obsidian blade, took a deep breath and bellowed, "Mutated zombies, emerge. I require a physician. Surrender the doctor, and I shall spare your lives." His previous apprehensions had proven unwarranted. Could humans truly establish a power? With so many advanced mutated zombies, it was a remarkable feat that they hadn't been entirely consumed. A chilling scream pierced the air, distinct from AI Xiao Xiao's onslaught. It was a pure wail, raw and heart-wrenching, sending shivers down Zhao Yibai's spine. A shadow, reminiscent of ghostly flames, swiftly emerged from the hospital's lobby, hovering before Zhao Yibai like an enormous apparition. The spectral flame emitted a desperate plea. "Do not harm my child. He is innocent. Why must you take my child? I have no desire for your family's wealth." Soon, the tone shifted from pleading to fury. Zhao Yibai shrugged dismissively. "It's as if we're playing a game with your mother, complete with dialogue." Just as AI Xiao Xiao was about to interject, Zhao Yibai covered her mouth. She looked at him, puzzled. He smiled reassuringly. "Allow me." Chapter 73. A father is still a father. AI Xiao Xiao nodded slightly, making a sound of acknowledgement. Her gaze was filled with pity for the wraith above. Despite the formidable presence of the vengeful spirit, AI Xiao Xiao could distinctly sense its strength, equal to her own. Yet, a father is a father. She had personally experienced her father's might. "Return my son's life." The vengeful spirit shrieked from the air. Suddenly, it unleashed a barrage of luminous green orbs, hurtling towards Zhao Yibai and AI Xiao Xiao. "Time, halt," Zhao Yibai commanded sharply. Did they truly believe him to be a lecherous man, merely seeking pleasure from Zhouing? Indeed, he had his desires. But the acquisition of time-stopping energy was no trivial matter. When the reserves of this ability reached a sufficient level, it need not be conserved. Beep. Time stop successfully activated. Remaining uses, 182. Zhao Yibai's time-stopping ability was instantaneous. With a mere thought, it was unleashed. Thus, in the night sky, those eerie, glowing green fireballs froze in midair, as did the spectral figure, which had been undulating in fiery form. With the obsidian blade in hand, Zhao Yibai deftly maneuvered around the suspended orbs and charged at the vengeful spirit. Floating 2 meters above, the spirit was no match for Zhao Yibai, who swiftly ascended onto a parked car, standing atop its roof. With a swift thrust, Zhao Yibai plunged the blade into the center of the vengeful spirit. The strike cleaved her in two, and a blood-red numeral floated above her head. It appeared that a 3-star weapon was indeed effective against a 3-star mutated zombie, an apt match. Battle, red, ID, vengeful woman level, full 3 stars health, 10, 013, 000 spirit, 4, 800, 600 combat power, 6, 000, 012 nature. Spirit. In the moment the battle panel emerged and time froze. This vengeful woman was nearly slain by Zhao Yibai's blade. Not only did her health diminish significantly, but her combat power bar plummeted by half. As time remained suspended, the vengeful woman was bisected. Upon contact with Zhao Yibai, she experienced injury and a change in reaction. However, once his blade withdrew, all her transformations, including bleeding and various reactions, were instantly halted. Within the stillness of time, only Zhao Yibai remained unbound. Independent of the constraints of time and space, his actions could invoke change. His blade could wound the undead, who were rendered motionless, yet would suffer injury upon contact. Once the blade departed, all changes in the undead ceased. If I were a zombie, I would undoubtedly be a 10-star entity. Zhao Yibai was astonished by the impact of this strike. Did this not render him invincible? Switching weapons, he drew forth the golden Uzi, positioning it almost directly against the vengeful woman. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. At such close range, the bullets unleashed their full potential, yet upon striking the vengeful woman, her health bar merely displayed a flurry of pale red numbers above her head. Though the Uzi fired 9mm rounds, small in caliber, it still created gaping holes upon impact. Nonetheless, against the fully evolved 3-star mutant zombie, the effect was akin to a mere tickle. Without the suspension of time, it would require thousands of shots at such proximity to bring her down. At greater distances, the number of shots needed would be exponentially higher. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, mutant zombies do not remain stationary for one to shoot at them. Their attacks are remarkably fearsome. 3-star weaponry is formidable. Zhao Yibai sheathed the golden Uzi and retrieved the obsidian blade. Swoosh. 800. Swoosh. 9,999. White. Zhao Yibai delivered 2 successive strikes. By the second strike, it seemed he had triggered a low-health execution effect, as a large white number appeared above the vengeful woman's head. Time suspension concluded. Zhao Yibai retreated 50 meters, voluntarily ending the time stop. Ding. Time suspension has ended. Remaining uses, 182 times. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Boom, 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 boom. A fluorescent green orb plummeted to the earth, landing precisely where Zhao Yibai had stood moments before, resulting in an explosion that unleashed towering green flames. The surrounding ground and vehicles hissed as they were corroded by the green fire and liquid, emitting a noxious smoke of green and black. Boom. In the next instant, a far more thunderous explosion resonated. Time resumed its flow, and the vengeful woman-s form, suspended in midair, was obliterated, transforming into a cascade of ethereal green flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames appeared to be far more terrifying than the direct assaults unleashed by the vengeful woman. Upon striking the ground, they ignited instantly. Even the barren concrete floor was engulfed in emerald fire. The entire front courtyard of the hospital's outpatient building was bathed in a verdant glow. It seemed these were remnants of the vengeful woman's essence that were ablaze. What is happening? Came Han Wan's slightly anxious voice through the intercom. Rest assured, Zhao Yibai replied. These devices were seized from the Zhou family, expertly calibrated, and indeed effective. AI Xiao Xiao spat out several mouthfuls of saliva, extinguishing the flames on her arm. Zhao Yibai had already fled. As time resumed, she remained in place. The vengeful woman had exploded, showering her with several sparks. Her dress had been singed in several places. Glancing at Zhao Yibai, who stood several meters away, AI Xiao Xiao pouted. Feeling quite aggrieved. Her father was undeniably formidable, having dispatched the mutated zombie with ease. However, could he perhaps take her further away next time? My apologies, I forgot. Next time, I promise, Zhao Yibai replied, feeling a bit embarrassed for having overlooked AI Xiao Xiao. No, 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 I have yet to find my son. I cannot perish like this. I must not. I refuse to. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed, followed by a rumbling from the earth. Each green flame on the ground swayed violently. Whoosh! The still-burning emerald flames swelled dramatically, growing ever larger. Subsequently, clusters of fire converged skyward, as if the mutated zombies were reassembling, preparing for rebirth. Ah! AI Xiao Xiao shouted. Swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of sound blades erupted with a piercing shriek. Hiss! Hiss, 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 hiss. The phosphorescent green flames were shattered and extinguished. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Zhao Yibai observed as all the flames emitted red damage numbers. 100. 88. 123. 11. 99. 56. The tumor in AI Xiao Xiao's throat rapidly transformed into a molten hue, her neck and chin flushing red. Ah. 199. 234. 388. 189. 445. 660. Each flame seemed to possess an independent life, soaring into the air, causing the reformed vengeful woman's health points to continuously rise. Yet, under AI Xiao Xiao's relentless assault, most flames, before coalescing into the vengeful woman, had already been extinguished, perishing in the process. As her attack's damage escalated with the rising volume, the health bar of the reformed vengeful woman plummeted rapidly. Zhao Yibai, wielding his blade, dashed forward. AI Xiao Xiao was remarkable, just like him. She was not one to wait for the boss to level up before engaging. She was definitely going to take her down. They must not allow her to survive the level up. Chapter 74. The Blessing of the Buff Vengeful Woman. Hiss. As Zhao Yibai sprinted towards the vengeful spirit, his speed accelerated to an exhilarating pace. Upon nearing her, he forcefully propelled himself onto the hood of a nearby car, leveraging the rebound to launch into the air. With a sweeping strike of his long blade, he executed a decisive blow. The terrifyingly corrosive spirit was cleaved in twain by this strike. A massive, deep crimson numeral emerged above her head. Battle, Red, ID, Vengeful Spirit Level, 4-star Beginner Health, 988,000 Spirit, 110,000 Combat Power, 2,000, 030 Nature. Spiritual. As Zhao Yibai's blade descended with ferocity, the vengeful spirit, still in the throes of rebirth, flickered dimly, her green flames extinguished, leaving only a small, faintly glowing green ember upon the ground. It was astonishing that a level 4 entity possessed such formidable combat power of 300,000. Zhao Bai, observing the changes in the spirit's attributes on the battle panel, was taken aback. While he engaged the main body of the spirit, AI Xiao Xiao redirected her attack towards the remnants of the flames, extinguishing them with her sound blades. Do not kill me. I beseech you, do not take my life. I see now that you are not the murderers. I merely wish to find my son. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. The flickering flame that had fallen to the ground emitted a voice, no longer shrill but filled with desperation. As a level 4 entity, she had sustained 8,000 health points, now reduced to a mere 98. She comprehended the terror of Zhao Bai. With even a fraction of his blade's might, he could easily vanquish her. Moreover, a level 3 mutated zombie stood before her, capable of delivering a fatal blow with a single sound blade. Zhao Bai flicked the black obsidian blade, its surface shimmering with dark light. The spirit's corrosive abilities were utterly ineffective against it. The blade remained impeccably sharp, unmarred by a drop of blood. Speak. What can you offer me that might persuade me? Otherwise, you will be consumed. A level 3 devouring a level 4 is a significant boon for a mutated zombie. The glowing green flame momentarily stilled, as if in contemplation. Soon, a notification resonated within Zhao Bai's mind. Ding. New quest detected. The Vengeful Spirit's plea. Spare the Vengeful Spirit and do not kill her to receive the reward. Mental Tome. Vengeful Spirit's Wailing Flame. 10 uses. Buff. Blessing of the Vengeful Spirit. Permanent. Mental Tome. Vengeful Spirit's Wailing Flame. Consumes a certain amount of spirit to unleash the skill Vengeful Spirit's Wailing Flame, incinerating all targets within a radius of 500 meters and inflicting horrific damage. The Vengeful Flame can corrode even the toughest of armors. Blessing of the Vengeful Spirit. Permanent. While the Vengeful Spirit remains alive, you will continuously receive her blessing, granting you enhanced agility, 200 spirit, and 500 reaction speed. 10 uses of the skill. The buff certainly appeared formidable. However, Zhao Bai still raised his long blade. A pact. You shall never inflict harm upon me, or you will forever remain unable to locate your son. Ding. The Vengeful Spirit has appended the task of the pact. She will never cause harm to you and your companions. Otherwise, you will forever be unable to find your son. Agreed, Zhao Bai responded. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task of the Vengeful Woman's plea. Rewards acquired. Spirit Book. Vengeful Woman's Wailing Flame. 10 uses. Buff. Vengeful Woman's Blessing. Vengeful Woman's Contract. Buzz. Zhao Bai felt a lightness throughout his body, as if the very flow of time in the world had slowed. The buff of the Vengeful Woman's Blessing had taken effect. Delightful. Huh. AI Xiao Xiao gazed eagerly, drool pooling at her feet. Yet, as she noticed the aura of the Vengeful Woman enveloping her father, her expression dulled. A wave of profound disappointment washed over her pretty face. The meal was no longer attainable. Whoosh. Seeing that Zhao Bai had chosen not to kill her, the Vengeful Woman vanished in an instant. The surrounding zombies, previously under her dominion, fell silent, no longer daring to bare their teeth at Zhao Bai, the outsider. AI Xiao Xiao's small face fell completely. She cast a pitiful glance at Zhao Bai before lowering her head. No need to be so downcast. Zhao Bai approached AI Xiao Xiao, observing her demeanor, and gently ruffled her hair. AI Xiao Xiao tilted her head away, avoiding Zhao Bai's gaze. Why are you still sulking? I'll give you something to eat next time. There's more inside. MHM. Upon hearing this, AI Xiao Xiao immediately turned her head back, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grains. With the threat of ordinary zombies eliminated, Zhao Bai and AI Xiao Xiao, one human and one zombie, boldly entered the outpatient building to search for survivors. Having gained experience from battling the Vengeful Woman, Zhao Bai no longer feared any mutated zombies. In fact, he hoped to encounter another soon, to incapacitate it. Allowing AI Xiao Xiao to partake, he wished to spare the child from drooling a river in anticipation. As they walked, he activated his divine perspective. This time, Zhao Bai was untroubled by the prospect of startling mutated zombies. However, it seemed that other mutated zombies had sensed the earlier confrontation. Upon noticing his scrutiny, they opted to evade his gaze, choosing instead to bow their heads in restraint. While Zhao Bai and AI Xiao Xiao battled the zombies, the survivors within the outpatient building also took note. On the 4th floor, in the storeroom, one wondered whether that figure was human or ghost. My heavens, he is formidable. That ghostly flame annihilated so many survivors, and he nearly eradicated it. The one beside him seems not to be human. Dr. Lee, what do you think? Nearly 20 individuals were crammed into the small storeroom, filled with miscellaneous items, including 4 middle-aged doctors, a head nurse, about 10 young nurses, and 7 or 8 family members of patients. Li Du adjusted his thick, black-framed glasses. His intentions remain unclear. We should refrain from venturing out. In this apocalypse, humans may prove to be more perilous than zombies. Dr. Li, we have been trapped here for quite some time. We have consumed all our provisions. This may be an opportunity to escape. We can endure, but my son is nearing his limit. A young woman clad in a pink-striped patient gown, cradling a frail infant, spoke with a pale countenance. Li Du cast a glance in her direction. The infant smiled broadly at the small child before him. Yet his eyes were filled with nothing but the whites. His mouth revealed a set of sharp, jagged teeth. Li Du hesitated for a moment and said, "Very well. I shall step outside to engage with him. You all stay hidden." "That would be splendid, Dr. Li." The young woman nodded gratefully. When she lowered her gaze to her son, the infant had transformed back into a typical baby, with glistening black eyes. Aside from being somewhat emaciated, with sunken eyes that resembled skin stretched over bone, he showed no other abnormalities. "Dr. Li, I shall accompany you, and perhaps indulge in a smoke," remarked the rotund, middle-aged doctor with a balding head. Li Du glanced at the director, Liang Quan, who was the brother-in-law of the hospital's head, and nodded with a smile. The two exited the storage room together. With a snap, Liang Quan lit a cigarette as they rounded the corner. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression transforming into one of enjoyment. "Li Du, don't concern yourself with those burdens inside. Food is scarce. If they wish to leave, let them. Engage with that foreign monstrosity. Life and death are a matter of fate. Without them, we could survive here for many more days. We are doctors, and regardless of who holds power in City A in the future, they will remember this place. The world needs doctors, and they will come to rescue us." Li Du shook his head. "I am a doctor. I will not abandon anyone." Liang Quan let out a cold laugh at this. "A doctor? You think yourself noble now? How did you assist the wealthy Chen matriarch in extracting her lover's child? That vengeful woman is your doing. After the child was removed, she was placed in the morgue, frozen. Truly beastly. I, Liang Quan, may accept a few red envelopes, but I would never stoop to such madness." As he spoke, Liang Quan suddenly shivered. "Ha ha ha, Li Du. I was merely jesting. There are no others here. These secrets will remain locked in my heart. No one will ever know, I assure you. Please, do not look at me like that. It is quite unsettling." Chapter 75, Dr. Li Du Ding. Zhao Yibai and AI Xiao Xiao arrived at the 4th floor via the elevator, the doors sliding open with a crisp chime. It was somewhat amusing. There were quite a number of zombies in the hospital's elevator, at least a dozen. When the doors opened on the 1st floor, the zombies within all perked up with excitement. However, upon seeing AI Xiao Xiao, whose flesh had erupted in a vibrant hue, their enthusiasm instantly waned. They all huddled at the back of the elevator, turning their backs to Zhao Yibai and AI Xiao Xiao, as if oblivious to their presence. How cruel. Although Zhao Yibai had only just arrived, his omniscient perspective had revealed some brutal scenes. Gur. AI Xiao Xiao emitted a sound akin to an annoyed cat, lifting one foot and then the other in a rapid, repetitive manner. Ultimately, resigned to her fate, she placed both feet on the ground and looked up at Zhao Yibai with a pitiful expression, letting out a soft whimper. Zhao Yibai gently patted AI Xiao Xiao on the head, offering her a few words of comfort. This peculiar act of patting on the head seems to have a peculiar effect on the female mutated zombies. Yu finds great delight in this behavior, as does Ixioxoxio. Notably, both zombies possess an affinity for cleanliness and exhibit a 5-star aesthetic. Otherwise, Zhao Yibai would not deign to touch them at all. What incites Ixioxoxio's anger? It is the blood and grease that coat the ground. A thin layer of this mixture, a blend of crimson and a yellowish oil, clings to the floor, making it a sticky nuisance. Witnessing her newly donned pink designer sneakers sullied in an instant fills Ixioxoxio with indignation. The A City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, much like a city women's university, enjoys the fortune of a functioning power supply. Yet, for reasons unknown, the lights remain extinguished. In the corridors and passageways, the green glow of emergency exit signs casts an eerie illumination, enhancing the surrounding atmosphere of dread. The sticky substance on the floor adds to the repulsiveness of the scene. Zhao Yibai lifts his foot, feeling the unwelcome adhesion of the mixture of fat and blood. At this moment, a tall middle-aged doctor, Li Du, clad in a black suit and a blue-striped shirt, stands at the corner of the elevator, meticulously wiping the bloodied surgical knife with his recently removed white coat. Ding. 4-star mutated zombie Li Du detected. In truth, Zhao Yibai had already discerned this without the system's prompt. With a grimace, he tolerates the discomfort of his sticky shoes and steps to the wall, switching on the light. Instantly, the area is illuminated, casting away some of the previous gloom, though the scene remains unpleasant. In the corner, Liang Quan's skeleton leans against the wall, while nearly intact human skin lies on the ground beside him. The flesh and entrails of Liang Quan, dislodged from his bones, are neatly arranged next to the skin. Liang Quan, the head physician of this floor, is a corpulent man, with an excess of fat that seeps into the blood, creating a pervasive mess. The blood and fat that Zhao Yibai and Ixioxoxio tread upon still retain a hint of warmth. I truly do not wish to take a life, not in the slightest. However, he knows too much, and he seems oblivious to the fact that only the dead can keep secrets. Li Du stands sideways to Zhao Yibai and Ixioxoxio, facing Liang Quan's skeleton, yet his words are evidently directed at them. He is merely a fat pig who ascended through connections, possessing no true talent, yet has wielded power over me for years. He enjoys the rewards while I bear the burdens. Despite my tireless efforts, performing over 200 surgeries a month, my earnings scarcely amount to his monthly pocket change. Madame Chun has offered me an opportunity. If I help her extract the child from the mistress's womb, passing it off as her own, she will compensate me and facilitate my promotion to deputy director. I have saved countless lives, yet I have erred this once. Why must he unearth my secret? It is one thing for him to know. It is another for him to confront me, treating me as the weakling he has oppressed for over 2 decades. Should he not deserve death? As Li Du speaks, his teeth grind in anger. Though he does not utter the words that he ought to perish. Zhao Yibai approached, each step deliberate, pondering the excessive oiliness, wondering just how much delicacies that individual had consumed while alive. He examined the skin, remarking with admiration, the skin is remarkably well peeled. At a slaughterhouse, one could certainly earn a handsome wage. Even a fly would slip on the meat left on those bones. Li Du slowly turned to face Zhao Yibai. I mentioned that only the dead can keep secrets. Zhao Yibai replied, do share more. I sense you are burdened with many unspoken thoughts. I perceive you as a good man, a commendable doctor. Were I in your position, in less than a minute of gaining strength, those who once tormented me would be utterly vanquished. Your restraint in dismantling him now shows a degree of kindness. He observed Li Du, who was also scrutinizing him. The cognitive logic of a 4-star mutated zombie was significantly more refined than that of a stuttering 3-star counterpart. Moreover, Li Du was quite unique. His title as a mutated zombie bore his very name. Li Du gazed into Zhao Yibai's eyes and, after a prolonged silence, closed his own. In truth, I aspired to be a good doctor. The predicament with the woman was initially beyond my control. Madame Chun had discreetly presented my wife with a red envelope containing 100,000 yuan. Though it may not seem substantial, it equated to nearly a year's earnings for me as an ordinary physician. Should I defy Madame Chun, my wife would leave me, taking our child with her. If I resisted, Madame Chun would use the envelope incident to ruin me completely. Thus, I succumbed to evil. I personally cut open her abdomen to extract her son. Faced with her pleading gaze, which gradually twisted into one of resentment, I, who had always been timid, felt an inexplicable thrill. For no one had ever hated me so intensely. I deliberately spared her life, adhering to Madame Chen's meticulously crafted plan, disguising her demise as a result of complications in childbirth, and subsequently placed her in the morgue. Later, in the morgue, I reveled in her vengeful glare directed at me. The sensation was intoxicating. I transitioned from being a mere pawn to one who relished the moment. To further indulge, I stole her son, and before her very eyes, I strangled him to death. Her helpless expression was unparalleled, a sight I had never witnessed before, and I derived immense pleasure from it. Little did I anticipate the apocalypse would suddenly descend upon us. She transformed into a monster, and the deceased child became a specter, unexpectedly entering another's womb. I found myself pursued by the vengeful woman, fleeing for my life. In my quest for the specter's whereabouts, I aligned with survivors, coincidentally assisting a woman in labor, successfully delivering the specter in a new form as a living infant. They hailed me as a good man, yet in truth, I yearned to take the specter infant to confront the vengeful woman, prolonging her despair for my continued enjoyment. In public, I remained the revered Dr. Li. However, beneath the surface, I was a grotesque embodiment of desire. Yet, I was suddenly struck with terror, realizing that I was no longer human. On that day, while the crowd was distracted, I stealthily cradled the infant and sought out the vengeful woman. However, she no longer recognized me, nor did she recall the ghostly figure. I exhausted my imagination to instill fear within her, yet I found no exhilaration in the endeavor. I had transformed into a mere shell of my former self, a zombie. Lamenting my fate, bewildered, I returned to the midst of the survivors, relishing the sense of being needed. Li Du, amid his narrative, was overcome with tears, which, in a sudden twist, morphed into a grin. Survivors, share your secrets, and I shall feel much better. It is time for you to embark on your journey. It was a challenging assessment. After hearing this tale, Zhao Yibai's expression grew complex. Very well, let us set forth, but it is you who must take the lead. Chapter 76. You and she are equally useless. Ha! Li Du, upon hearing Zhao Yibai's words, erupted into laughter. Yet, as if recalling the proximity of the cluttered room where the survivors hid, he quickly stifled his mirth. Clang! Zhao Yibai brandished the black obsidian blade. its ringing echo resonating through the air. You do not intend to regard me as useless as the vengeful woman, do you? Li Du cast aside the bloodied surgical gown, his eyes wide with determination. Battle, red, ID, Li Du level, 4-star beginner health, 1, 998, 320, 000 combat power, 40, 000. The blood may be thick, but you and she are equally worthless in my eyes. There is no distinction between you. Zhao Yibai cast a glance at the panel hovering above Li Du's head. Arrogance. Li Du's eyes flared with intensity. Dr. Li? Yet a soft and gentle voice abruptly halted Li Du's assault. From the corridor emerged a petite nurse. Facing Zhao Yibai, Li Du's expression shifted slightly. Hurry back. There is danger. The adversaries are nefarious, and Director Liang has fallen victim to their treachery. Ah, the young nurse, initially dazed by Li Du's words, suddenly noticed the grim sight on the floor. Fresh, unadorned skeletal remains. Human skin. A heap of human flesh. No, Dr. Li. I cannot allow you to face this alone. Come quickly. We need assistance. Remarkably, the nurse displayed an unusual reliability. Though trembling with fear, she immediately turned to summon help. Soon, the individuals hiding in the cluttered room emerged. Aside from the young woman holding the infant, the others wielded makeshift weapons such as table legs, folding chairs, and mop handles. Do not harm Dr. Li. Despite their terror, the group encircled Li Du, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation as they regarded Zhao Yibai and AI Xiao Xiao with trepidation. Zhao Yibai wore a bemused expression, glancing at those rallying around him. Li Du revealed a sly smile, directing his gaze at Zhao Yibai. You, the murderous fiend, the dismemberment pervert, you cannot escape. We shall ensure your demise. Yes, we shall kill you. You are human, are you not? How could you be so cruel as to take lives? You are inhuman. Indeed, Director Liang was such a good person. Aside from his occasional lewdness, he cared for everyone. Murderer, may you suffer a fate worse than death. The survivors seethed with righteous indignation. Indeed, the murderer shall not have a peaceful end. Zhao Yibai nodded. Onward. The middle-aged head nurse let out a soft sigh. This group, emboldened by their numbers and armed with weapons, charged towards Zhao Yibai. Li Du stood behind them, a playful expression growing more pronounced on his face as he awaited Zhao Yibai's response. These were mere mortals, observing the conflict among humans, particularly those foolish individuals who would harm others for their own gain, was rather amusing. I wonder if you will resist or submit. At this moment, I am the virtuous one, and you are the deranged killer. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yibai hoisted his long knife with one hand and retrieved a golden UZI from the system's space with the other. The zombies he encountered were formidable. Despite the golden UZI possessing infinite ammunition and durability, battling zombies felt akin to facing a challenge mode, with bullets merely tickling them. The high-level zombies boasted considerable resistance and substantial health, rendering the damage quite unsatisfactory. However, against flesh and blood survivors, this weapon proved exceedingly effective. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Zhao Yibai steadied his firearm. The submachine gun's bullets swept across, carving a line of craters into the ground. In an instant, the bullets ricocheted off the smooth floor, sparks flying. The assailants, still some distance from Zhao Yibai, shrieked in retreat. He had a gun. Was he truly willing to shoot us? Indeed, even in this apocalypse, it would eventually end. If he dared to kill, he would face retribution in the future. Charge! A group of women exclaimed. They mustered their courage and charged at Zhao Yibai once more. The disparity among humans was staggering. Zhao Yibai sighed and shook his head. Pew pew pew. A series of gunfire erupted. Doubts lingered about whether Zhao Yibai would actually pull the trigger, yet he swiftly dispatched them. Such minds were a liability in the apocalypse. His mercy was a kindness, liberating them from their burdens. As the remaining individuals witnessed their fallen comrades, they all fled in terror. In the face of death, nothing else mattered. He truly dared to kill. My goodness, how terrifying. After all, this was indeed an apocalypse, and wasn't he the one who had already dismantled Director Liang? What about Dr. Li? He has legs, doesn't he? They hurriedly sought refuge in the storage room. You have killed. Li Du's anger flared as he confronted Zhao Yibai, having just lost 2 companions in survival. Indeed, Zhao Yibai affirmed with a nod. Those who approached him with weapons were adversaries. Taking pity on mindless enemies was the utmost cruelty to oneself. Zhao Yibai was only ruthless towards others, never towards himself. Die! Li Du exclaimed. Zhao Yibai raised his chin. They are watching you. Be cautious of exposure. Li Du halted in his tracks, turning to find only emptiness behind him. You tricked me. Zhao Yibai smiled. Let's prepare to eat. AI Xiao Xiao nodded excitedly. A stable 4-star beginner level, incredibly delicious. Time froze. When the moment to utilize his abilities arrived, Zhao Yibai held nothing back. If necessary, he would simply learn a few more times. Ding. Time stop successfully activated. Remaining uses, 181 times. Li Du's head had yet to turn back when he was already immobilized. With the enhanced abilities granted by the Vengeful Spirit buff, Zhao Yibai charged forward, achieving a remarkable speed that allowed him to strike 4 times in a single second. What the? As he gazed at the 4 faint crimson numbers hovering above Li Du's head, Zhao Yibai was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming a traditional exclamation of surprise. Indeed, without a mental energy bar, the confrontation was purely physical. With 20,000 health points and 400,000 combat strength, though defense wasn't displayed, it was evidently substantial. It was far superior to the frail mental-type mage zombies. While difficult to defeat, little did he know that his time-stop ability could be maintained for an hour. Even with 200,000 health points, Zhao Yibai could methodically whittle down Li Du's health with relentless strikes. Zhao Yibai downed an energy drink, retrieved his phone, connected to a Bluetooth speaker, and played an invigorating battle anthem. Everything was set. He donned his gloves, spat on them, and rubbed his hands together. Zhao Yibai commenced his furious assault on Li Du. Given Zhao Yibai's limited health, a single precise strike from Li Du's scalpel could easily eliminate him. Even AI Xiao Xiao would succumb to just a few direct hits from Li Du. However, Zhao Yibai possessed the time stop ability, an invincible and extraordinary skill. With the time stop activated, he struck 4 times per second, averaging 700 damage per blow. After half a minute, Zhao Yibai retracted the Bluetooth speaker. You didn't even try to defend. Opponent S health, 7, 820, 000. Time stop ended. Ding. Success. Remaining uses, 181. The time stop could be utilized continuously, but it consumed mental energy. In Zhao Yibai's perspective, the pills for restoring mental energy were more costly and harder to obtain, while the uses of the time stop could be swiftly depleted. Had he been deceived? As time resumed its flow, Li Du had just shouted out, preparing to charge at Zhao Yibai, but in the next instant, he abruptly halted. For just in front of his throat lay the ominous black obsidian blade. A mere 5 millimeters forward would lead to a fatal collision. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of weakness enveloped Li Du, causing him to collapse to the ground. The scalpel slipping from his grasp, his body erupted with hundreds of fine blood traces, which rapidly expanded into gashes, oozing crimson life. It was a challenge to find any unscathed flesh on him. Startled, AI Xiao Xiao stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, as goosebumps cascaded down her skin. A 4-star mutated zombie had, in the blink of an eye, been reduced to a state of near death. Zhao Yibai nonchalantly pocketed one hand while gripping the hilt of the obsidian blade with the other. His back turned to Li Du. As Li Du knelt, the blade lowered, yet still hovered ominously near his neck. According to the blade's damage potential, a single strike would swiftly end this 4-star initial mutated zombie. Zhao Yibai uttered chillingly. Last words. Chapter 77. Unexpected gains. Li Du's eyes widened in disbelief. Kneeling on the ground, his face, marred and bloodied, bore a look of utter confusion. In a fleeting moment, Li Du was besieged by the excruciating pain of countless blades piercing through his flesh. Unlike ordinary zombies who had lost all sense, he, a level 4 primary mutant zombie, retained an extraordinary sensitivity to his surroundings. Thus, the pain was unbearable, excruciatingly so. The agony overwhelmed him to the brink of collapse. Gasping, Li Du knelt on the ground, emitting heavy, labored breaths. The obsidian blade hovered mere millimeters from his throat, its chilling edge penetrating to the very core of his being, instilling a profound terror within him. Li Du felt an unprecedented sense of weakness since his transformation into a mutant zombie. He was acutely aware that with just a slight motion of the peculiar longsword in the hands of the imposing youth before him, his life could be extinguished in an instant. Indeed, as he had surmised, he and the vengeful woman were perceived as mere nuisances, equally worthless in their eyes. I am willing to serve you. Spare my life, he pleaded, his pride as a mutant zombie crumbling in an instant. Injured and unable to rise, Li Du chose to surrender. I possess greater strength and extensive medical knowledge. I can perform surgeries and become your physician. With a swift motion, Zhao Yibai's obsidian blade sliced through Li Du's neck, abruptly silencing his words. Above him, a faint crimson numeral appeared, visible only to Zhao Yibai. With a thud, Li Du collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain level 4 primary mutant zombie Li Du. Rewards. Li Du's medical experience and the main weapon, a sharp surgical knife. Li Du's medical experience, over 20 years of Western medical practice. Can be integrated or designated for others. Main weapon, sharp surgical knife. Li Du's favorite instrument, exceptionally sharp, capable of breaching the defenses of 3-star zombies. Zhao Yibai raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had not anticipated such unexpected gains from slaying a mutant zombie. After a brief glance at the rewards, he beckoned to AI Xiao Xiao. Come eat. AI Xiao Xiao swallowed hard, casting a reverent glance at Zhao Yibai before hastening towards him, gripping the obsidian blade with one hand. Zhao Yibai swung it through the air, producing a series of slicing sounds. AI Xiao Xiao pried open Li Du's skull and extracted a red crystal, placing it in her mouth. Shortly thereafter, she spat out a dull, fragmented stone. It requires time to digest, master. Why don't you keep him? He is a level 4 primary, quite useful. At her words, Xiao Yibai chuckled. I do not recruit deviants among my ranks. One aberration in my team is sufficient. AI Xiao Xiao's expression brightened, and she silently felt fortunate, realizing she was luckier than Li Du. There was one thing Xiao Yibai had not mentioned. When he instructed Li Du to speak his last words, he had already sealed his fate. No empty words. He had declared. Life was extinguished as swiftly as it was claimed. Xiao Yibai drew his golden Uzi submachine gun and proceeded towards the storage room, with AI Xiao Xiao hastily following behind. Bang! Faced with the door that was designed to thwart gentlemen but not violence, Xiao Yibai forcefully kicked it open. Inside, the survivors were all on edge, their anxiety palpable. The school was in need of doctors and nurses, and we are willing to help. They nodded fervently in agreement. Xiao Yibai's gaze was drawn to the young woman cradling a child in her arms. The tiny infant, upon meeting Xiao Yibai's eyes, returned the gaze. His gaunt face bore wide, fearful eyes, and he smiled with a mix of trepidation and warning directed at Xiao Yibai. A battle interface materialized above the infant's head. Battle, Blue, ID, Demon level, 3 stars health, 800 spirit, 10,000 combat power, 60,000 nature. Phantom. Upon reviewing this interface, another panel emerged promptly. Battle, Blue, ID, Melancholic Boy level, 5 stars, max, health, 800 spirit. Crimson, combat power. Crimson, nature, dormant domain level zombie. Spirit. Xiao Yibai understood immediately. It was clear that the demon and the melancholic boy were intertwined, or rather, the demon had usurped the body of the dormant melancholic boy. To vanquish the demon in this initial form would awaken the melancholic boy. The battle interface was blue, indicating a state of peace. In terms of attributes, the melancholic boys were exceptionally high. By now, Xiao Yibai had grasped some of the rules governing the mutated zombies. Each one encountered thus far bore intense emotional turmoil prior to the apocalypse. Yu was bullied by the 80s, Ixioxoxio was abandoned by her parents. The vengeful woman had her child brutally taken from her and was subjected to the perverse whims of Li Du, who was a hypocritical monster. While the demon was an innocent child, left half dead. And what of the melancholic boy? What profound resentment must he harbor to reach a full 5-star state? Suddenly, a young nurse, summoning her courage, inquired, "What about Dr. Li Du?" "I killed him," Xiao Yibai replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. There was no need. His actions required no justification to anyone. They could think as they wished. A heavy silence descended upon the room. This is entirely voluntary. Those who wish to accompany me may do so. Those who prefer to wait for the next wave of rescue from the Zhou family and the Commerce Association of City A may remain. I will wait at the entrance for half a minute. After that, I shall depart from this level. Having spoken, Xiao Yibai turned and walked away from the storeroom entrance towards the elevator. What to do? How to choose? He had slain Dr. Li Du and 2 nurses. He was a butcher. They could not follow him. Yet, inexplicably, I felt he was not truly malevolent. I will go, as long as I do not provoke him. He will not indiscriminately kill. I cannot stay here any longer. Yes, at the very least he is powerful. I will leave. Before long. Half of the individuals made their decision to exit, stepping out of the storeroom. Xiao Yibai was indeed fearsome, but he possessed strength as well. In this apocalypse, aligning oneself with the powerful was the only path to survival. Indeed, after the unexpected revelation of Li Du's medical experience, the significance of these individuals diminished considerably. A young woman, cradling her child, hesitated for a moment but ultimately resolved to stay. Xiao Yibai was not a benevolent figure. She feared that accompanying him would lead to even worse outcomes. You shall be grateful for the choices you make today, Xiao Yibai remarked with a smile, observing the crowd. I hope so, the others responded with laughter. Noticing that the young woman with the child did not follow, a smirk crept upon his lips as he turned back towards the storage room. The survivors who had emerged were now filled with trepidation. What are you going to do? They questioned anxiously. Inside the storage room, those who had chosen to remain watched Xiao Yibai with fear. Chapter 78. Li Yu awakens. Take care of yourself and look after the child, Xiao Yibai said, producing a bag of food from his pocket and placing it before the anxious young woman. Leave it. He then turned and departed. The 7 or 8 individuals left in the storage room were momentarily stunned. Initially, they had assumed Xiao Yibai approached with malicious intent, perhaps to silence them. However, he merely left provisions for the young mother and her child. Thank you, she called out, hurriedly grabbing the food and chasing after him to express her gratitude. Regret washed over her. In a world so bleak, anyone who could provide sustenance, even if deemed a villain, couldn't be all that wicked. Xiao Yibai offered no reply and left with those who chose to accompany him. The remaining individuals began to feel a pang of regret, yet they were unwilling to display it, having already made their choice. After all, the Merchant Guild and the Zhou family were considerably more reliable. Indeed, official rescue efforts were preferable and more dependable. This man, known for his capriciousness and propensity to kill, would surely lead those who followed him to a grim fate. Zhao Yibai instructed AI Xiao Xiao to escort a dozen individuals out while he continued to roam the hospital. Each time he arrived at a new location, he first illuminated the area with electric lights, diminishing the ominous atmosphere that had pervaded the darkened hospital. Yet, the oppressive aura lingered, leaving an unsettling feeling in the depths of one's heart. Zhao Yibai ascended to the 5th and 8th floors, rescuing over 20 survivors, both men and women. Unlike those on the 4th floor, these individuals had not witnessed him kill Li Du and were filled with gratitude towards him. Before departing, Zhao Yibai pillaged the hospital, expending considerable effort to gather nearly all the medicinal supplies from the pharmacy, as well as various instruments, which he stored in his system space. Thus, the hospital was rendered nearly empty, with all its spiritual apparatus and medications taken by Zhao Yibai. On his return journey, it was already 3 in the morning. He smashed the doors of several vehicles in the parking lot, hot-wiring them to get back. Initially, he had 2 cars, but by the time he left, he had amassed a total of 9. Returning to a city women's university, Zhao Yibai promptly led the doctors and nurses to Li Yu's side. At that moment, Meng Jiao was also present. The physicians conducted a thorough examination of Li Yu and ultimately commended Meng Jiao's handling of the situation. However, Meng Jiao's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Yu Yurong had arranged for the doctors and nurses to be stationed at the campus health clinic, a quaint 3-story building nestled in a corner of the school, complete with its own courtyard. The pharmacy was well stocked with essential medications and could even facilitate some minor surgical procedures. As the procession of medical personnel departed, Meng Jiao turned to Zhao Yibai, saying, "You do not trust me." Indeed, Zhao Yibai replied succinctly. Meng Jiao continued, "I have demeaned myself before Zhou Kong, but it was merely to survive." Zhao Yibai responded, "I understand. What must I do for you to believe in me?" Meng Jiao inquired, "You need not seek my trust. You are an independent individual. Focus on being your true self, and that will suffice," Zhao Yibai stated. Meng Jiao was taken aback, suddenly realizing that she had become somewhat enchanted by Zhou Kang's influence. She need not become anything for Zhao Yibai. She could exist authentically in his presence. Her pale visage regained its color as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. You have helped me rediscover myself. There's no need for thanks. The school requires your presence. If possible, I would like to appoint you as the head of the school hospital, overseeing the doctors, nurses, and the survivors who come to the hospital." "Very well." Meng Jiao agreed. Zhao Yibai pondered for a long while, but could not conceive a suitable name for their faction. Thus, they would simply be known as the school. After bidding farewell to Meng Jiao, Zhao Yibai sat beside Li Yu, keeping vigil over her. The ice within the system space had yet to melt, indicating that the contents were capable of maintaining a stable state over time. Most regions had not experienced power outages, suggesting that the refrigeration units were still operational. With the hospital matters settled, the next step would involve seizing external resources, training the subordinates to remain active and not idle. Feeling somewhat bored while tending to Li Yu, Zhao Yibai summoned the system panel. Task 1. Dominance of a region. Team 132-1000. Civilians 610000. Territories 10. The task of becoming a regional overlord was proving to be quite challenging. Zhao Yibai pondered, realizing that expanding territory was indeed a formidable endeavor. The outside world was teeming with zombies, shrouded in uncertainty. Just like that small maternal and child health clinic, he had been hesitant to believe it housed 5th-level mutated zombies, alongside a 4th-level vengeful spirit and 2 3rd-level adversaries. This was merely from visiting the outpatient building. He had yet to explore the several inpatient wards behind it. There were always greater threats beyond the horizon. Su Yu, AI Xiao Xiao, and their presence could only intimidate the ordinary zombies within their vicinity who were familiar with their essence. And even then, such fear had a time limit. Approximately 20 hours later, their residual aura would dissipate, necessitating a renewal. Cough, cough. Just as Zhao Yibai was lost in thought, Li Yu, who had been unconscious, suddenly coughed twice and slowly opened her eyes. "What has happened?" Zhao Yibai inquired, glancing over. Li Yu opened her eyes to behold the pristine white ceiling, and then her gaze fell upon Zhao Yibai. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, a sign of her recovery. Zhao Yibai swiftly poured a glass of warm water. "Here, drink a little to soothe your throat." With a feeble tone, Li Yu playfully complained, "It hurts. I can't get up. Could you feed me?" Zhao Yibai replied, "I haven't brushed my teeth." Li Yu closed her eyes, teasing, "What a mood killer. Am I allowed to be picky about you?" Zhao Yibai retorted, "I find you quite bothersome." Li Yu opened her eyes, momentarily bewildered before bursting into laughter, tears welling in her eyes. "You rascal, I never complained when you put things in my mouth, yet you dare to find fault?" Zhao Yibai took a sip of water and offered it to Li Yu. Find fault, he joked. Li Yu closed her eyes again, savoring the warm water, its sweetness affirming her awakening and survival. Ding. Task completed. Revive female character Li Yu. Reward, 10 basic healing pills. Overwhelmed. She wept softly after being fed a few sips. No more tears, it's all behind us. Zhao Yibai gently wiped away her tears. Li Yu embraced Zhao Yibai tightly, inhaling his comforting scent. The following day, in the early morning, a crowd gathered in front of the office building. All members of the school assembled, disregarding the doors. Zhao Yibai had instructed Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao to rally the zombies, and now each entrance was guarded by at least 400 or 500 zombies, proving more useful than humans. Finally, Zhao Yibai donned some proper clothing. Among the school members were skilled girls who had crafted him a new outfit from various fabrics. Today, Zhao Yibai sported a blue Zhongshan suit on top and formal trousers below, looking quite dapper, with his hair styled upright. Wu Ming used hair gel to create a slicked-back hairstyle reminiscent of a peacock. On the steps of the office building's lobby, Zhao Yibai waved, "Hello, everyone." In unison, the crowd responded, "Good morning, Principal." Chapter 79. The rules. Zhao Yibai surveyed the vibrant, youthful faces before him, nodding in satisfaction. Standing beside him was the chief secretary, Chun Shiweru, holding a tablet. Below them stood the school's high-ranking officials, Chief Administrator Yu Yorong, Security Officer Han Wan, Resource Minister Li Yu, team leaders Che Xiaoli, Wu Ming, and Jiang Yi, as well as level 3 mutated zombies Su Yuyu and AI Xiao Xiao. Additionally, new recruit and chemistry prodigy Qin Jiangjiang and newly appointed hospital director Meng Jiao were present. Qin Jiangjiang appeared rather stoic, with slicked back hair, thick black-framed glasses, and a petite stature clad in denim overalls. Her remarkable abilities in developing various chemical weaponry had earned her the position of weapons minister under Zhao Yibai's leadership. Meng Jiao had been appointed as the hospital director the previous night, and while the hospital was set to open, it still required some time for preparation. Li Yu, though physically weak, was seated in a wheelchair that Zhao Yibai had procured from the maternal and child health hospital, providing her with considerable relief. The others stood attentively. The purpose of gathering everyone today was to introduce themselves and foster familiarity. Secondly, let us proclaim the name of our faction. Since it is established within the confines of a city women's university, we shall simply refer to it as the school. Without rules, there can be no order. Henceforth, the distribution of food and resources shall adhere to a hierarchy of 5 levels: commoner level, squad level, group leader level, minister level, and glory level. At the commoner level, individuals will receive basic sustenance, enjoy communal lodging, and receive resources at irregular intervals. The squad level will provide delicious and nutritious meals thrice daily, along with a limited selection of beverages and fruits. Upon completing tasks, members will earn points redeemable for shopping and accommodations for 2. The group leader level entails an elevated standard of meals, the option for additional dishes, unlimited beverages and fruits, single-room accommodation, double points, and the authority to issue tasks with a fixed quota of points. The minister level allows for unrestricted use of food resources, luxurious single-room lodgings, oversight of designated departments, and quintuple points. The glory level is reserved for those who have sustained serious injuries while contributing to the school. They shall not be required to work and will enjoy the privileges of group leader level resources. During times of resource scarcity, they will have priority access to resources. Each member of the school must select 1 or more tasks issued by departments or squads within a fixed period, fulfilling minimum point requirements, while enjoying complete freedom during the remainder of the time. Upon conquering new target areas, the school will establish a zone for free exploration after securing communal resources, with all findings belonging to the individual members. Members at squad level and above will benefit from free medical care and complementary education organized by the institution. Should a member fail to meet the minimum point requirements for 2 consecutive cycles, they will be demoted from squad level to commoner level. After 2 cycles of membership, a commoner may apply for promotion to squad level. Those who make no contributions over 4 cycles will be expelled from the secure zone of the school's influence. Commoners may engage in tasks such as cleaning, cooking, farming, and production to earn direct resources like food, water, and daily necessities. Such labor will be regarded as contributions to the school. Zhao Yibai articulated this extensive set of rules for the school's faction in one breath. The principle is simple: the more one contributes, the greater the rewards. It is a relative fairness, and those who are utterly idle will be expelled. Zhao Yibai paused momentarily before continuing, stating that once enough points are accumulated, squad-level members may apply for promotion to group leader, leading their own teams. Those who demonstrate bravery and capability may receive expedited promotions. Individuals with exceptional skills are encouraged to approach him directly, as those deemed truly formidable may ascend to minister level. Subsequently, Zhao Yibai introduced the current executive team. As he concluded his speech, a wave of applause erupted throughout the venue. Following this, Zhao Yibai began distributing newly acquired meal cards from the school's logistics department. As the secretary, Chun Shuuru, called out names, Zhao Yibai personally handed out the meal cards. Points will be recorded as numerical values on these cards, employing a 3-mode accounting system. A points card for individual tracking, electronic records at the points distribution center, and a manual ledger maintained by 3 distinct individuals. Each girl received her points card, adorned with a unique identification number that will serve as her member code. After the distribution, Zhao Yibai and the attendees shared breakfast in the dining hall, with him graciously treating everyone. Ding! Feeding the 5-star target fish has proven successful, resulting in the acquisition of 10 time-stopping charges. Remaining charges, 191. The fish is also present. This meal counts as a successful engagement. After dining, Zhao Yibai interviewed several girls who volunteered to become group leaders. He admired their bravery and accepted all who demonstrated adequate combat prowess and positive loyalty. Among the more outstanding candidates was the portly girl Li Bai. Standing at 189 meters and weighing 260 pounds, she appeared to be an introverted young lady. Yet her combat power was remarkable, reaching 1,000. When she registered with her roommate, she charged into a horde of zombies like a freight train, toppling countless foes. Some diminutive zombies, barely over 1.5 meters tall, met their demise under her foot, their insides bursting forth. She was undoubtedly a formidable warrior. Standing beside Li Bai, Zhao Yibai, at approximately 186 meters, felt rather insignificant next to her imposing figure. Then there was Liang Yunjia, with her striking red waves, standing 175 meters tall, wielding a hammer with great prowess. Her highest achievement was taking on 9 opponents single-handedly, all of whom perished. Liang Yunjia established a small shop in Dormitory E, profiting from delivering goods to her fellow students. Once the apocalypse began, everyone knew she had food, and a group of girls banded together to seek her out. Initially, they approached her politely, promising to repay her once the disaster passed. However, as time went on, their gluttony and wastefulness grew, and their demeanor shifted, emboldened by their numbers. They began to bully Liang Yunjia, seizing her resources. Unable to tolerate their behavior any longer, she retrieved a small hammer she had previously purchased for repairing her iron bed. With absolute precision, she dealt devastating blows, shattering the skulls of those unruly women. The commotion drew the attention of nearby residents, and thus, she became ostracized by the survivors in Dormitory E, labeled a terrifying demon. Seeking refuge, she turned to Zhao Yibai, who welcomed her without prejudice, assessing only strength and loyalty. Wang Yingying, Ma Dongyun, Tianyu, and Lu Xian were comparatively conventional, each boasting combat capabilities exceeding 200, capable of handling 4 to 5 zombies in a single confrontation. After attending to official matters, Zhao Yibai returned upstairs, carrying food packaged from the new cafeteria. The cafeteria had been relocated to the 2nd floor of Office Building 1, as the original was too large and distant, suitable for use only once the survivor count exceeded 10,000. The 3rd floor of the office building served as a points supermarket, while the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors were converted into storage warehouses. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floors were designated for office use, with the 8th floor accommodating several residential rooms. Zhao Yibai's quarters were on the 8th floor. Upon entering his room, he found Zhou Ying already awake, having neatly made her bed. She stood on the balcony in a red pajama set, engrossed in her phone. She was not well acquainted with anyone here and felt uncertain about what to do after waking. "Good morning," Zhao Yibai greeted. "You're back." Zhou Ying and Zhao Yibai shared a peculiar blend of both strangeness and familiarity. The strangeness stemmed from their recent acquaintance, while familiarity arose from their deepening understanding of one another. She quickly rose to her feet, but seemed to strain her wound, causing her delicate brows to furrow momentarily before they relaxed. In Chapter 80, Savoring Sweets, Zhao Yibai exhibited none of the awkwardness that characterized Zhou Ying's demeanor. He had long since shed the nervousness of a youth trembling in the presence of Yu Yurong. With experience under his belt, he had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of their world, embracing a no-nonsense approach. He embodied the essence of a man in a post-apocalyptic landscape, decisive, unpretentious, and unburdened by the responsibilities of niceties. In this world, he harbored no illusions about his nature. He was no paragon of virtue. After all, in a world so bleak, who could afford to be a good person? It was clear he had boundaries. He did not associate with unscrupulous men, believing one rogue was sufficient to maintain his dominion. The chaotic throng of men was a nuisance. Despite the multitude of girls vying for power within the school's hierarchy, he deemed learning unnecessary for himself. But others were not permitted to intrude upon his domain for that purpose. Yet, he was not above seeking knowledge from others, indulging in a double standard. Zhou Ying nodded obediently. After enduring a tempest of experiences yesterday, her complexion glowed with vitality, her cheeks were rosy, and her skin seemed to radiate an even greater luster. She was a woman of ethereal grace, her beauty striking and enchanting. Zhao Yibai placed food upon the table, gently urging Zhou Ying to sit. As she took a bite of a meat bun, she noticed Zhao Yibai's unwavering gaze upon her, causing her heart to flutter. "Why don't you eat first? Nourish yourself," he suggested with a shy smile. Zhou Ying pursed her lips slightly. "Strenuous activity post-meal is ill-advised." "Come on, then I shall not be courteous any longer, Zhou Ying," Zhao Yibai declared with earnestness. "It is all in the pursuit of greater strength." By midday, Zhao Yibai exited the 8th-floor room, feeling invigorated. Securing sustenance was no small feat. Zhou Ying, however, felt utterly depleted, lacking even the strength to bite into her bun, resorting instead to sipping on kanji. After a few spoonfuls, she smiled. Life at this moment was quite joyful. Zhao Yibai was remarkably capable, and her happiness was palpable, albeit tinged with a hint of pain. Ding. Successfully fed 5-star target Zhou Ying with kanji and meat bun. Gained 10 time stop charges. Remaining charges, 201. Ding. Successfully nourished Zhou Ying. Gained 20 charges. Remaining, 221. Observing the charges, Zhao Yibai smiled knowingly. In the dining hall on the 2nd floor, Yu Yurong, Chen Xueju, and Che Xiaoli were gathered around a table, enjoying their meal. They had rice, meat, a modest serving of vegetables, and pickled delicacies. The meat, sourced from the cafeteria's cold storage, remained frozen despite a brief power outage, preserving its quality. Upon the restoration of electricity, the meat was still intact, while vegetables had become scarce and exceedingly precious. The leafy greens have almost all perished, leaving only some hearty vegetables like potatoes and onions, along with flavoring ingredients such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chilies. "Here." Upon spotting Zhao Yibai, Che Xiaoli waved her hand. "You've arrived," she announced as Zhao Yibai approached. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Chun Shiuru inhaled deeply, casting a mischievous glance at Zhao Yibai. Her driver, though new, possessed a hint of seasoned experience. Yu Yurong, slightly awkward, had learned the most prior to Zhou Ying's arrival. Zhou Ying indeed exuded elegance, and while you felt a twinge of jealousy, she endeavored to mask it. Zhao Yibai took a seat. "So, how is the implementation of the new rules going?" "Quite smoothly," Yu Yurong replied. "Initially, there was some discomfort, but soon everyone will adapt. Currently, we are tasked with cleaning building 1 of the teaching block and organizing the dormitory. Outside of the point-earning tasks, some choose to rest, while others, like Liang Yunjia, opt to explore the designated areas." "Ah, I see," Zhao Yibai nodded. "You've worked hard. When we return to the office, I shall give you a massage." Yu Yurong lowered her gaze. "I'm fine. It's better to prioritize the new arrivals. You needn't serve me. That could harm your health." "Oh." Zhao Yibai also lowered his head to look at Yu Yurong. Surprisingly, though she had faced hordes of zombies without shedding a tear, her eyes were now red. "Why are you like this? So annoying." Yu Yurong, with her head bowed, gazed at Zhao Yibai's large face and quickly covered her face with her hands. If Zhao Yibai were to treat her coldly, she might manage well enough, but his sudden gentle gaze made her want to cry, and all her feelings of grievance surged forth. Even though she understood clearly that Zhao Yibai, being so formidable, could not possibly be kind to her alone, as a woman, she was inherently emotional. Logic was one thing, yet when the moment to cry arrived, she could not suppress it. Don't cry, don't cry." If another woman were to weep, Zhao Yibai would chuckle and say, "Haven't you eaten? Cry your heart out." But when it was Yu Yurong, his own woman, who cried, he felt a pang of sympathy. Come, let me give you some candy." Zhao Yibai lifted Yu Yurong into his arms. "I don't want it." She shook her head, her tears flowing even more freely. "No, you must eat." Zhao Yibai shook his head, carrying her upstairs. Che Xiaoli gazed enviously at their departing figures. "If only I were as beautiful as Sister Yurong." Chun Shiuru scoffed. "Crying and whining won't lead to greatness." Che Xiaoli looked at Chun Shiuru suspiciously. "What else with that look?" Chun Shiuru glanced at the ceiling. "Yesterday at noon, someone was screaming like a pig being slaughtered. OH. Yes. Woe was me. I'm dying." Chun Shiuru was startled and hurriedly covered Che Xiaoli's mouth. "Why are your ears so sharp?" As she spoke, Chun Shiuru pulled 2 bags of spicy snacks from her pocket. "Don't tell anyone. I don't care about my pride." "All right." Che Xiaoli accepted the spicy snacks, smiling happily. In the afternoon, on the 9th floor, Yu Yurong lay on Zhao Yibai's chest. "Aren't you supposed to be not eating?" "Oh dear." Yu Yurong playfully tapped Zhao Yibai a few times. Zhao Yibai chuckled. "Still crying? You are incorrigible." Yu Yurong closed her eyes, her stunningly beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. Ding. Successfully fed the 5-star target Yu Yurong 5 times. Gained 50 time charges. Remaining attempts, 271. Zhao Yibai let out a light scoff. If he were not a mere game character, but a normal man, he would likely be dead by now. Yu Yurong replied, "I understand the importance of the bigger picture, but I simply cannot help but feel like crying. If you ignore me next time, I will be fine in a bit." Zhao Yibai assured her, "I promise. As long as there is food for me, There will be food for you. Yu Yurong glanced at the spot Zhao Yibai indicated, then quickly covered his eyes with her hands, softly replying, "All right." Zhao Yibai said, "Okay, you can go back to eating now." Yu Yurong glanced at the time and lamented, "It seems lunch is no longer an option. We should prepare for dinner." Knock, knock, knock. Qin Shuiru rapped on the door of the lounge. "Come in," Zhao Yibai called. Yu Yurong hastily rolled to the side, pulled up the blanket, and instantly adopted a serious demeanor, exuding a queenly air. Yet her face, as crimson as blood, betrayed her true feelings despite her attempts at composure. Qin Shuiru entered the room, her expression grave. Liang Yunjie has killed someone. Chapter 81. No seats available. Who? Zhao Yibai picked up his shirt from the floor and donned it. Yu Yurong, who insisted she wasn't hungry, was quicker at removing his armor than he was at removing hers. Qin Shuiru explained, "We searched the common area, encountered survivors, and a conflict ensued, resulting in 4 deaths. Now, the survivors have united, demanding we hand over Liang Yunjie or they will not relent." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yibai commanded, "Have her come to my office." Understood, Qin Shuiru nodded, her high heels clicking as she exited. Zhao Yibai noticed that Qin Shuiru had changed into particularly thin black stockings, which were quite appealing. Her makeup was also meticulously done. However, he lamented that he currently had no food at all. Such a flirt, Yu Yurong scoffed, playfully nudging him. Hee hee, but it seems I have exhausted my appetite. Glutton. Zhao Yibai ruffled Yu Yurong's hair and made his way to the office. Yu Yurong took a few deep breaths and headed to the restroom in the lounge to freshen up. Before long, Liang Yunjie arrived. Zhao Yibai sat in a spacious armchair, dressed in a suit, his demeanor exuding righteousness. Yu Yurong, with her long hair half-dried and donned in an oversized white shirt paired with black trousers and black heels with red soles, casually perched on the corner of Zhao Yibai's desk, crossing her legs. Yu Yurong's face was breathtaking, and her figure was simply stunning, even in an oversized shirt. It could not conceal her extraordinary presence that surpassed all others at a city women's university. Knock, knock, knock. Principal, the head supervisor, and team leader Liang Yunjie have arrived. Qin Shuiru led the group to the door and gently tapped on the ajar door. Zhao Yibai nodded. Qin Shuiru retreated to her small secretary's office. Liang Yunjie stepped inside, sporting visible injuries. Her forehead was bandaged, and there was a wound on her right arm, already stained red. The gauze was wrapped thickly, yet blood still seeped through to the surface. Team, Liang Yunjie, Loyalty 70, Health 48, Combat Power 990. Yao Yibai, speak. Liang Yunjie, while searching for supplies, we encountered an ambush. One of our members was injured. In a fit of rage, I eliminated several of them. Zhao Yibai slammed the table. Return and focus on your recovery. This is no longer your concern. Liang Yunjie was taken aback. You don't intend to hand me over? They have already formed an alliance, with 30 or 40 survivors combined, a force not to be underestimated. Zhao Yibai, you have made a mistake, yet I shall protect you to some extent. Moreover, from what you have recounted, I find no fault in your actions. So why should you compromise with a mere swarm of ants? In this apocalyptic world, one is either an ally or an enemy. Zhao Yibai had given those people time to join them. But since they failed to make that choice and now this situation has arisen, it is time to resolve matters decisively. Perfectly so. The conflict instigated by Liang Yunjie serves as a pretext. After a silence of 7 or 8 seconds, Liang Yunjie suddenly knelt down and bowed 3 times to Zhao Yibai. Principal, I, Liang Yunjie, shall follow you for the rest of my life. Having finished, she left directly to recuperate as Zhao Yibai had instructed. The protective instinct during times of peril is truly moving, especially for someone like Liang Yunjie, who had previously been marginalized. She felt as though the world had abandoned her. Were those who robbed and humiliated her not deserving of death? While searching for supplies, the survivors from Building F ambushed them, causing injuries. Should they not be punished? Zhao Yibai proclaimed her innocent. Liang Yunjie was astonished. Zhao Yibai's solution was to protect her, directly handling the situation on her behalf. Liang Yunjie was utterly stunned. Once her thoughts resumed clarity, she felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Zhao Yibai is undoubtedly a noble leader in this dystopian era. When Liang Yunjie arrived, her loyalty stood at 70, filled with trepidation towards the unknown. To her, most leaders would choose self-interest, opting for peace at the cost of others, sacrificing the few for the many. Yet Zhao Yibai did not. He was unyieldingly steadfast, shouldering all burdens, affirming her, and urging her to heal. As she departed, Liang Yunjie held her head high, her loyalty having soared to an impressive 90. This is an exceptionally high figure. When they had just come together, both Yu Yurong and Zhao Yibai's loyalty hovered around the 90s. Yu Yurong turned at the table, glancing at Zhao Yibai, making a gesture across her throat. Zhao Yibai nodded. Very well, I will make arrangements. Yu Yurong smiled and stepped down from the table. Wait a moment. Zhao Yibai called to halt, wanting to avoid any misunderstandings. He needed to clarify. Do you fully comprehend my intentions? Yu Yurong shot Zhao Yibai a glance, walking up to him and firmly sitting in his embrace. Our people are in danger, so let us deal with those who pose a threat, correct? Yes, indeed. Zhao Yibai wrapped his arms around Yu Yurong, burying his face in her shoulder. Wonderful. Yurong, you understand me. We are on the same wavelength. Ha ha ha. Yuyo gently caressed Zhao Yibai's nape, observing him with the playful demeanor of a mischievous child, her eyes shimmering with the glow of maternal affection. Shall I bear you a child, a delightful little one? Do you prefer a son or a daughter? As long as it is ours, I shall cherish it. Zhao Yibai replied, lifting his gaze. He had never donned a blindfold while studying. He could, but he simply preferred not to. Very well, Yuyo nodded. Then in the future, let us use a pillow. After sharing a tender moment, Yuyo descended the stairs. Building F, the dormitory, stood as a counterpart to the G building where Zhao Yibai and his peers resided, both being part of the school's second phase of dormitories. Situated at a considerable distance from Building A, the impact of AI Xiaoxiao's rampage had been relatively minimal here. The glassware remained mostly intact. Unlike the older dormitory buildings A through E, which featured single rows of rooms with corridors on the north side, buildings F and G were modern, more spacious, with 2 rows of rooms flanking a central corridor. The facilities were also far superior. Each dormitory boasted its own private restroom, allowing residents to bathe within the comfort of their quarters. While the older dorms accommodated 8 or 6 individuals per room, buildings F and G predominantly housed 4, with some 2-person and single rooms. These 2 edifices served as dormitories for the undergraduate and graduate students of a city women's university, enclosed by a wall and separated from the ordinary dormitory building by an iron gate. Not far from Building G, there was a small dining hall and convenience store, exclusively catering to the residents. In room 309 of Building F, a substantial gathering of young women had congregated. The space was brimming with at least 30 to 40 individuals, all packed together. Even the balcony was filled to capacity. Peng Yuan, a distinguished law student, proclaimed, the establishment of their power is inherently unlawful, and now, with their acts of robbery and murder, we must raise our voices against these transgressions. The perpetrators must face consequences. United, we shall be an indomitable force. Chinli, in her early 30s and adjusting her glasses, added, sisters, we must stand together and refuse to bow to malevolent forces. If we do not champion our fallen sisters today, tomorrow, when the knife is at our throats, there will be no one to cry out for us. Peng Yuan grew increasingly impassioned. The resources of our school belong to all students, not to be monopolized by them. We demand justice for the slain, and we must reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. As exemplary students, we should have priority access to resources in this dire world. Let them surrender the resources of the large supermarket and dining hall for our use, so that we, with our superior intellect, may allocate them wisely. Wu Mei, the student council president, affirmed, as the president, I stand in agreement with your sentiments. Sun Yuqian declared, I have successfully contacted the Merchant Association. If those foolish women have been brainwashed by that vile man and refuse to grant us justice, then let the Merchant Association intervene. We demand our rights. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed through the room. Silence fell instantly, enveloping the space in an eerie stillness. After a brief pause, as the outside remained quiet, Peng Yuan cleared her hoarse throat and whispered, Who is it? Chapter 82. Open the door. We're here to check the water meter. Peng Yuan's voice received a response. A deep, resonant voice echoed from the doorway. It was a woman's voice, yet remarkably powerful. It belonged to Tianyu, hailing from a northeastern city. Her name exudes delicacy. Yet her appearance is quite the opposite, tall and robust, with nearly shaved hair save for a small tuft fashioned into a tiny braid. Tianyu's voice matches her demeanor, and her large feet further amplify her imposing presence. Known for her loyalty and her equally formidable appearance, she is affectionately called Sister Yu by her peers. Upon hearing such a voice, the girls in dormitory 309 were instantly thrown into a state of panic. It was Sister Yu from the northeastern city. My goodness. She had joined the school's faction. Rumor has it that her shoe size is a staggering 48, a size capable of inflicting severe damage. The shame of it all, a female student in an all-girls school aligning herself with an external male faction. But before they could voice their discontent, they had to devise a plan. Earlier, while deliberating amongst themselves, the girls spoke with such bravado, as if they were the saviors of the universe. Yet now, with the opposing force blocking their entrance, they fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. In this apocalyptic scenario, how absurd it seemed to be scrutinizing their resolve. It was the dead of night, clearly indicating the intruders bore ill intentions. Speak up, they urged, looking to Peng Yuan. She, too, felt the weight of anxiety. The School S faction was not to be trifled with, and it seemed they held the upper hand. But with all eyes upon her, Peng Yuan summoned her courage. It's late. Come back tomorrow. We are all resting. Bang. No sooner had she spoken than a foot larger than size 48 forcefully kicked through the wooden door, crashing into the room. The foot swiftly withdrew. Bang! Another kick, and the door splintered further, the hinges and latch rendered useless, the entire wooden structure collapsing inward. A chorus of shrieks erupted as several girls were pinned beneath the fallen door. Tianyu, unfazed, withdrew her foot and brandished an AK rifle, commanding, "Everyone, drop your weapons and all equipment except for your milk-cover fishnets. Place your hands on your heads and squat against the wall." Behind Tianyu stood a dozen individuals, each wielding gleaming, well-oiled vintage rifles, 7.62mm caliber weapons. A single hit at such close range would be fatal. "You're crossing a line," Tianyu declared, stepping over the fallen door without regard for the girls trapped beneath, who cried out in despair. She approached Peng Yuan, who had yet to finish her sentence, and thrust the rifle's muzzle into her mouth. Peng Yuan's eyes widened in terror as she instinctively raised her hands. The cold metal pressed against her tongue, accompanied by an unsettling scent of oil, inducing a wave of nausea. Tianyu forcefully pushed the barrel deeper, as if to administer a throat swab to this law student. "Aren't you fond of reasoning and rallying cries? Go on, speak." "Ugh." Peng Yuan shook her head vigorously, overwhelmed by the pressure. It was too much. She was on the verge of retching. However, Peng Yuan still dared not speak aloud, fearing the wrath of Sister Yu. A mere slip of her hand could render her voiceless forever. The cramped confines of dormitory 309 housed 30 to 40 female students, while outside the door, there were only a small group. Including Tianyu, there were merely 6 individuals. Yet, this group was paralyzed with fear, none daring to resist. When Tianyu kicked the door, those who had picked up weapons to prepare for resistance hastily concealed them upon witnessing Tianyu stride in with undeniable authority. Their will to fight extinguished. In an apocalyptic world, the concept of truth might hold little value against mutated zombies. For these creatures were overwhelmingly powerful, either possessing psychic abilities with extensive attack ranges or embodying robust physical forms with seemingly insurmountable resilience. However, for humans, the notion of truth proved to be exceedingly effective, even without firing a shot. Merely brandishing a weapon in such chaotic circumstances was enough to instill fear in ordinary survivors wielding cold weapons, rendering them motionless. Wailing softly, Peng Yuan shook her head gently in response to Tianyu, tears streaming down her face. She did not wish to perish. Her instigation of unrest stemmed from having gone without food for 2 days. She sought to leverage the chaos to negotiate with the school for collaboration, hoping to gain some semblance of control and secure additional resources and benefits. By invoking the fate of the deceased survivor, she believed her arguments would hold more weight. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves confronted by the very embodiment of truth. Wu Mei, witnessing Peng Yuan's plight, could not help but intervene, urging calm. "Let us discuss this rationally. I am a member of the student council." Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted, accompanied by a deafening sound as a bullet ricocheted through the darkened dormitory 309, narrowly grazing Wu Mei's scalp, parting her hair as it struck the steel frame of a bunk bed, creating a deep crater in the wall behind. "Ah!" Wu Mei rolled her eyes back, the searing pain above her head rendering her nearly breathless, as though she had been mortally wounded. It was a girl named Jing, a close friend of Tianyu, who had fired the shot. Though petite in stature, she was robustly hairy, with thick hair and an unkempt appearance. Clearly not one to be trifled with. "Did I ask for your opinion? Who do you think you are?" Realizing she had narrowly escaped death, Wu Mei dared not utter another word, tears flowing as she vigorously shook her head. Her status as a senior leader of the student council had become increasingly irrelevant in such dire circumstances. Tianyu cast a fleeting glance in their direction before returning her focus to Peng Yuan. Oh, please." Peng Yuan's face was a mask of desperation. This group was simply too formidable. They were operating on an entirely different level. Tianyu declared, "Opposing the school leads only to ruin. According to the principal's wishes, all of you must perish. Yet, out of benevolence, our esteemed leader is willing to grant you a path to survival. Become slaves of our faction, enduring the worst leftovers and the most arduous tasks for 3 years, after which you may regain your freedom." Slaves? 3 years. Chun-Li, who had remained hidden until now, erupted in anger. This is utterly dehumanizing. With Chun-Li speaking, Sun Yuqian also chimed in, raising her phone. "Do not be too arrogant. I have already reported the situation here to the City Chamber of Commerce. They intend to send someone to take charge immediately. Not a single one of our people can be harmed. If you dare to touch any of us, the chamber will certainly not let you off. Nor will they spare your faction." Chapter 83. Manager Wang of the Chamber of Commerce. The chamber? Tianyu glanced at the chat history, her gaze shifting. The chamber and the Zhou family were widely recognized as 2 formidable forces in a city. Bang. PFF. While Tianyu was still contemplating, and Jing swiftly turned the gun towards Sun Yuqian and pulled the trigger, the tremendous recoil forcing her back a step. Almost simultaneously, as Jing retreated, a gaping wound erupted on Sun Yuqian's face, the bullet piercing through her skull from her nose, embedding itself in the half-wall of the adjacent balcony. Sun Yuqian fell silent, collapsing onto the body of the girl beside her. Ah! The girl, splattered with blood, let out a piercing scream of terror. Jing chambered another round. Damn it, it's you I'm targeting, so what? Tian Yu sighed in resignation. What kind of name is Jing? You should be called Tiger. Jing replied. If the chamber is willing to engage us over such trivial matters, then let them come. Damn it. Chunli, nearly fainting from fear, hurried to declare. Being a slave is great. I enjoy being a slave. I relish that feeling of consuming leftover food and endless work. Peng Yuan, with a gun barrel in her mouth, quickly nodded, though unable to produce coherent sounds. Yes. We would be honored to serve as slaves to the school's faction. The survivors from room 309 hastily echoed. There were too few people here. The scarcity of zombies meant that many had yet to fully adapt to the rhythm of the apocalypse. Sun Yuqian's death before their eyes shattered their perception of the world, revealing the true terror of the apocalypse. This was not merely child's play. Real lives were at stake. Moreover, it became clear that in this world, strength spoke louder than words. Soon, the girls began to follow Tian Yu's instructions, removing their armor until only their milk caps and fishnets remained. Although it was already May, the night was still chilly, and they squatted shivering, their bodies cold. With their hands on their heads, they were subjected to a humiliating posture. You make a valid point, Tian Yu mused, nodding at Jing. Was the chamber truly an amusing entity? Certainly not. In the grand scheme of things, everything revolved around self-interest. It seemed the chamber could not possibly wage war over such a small population against their school. After all, their school now boasted over 100 members, possessing a mix of firearms and melee weapons, and had established a close-knit and effective power structure. Even the chamber, now a remnant in the post-apocalypse, would face severe consequences in attempting to confront them. Jing remarked, is the Zhou family not more formidable than the chamber? The alliance proposal has yet to be delivered to Zhouang. Zhou Kong personally came over, and even he faced humiliation in front of our principal. One must not overestimate the merchant association nor underestimate our own strength. Tian Yu, astonished, scratched his head in disbelief and remarked, what have you eaten? Have you finally woken up? Your brain seems to be sharper than mine. Listening to their exchange, most of the captives sank into despair. Yet, some clung to hope, such as Chun Li and Wu Mei, who believed that Tian Yu and Jing were merely boasting. After all, it was the Zhou family of the city lord's residence. Why would they consider an alliance with such a minor force? They found it hard to believe. In reality, it was more than just an alliance. The esteemed daughter of the Zhou family had been pampered beyond measure. Before long, the other 4 members of Tian Yu's group approached with zip ties, systematically binding the captives' hands behind their backs, securing them with 5 tight bindings to eliminate any chance of escape. Once everything was in order, Tian Yu removed the AK rifle from Peng Yuan's mouth. She retched, but only clear water came forth, as her stomach was empty. Click, 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 and Jing held her phone, taking pictures and sending them to the work group. School work group, and Jing, 1 killed, 35 willing to dedicate 3 years of free service to our school's cause. Chief Administrator Yu Yurong. Administrator, each group member receives 1,000 points, with the leader receiving double as per the rules, and 10 rewards for the volunteers. A disorganized rabble, Yu Yurong had never regarded them with any seriousness. Not to mention she personally did not intervene. Even her trusted team was not deployed. The facts bore out her judgment. After arranging the captives in a line, they used coarse hemp ropes retrieved from the maintenance warehouse to bind the captives' arms and legs together, forming a chain. Thus, even if someone attempted to flee, escape would be impossible. Witnessing such professional methods, those captives with ulterior motives were thoroughly dispirited. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as they were about to depart, Sun Yuqian's phone vibrated, displaying an incoming video call. The ID read, Manager Wang from the A City Merchant Association. Jing stepped forward, picked up the phone concealed beneath a mound of milk foam, and answered the call. With a beep, the video call connected, and a long-faced man appeared on the screen, visibly excited. Sun Yuqian, excellent. Our City Merchant Association is currently in urgent need of personnel. In an hour, our members will arrive at your school. We are in dire need of manpower. The association's main force is busy recruiting and researching serum. The laboratory's demand for survivors is like Han Xin calling upon troops. More is always better. We were just lamenting our inability to find people. It's fantastic that someone is seeking us out. Are you looking for Sun Yuqian? And Jing grinned, and, gripping the hair of the collapsed Sun Yuqian, yanked her up towards the phone's camera. I am not Sun Yuqian, she is. Upon witnessing the gaping wound on Sun Yuqian's face, Manager Wang opposite her momentarily froze. So, you are the school faction that Sun Yuqian spoke of? Truly malicious indeed. A fine survivor has been slain so carelessly. Such waste is utterly disgraceful. As Manager Wang spoke, his anger escalated. Jingqing released Sun Yuqian, allowing her lifeless body to collapse. Do not even think about targeting a city women's university. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it. A twisted smile spread across Manager Wang's face. Just wait. I hope that when we meet again, you will still be capable of uttering such ignorant and absurd words. The call abruptly ended. Tian Yu remarked, the merchant guild is indeed arrogant. If he dares to come, I shall stuff my unwashed, sweat-soaked feet, having not bathed for 3 days, into his stomach. If it comes to battle, I shall not be afraid. The phone swiftly connected to Yu Yurong. Excitement surged within her. They often spoke of the guild as a formidable mountain, yet she had never engaged in combat. She yearned to test the depths of the guild's strength. Knock, knock, knock. The acting president is resting. Whatever the matter, please come back tomorrow. I have an urgent matter. Let him in. A weary voice from Wang Weiwei emerged. Chapter 84. Fierce Combat. The guild's hidden cards. The acting president is utterly infuriating. There is a vile faction at a city women's university, ruthlessly slaughtering survivors. I request to lead a team to seize control of a city women's university. Wang Liangkai entered the office, shouting as he walked. Wang Weiwei, her face showing signs of fatigue, examined the photos sent by Zhao Bai. She studied them for quite some time, feeling exhausted afterwards. Finally, she fell into a peaceful slumber, free from insomnia. However, she was unexpectedly roused by Wang Liangkai, a member of her family. Go, Wang Weiwei said, clad in a champagne-colored silk nightgown, a bow-tied belt cinching her waist, exuding an air of languor. Huh. Wang Liangkai was taken aback. Wang Weiwei straightened herself, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. Fourth brother, I have zero tolerance for vile factions. Although we do have some disagreements in our daily lives, I support you wholeheartedly in this matter. Wang Liangkai nodded. Wang Weiwei's prompt agreement struck him as rather odd, yet her words brought a smile to his face. The young girl indeed harbored a fierce aversion to evil. Acting president, you are quite astute. Had you not been a woman, I might have chosen to support you. Wang Weiwei smiled. Take the best weapons with you. Understood. Wang Liangkai waved his hand and strode out confidently. The secretary watched him descend the elevator before returning. President, do you truly support him in this? Indeed. Wang Weiwei crossed her legs. If he wishes to court death, why not support him in his demise? Had I been a man, I would have slain him long ago. Such obstinate individuals deserve to perish. The secretary nodded. Understood. Wang Weiwei picked up her phone and messaged Zhao Bai. Wang Weiwei, Wang Liangkai is heading to the school. Stay safe. He and I are at odds. The reply arrived swiftly. Zhao Bai reassured. Rest assured, he cannot return. That night, beneath the A City Chamber of Commerce building, a sudden commotion erupted. A throng of people gathered in haste. A convoy of 10 modified vehicles, fortified with protective plates and mounted machine guns, assembled. The protective plates bore welded metal spikes, rendering the task of dispatching ordinary zombies as effortless as disciplining a child. Wang Liangkai, clad in a black suit, emerged from the building's grand hall, flanked by a cadre of camouflaged mercenaries. Fourth Master. At the sight of Wang Liangkai, the mercenaries at the entrance stood at attention, reverently calling out. Wang Liangkai held his head high, chest out, choosing not to respond. His assistant, Niu Zhonghao, jogged forward, opening the door of the modified business vehicle and bowing slightly, resting a hand on the door frame. Wang Liangkai strode into the vehicle, taking his seat within. In the Zhou family's domain, control over the mercenaries was maintained through collars capable of ending their lives at any moment. The Chamber of Commerce, however, was even more ruthless. Before the apocalypse, these mercenaries had been administered vaccines, purportedly to cure the common cold, yet in reality, they contained a poison that required daily doses of an antidote. Without it, death was inevitable. Unlike the Zhou family's remote control held by Zhou Kong, the Wang family had several individuals possessing the antidote, sharing power collectively. The formula resided in the hands of the acting president, Wang Weiwei. As they prepared to depart, the alluring woman beside Wang Liangkai lit a cigar for him. He took a delicate puff, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The mercenaries swiftly boarded, and the convoy set off. At the top of the building, Wang Weiwei gazed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, watching the diminutive convoy depart below, a chilling smile gracing her exquisite face. At the entrance of a city women's university, a large bonfire crackled, consuming heaps of firewood. Above it, a skinned goat was suspended. Zhao Bai and Yu Yurong, among others, sat around the fire, roasting the goat while awaiting the outcome of their ambush. With the precise intelligence provided by Wang Weiwei, Zhao Bai had dispatched 4 teams to execute the ambush. This was also a training exercise, as he could not attend to every matter personally in the future. Of course, AI Xiao Xiao and Su Yuyu were also present. Should the situation prove too challenging, he would intervene once more. Relax, trust them, Yu Yurong encouraged. Indeed, Zhao Bai replied. gazing into the distance towards the direction of the chamber's approach to the university. I am quite confident, for the outcome is already determined. Fourth Master, are we truly going to approach them so openly? And why not? Wang Liangkai retorted. We possess modified vehicles and heavy machine guns. With such firepower at our disposal, we shall crush them. After eliminating their leaders, we will strive to take some alive for the laboratory. Understood, the others nodded in agreement. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than a horrific explosion erupted, sending the lead vehicle soaring into the air amidst flames, followed by the detonation of its fuel tank, igniting chaos. Ambush. We are under ambush. Someone cried out. Instantly, a barrage of gunfire resonated, as the mercenaries of the chamber proved to be highly skilled. Although the location of the enemy remained undiscovered, they unleashed a torrent of gunfire, employing machine guns to exert suppressive fire around them. Suddenly, a hushed gasp echoed through the air. Instantly, dozens of glass bottles were hurled into the sky, crashing down upon the vehicles of the convoy. With the lead vehicle detonating, the remaining cars found themselves immobilized. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as the bottles struck the ground and shattered. Some even landed upon the vehicles. Gasoline. Some contained alcohol. With a resounding boom, a cry of alarm arose just as the lead vehicle erupted into flames, igniting the flammable liquids on the ground and enveloping most of the cars in a fiery embrace that resembled a dragon of flames. Agonized screams erupted from some of the machine gunners, caught off guard as they ignited into living torches, writhing in torment. A cacophony of terror ensued as ordinary zombies surged forth from all directions, eagerly lunging towards the vehicles ensconced in flames. Shots rang out from the firing ports of the vehicles, creating a deafening symphony of gunfire. Yet, the sheer number of zombies surrounding them was overwhelming, as if an endless tide of the undead were converging. Once again, a volley of glass bottles was launched. Fire! Someone commanded. The machine guns, undeterred by the flames, unleashed a frenzied barrage into the sky. Countless glass bottles exploded under the hail of bullets, but this time, they contained corrosive chemical liquids that splattered upon impact, releasing billows of thick black smoke. A startled voice exclaimed, "My goodness!" They unleashed toxic gas. Inside one of the vehicles, Wang Liangkai furrowed his brow, realizing the adversary was more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, he remained unfazed, recognizing these were mere tricks. With the onset of battle, the convoy had already lost 3 vehicles and sustained injuries among a dozen men, but Wang Liangkai was far from perturbed, for he held a trump card. Taking a puff of his cigar, he declared, "Enough of this child's play. Let us conclude this farce." Understood. Neo Zhanghao responded softly into the radio, "Deploy Drone 1. Immediately, the rear door of the last truck in the convoy swung open from within, and a machine bull, the size of an adult bovine, leaped forth. The impact of its landing resonated with a thunderous boom. The several red dot sights mounted upon its back began to whirl into action, as the barrels of 3 Gatling guns commenced their rotation. As the machine bull charged forward, the Gatling guns opened fire, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, from the cargo hold. Over 20 drones laden with explosives simultaneously activated, soaring into the air with a piercing wail, before instantly diving towards their targets. The members of the school, lying in ambush in the roadside ditch, were left dumbfounded, armed with grenades, rifles, and incendiary bottles. They were utterly unprepared for what lay before them. It was as though they had stepped into a new era. Chapter 85. Wang Weiwei, you wretched creature. Technology transforms existence. Listening to the commotion outside, Wang Liangkai jested while taking a deep drag from his cigar. With the authorization of Wang Weiwei, he had revealed his ultimate trump card. Thus, when faced with the sudden attack, he remained utterly unfazed. In Wang Liangkai's view, since he had personally emerged with those weapons in tow, the outcome was already predetermined. Suddenly, amidst his laughter, the business vehicle he occupied jolted violently. A drone had crashed onto it, its explosive device adhering to the roof. Mechanical bulls, sprinting towards the drainage ditch, opened fire, their 3 heavy machine guns targeting the convoy. Bullets incessantly pounded against the steel frame of the vehicle, creating a cacophony of ear-piercing metallic clinks. While sparks erupted as if dozens of cutting machines were at work, drones continued to soar toward the convoy, attaching themselves to the cars. The moment the bombs adhered to the vehicle, a deadly rhythm of beeping intensified, and the red indicator lights began to flash ever more rapidly. Damn it! Wang Liangkai's face paled as he cursed, his expression twisted in terror. At a critical juncture, his assistant, Neo Zhanghao, lunged onto Wang Liangkai, shielding him with his body. The reinforced roof of the business vehicle exploded, and the 4 tires burst under the immense shockwave of the blast. Neo Zhanghao's back was gruesomely mangled, countless fragments of the roof embedding themselves into his flesh, with some shrapnel piercing through, injuring Wang Liangkai in the process. A beautiful lady, caught off guard, suffered grievously. Her head obliterated, her elegant deep V-gown soaked in blood, a once pristine white now riddled with gaping wounds. The explosions continued, a relentless barrage from the drones. One by one, the vehicles succumbed as their roofs were shattered. The 3 machine guns mounted on the mechanical bull unleashed a torrential hail of bullets, each round igniting with blue flames. Despite their thick and sturdy armor, the steel plates were eventually perforated by the ceaseless onslaught, rendering the occupants within as fragile as paper. Torn apart in an instant, a deafening blast erupted as one vehicle could no longer withstand the assault, exploding in a chain reaction. Some mercenaries frantically attacked the mechanical bull, but their bullets merely created shallow dents upon its surface. Damn, Wang Liangkai swore, forcefully pushing Niu Jianghao off him, bloodied and desperate. He dragged the lifeless body of the beautiful lady to shield himself, attempting to escape through the opposite door. At that moment, only Wang Liangkai remained of the business delegation. From the last truck, several more drones surged forth, ascending to the now roofless business vehicle. The mechanical bull ceased firing, galloping swiftly beside the vehicle, then leaping over it, swiftly turning to aim 3 beams of targeting red light directly at Wang Liangkai's forehead. He swallowed hard, freezing in place, paralyzed by the impending doom. Above, drones hovered, while mechanical bulls stood before them, surrounded by an overwhelming horde of zombies and the ambush of school factions. There was no retreat, no escape. Ha ha ha. Wang Liangkai laughed. At first, he was bewildered, contemplating his trump card, how to deal with him. But in that moment, clarity struck him. Wang Weiwei, you little vixen. How cruel you are. Only Wang Weiwei possessed the strength to turn these machines against him. Without these advanced trump cards, confronting the school factions might have led to disaster. However, bringing them along only hastened his demise. The drones and mechanical bulls silently targeted Wang Liangkai, refraining from attack. Just then, the zombie horde, controlled by AI Xiao Xiao and Su Yuyu, surged forward, a dark mass that could induce claustrophobia in any observer. Kill me, grant me a swift end. Wang Weiwei, may you suffer a terrible fate. Countless zombies, stacked like a tower, overwhelmed Wang Liangkai, who cried out in fear and agony. Bang, bang, bang. Once it was confirmed that Wang Liangkai was no more, the drones above exploded in the sky. The mechanical bull, too, emitted a sound as its targeting light extinguished, the red glow in its eyes fading as well, rendering it motionless, save for the 3 Gatling gun barrels still glowing red, emitting plumes of black smoke. It was over. This battle had commenced swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. Long after the end, the schoolgirls in the drainage ditch slowly regained their composure, their faces pale. Terrifying. Damn. Those capitalist dogs, Tianyu cursed. They had witnessed the destructive power of the drones and mechanical bulls. Had it not been for the sudden turn of events, they were certain they would have been the defeated ones, and likely, they would have perished completely. Assessing casualties and clearing the battlefield, Commander Jiang Yi issued orders. Yes, the others nodded in agreement. Initially, they had hidden well, with only 2 girls sustaining minor injuries from ricochets. Meanwhile, the opposing side was entirely wiped out. AI Xiao Xiao let out a fierce shout, and immediately, a dense mass of zombies gathered from all directions, parting to create a 2-meter-wide path. AI Xiao Xiao and Su Yuyu, accompanied by their team members, advanced to the center of the battlefield. The acrid stench of gunpowder mingled with the metallic scent of blood, permeating the air. Most vehicles had their roofs blasted off by drones, their bodies riddled with bullet holes, some cars still ablaze in the aftermath. The electrical circuits within crackled and popped intermittently. Jiang Yi, flashlight in hand, approached a vehicle in the center, illuminating the gruesomely disfigured figure of the merchant who had been besieged by zombies. Now nothing more than a bloodied mass, utterly unrecognizable, as if flayed alive. Some gathered around the mechanical bull, while others rushed to inspect the last cargo truck. They gathered all the usable items. Some firearms and ammunition remained untouched. The spoils were relatively abundant. Regroup. Collect what needs to be taken, Jiang Yi commanded. Soon, they returned to the southern gate of a city women's university, where the aroma of roasted lamb wafted through the air. Zhao Bai was busy applying sauce. And upon seeing everyone return, he remarked, "You've worked hard. Let's have an extra meal." Jiang Yi replied, "There's also a mechanical bull that we can't move. Shall we blow it up?" "No need. It will return to its master on its own," Zhao Bai said calmly. Although he was roasting lamb, his attention was focused on the battlefield, utilizing a God's eye view map to oversee the situation. If things took a turn for the worse, he would employ time-stopping abilities to intervene. He was a trainer, but he would never stand idly by while his subordinates were slaughtered. High technology was indeed formidable, but human hearts were even more powerful. Wang Liangcai's prideful trump card was, in fact, Wang Weiwei's fear that they could truly annihilate the school, which she would use to counteract them. Suddenly, Zhao Bai's phone vibrated. He glanced down to see a message from Wang Weiwei. Chapter 86. Fifth Uncle, Coordinates. Wang Weiwei, principal. Let your mutated creations wreak havoc. I need to silence the board members of the Commerce Association and make them reassess your prowess. Zhao Yibai opened the coordinates. The address indicated the intersection of Pingyang Road and Phoenix Road, a City-S electrical market. Wang Weiwei, Wang Liangkai has confessed. His antidote needles are hidden in warehouse 113117 of Area B. Zhao Yibai, astute as ever, immediately grasped Wang Weiwei's intent. Zhao Yibai, now you believe I am the principal. Wang Weiwei, I didn't believe it before. I just received news that the master of a city women's university is a man, and there is only one man there. Zhao Yibai, if I help you obtain this batch of antidote needles, will you assist me in return? I need to find two individuals, a man named Aiu and a woman named Qin Shiran. Wang Weiwei understood. These were the parents of Ai Xiaoxiao. Zhao Yibai had always remembered this task, especially since Ai Xiaoxiao had recently recalled her parents' names. Without names, searching solely by Ai Xiaoxiao's name would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It was fortuitous that Ai Xiaoxiao remembered. He would seize the opportunity to complete the task. The Zhou family could not be trusted. The Commerce Association's capabilities were not much inferior to the Zhou family's. Time to eat roasted lamb. After replying to the message, Zhao Yibai glanced at the lamb's exterior, now golden and crispy. He called out, dinner's ready. In addition to this lamb, there were also 8 mud-wrapped chickens roasting over the charcoal, freshly killed from a nearby restaurant. The flavor was exquisite. This was a rare delicacy in the apocalypse, as many animals had mutated, making it difficult to find healthy ones. In the luxurious office on the top floor of the A City Commerce Association building, Wang Weiwei set down her phone. On her massive desk lay a tablet, specifically the control terminal for the mechanical bull and drones, among other weapons. These matters are indeed the trump cards for the entire Chamber of Commerce. They shall not be revealed until the very end, concealed primarily to counter the Zhou family, to be unveiled in the contest for supremacy. Originally, Wang Weiwei would not have hastened to disclose these weapons due to internal strife. However, upon discovering that Zhao Yibai is the principal, she promptly altered her stance. At present, the situation superficially appears as a union between the Zhou family and the school, with Zhou Kang presenting his cousin to Zhao Yibai. Yet, in reality, as Zhou Kang's fiancée, she has already engaged in extensive collaboration with Zhao Yibai. The formidable entities in City A are limited in number. Given her past interactions with Zhao Yibai, it is clear that Zhou Kang and Zhao Yibai cannot truly end up together. Thus, the eventual pairing will be she and Zhao Yibai. Currently, her trump card is no longer those technological products, but rather Zhao Yibai himself. This is the man who can control the undead, who willingly allows the Zhou family to humble themselves in pursuit of a union, and who is regarded by the Zhou family as a lethal weapon against her Chamber of Commerce. To actively reveal one's trump card is to feign weakness. The foremost objective now is to develop the serum, followed closely by securing the heart and essence of this rugged and valiant man, Zhao Yibai. Chairwoman, the wine has arrived. The secretary entered, bearing a splendid golden tray adorned with white liquor. Wang Weiwei removed the high-proof liquor from the tray, uncapped the bottle, and poured it into a high glass on the table, filling it to the brim. She greedily inhaled the fragrance of the liquor. All right, take it away. After savoring the scent, Wang Weiwei gently waved her hand. As the acting chairwoman of the chamber, although she relished the thought of drinking, she dared not indulge even a single drop. Merely inhaling the aroma was a considerable reward in her eyes. The secretary watched with a tinge of sympathy. One day, the chairwoman will be able to raise her glass freely, engaging in laughter and merriment. Indeed, Wang Weiwei replied with a smile. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone pierced the air. Wang Weiwei rubbed her face, glancing at her reflection in the phone's darkened screen, feigning a countenance of sorrow before answering the vintage red phone on the table. Fifth uncle, my condolences. I have received the news, and I will not stand idly by. I shall avenge my cousin. Wang Weiwei, how ruthless you are. Regardless of circumstances, Liang Kai was still your cousin. We share the Wang surname, and the same blood runs through our veins. Even if he obstructed your path, you cannot take his life. Fifth uncle, have you lost your mind? What are you saying? I can't comprehend you at all. My cousin willingly went to the school, and it was the school that killed him. I can understand your grief over losing a son, but you are not a mad dog to lash out indiscriminately. Wang Weiwei, you may deceive outsiders, but you cannot deceive me. I assure you, my son will not have died in vain, and you little wretch, will pay the price for this. Fifth uncle, I never expected you would speak to me in such a manner. It truly saddens me. Your son has perished. Your only son. I hear he was gruesomely devoured by zombies, leaving not a shred of flesh intact. Out of pity for the tragic demise you have endured, I shall reluctantly refrain from harboring anger towards you. Wang Weiwei. Wang Weiwei distanced the phone from her ear, allowing the elder to unleash a torrent of curses. Eventually, she spoke sorrowfully. Uncle, anger is detrimental to one's health. Do not let it consume you. In this apocalypse, everyone is preoccupied. There is no time to bury the dead, and the stench of decay would surely offend others. Her voice was gentle, her tone amiable. Yet, the words she uttered were infuriating. A moment of silence lingered on the other end before the call was terminated. Wang Weiwei scoffed. Truly, it runs in the family. Such foul mouths. Secretary, President, by provoking Wang Wenbao, he is unlikely to let this matter rest. They possess a significant quantity of the antidote. This could lead to complications. Wang Weiwei rubbed her temples, indeed feeling a twinge of concern. Worry, yet no action. In City A, at the Zhou family villa. Slap, 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 thud. In the locked bedroom on the second floor, Zhou Kong was engaged in violence. If one were to judge by appearance, they might discern that the woman bore a resemblance to Wang Weiwei, perhaps 5 or 6 parts alike. Stop hitting me, please. It really hurts. I'll strike you back. I'll strike you back. There was no mercy in his blows. Zhou Kong only ceased when fatigue took over. Damn it. I lost my high-end firewood splitter in a fit of rage. This unworthy creature feels nothing. Zhou Kong was venting the frustration accumulated from school. Brother, good news, splendid news. Zhou Ruankai's cheerful voice echoed from outside the door. Zhou Kong picked up a few gold bars from the table and tossed them before the woman. Glancing towards the entrance, have you found a woman resembling Wang Weiwei? Not exactly, Zhou Runkai replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly divulged the good news before Zhou Kong could scold him. The Chamber of Commerce and the school have gone to war. Wang's fourth son, Wang Liangkai, instigated the conflict, and an entire convoy was annihilated. Chapter 87. There is no victory or defeat, only life and death. Ha ha ha. Zhou Kong paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. Damn it, that is hilarious. The Wang family, those fools. I, Zhou Kong, have already strategically lowered my head to Zhao Yibai, and yet they dare to provoke him. Wonderful, splendid. I feared Zhao Yibai would seek them out. They have submitted. And now it's all-out war. Zhou Kong paced back and forth in the room, glanced at the woman, and swept all the gold bars from the table onto the floor. Today, I am in a good mood. It's all yours. Thud, thud, thud. The gold bars struck her, causing pain. Yet, the woman was elated. Thank you, boss. Ordinary paper currency had become worthless, merely fit for wiping. The firewood burns too quickly. Lacking vigor. The unique scarcity of gold rendered it the foremost currency in this apocalypse. The second currency consisted of food, livestock, and survivors. Zhou Kong lit a cigar and took a deep drag. One day, Wang Weiwei herself shall bow before me. No, Wang Weiwei must remain proud, otherwise. What distinguishes her from those despicable individuals? She ought to maintain her poise. I implored the woman earnestly. Zhou Kong lowered his gaze. The woman hurriedly flattered, Boss, you shall undoubtedly have your wishes fulfilled. Zhou Kong was quite delighted, and he called out, Zhou Runkai, instruct the kitchen to prepare some exquisite dishes. I wish to indulge in a few drinks and celebrate. Certainly, Zhou Runkai responded. He understood that Zhou Kong would be elated upon receiving this news. Ordinarily, when Zhou Kong drank, it was merely a dry affair, devoid of even peanuts. Today, however, he would feast. This was genuinely a cause for joy. Zhou Kong turned to the woman. You possess a silver tongue. Accompany me for a drink. The woman's expression shifted. She regretted her previous words, wishing she had refrained from flattering him. The number of people Zhou Kong had eliminated could nearly fill a bus. Being in his company was akin to courting danger. Do you not wish to? No, it's just that the surprise came so suddenly. I was momentarily dazed. Naturally, I am willing to join you for a drink. With Zhou Kang's astute intellect, he was fully aware of the woman's thoughts. Yet, he relished the sensation of others, despite their evident fear, still flattering him. In the 9-star flower garden of City A, a lavish 300-square-meter apartment. In the study, Wang Wenbao's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was a deep shade of purple. It was not he who ended the call. He was so enraged that he hurled his phone, shattering it to pieces. That young upstart, Wang Weiwei, with her honeyed tongue, had utterly breached his defenses, leaving him feeling as if he might vomit blood. What did she intend to do? What was Wang Weiwei plotting? She was merely the acting president. If she were to become the president, wouldn't she turn the world upside down? Eliminate her. She must not be allowed to remain. Regardless of her status as acting president, even if she were the president, she must pay for her misdeeds with her life. Wang Wenbao's eyes widened. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. His wife grasped his arm. Calm down, dear. That little wretch must have prepared for this. She currently wields a plethora of antidotes and advanced weaponry. We lack evidence, and if we act recklessly, what if we fail? Wang Wenbao shoved his wife away, cursing, damn it, our son is dead, and you still weigh the consequences? There is no victory or defeat, only life and death. I want her dead. His wife sank to the floor, weeping. I didn't want you both to fight, but you insist. Bao, let it go. Our son is already gone. I don't want to see you follow in his footsteps. Let us not quarrel any longer. Let's take a step back. given our blood ties. Wang Weiwei may spare our lives. I know what you intend, but even if we were to kill Wang Weiwei, the business council would never forgive us for the crime of murdering the acting president. Silence. Cowardice. How did I end up with a woman like you? Wang Wenbao shouted furiously, his graying temples reflecting his intense anger. Yet, upon seeing his wife, sitting on the ground and weeping sorrowfully, his heart softened. Once, her beauty had been unparalleled, but time had etched scars upon her visage, a reminder of the woman he had once adored. Wang Wenbao sighed deeply and helped his wife to her feet, saying, "You would not comprehend the intricacies of power struggles. The victor thrives while the vanquished perishes." From the moment she targeted our son, even if we were to bind ourselves and plead for mercy, she would show us no leniency. Just as I would not hesitate to eliminate her, even if she were to beg on her knees, should I rise to power. Thus, I must avenge our son and, above all, secure victory. His wife gazed at him, her expression clouded with confusion. She seemed to grasp part of his meaning, yet was far from fully understanding. "Wenchan," he called out. "Boss." A tall, sharply dressed young man briskly entered the study. "While I lead the main forces to the machinery market, take 2 vehicles and, avoiding all surveillance, escort my wife to City B." "Understood," Wenchan replied. Suddenly, his wife froze. "If I leave, what will become of you?" Wang Wenbao reassured her. "I have already made arrangements in City B. If I prevail, I will return for you in triumph. If I fail, you shall live there in peace. Take care," she said. "Take care." Wang Wenbao waved his hand dismissively, turning his back to her. "Madam, this way please," Wenchan gestured. His wife cast a lingering glance at Wang Wenbao's retreating figure, gritted her teeth, and ultimately left the study. Once she was gone, Wang Wenbao reached into his pocket but found no phone. It dawned on him that it had been damaged. "Damn it, that little vixen has truly flustered me." He pried the SIM card from the broken phone, inserted it into a backup device, and dialed. "Notify all loyal subordinates. An opportunity for the antidote has arisen. To all willing to aid me, regardless of the outcome, I shall provide enough antidotes for a lifetime, granting them true freedom. Assemble at the south gate of the A City Machinery Market in 1 hour." "Yes," an excited voice responded from the other end. After ending the call, Wang Wenbao exited the study, donned a black trench coat from the coat rack, and 2 camouflaged mercenaries opened the door for him. He strode out of his home, resolute. "My son is lost. None shall live peacefully." At the A City Machinery Market, shop number 113117 in Zone B was a sprawling establishment comprising 5 interconnected rooms. Once a hub for second-hand hardware. Now, all the roll-up doors were securely locked. The night breeze carried an unsettling, putrid scent. A few pitiful zombies meandered through the desolate market. Suddenly, one of the roll-up doors was raised from within. A burly man in a suit emerged. Surveying the surroundings before speaking into his phone, "Rest assured, boss, all is normal here." After hanging up, he approached the entrance of the opposite shop and began to relieve himself. "Damn it, I wonder what the boss is thinking, guarding this godforsaken warehouse alone. As if the antidote were hidden here. How annoying." A sinister laugh echoed from behind him, abruptly halting the flow of water. "Who goes there?" The man in the black suit spun around sharply. Chapter 88, The Wild Mutated Zombie. Bang. A sound akin to the shattering of a watermelon resonated as the hammer-wielding warrior Liang Yunjie struck the forehead of the suited brute with a resounding blow. What is a hammer? In ancient times, it was an unparalleled tool for breaching armor, let alone cracking skulls. One strike rendered the giant silent. The hammerhead shattered the brute's cranium, revealing a stark white interior, with a single blow leaving its mark. Zhao Yibai, standing behind, shuddered involuntarily. "You laugh like a maniac," he remarked. Liang Yunjie pursed her crimson lips. "Next time, perhaps tone it down a bit." Zhao Yibai chuckled. "No need to restrain yourself. Don't concern yourself with my feelings. Having your own style is quite commendable." Che Shally stepped forward, retrieving a handgun and 2 fully loaded spare magazines from the fallen suited man, casually tucking the pistol into her waistband. Upon hearing this, Liang Yunjie's eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, Zhao Yibai had brought nothing but elite individuals. Han Wan, Wu Meng, Che Xiaoli, Jiang Yi, Liang Yunjie, and Lu Xian, alongside the mutated zombie AI Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, Yu Yirong, Chun Shiwaru, Wang Yingying, Ma Dongyun, Tian Yu, and the mutated zombie Su Yiyu were tasked with guarding their home. All were armed with guns and grenades. After receiving word from Wang Weiwei, Zhao Yibai wasted no time. The antidote syringes were invaluable. Upon acquiring the information, he hastened to act. Consequently, after gathering his team into the vehicle, he employed a time-stop technique, propelling them forward with astonishing speed. This rapidity was extraordinary, allowing him to arrive and conceal his companions before the brutish guardian of the warehouse even received a call from his employer. The girls swiftly advanced into the room, flashlights illuminating the space, which was cluttered with a multitude of rough wooden crates, appearing quite ordinary. Armed with her hammer, Liang Yunjie swiftly shattered the corners of a crate, revealing what seemed to be mere hardware items within, prompting her to frown slightly. Zhao Yibai remained resolute, asserting, "The intelligence is accurate. The items are indeed here. Wang Weiwei's information is reliable. This is no trivial matter." Han Wan retrieved a crowbar, prying open the crates one by one as the girls meticulously searched. "Found it!" Lu Xian exclaimed. Although Lu Xian possessed a pleasing name, her appearance was rather plain, with slightly darker, rough skin, yet she exhibited remarkable strength. Zhao Yibai's lips curled into a smile. The owners of these antidote syringes had cunningly concealed them at the bottoms of the shipping crates, which were filled with seemingly ordinary hardware products. Digging deeper into the substantial crates, they finally uncovered 1 or 2 boxes containing the precious antidote syringes, all while a bumbling giant stood watch over these treasures. Few would have discerned the significance of such vital items hidden here. After capturing photographs, Zhao Yibai methodically placed each wooden crate into his spatial system, intending to sift through the contents later. Those familiar with him had grown accustomed to his prowess, while newcomers widened their eyes in awe, their loyalty surging as they suddenly grasped why the principal held such authority. It was not merely due to past exploits. There were even greater abilities at play. Following Zhao Yibai's instructions, Han Wan dragged the corpse of the burly man back into the room and placed it in the corner. Despite her injuries, Liang Yunjie, with a small hammer, struck her head in a manner that was both skilled and heart-wrenching, causing only a splash of brain matter to emerge. With hardly any blood, this made the cleanup quite convenient. A mere rub with a shoe sufficed. The floor was already strewn with zombie blood and human remains, and the small amount of brain matter hardly drew attention. Who could discern whether it was tofu pudding or brain matter? The task was swiftly completed. Zhao Yibai instructed, "Wait for me in the car for a moment. I'll retrieve a treasure." Han Wan nodded and led the others to the vehicle. Time stopped. Ding. Time stop successfully activated. Remaining uses, 269 times. On the way, Zhao Yibai had surveyed the vicinity using a divine perspective map and located a significant treasure. Should mutated zombies wreak havoc, so be it. However, Zhao Yibai was reluctant to let his precious items sustain injury or bleed, so he decided to temporarily capture a wild specimen. It wasn't difficult. He found one almost immediately. Battle, Blue, ID, Lord of Resentment level, 3 stars health, 2800 spirit, 3000 combat power, 66,000 nature, spiritual in the darkness of night. Much of the machinery market was shrouded in shadow, save for one shop where sparks flew in brilliant flashes. It was striking indeed. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Yibai discovered that this was also a humanoid mutated zombie, a blue-collar worker, continuously welding and assembling triangular iron brackets. Behind this Lord of Resentment, a small mountain of iron brackets had accumulated, likely numbering in the thousands. Goodness, has this fellow been welding since his mutation? What a deep-seated obsession, Zhao Yibai mused. He hefted the seemingly slender man onto his shoulder, collected the welding machine and some materials into his system space, and returned to the entrance of B District 113. Placing him inside, he plugged in the welding apparatus and arranged the materials. After completing these tasks, Zhao Yibai pulled down the roll-up door and ended the time stop. Ding. Time stop ended. Remaining uses, 269 times. Sizzle. Sizzle. As anticipated, the Lord of Resentment resumed his welding, and through the gaps of the roll-up door, flickers of welding sparks were visible inside. Let us go. Zhao Yibai casually gathered some materials he found appealing, along with a few vehicles. The space was now vast. His spirit was high. What he beheld could easily be acquired. In this lawless post-apocalyptic world, Zhao Yibai embodied the very essence of order. Not only did he collect a multitude of cars, but as he departed, he also allowed the women to choose vehicles of their liking, each taking one to drive. When they passed a gas station, he eliminated the gas station attendant zombie and used the attendant's gas card to fill up the cars. After refueling, Zhao Yibai directly stored the underground oil tank along with the gas pump into his system space, ensuring he did not overlook the small supermarket at the gas station. Taking everything, even the shelves, with him, Zhao Yibai was at the helm of a modified Iveco van, the front seat occupied by AI Xiao Xiao, who was engrossed in a Barbie doll he had given her. Advanced towards the A-City agricultural products wholesale market, he communicated through the intercom. Zhao Yibai was determined not to return empty-handed. Having come this far, he was resolute in maximizing their gains. As he passed by the area, he had already surveyed it from a divine perspective, noting that unlike the A-City Women's University, which had been thwarted by Li Yu, this place remained untouched. Shortly after the calamity struck, the wholesale market was swiftly seized by mercenaries of considerable power, brimming with an abundance of fruits, vegetables, and poultry, all under the glow of bright lights. Both the Zhou family and the Commerce Association had stationed guards here in force. Guarding? That's of little use against Zhao Yibai. He is nothing short of a god, he mused. Before their operation commenced, Zhao Yibai sent a series of photographs to Wang Weiwei. The goods are secured and ready to be taken. A grand surprise awaits inside, he texted. Wang Weiwei was taken aback by his swiftness. You exceeded my expectations, she replied. Initially, she had imagined that Zhao Yibai would unleash the mutated zombies upon the arrival of Wang Wenbao's men at the machinery market, which was quite a distance from the university. The roads in this post-apocalyptic world were far from smooth, making speed a luxury. Without a doubt, Wang Weiwei received a flurry of question marks from Zhao Yibai. Coordinates? She inquired, seeking confirmation. Drive carefully. AI Xiao Xiao shouted in fear, clutching the armrest of the passenger seat. Suddenly, there was a series of loud bangs as Zhao Yibai, multitasking between typing on his phone and driving, scraped the front of the van against the roadside railing. Not today. In a few days, I will make a trip, he replied, noting Wang Weiwei's apparent hunger, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. He reflected on the differences between 5-star and 5-star experiences, each possessing its unique merits. I'm driving. Oh, you meant this kind of driving. Unbeknownst to him, AI Xiao Xiao was terrified of a potential accident, fearing a 100-mile-an-hour crash into a wall. Yet, he reassured himself that she would be safe. Setting his phone aside, he pressed the accelerator with determination. Rest assured, I'm an experienced driver. The van rammed against the flimsy metal railing with a resounding crash. Damn it, he exclaimed. Before the apocalypse, he could barely afford a modest vehicle, yet now he was careening down the road, pushing aside obstacles with reckless abandon. Zhao Yibai, in his van, became a bulldozer, surging forward with unyielding force. When the car is not a concern, the fence feels as fragile as paper, continuously pushed back. AI Xiao Xiao stuck out her tongue, feeling that her master was exceedingly ruthless. Gradually, she recalled her identity as a mutated zombie, and her small hands loosened their grip on the handrail. With a buzz, the phone screen illuminated. Wang Weiwei, as long as your mutated zombie is formidable, feel free to come and demand justice openly. Strike my elder relatives, trample my cousins, and hurl harsh insults at me to demonstrate that we are not on the same battlefield. Only after our business association makes substantial reparations will you reluctantly let us off, allowing Zhou Kong to enjoy the spectacle. However, privately, you must be the best of friends with me. At worst, if the Zhou family produces Zhou Ying, I, Wang Weiwei, will also forge some ties with you. Zhao Yibai, we'll see how you perform then. He neither directly agreed nor made any promises. Zhao Yibai preferred to observe how others acted before deciding his own course of action. Promises, if unsupported by strength, are mere empty words, devoid of substance. Wang Weiwei, rest assured, you'll enter upright and leave on your stomach. Zhao Yibai chuckled, genuinely intrigued. He suddenly realized that mimicking Liang Yunjia's way of smiling was rather enjoyable, carrying a hint of villainous charm that suited his demeanor. In the apocalypse, who plays the role of a good person? Zhao Yibai. Strength is not declared through words, but demonstrated through action. After sending this message, he looked from a god's perspective as they approached the wholesale market, finally putting down his phone to concentrate on driving. Amidst the banter, when it came to the task at hand, there could be no room for jest. The Iveco van was indeed unfortunate. The hood was shattered, the headlight casing was damaged. Yet the headlights continued to shine defiantly. Zhao Yibai used the intercom. Attention everyone, we are nearing the location. The opposition is heavily fortified. After we advance a short distance, turn off the headlights. When I stop, you all stop. Affirmative responses echoed through the intercom. Zhao Yibai counted the replies, confirming they matched the number of participants. He nodded. Excellence breeds excellence. Driving at night, they kept pace without faltering. This was commendable. In this world of chaos, he had little patience for those who frequently encountered trouble. As Zhao Yibai's convoy approached the agricultural wholesale market, the convoy from Jiuxing Huayuan in a city also commenced its departure. A procession of 20 vehicles, each nearly filled to capacity, began to move, not only from there, but also from the A City Chamber of Commerce building and the Chamber's residential community. Those who received secret invitations from Wang Wenbao were discreetly departing towards the A City electromechanical market or along the route. This was essentially Wang Wenbao declaring war openly, while the remaining factions of the business association chose to remain silent, watching the unfolding conflict from a distance. Wang Weiwei has indeed been ousted. Consequently, they will seize the opportunity to turn the tide. Wang Wenbao has met his demise. They have incurred no losses and will now take a bite out of the share of the commercial cake that was once his. The Commercial Association building in City A stands as a testament to this shift. Wang Weiwei lies in bed, a sleek business laptop resting on her lap. The screen displays a collaborative online spreadsheet, where names, information, and photographs of numerous contributors are continuously being added. As she gazes at the data, her expression grows increasingly frigid. What a cunning old dog. He has a veritable legion of subordinates. Indeed, human nature is often incapable of withstanding trials. The antidote needle, a means of survival until death, equates to freedom, liberation from the clutches of the Commercial Association. Wang Wenbao is fighting for his life. Wang Weiwei, however, cannot match his price. She still requires the antidote needle to maintain control over the vast army of mercenaries beneath her. Should those individuals be granted freedom, armed as they are with weapons and possessing robust physiques, why would they remain loyal to a mere woman? This is the apocalypse. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Wang Weiwei's icy demeanor shatters, and she bursts into maniacal laughter. Old fool, do you truly underestimate a girl like me in managing the commercial association? You shall soon realize that intellect is a valuable asset. Age alone does not confer strength. Water can both support and overturn a boat. Everyone is vying for the antidote needle, yet when the time comes, Wang Wenbao might not even be able to produce a single one. On the way to the electrical market in City A, the number of vehicles steadily increased, culminating in a convoy of over 40 cars. Along the route, zombies were mercilessly gunned down by machine guns. The numbers were overwhelming, the vehicles impressive, and they were laden with an arsenal of weapons. In the face of such a force, the ordinary zombies were mere toys. Wang Wenbao personally drove the lead vehicle, and through the rearview mirror, he beheld an endless serpent-like train of cars, filling him with a swell of pride and confidence. You insolent little creature, I'm willing to risk everything, can you? Your foul-mouthed insults reveal your ignorance. Do you comprehend that in the apocalypse, strength speaks volumes? I trust you are not weeping in fear right now. Hee hee. I shall show you what it means to be a seasoned veteran. Your fifth uncle is just that. Your fifth uncle, little girl. Chapter 90. Where's my box? ZZZ. ZZZZZ. ZZZZZ. The electrical market in City A, Zone B, numbers 113 and 117. Wang Wenbao and his entourage arrived with great fanfare. A dozen vehicles awaited at the south gate, joining the convoy as they entered the market. Should one gaze down from above, the long, serpentine procession of vehicles, neatly aligned and flashing their hazard lights in the darkness, would indeed present a striking sight. Notably, many modified MPVs had their sunroofs open, heavy machine guns mounted atop, lending an air of grim intimidation to the entire convoy. Wang Wenbao halted the vehicle, and the others followed suit. With a rustle, before Wang Wenbao could exit, the burly men in black suits and camouflage quickly disembarked from the vehicles, swiftly taking positions on either side, standing in perfect formation. Once the formation was established, Wang Wenbao's trusted aide, Jing Mingyong, briskly approached the driver's seat, opening the door for Wang Wenbao while bowing slightly to prevent him from hitting his head. As Wang Wenbao exited the vehicle and straightened up, a chorus of Fifth General erupted from the well-coordinated men in black suits and camouflage attire, their voices nearly a roar, reverberating like thunder. As formidable beings in this apocalyptic world, they were unafraid of attracting the attention of zombies. Wang Wenbao raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. From now on, you may address me as Fifth General, but I hope that by dawn, you will call me Chairman. The men immediately responded in unison, their voices infused with respect. Chairman, before the apocalypse, they believed that money was the most vital element in the world, capable of purchasing anything, even more precious than life itself. However, in the aftermath of the cataclysm, despite possessing immeasurable wealth in a chaotic, lawless wasteland, they suddenly comprehended the true value of freedom, controlled by the antidote injections. The absence of a dose for just one day resulted in unbearable itching. After 3 days, their organs began to decay, and within 5 days, they would succumb to death. The agony was excruciating. Freedom became the most treasured commodity. A sufficient supply of antidote injections equated to liberation. Observing the loyal expressions of his subordinates, Wang Wenbao grinned, declaring, "My sincerity lies within that storage room." As he laughed, he gestured toward the shuttered storage area. Just then, a series of welding sounds pierced the silence, becoming sharply distinct in the quiet atmosphere, with flickering sparks visible through the gaps in the shutter. Wang Wenbao momentarily froze, as did those around him. What was happening? Was someone welding inside? Squinting, Wang Wenbao commanded, "Open the door." "Yes, sir." Jing Mingyong signaled to 2 subordinates, who swiftly approached and pulled up the unlatched shutter. With a hiss and crackle, they revealed a nearly empty room that had once been filled with wooden crates. A lean man clad in blue-collar welding attire was diligently working on a tripod, surrounded by a chaotic scatter of dozens of completed supporting iron tripods. Wang Wenbao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Empty. Where are my crates? Where are my antidote injections? Who is this welding fool?" Overwhelmed with questions, he scrutinized the shop number, confirming multiple times that he was indeed at the correct location. His expression darkened with realization. Something had gone awry. "Zhang Yuhao," he barked. "Chairman." Wei found Zhang Yuhao's corpse. A subordinate ventured inside and discovered the body of a suited man, his brains splattered across the floor. Wang Wenbao's heart sank completely. Indeed, a grave issue had arisen. It was not merely a case of his trusted men relocating the goods. Wang Wenbao's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the blue-collar worker, demanding, "Who are you? Where's my property?" Sensing that trouble was brewing, A group of men clad in dark suits and camouflage began to flee, their numbers swelling to nearly 200. Each individual was armed. In a post-apocalyptic world, such a multitude of firearms represented an undeniable force, particularly in City A. The armed men aimed their weapons at a slender blue-collar worker, who remained silent. His head bowed as he diligently welded a tripod. Once completed, he discarded the tripod behind him and reached for more materials to continue his work. A young thug barked, "Our chairman is speaking to you. Respond, or we will kill you." The voice resonated loudly, finally stirred from his fixation on the tripod. The blue-collar worker slowly raised his head and gazed at the group by the door, his expression one of confusion. "What do you want?" Upon seeing the blue-collar worker's face, many of the suited men gasped in shock. His visage was marred by countless welding burns, and his eyes, seemingly damaged beyond repair, glimmered with an eerie clarity resembling glass. Such a face was unsettling. Wang Wenbao snapped, "Where's my stuff?" "The wooden crates in this room. Those antidote syringes are my lifeline." With a considerable number of his men now assembled, he planned to use the syringes as leverage to bring these individuals to the A City Chamber of Commerce, where they would torment Wang Weiwei before ultimately taking her life. However, without the antidote syringes, not only would those he had invited turn against him, but even his former confidants would no longer be trustworthy. The antidote represented everything. It was the ultimate means by which the Wang family controlled a vast army of mercenaries. "What stuff?" The blue-collar worker's confusion deepened as he glanced back, seemingly able to see through his glassy eyes. When he noticed that only a few iron frames remained behind him, he froze in shock. "What are you staring at? Our chairman is talking to you." A young thug in a black suit angrily advanced, bringing his rifle but crashing down upon the blue-collar worker's head. With a resounding thud, the blue-collar worker was easily knocked to the ground, blood streaming from the side of his face where he had been struck. Clutching his wound, he trembled in fear. "Where's my tripod?" "No, it shouldn't be just these. There should be many more. I made so many." The manager said if I completed 3,000 tripods, he would pay me the wages owed, and then I could afford to cover Nuno's medical expenses. Wang Wenbao stepped closer, grasping the collar of the blue-collar worker and lifting him off the ground with ease. The worker was so slender that he posed little weight, surrounded by numerous subordinates. Wang Wenbao showed no fear of the peculiar individual before him. "Where's my box?" Chapter 91. Your daughter is dead. Dead? No, there is no box. The blue-collar worker shook his head vigorously, unaware that he had never even seen a box. His tripods were indeed missing, leaving only a fragment behind. The blue-collar worker, now agitated, retorted, "Where's my tripod?" Wang Wenbao bellowed, "Have you hidden my box?" "Hidden it?" The blue-collar worker froze momentarily, then his agitation intensified. His voice laced with fury. "Yes, did you conceal my tripod? Return my tripod to me. My daughter truly needs the money." Wang Wenbao shouted, "The box." The blue-collar worker retorted, "The tripod." Veins bulged on Wang Wenbao's forehead in rage. "Are you feigning ignorance to mock me? You are courting death. Speak. Are you sent by that wretched Wang Weiwei?" The blue-collar worker paused. "Are you the manager sent to hide my tripod?" The two exchanged nearly identical words, yet existed on entirely different wavelengths. Both were agitated, one a man, the other a mere shell of a human. "Damn it!" Wang Wenbao cursed, releasing the blue-collar worker's collar. Seizing a rifle from one of his subordinates, and with the butt of the gun, he struck the worker down. Then, he rained blows upon the worker's head. The blue-collar worker begged for mercy. "Boss, please stop. It hurts so much. I beg you, please. I really need the money. My daughter is ill. Return my tripod to me. I implore you. I just want my wages to pay for her medical bills." Jing Mingyong remarked, "Chairman, he seems to be a fool. A fool. Even if he lacks sense, I shall enlighten him." Wang Wenbao had descended into madness. He could not afford to lose those boxes, nor the antidote vials within. Just as the West could not relinquish Jerusalem, as a retired lady could not forego discounted eggs at the supermarket, and as a student could not survive without the antidote. Today would not conclude easily. Wang Wenbao was certain that failing to produce the promised antidote would render him prey to those around him, even without Wang Weiwei's intervention. Without the antidote, the likes of General Wu from the Wang family were not but insignificant. Who would extend an ounce of respect to an elderly man devoid of leverage? The blue-collar worker, bloodied and battered, once an ordinary, honest individual, now bore the brunt of the assault without a thought of retaliation, merely begging in agony. "Strike me, boss. Vent your frustrations. I only ask that after you finish, you return my tripod to me." After enduring numerous blows and cries of anguish, the blue-collar worker suddenly realized he was not in as much pain as he expected. Thus, he continued to plead. As long as he could retrieve his tripod, he would accept the beating, as long as he survived. "My tripod. Damn your tripod." Wang Wenbao completely lost his composure. The fire of rage within him birthed a loathing. A destitute fool, is it? Craving a tripod, yearning to save his daughter? Wang Wenbao's cruel laughter echoed as he leaned down. "It's gone. Your tripod is gone, all discarded." all shattered, fed to the dogs. Even if you had your tripod, your boss is no more. Even if your boss were alive and had given you money. It is the apocalypse now. Money holds no value. The hospitals have long been overrun by zombies. What? Apocalypse? What does apocalypse mean? The blue-collar worker's eyes widened in shock, panic overtaking him. This moment was far more alarming than when he had turned back to find a multitude of tripods vanished into thin air. The significance of the tripods lay in their purpose, to reclaim the wages that the unscrupulous employer had deceitfully withheld in order to save his daughter. Wang Wenbao, clad in a tailored suit and draped in a black overcoat, his hair, a mix of black and white, slicked back with gel, presented himself like a character from a tale. Yet, upon opening his mouth, his yellowed teeth emitted a foul amalgamation of alcohol, smoke, and decay. Observing the emotional upheaval of the foolish man before him, he leaned in, nearly pressing his face against that of the blue-collar worker, exhaling a noxious breath as he spoke with an insidious tone. What the apocalypse signifies is inconsequential. Comprehension is unnecessary. You must simply grasp this. Your daughter is dead, perhaps transformed into a monster, or maybe, in a hospital, she was despairingly devoured by one. A young girl, regardless of circumstances, faced a tragic fate. How desolate would she be in her final moments, calling out in desperation, "Oh, Father! Oh, Father! Save me! I am so frightened." His laughter resonated mockingly through the air. The surrounding mercenaries, clad in black suits and camouflage, erupted into raucous laughter. In truth, such mockery was far from amusing. For a father, such words were profoundly cruel. Yet, among those present, not a single soul bore kindness. It is unequivocally true, there was not one virtuous individual among them. The methods employed by the Chamber of Commerce and the Zhou family to manage their mercenaries mirrored one another, having seized control over another's life. They indulged in the release of their pent-up desires, acting without constraint. Women, homes, wealth, armed with their might, they were free to pursue any whim. No one could refuse them. At least, none among this crowd dared to. Their spirits had been distorted, their perspectives warped. Witnessing the suffering of others evoked no sympathy, only a perverse sense of amusement. This was the law of the apocalypse. The weak, no matter how pitiable, were deemed deserving of their fate. Who could fault them for their frailty? The cacophony of laughter was jarringly harsh, and Wang Wenbao's venomous words echoed mercilessly in the emaciated blue-collar worker's mind. Your daughter is dead. Your daughter is dead. You, daughter dead. Dead, dead, dead. No. He howled in anguish, shaking his head as he fell to his knees, his face smeared with blood, tears mingling with the crimson as they streamed down. Wang Wenbao's description struck deep, conjuring the image of his daughter pleading for mercy in his mind. A horrifying scream erupted from his throat. Combat, red, ID, Lord of Resentment level, 3 stars health, 27, 632, 800 spirit, 29, 993, 000 combat power, 6, 588, 866, 000 nature. Mental. If Zhao Yibai were present, he would undoubtedly witness the transformation in the blue-collar worker-s attributes. The panel-s hue shifted to red. Red, the enemy. Green, ally. Blue, peace. The azure panel, this type of zombie, as long as you do not provoke it excessively, remains largely absorbed in its own realm. Engaging in the obsessions it is compelled to pursue despite its transformation into a mutated creature. However, once it turns crimson, the scenario alters dramatically. It becomes a harbinger of death, perceiving all within its vicinity as adversaries. Wang Wenbao was taken aback, hastily retreating several paces, his demeanor quite disheveled. After regaining his composure, he became acutely aware of his own disarray, and a surge of fury ignited within him. What the hell is that noise? You think you're the only one who can make a sound? Do you fancy yourself a mutated zombie?